Chapter 1, How About You Hit Me Again? On the podium, the bespectacled male teacher was passionately slapping the table as he declared, as everyone knows, professions are broadly divided into three categories: combat, support, and lifestyle, with specialized professions numbering over 10,000. According to the latest statistics from Baidu, admission standards for China's top vocational universities have been lowered compared to previous years. For top 10 universities, combat profession tests require at least an A grade, support professions demand B+ or above, while lifestyle professions need C+ or higher. Tomorrow's assessment dungeon has also been finalized with 3 difficulty levels: normal, nightmare, and hell mode, accommodating 1 to 3 participants. Top 3 universities require candidates to attempt at least nightmare difficulty dungeons for admission consideration. The teacher wishes you all the best on your exams tomorrow, and hopes you get into the right universities. Now, let's shout excitedly. God damn it! I clutched my head and cursed loudly. Just moments ago, I had crossed over. Countless memories flooded in, merging seamlessly with my own. This is a world where reality and gaming converge. Roughly a century ago, the divine will of Blue Star created Smite of the Gods, merging it with reality. The game's maps expanded Blue Star's surface area 10,000-fold, filling it with dungeons and hidden realms. People can awaken as professionals, and these abilities become their fundamental means of survival. As for me, I awakened a special profession with F-rank potential called Passerby. Just like its name suggests, it was utterly ordinary, stats evenly distributed, unable to learn any existing skills. Aside from being slightly stronger physically than the average person, I had zero abilities as a profession holder. A complete and hopeless loser. I.e., stop spacing out. Hurry up and apologize. My deskmate Zhang Daxian elbowed me, pulling me back to reality from my memories. Following his gaze, I saw our homeroom teacher Chiu Yuan storming toward me with a dark expression. Morning, Teacher Chiu? Morning? Chiu Yuan sneered. The assessment is right around the corner, yet you're still fooling around like this. Even if you can't learn any skills, if you keep slacking off like this, soon even kindergartners will be stronger than you. Impossible. I could still handle 2 kids at once without a problem, I muttered under my breath. At the very least, it'd take an elementary schooler to beat me. You! Chiu Yuan was momentarily speechless. Though his exaggeration was out of line, I denied him any chance to save face. One crude remark from me had thoroughly sabotaged what should have been an inspiring rally. His anger boiled over as he yanked the wooden ruler from his waist, his voice icy. Hold out your hand. Come on, corporal punishment isn't right for students. Cut the crap. A real man owns up to his actions. Are you even a man? At that moment, time seemed to slow down, and 3 options appeared before my eyes. Thank you for using our company's time travel service. In recognition of your trust in us, please select from the following 3 options to receive your exclusive system. Option 1, a real man owns up to his actions. Boldly extend your hand and admit your mistake. Reward, bind with the super lottery system. Option 2, stand up to leave while shouting, corporal punishment? Just wait till I report you to the Education Bureau. Reward, bind with the pay-to-win power system. Option 3, continue provoking arrogantly. A real man must have done that to qualify. Right now I'm still an innocent boy. Reward, bind with the divine skill system. The golden finger is here? Web novels didn't lie to me. Ecstatic, I quickly reviewed the options. The first super draw system could solve my skill deficiency, but its randomness made it questionable. The second required spending money, terrible user experience, no way. The third divine skill system sounded overpowered from the name alone, solving skill issues at the root level. Divine super. This is the one. Slowly rising, I wagged my index finger and sneered contemptuously. Teacher, you're mistaken. A man only qualifies after doing that. Right now I'm still a pure-hearted little boy. Selection complete. The divine skill system has been successfully bound. You have received the beginner's gift pack. Initial skill acquired. Someone, protect his majesty. Pfft, ha. Someone burst out laughing first, and soon the whole class erupted in cheerful laughter. My deskmate, Zhang Daxian, gave me a thumbs up, praising me for my guts and boldness. Quiet! Chiu Yuan roared, and the class instantly fell silent. Seeing that I showed no remorse and was even provoking him, he could no longer contain himself and raised the ruler to strike my arm. In my heart, I whispered, help! Save your emperor! At that moment, a girl stepped in front of me. Chiu Yuan couldn't stop in time, and the ruler struck her arm with precision. Snap! Ziwei, it hurts so much. Chiu Yuan. The whole class, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, what's going on? Ziwei, are you okay? Chiu Yuan quickly asked with concern. Teacher, he bullied me. Ziwei burst into tears. She had been minding her own business, only to be forcibly teleported from her seat right in front of me by some inexplicable force, suddenly becoming a human shield. Did you awaken a skill? Chiu Yuan realized what happened and asked as I stood there grinning foolishly. Ziwei had been several rows away from me. Only a spatial skill wielder could have made her instantly appear to take the hit. Our class didn't have anyone like that, which meant it had to be me, the guy who'd never awakened a skill before, unlocking my first ability. Not bothering to hide it, I smirked shamelessly. Seems like it. Wanna hit me again to test it out? Chapter 2. An ordinary bystander can also become the world's strongest. Still want to hit me? Xiao Yuan's lips twitched. He had never met someone as seemingly asking for a beating as me. But he got my point. This skill might be passive, activating when someone hits me, though whether it triggered 100% of the time still needed testing. Thinking this, Xiao Yuan swung the ruler again, this time using just a tenth of his strength. In my mind, I shouted, "Someone, protect his majesty." Good heavens! This time, great immortal Zhang appeared before me. Are you using me as a test subject? Zhang Daxian clutched his arm and cursed. I spread my hands innocently. This really has nothing to do with me. The skill should randomly grab someone to take the hit for me. I have no feud with Ziwei, and I wouldn't harm you either. Xiao Yuan, so you're saying it's my fault? Me, well, it's definitely not my fault. The whole class, teacher, please calm down. Now I'm carefree, with 2 attacks already taken from me. If Xiao Yuan tries again, who knows which poor soul will get hit next. Xiao Yuan understands this too, but he's too curious about my sudden ability. For someone without skills to suddenly develop one, he just can't resist testing it a few more times. But for the safety of his students, he ultimately lets it go. Adjusting his glasses, he returns to the podium and says, "That's all for today's lesson. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, everyone gather at Dongwu City's Professional Plaza. Don't be late. Goodbye, class." The class choruses, "Goodbye, teacher." The moment Xiao Yuan leaves, the classroom erupts into lively discussions as everyone starts recruiting strong teammates for tomorrow's dungeon raid. Potential A, Enhanced Berserker type, Stationary DPS, looking for a healer or buffer to join, difficulty level, Nightmare Trial. Potential C, Control type Ice Mage, seeking a strong tank brother to protect me, no ordinary dungeons please. Potential B, DPS Fire Archer, anyone need me? Just give me a secure firing zone and I'll blast everything to bits. The previously quiet classroom instantly turned into a noisy marketplace. Even around me, someone always considered trash, several people came hoping to form a team. Any thoughts about tomorrow's dungeon run? Need some heavy damage output? Your skills seem like excellent defensive abilities. Interested in joining us for the dungeon? We've got a warrior and a mage, both with a great potential, just missing a defensive specialist like you. My healing output is massive. Would you like an obedient little healer? Bye? I couldn't help chuckle and shake my head, giving these recruiters an amused smile. Aren't you worried I might use you as human shields? My skills don't discriminate between friend and foe, you know. My house is on fire. I've got to go. Right, I just remembered my dad's got a mistress. Got to hurry home and tell my mom about it. In the blink of an eye, the crowd that had surrounded me completely dispersed. I held no goodwill toward these people. Before awakening my skills, they'd either made sarcastic remarks or openly mocked me. On the contrary, my deskmate and good buddy Zhang Daxian didn't care about any of this and still wanted to take me along for the exam. Damn, your skill really doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. Zhang Daxian finally got a chance to ask me after everyone had been scared off. Actually, he had been worried I might ditch him for another team after all. He'd turned down a lot of people just to recruit me. If I left now, he wouldn't be able to find another team anytime soon. That's right. Scared? I chuckled. Afraid? Not really. How could I, a prestigious A-rank potential Earth Knight, possibly be scared? But you should at least warn me before activating your skill. Getting summoned suddenly just to take a beating is like getting a shot in the butt when you can't see it coming. That's the scary part. Ha, alright, next time I'll definitely tell you. I laughed heartily. Currently, the "come forth, shield me" skill allows me to designate someone to take the hit, though the failure rate is quite high. Most of the time, it just randomly drags some unfortunate soul from the surroundings to block the attack. And the probability is 100% once the skill activates, some poor creature is forcibly summoned in front of me to take the blow. Truly a god-tier skill system, what a divine technique. Should we find one more? The maximum team size is 3, Zhang Daxian asked. It's up to you. Since we're teaming up for the challenge anyway, there's not much difference between 2 or 3 people. But there's something I should tell you, I plan to attempt Hell difficulty tomorrow. Inferno difficulty. Zhang Daxian widened his eyes in disbelief. Inferno difficulty was usually only challenged by those with S-grade potential. Though I'd awakened a decent skill, my potential was still only F-grade. Exactly. Since our goal is top 10, hitting Inferno difficulty directly means less competition. Even though clearing Inferno gets you unconditional admission to a top 10 university, aren't we way underpowered for this? Zhang Daxian thought my plan unwise. After all, death in this dungeon was permanent, unlike games where you could respawn. Trust me big bro, I'll carry you this time. I flashed a confident smile. Let's do it. If I die, I die. Seeing my confident look, big immortal Zhang gritted his teeth and agreed. Actually, he wasn't worried about himself, he was worried about me, since my stats weren't exactly impressive. Alright, I'll leave the recruiting to you then. I'm heading back first. I patted Big Immortal Zhang's shoulder and got up to go home. My head was buzzing, and I needed some time to process everything. Just as I reached the door, I added, try not to recruit girls, and if you do, make sure they're not the crying type. Got it. I know the drill. Big Immortal Zhang raised an eyebrow in understanding. Only then did I feel reassured enough to leave the classroom. Master, to Pangwang residential area. Got it. I leaned back against the taxi seat with my eyes closed, and soon the system panel appeared before me. Name, IE. Level, LV1. Potential, F. Combat rating and potential are unrelated to talent. Occupation, Passerby. Occupation affects attribute points gained upon level up. Each profession differs. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent. Nothing can be hidden from a passerby. Your eyes can perceive all concealed information. Additionally, you always acquire special intelligence. A passerby possesses boundless possibilities. Never underestimate yourself. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Skill, Guards, Protect Me, LV1. Divine Power, 0 PTS used to draw new skills. As expected of an extra character, knowing all the information but unable to learn any skills. Truly destined to be a background figure. I couldn't help but muse while staring at this overpowered innate talent. Without the system, I'd probably end up competing with journalists for jobs at media companies in the future. But now, I'll make the whole world understand even an ordinary bystander can become the strongest. Soon, I was back at the entrance of my residential complex. Mom, I'm home. The moment I opened the door, I saw my mother Zhang Ping cleaning. In this world, I'm not an orphan, I have parents, and our family is truly happy. Perhaps because of these newfound memories, I didn't feel any resistance towards these parents. On the contrary, I felt close to them. Dear, why are you back so early? Mom wiped her hands on her apron and asked with concern. Yes, I have good news and couldn't wait to share it with you, I said with a mysterious smile. Go ahead, Mom's listening. I've awakened a skill. What? Mom covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. That her good-for-nothing son had awakened a skill seemed utterly terrible in her eyes. Mom, why aren't you happy about it? I asked, puzzled. How could I be happy? I was counting on you getting expelled so you could peacefully go work with your dad at the city management bureau. Fine, forget I said anything. I rolled my eyes, having almost forgotten about this. Other parents want their kids to go to college and get respectable jobs, but mine don't feel the same way, because I'm simply too weak. Even if I awaken a skill, could one skill really change the heavens? How could they possibly feel at ease with me going to college? Just as I was about to head back to my room, I heard the sound of the door opening. Honey, I'm home. You're back. In walked my father, Bai Zonghong, a robust-looking man with a neat crew cut. Seeing me at home, his face lit up with surprise. Son, why are you back so early? Don't get too excited. I didn't get expelled. I greeted briefly before heading upstairs. Noticing my gloomy expression, Dad raised an eyebrow and asked, what's up with this kid? He said he's already awakened his skill. Looking at him now, it seems he's planning to take the exam seriously tomorrow. Mom sighed. How can this be? At this age, not thinking about having fun or dating, this is downright irresponsible. Dad said angrily, I'm going upstairs to have a talk with him. As soon as I returned to my room, I found myself deep in thought about my own skill. Guards, protect your lord. Level, LV1. Grade? Effect, silently recite the incantation to forcibly summon a target within your line of sight to your location. If the target's mental strength exceeds yours, the summoning fails and a random creature within a 1 kilometer radius is forcibly summoned instead. The forcibly summoned creature cannot move for 3 seconds. Limitation, both parties must exist in the same space for the skill to take effect. I thought about how this skill could immobilize the target for 3 seconds. It would be perfect for hunting monsters. My reasoning was simple. Tomorrow's dungeon was set to Inferno difficulty, and with my current pathetic stats, going in would be suicide. But if I used this skill as a crowd control ability, forcibly immobilizing targets for 3 seconds while wielding a sharp weapon, wouldn't that let me slaughter everything effortlessly? I decided to test it out. After all, the only ones who'd be summoned would be my parents as long as we were sharing the same house. I grabbed the hammer from the table and prepared to smash it against my stomach. But before I could act, my father Bai Zonghong swung the door open. The moment he opened the door, he shouted, Son, your dad has something to talk to you about. Then came a holy sh*t, as his whole world shattered. I bet he couldn't even find the words to describe what he was seeing. Due to the angle, he thought I had a hammer pressed against my crotch. In a panic, he dashed over, grabbed the hammer, yanked down my pants, and roared desperately, just because I didn't want you to go to college doesn't mean you should do this. Come to the hospital with me now, we might still save it. I hurriedly said, Dad, I'm fine. But he snapped back, how could you be fine? It's swollen this big. I explained, no, it was already like this. He didn't believe me. Damn it, you're my flesh and blood. How could there be a genetic mutation? I insisted, it's true. Only then did he stop to take a closer look before cursing under his breath and leaving the room, saying, "Fuck. Put on your pants and get the hell downstairs." Scratching my head in confusion, I thought to myself, how bizarre. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw my parents sitting at the dining table, staring at me with stern expressions. My dad asked, "Alright, what are you really up to?" My mom also said, "That's right, Shawi. If you have something on your mind, just talk to us." I pulled out my chair and replied helplessly, "Dad, you've got the wrong idea, haven't you?" He snorted coldly, "Got it wrong? Tell me exactly where I was wrong." I rolled my eyes and said, "I was just trying out a skill earlier, and I'm not that stupid. Why would I ever do something like that?" I also realized why my dad reacted so strongly. He must have misunderstood, thinking I was about to cut off the family line. My mom asked, "Shawi, are you telling the truth?" I replied, "Of course." My dad blinked, looking at me awkwardly for confirmation. Did I really misunderstand? I said, "Don't believe me? Take a look." After saying this, I stepped back a few paces, raised my fist, and hammered it toward my head, shouting, "Someone, protect His Majesty." In the blink of an eye, my dad, who had been sitting in his chair, instantly appeared before me only to take my punch square on his head. He rubbed his scalp, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. My weak-ass punch didn't even faze him. What stunned him was being forcibly summoned from his seat, given the sheer gap between our levels, as vast as heaven and earth. I was overjoyed and said, "Heh, this is the skill I just mastered today." My dad was level 50, a whopping 49 levels above me, yet this skill could forcibly control him for a full 3 seconds despite that insane level difference. The effect was simply incredible. My mother asked with some concern, "Where did you get this skill from?" My father snapped out of his surprise, his expression turning grave. Skill levels are categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, stardust, nebula, starstream, starseed, starvoid. The ability to forcibly summon my father despite such a massive level gap means this skill's quality must at least be stardust tier or higher. Every stardust tier skill is essentially the grand finale item in major auctions, with transaction prices casually reaching hundreds of millions or even more. Small wonder my parents were worried. I grinned slyly and delivered the excuse I'd prepared long ago. "Have you forgotten what my innate talent is? I picked up this treasure at the antique mall the other day." My father rubbed his chin, shot me a skeptical glance, then sighed in resignation. "Omniscient and omnipotent? Well, that makes sense. With your mediocre potential and mediocre looks, there's no way some wealthy heiress would fancy you. Luck of the draw is indeed the only plausible explanation." I was speechless, seriously questioning whether I was actually their biological child. My mother said with grave seriousness, "Even so, you mustn't casually reveal your abilities to those far beneath your level like you're doing now. It invites covetous gazes from unscrupulous people." I chuckled. "Don't worry, your son's no fool, but there is one thing I'd like to discuss with you both." My father said, "Go on." I replied, "Tomorrow, I plan to take the hell difficulty dungeon trial." Bang! My dad slammed the table, rolled up his sleeves, and stood up. "Mother of my child, call the funeral home. One of us is definitely kicking the bucket today." My mom pushed my dad back down and looked at me, asking, "Are you serious? The official recommended minimum requirement for hell difficulty is potential rating A, right? Is there some genius leading your team?" I curled my lip and shook my head, saying, "Currently, it's just me and Zhang Daxian, 1F, 1A. Maybe we'll have a third member tomorrow, but I doubt any idiot would join our squad." My dad pounded his chest in frustration, furious, "You ungrateful brat. How is this any different from suicide?" I replied, "Suicide is for idiots, and clearly, I'm not one." My mother stopped my furious father, sighed and said, all right. If our child has a dream, we as parents should support it. I know we can't stop you anyway, but there's one thing you must promise us." I said, "Mom, go ahead." She replied, "Don't try to be a hero. If you encounter danger, leave the instance immediately." I nodded solemnly and said, "I promise." My mother smiled approvingly, stood up and said, "I'll warm up the dishes, you two talk properly." She shot my dad a glare that couldn't have been clearer. My father sighed and looked at my determined face. "Kid, are you absolutely sure about this?" I gave a firm nod. He said, "All right then. Since you're so adamant, I won't say more. Tell me what you need, I'll do my best to help." I chuckled and said, "Hee, Dad, since you're offering, there is actually one thing I'd like to ask of you." He replied, "Go on, what is it?" I said, "How about giving me a little sister while you're still young?" He laughed and scolded, "Dream on. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming." The previously heavy atmosphere instantly lightened. My mom in the kitchen, hearing the cheerful laughter outside, finally relaxed. The child has grown up. After a pleasant dinner, I returned to my room. Though I hadn't asked my parents for anything, my father still gave me 30,000 gold coins, hoping I'd buy myself a proper weapon. I didn't refuse. Lying in bed, I opened the official shop. Weapon grades worked just like skills. I couldn't afford silver tier items, and black iron tier weapons were too weak to bother with, so from the start I set my sights on bronze tier weapons. But equipment had class and stat requirements. Typically, bronze tier broadswords demanded at least 15 strength points, daggers required over 18 agility, and neither dual blades nor bows would work for me either. This was my first real taste of the frustrations brought by class limitations. After combing through the listings for several minutes, I still couldn't find a single weapon I could actually equip. Not that I could blame the shop's limited selection. Most weapons were crafted by blacksmiths among the life skill professions. To boost sales, they deliberately focused on mainstream class gear. Nobody would bother forging weapons suitable for random passers-by like me. Just as I was about to settle for a black iron weapon, a sudden piece of information appeared in my mind. As a mature adult, you should learn to solve problems by yourself rather than waiting for my help. On page 872, fifth row of the bronze shop, a weapon is quietly waiting for you. Omniscience and Omnipotence has activated. This was the first time I'd ever seen this talent activate, and I never expected it to provide information in such a manner. Without hesitation, I quickly flipped to page 872 of the shop, and sure enough, in the fifth row, I spotted a peculiar weapon. Name, a rusty Xiaochuan Dao. Grade, bronze. Attribute requirement, none. Attribute bonus, none. Durability, 100/100. Seller's note, blade length 2 feet 2 inches, exceptionally sharp, no regrets, no scams. Price, 25,000 gold coins. Omniscient, this blade appears to be a failed product, just like you, yet it conceals an untold secret. When attacking, it plunders all attributes from the target for temporary use, capped at 20 points. Holy smokes, the bystander's omniscient ability is incredibly useful, though a bit cheeky. I scrutinized the weapon's hidden details. Without this talent, this blade would be utterly worthless. Ordinary bronze weapons typically come with attribute bonuses ranging from 2 to 6 points, but this blade has no bonuses at all. Aside from being sharp and durable, it's practically indistinguishable from black iron grade weapons. But this hidden effect is quite impressive, probably something even the creators didn't realize, otherwise they wouldn't be selling it so cheap. Thinking this, I immediately clicked purchase. Purchase successful, 25,000 gold coins deducted. The item has been sent to your game inventory. Thank you for using the official store. With a thought, the embroidered spring saber appeared in my right hand. Not bad, I said, flipping the knife with a flourish before lying down, quite satisfied. The next day, my parents and I arrived at Dongbu City's professional plaza early in the morning. Watching the crowd entering, I adjusted my backpack and said, Mom, Dad, should I go in now? Xiaoyi, you must be careful, don't push yourself too hard. That's right. No matter what happens, make sure you hold out for half a day, my father Bai Zongheng said earnestly, patting my shoulder. I was thoroughly confused. Why half a day? Nothing much, I just placed an order for accidental insurance with my advisor last night. It takes 12 hours to take effect. If you go in and bite the dust, Mom and Dad wouldn't have raised you for nothing all these years, would they? I sighed and said softly, Dad, that 100,000 yuan in private savings you hid under the third ceiling panel in the bathroom, I don't think Mom knows about it yet, does she? You rotten Bai Zongheng. Mom, Zhang Ping, yanked Dad's ear fiercely and hissed, how dare you hide so much private money behind my back? Just wait till we get home, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Ow ow ow, honey, let's talk this over calmly. You little brat, you better not come back alive, or I'll show you just what fatherly love is towering as a mountain really means. I watched them walk further away, a smile forming at the corners of my mouth. This world doesn't seem so bad after all. Chapter 5 Tonight, Big Brother will perform a magic trick for you. I entered the examination hall to find it packed with people. 3 high schools were participating in this assessment. In the center of the square stood a bronze gate towering dozens of meters high. Soon, I spotted Immortal Jean waving at me. So, how'd you sleep last night? Immortal Jean nudged me with his elbow. Not bad, have you found the third teammate yet? No one wants to join our team. I knew it, I shrugged, the outcome was exactly what I'd expected. After all, our numbers speak for themselves. Tackling a trial as brutal as the Inferno difficulty with stats like ours might as well be suicide. Zhang Daxian pulled a long face and sighed. So what do you say, should we still sign up for the Hell difficulty dungeon trial? Of course, are you scared? I'm worried about you. Then don't worry, trust me. I patted Zhang Daxian's shoulder. Soon, homeroom teacher Chiu Yuan came before everyone and shouted. When the portal opens later, you must assess your energy levels properly, don't recklessly choose high difficulty dungeons. Also, after entering the dungeon, you'll find a teleportation stone in your backpack. If it becomes too much to handle, use it in a safe spot, just 5 seconds and you'll be out of the dungeon. Does everyone understand? The entire class understood. At that moment, the long quiet gate began to glow with an ancient light, and the next second, everyone's game interface displayed 3 dungeon registration prompts. Poison Swamp, difficulty, normal, recommended potential rank, FD. Goblin Fortress, Nightmare difficulty, recommended potential, C B. Forest of the Ogre Eaters, difficulty, hellish, recommended potential rank 8 rank S. The duplicate selection will close in 5 minutes. Those who fail to enter by the deadline will be deemed to have forfeited and will not receive any score. I took a quick glance at the 3 dungeons with my omniscient vision but didn't notice anything particularly special, so I decided not to hesitate. Then I'll register as a team, okay? Seeing Elder Zhang nod in agreement, I promptly submitted the registration details. Ding! Team, everyone below me are my grandkids, has signed up for the Inferno difficulty of the Ogre Forest. Please confirm, members. Me, confirmed. Zhang Daxian, confirmed. Congratulations, your registration is successful. Teleportation commencing now. As the robotic voice concluded, both Zhang Daxian and I vanished from the spot. The trial had officially begun. Holy shit, are these two crazy? They actually chose the hell difficulty? Zhou Yuan stared at the student registration alert he'd received, spraying a mouthful of milk onto the female teacher sitting across from him. Zhou Yuan, what the hell are you doing? The female teacher screeched hysterically. She was still giving suggestions to the students when, out of nowhere, she got sprayed right in the face. Sorry, Teacher Wang. I couldn't hold it back, really sorry. Zhou Yuan looked utterly miserable. With the level of skills Zhang Daxian and I have, signing up for the highest difficulty is like an old man eating arsenic, basically asking for death. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. As the square cleared, a holographic screen appeared overhead, displaying all the basic information of the participating students at a glance. Passing the hell difficulty dungeon guaranteed admission to a top 10 university. So naturally, it drew immense attention. Aside from teachers and the principal, even some junior students skipped class to watch. No wonder it's called the Inferno Dungeon. With average monster levels at 4, these mobs could pass as bosses in normal difficulty. Exactly. But the examinee's potential is impressive too. A rank potential usually has around 50 total attributes, while S rank reaches 60. I envy these senior students, they all have such powerful combat classes with incredible potential. Hey, look there, doesn't that silver-haired guy have something odd about his potential? Someone's comment instantly drew everyone's attention. Standing in the forest was a slender, silver-haired youth with delicate features. What truly caught everyone's eye were his displayed class and potential ratings. Passerby, potential F. Is this guy going to his death? Daring to enter a hell-level dungeon with potential F? I know him by E from Dongwu No. 1 High School. When he awakened the Passerby class, it caused quite a stir. After all, it's a completely new class that's emerged in recent years. Unlike the 3 major categories, it was classified as a special type. Holy shit, doesn't that mean this class is super OP? Is this why he's leading the team despite having potential F? No, back then the mayor stepped in and offered him all the gold tier and below skills in Dongwu City to learn, with payment only required upon success. But guess what? This guy couldn't learn a single skill, earning the title of the most useless profession, bar none. Oh my, you're gonna make me die laughing and inherit my Huabei credit service. What a pity, such a handsome young man with such a clear-cut face, yet so muddle-headed, alas. The crowd burst into mocking laughter, as if they could already visualize me being chased down by monsters. Unaware of the outside world's reaction, I had been completely isolated after stepping through the portal. When the dizziness faded, I found myself in a primeval forest with towering trees. Wake up, Great Immortal. I nudged the still unconscious Zhang the Great Immortal with my foot while scanning our surroundings. The air was thick with the reek of blood, unidentified flesh and blood clung to nearby trees, and massive bones lay scattered among the distant foliage. Judging by the size of those bones, I estimated their owner must have stood over 2 meters tall. Zhang suddenly shook his head and whipped out his gear, instantly switching to combat readiness. His alert eyes darted around as he subtly positioned himself protectively in front of me. I eyed his equipment and teased, "Spent quite a fortune, didn't you?" On closer inspection, his greatsword and shield were both bronze tier gear, each boasting 3 attribute enhancements. Zhang Daxian laughed and said, "Absolutely. For our safety, this money must be spent. Where do we go now?" Although his stats were higher than mine, I was the core of this team, all because of my omniscient and omnipotent talent. I pointed to the ground and smirked mysteriously. "Nowhere, Daxian. Watch closely, today, your big bro's gonna perform a grand vanishing act." As I spoke, I drew my embroidered spring saber and silently recited, "Come forth, guard thy master." In a flash of white light, a towering green humanoid monster, standing over 8 feet tall, abruptly materialized before me. It blinked in confusion at its surroundings before letting out a furious roar, as if venting its rage. This gave Zhang Daxian quite the fright. He probably never expected me to conjure up an ogre on the spot and must have thought I was tossing us straight into its jaws for supper. But I didn't give him time to react. With an effortless grace, I plunged the somewhat rusted Xiuquan blade into the ogre's heart. Plop, without hurry, I thrust the Xiuquan knife into the ogre's heart, gave it a casual twist, and the towering ogre collapsed to the ground with a pain howl. Just then, the system notification sounded, Congratulations on defeating LV5 Ogre, gain 250 EXP, 500 Divine Power. Congratulations on leveling up, level LV1 LV3, all attributes plus 2 points. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. While the level up notification wasn't exactly unwelcome, distributing points so evenly across the board, what was this, trying to craft an all-rounder? But there was no helping it. Given the unique nature of the Yi bystander class, the system granting me skills didn't change its inherent quirks. Regular upgrades don't seem promising anymore. To get more attribute points, we'll have to rely on dungeon completion rewards. Zhang Daxian's eyes sparkled like stars as he shouted excitedly, "Holy shit, that's insane." The assessment had just begun, and I'd already instant-killed a level 5 ogre. No wonder he was ecstatic after gaining 2 levels out of thin air. I said smugly, "So, pretty awesome move from your bro, huh?" His face full of admiration, he replied, "Fucking unbeatable. Does this mean we can just stand here farming monsters now? Clearing the dungeon requires killing 15 ogres or defeating the boss. If I can keep summoning ogres, it would definitely be easier and safer." But I shook my head and laughed. Theoretically it's possible, but it's too slow. And our goal isn't just to clear it, we're aiming for first place. Master Zhang let out a sigh. First place? How can you and I compete with those geniuses? There were top students from other schools in this dungeon, snatching first place from them would be far harder than killing monsters. I couldn't care less. Why overthink it? Let's act first and figure it out later. I flicked the blood off my embroidered spring blade and prepared to cast another skill. Turning to Master Zhang, I said, "This one's on you, get ready." "No problem." He focused intently on me. A flash of white light, and another ogre appeared with a beast's leg clutched in its teeth, wanting to attack but unable to move. Before it could react, great immortal Zhang's greatsword came cleaving down, instantly splitting it in two. System notification, congratulations on defeating LV3 Ogre. Experience gained, 100 points. Divine power obtained, 300 points. Current experience, 250/400. The corner of my mouth curled up. Apparently I could also gain divine power when teammates killed monsters. This was exactly why I had great immortal Zhang do the killing. Zhang Daxian eagerly asked, "Still up for more?" I rolled my eyes. "Go away, even my skills have cooldowns." The CD for reinforcements, protect me, was 10 seconds, and after deducting 3 seconds of control time, there was still a 7-second gap. This was one of the reasons I brought Zhang Daxian along. If we ran into trouble we couldn't handle, we'd need him as a meat shield to buy us time. Ignoring him, I looked at the branching path ahead and activated Omniscient and Omnipotent, uncovering the hidden details of both routes. To the left was a tribe of 15 cannibals who were cooking hot pot Zhang Daxian, and I might just become an extra dish if we ventured there. To the right, in a small grove 500 meters away, 2 ogres were engaged in a bare-knuckle brawl. As expected, Omniscient and Omnipotent was far more effective in the dungeon than in reality. Dungeons existed within digital spaces, making it easy to uncover hidden intel just by glancing in any direction. I think killing them one by one is too slow, so I said, "Let's go hunting to the right." "Whatever you say." Zhang Daxian walked ahead of me, aware of his role as the tank. Originally, he had joined me because he saw I had no team, but now it had completely turned into me leading him. I didn't refuse his protection either. After all, his constitution stat was 21, nearly double mine. Under my direction, we hadn't walked far before spotting 2 green monsters fighting fiercely in a small grove nearby. A burly ogre was violently ramming into a scrawny one, quite an eyesore. I used the Omniscient and Omnipotent ability to check. This male ogre was at level LV5, its stamina and spirit depleted after an hour-long battle, making it the perfect moment for a sneak attack. I muttered to myself, whether it's human or not, it's none of my business. Then, I gestured to Zhang Daxian to go for it. Zhang Daxian nodded in understanding, suddenly stood up, and shouted, "Earth Cross." Activating his bronze tier combat skill, a yellow-brown light enveloped his greatsword, transforming into a cross-shaped slash that blasted forward. The male ogre, mid-charge, suddenly sensed the threat of death. It stared blankly at the incoming cross-slash, completely baffled, and was sliced into pieces before it could even raise a defense. The female ogre lying on the ground roared furiously and charged at us with her club. But before she could take more than a few steps, a flash of white light engulfed her as my rusted spring autumn blade plunged into her chest. I flashed a wicked grin. "No need to thank me, sending you to reunite with your family." Withdrawing my sword, the ogre collapsed lifelessly, dissolving into an experience notification. Congratulations, LV4 Ogre defeated. EXP gained, 120. Divine power obtained, 400, x2. Congratulations, level up successful. Current level, LV3 LV4. All attributes +1. Current EXP, 490/800. A confident smile curled at the corners of my lips. This so-called inferno difficulty was nothing special. Barely begun, and I'd already slain 4 ogres. Chapter 7, given how weak I am, fighting dirty is perfectly reasonable, right? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, News of Bai Yi, an F-grade bystander class player daring to choose the Inferno dungeon, had already spread like wildfire. Even admissions representatives from top 10 universities were drawn to this news. They were all curious about who had given Bai Yi the courage to choose this hellish challenge. The projection's up, look, everyone! Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly all eyes locked onto Bai Yi's screen. Bai Yi had just woken up not long ago when, with a wave of his hand, a 2-meter-tall ogre appeared before him. This move drew gasps of astonishment from some onlookers. That was a level 5 ogre, a creature with a strength stat of 25 points. With just one swing of its club, Bai Yi barely had any chance to escape. I have no idea what move he used, but he actually summoned an ogre right in his face. Not even an S-rank potential professional would dare to play it this way. Instinctively, some of the more timid girls covered their eyes, too scared to watch. It felt like in the next second, Bai Yi would be smashed into a bloody pulp. But the next moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Dear heavens, Bai Yi is my god. Damn, he even made me question my sexuality. Slaying monsters with such grace, this is so insane it's giving me goosebumps. Holy shit, this is next level brilliance. How the hell did he pull that off? Someone explain this to me. In the school officials' seating area, Xiao Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Less than 10 minutes into the assessment, Bai Yi's team had already slain 4 ogres. Those 2 who were originally only level 1 had instantly skyrocketed to level 4. But what shocked Xiao Yuan most was Bai Yi's skill, the one he'd assumed was purely passive. He actually took the initiative to release it, and even directly summoned an ogre? This damn thing really stunned his teacher of more than 10 years. A defensive skill actually turned into a strong crowd control in Bai Yi's hands. That's truly amazing. Bai Yi's move left everyone astonished. Even the top 10 admissions representatives nodded in approval. 3 of them exchanged glances before rising and approaching the rest area of Dongwu No. 1 High School. Principal's son, what is Bai Yi's innate talent? Li Bin, the recruiting representative from Tsinghua and Peking University, asked with keen interest. Seeing the visitor, Sun Shan immediately took it seriously and called Xiao Yuan over. Top 1, Sing Peking University. Top 3, Magic City University. Top 4, Southern University of Science. Representatives from these 3 universities actually came to inquire about Bai Yi. This brought honor to every member of Dongwu No. 1 High School. Well, Bai Yi's talent is omniscient and omnipotent, Xiao Yuan carefully recalled and said. Talent accompanies the awakening of a profession. Though not categorized by tiers, talent could indeed be considered the soul of a profession. Omniscient and omnipotent? Li Bin slightly furrowed his brows as he searched through the interface. Soon after, an introduction about omniscience and omnipotence appeared. Omniscient and omnipotent can see more information than ordinary people, but cannot obtain intelligence higher than one's own level. What a pity, I thought he would have a better talent. Li Bin sighed quietly to himself and was the first to leave. This demeanor clearly indicated that he had already concluded Bai Yi's future growth would be limited. It also meant that even if Bai Yi cleared the dungeon, he wouldn't extend an olive branch to him. This outcome left Sun Shan and Xiao Yuan utterly helpless. In everyone's eyes, Bai Yi's profession and talents were unanimously deemed as uniquely life-oriented. Though top 10 universities all claim to admit life-oriented students, everyone knows it's merely a publicity stunt. First of all, no life-oriented student would ever participate in an infernal dungeon raid. Secondly, nobody would ever expect a life-oriented student to save the world. Watching the 3 recruitment representatives leave in disappointment, Xiao Yuan was seething with anger. Who decided someone's limits just based on innate talent and potential? Gazing at Bai Yi's composed figure on the screen, Xiao Yuan clenched his fists and shouted at the 3 representatives who hadn't gone far, just you wait and see. Even the most brilliant people can fail, while mediocre ones can still succeed. All 3 of them stopped in their tracks simultaneously. They looked at Xiao Yuan, who had just made such bold claims, with some surprise. Then came the sneers. As admissions representatives from top-tier universities, their discernment in evaluating candidates is far beyond what a high school teacher could match. The representative of Magic City University snorted coldly and said, As Bai Yi's homeroom teacher, I completely understand how you feel. His performance stands out, but it's only temporary. The reason we distinguish potential is precisely because those with high potential gain more attribute points upon leveling up. Bai Yi's skills are impressive, and he has a unique understanding of them. But with such ordinary talent and average attributes, he might be able to show off now, but what about at level 10 or 20? Facing opponents of the same level who have dozens of points higher in attributes, will he still be able to perform then? Xiao Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew these people weren't wrong. Before he could speak further, Principal Sun Shan stopped him and apologized to the 3 representatives. Don't take offense, everyone. Teacher Qiu simply cares deeply about his students. Never mind, why would we hold it against him? Having a teacher like Mr. Qiu in the education field is truly a blessing. Inside the dungeon, Bai Yi was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. At that moment, he and Zhang Daxian were crawling through the bushes, extremely cautious. Not far from them, a three-person squad was locked in fierce combat with 6 ogres. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, and the stats panels for the 3 individuals appeared before him. Name, Shin Song. Level, 3, Class, Warrior. Attributes, Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 12, Spirit 9. Skill, Mighty Slash, Bronze. Name, Wang Bo. Level, 3. Occupation, Mage. Attributes, Strength 9, Constitution 14, Agility 10, Spirit 25. Skills, Flaming Serpent Dance, Bronze. Name, Simba. Level, 3. Class, Archer. Attributes, Strength 15, Constitution 9, Agility 21, Spirit 12. Skill, Precision Strike, Bronze. Are we really going up? Zhang Daxian watched the scene of their fierce battle, feeling somewhat hesitant. Although these 3 individuals were not from their school, launching a sneak attack during someone else's battle was clearly an unsportsmanlike move. But Bai Yi didn't think so. He casually plucked a weed and put it in his mouth, then turned his head with a smile and asked, "Great Immortal, do you know what follows those who accomplish great deeds? Don't sweat the small stuff?" Wrong. It's by any means necessary. Ahem. Are you serious? Bai Yi flashed a row of pearly white teeth as he grinned. Of course, someone as weak as me being unscrupulous is perfectly reasonable, don't you think? Chapter 8. When it comes to shamelessness, you take the crown. Zhang Daxian's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. With skills like yours, you call them weak? That's practically a god-tier technique. Almost there, I'm going to start stealing the kill. Bai Yi called out a warning as he saw one of the ogres nearly slain. Guards, protect his majesty. A flash of white light, and the dying ogre instantly appeared before Bai Yi. Put! A razor-sharp blade plunged precisely into the ogre's heart, effortlessly claiming this prey. Congratulations on slaying LV4 ogre. Gain 120 EXP and 400 divine power. At the same time, WDNMD. Shen Song cursed loudly as the ogre vanished before his eyes. This sudden disappearance caught Shen Song completely off guard. He was just about to finish off that nearly dead ogre, never expecting his blade to fall upon empty air. The ogre vanished. What the hell kind of bullshit is this? Since when can low-level creatures like ogres teleport? What's going on? Wang Bo asked in confusion while using flame serpents to keep 2 ogres at bay. Clearly, he hadn't noticed what just happened. That ogre just teleported. Shen Song replied angrily before turning back to the fray. After all, there were still 5 ogres left, no time for idle thoughts. As for the ogre that suddenly vanished, he could only assume it was some sort of glitch. Soon enough, Simba, who had been firing arrows from the rear, keenly spotted an opening in one of the ogres. Without a second word, he unleashed Precision Strike directly. An almost imperceptible glint of cold light emanated from the arrow knocked on the archer's bow. The moment this Precision Strike was unleashed, it drastically increased the arrow's accuracy. In that instant, Simba's eyes discerned the perfect trajectory for the shot. When the ogre's path aligned perfectly, Simba released his grip. The sharp arrow flew swiftly, streaking straight toward the ogre's heart. Got it! A faint smile curled at the corners of Simba's lips, as if he could already see the experience points rolling in. But just as the arrow was about to pierce the ogre's heart, something unexpected happened. The towering ogre, standing at 2.5 meters tall, instantly vanished from its spot. The arrow sailed through empty air and embedded itself in the soft muddy ground, blasting out a deep crater. Simba, what the heck is going on? Wang Bo, what's wrong now? Shen Song, you also encountered the ogre disappearing? Simba nodded with a stunned expression. He had seen it clearly moments ago. Just as his attack was about to land, a flash of white light appeared, and the ogre vanished like that. At this thought, his expression suddenly darkened as he realized something. We might have been set up. Wang Bo, set up? Exactly, there's probably a spatial-type professional nearby. Simba blurted out the truth. I fucking knew those ogres couldn't have just vanished. Shen Song snarled as he cleaved through an attacking ogre, then roared, you 2 idiots, we've all been tricked. Stop fighting now. Why are you yelling at us? Simba and Wang Bo looked completely baffled. I'm talking about the ogres. Shen Song, furious, pointed at the 2 ogres standing before him and shouted, you 2 damn monsters, do you even understand human speech? Roar! The ogre tilted its head in confusion, then swung its club straight at Shen Song. What is this human trying to say? Does he not know our IQ is very low? What an idiot! Soon, the battle resumed. Watching from afar, Zhang Daxian once again gave a thumbs up. When it comes to shamelessness, you're the only one I admire. In just the time spent lying here, he had already killed 2 ogres. Most importantly, those 3 clearly knew they'd been ambushed. Yet they couldn't spare the effort to hunt down their attackers. Because ogres had terribly low intelligence, they couldn't care less about who ambushed whom. Any human in sight was prey to them. Bai Yi smiled faintly without speaking, focusing instead on observing the next target. His thinking was straightforward. Everyone participating in the Purgatory Dungeon assessment was essentially an enemy. And since they were enemies, was there really any problem with using whatever means necessary? Secondly, when his mental power reached 13 points, he had already surpassed the vast majority of ogres. This completely eliminated the need to rely on random summoning methods. After all, if he accidentally summoned a boss, it would truly be a fatal mistake. Great sage, be cautious. Next time, those three might be free to act, Bai reminded once more. As the number of ogres dwindled, those three could launch an attack against him at any moment. Seeing Zhang Daxian nod, Bai unleashed his skill once more. An ogre moments from being shot was teleported right before Bai again. Before the wretched ogre could even react with joy, a blade pierced through its chest. It collapsed weakly to the ground. Congratulations on defeating LV4 ogre, gained 120 EXP and 400 divine power. Congratulations on your successful level up, from LV4 to LV5. All attributes plus 1 point. Current experience, 50/1600. Got you. This time, Simba finally caught sight of Bai and his companion's trail. Perhaps having been robbed of kills too many times, his mind had been overtaken by madness. He was seen releasing his skill, drawing the great bow to its full extent, and firing an arrow in Bai's direction. No! Wang Bo shouted in protest, but it was already too late. This was merely an assessment. While conflicts between students were allowed, lethal force was forbidden. Simba's arrow was clearly aimed at a vital spot. The man did steal the kill, but if he were to be killed by Simba just like that, not only would he be disqualified from the assessment, but he would also be thrown in jail. Bai noticed the incoming arrow and responded with a cold smirk. He had known long ago that these people would attack him. Before he could strike, Great Immortal Zhang's massive shield had already positioned itself in front of Bai. Clang! The arrow collided with the great shield. Simba's meager strength couldn't possibly shake Zhang Daxian. Zhang Daxian sneered coldly, "Can't handle losing, huh? Attacking vital points directly now? Only because you pushed us too far." Simba felt a wave of relief wash over him. He'd been so furious moments ago that he'd fired an arrow straight at them. But these two were truly outrageous. Snatching one or two monsters would have been bad enough. Every time a monster was about to die, it got teleported away. Wasn't this just slapping them in the face while pinning them to the ground? Going too far? Bai shook his head with a faint smile. We're just making reasonable use of the rules. No one said monster stealing isn't allowed. On the contrary, you're the one breaking rules by attacking me. If not for my brother here, you'd already be a murderer. From this perspective, shouldn't you be thanking my buddy here? What fucking nonsense are you spouting? You stole so many of our kills, should I put an arrow through your damn head? Simba was absolutely furious. This guy in front of him really had a silver tongue. You solo killed 3 ogres by yourself? There's no way you're below level 3, right? How could someone at least level 3 possibly get killed by their own arrow? Stop talking. You should really thank that brother of yours. Wang Bo, who had just finished dealing with the ogre nearby, let out a slight sigh and said, Chapter 9, let's play something exciting. Wang Bo, whose side are you on? Simba was getting annoyed. He wasn't angry for nothing, he was upset for his team's sake. How could even his own teammates say he was wrong? Chen Song patted Simba on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down as he said, take a look at this person's stats yourself. Stats? Simba gave Chen Song a puzzled glance, then stared at Bai Yi's smiling face for several seconds. An ordinary status panel appeared before his eyes. Name, level, LV5. Attributes, Strength 14, Constitution 14, Agility 14, Spirit 14. Damn! Simba looked utterly bewildered. A level 5 character with only 56 total attribute points? Keep in mind, as an A-rank potential, he had reached 57 total points by level 3. What kind of trash is this guy? Thinking about it this way, that arrow I just shot could have genuinely taken this person's life. So, do you believe what I said now? Bai Yi smiled faintly as he observed the stunned expression on the man's face. During this assessment, none of us could hide our status panels. So others just need to use the appraisal skill to see his simplified stats panel. That's right, hurry up and apologize. Zhang Daxian was thoroughly impressed by Bai Yi's move. This dude was seriously savage. Stealing someone else's monster kills and then forcing them to apologize, talk about rubbing salt in the wound. That's truly a sparrow pecking at a bull's rear end, damn impressive. Then, sorry, brother, I was too impulsive. Simba awkwardly offered his apology. Though he still felt a bit sour inside, upon reflection, he had indeed acted too rashly. Attacking elsewhere would have been fine, but striking a vital spot, if you'd actually killed someone by accident, your life would have been ruined. Judging by Bai Yi's current attitude, a simple apology should be enough to settle this. Then what are we waiting for? Just apologize and be done with it. Never mind, I'm magnanimous enough to forgive you this time. Bai Yi waved his hand, putting on a reluctant expression as he spoke. That insufferable look of his truly made people grit their teeth in frustration. Let's go. Shen Song gave Bai Yi a deep look. If possible, they genuinely hoped to teach this monster stealing Bai Yi a lesson. But there's no helping it, human stats are truly too low. If this were to turn into a fight and someone accidentally gets killed, what then? So when dealing with someone as fragile as Bai Yi, they could only swallow this hidden grievance. Watching the three depart, Zhang Daxian also breathed a sigh of relief. You've really outdone yourself this time, coming up with such a method. Combat isn't just about comparing attributes, you've got to use your brain too. Bai Yi smiled faintly as he spoke. Wow, this Bai Yi is downright shameless, but I totally love it. He straight up stole someone else's monster, yet they ended up willingly apologizing to him. That's practically the reincarnation of the god of shamelessness right there. No kidding, he's completely mastered the assessment rules. But let's be real, even if it came to an actual fight, Senior Bai Yi wouldn't be afraid of them. One summon slash and anyone would be instantly wiped out, am I right? Please stop hyping him up. If this keeps going, all his fangirls will swarm to him alone, leaving even more lonely souls single across the land. Once again, Bai Yi became the center of attention in the venue. Though stealing monsters might be somewhat unethical, there weren't any rules explicitly prohibiting it. On the contrary, it was Shinba who attacked vital points directly that broke the examination rules. Helplessly, even the principal of Dongwu No. 3 High School, where Shinba and his gang attended, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. We lost fairly, no excuses here. Interesting, this young man is truly interesting. Wang Ritian, the admissions representative from Top 2 Tianfu University, couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Bai Yi's performance. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting young man. 3 potential A-rank professionals were completely outmaneuvered by Bai Yi, whose potential rated merely at F level. This is absolutely the most interesting moment in this round of assessments. He glanced at his colleagues around him and said, since none of you are interested, I'll personally meet this Bai Yi later. Old Wang, no offense, but his talent and potential are clearly visible. Haven't we discussed this already? Bai Yi might perform well now, but what about later? Exactly. You could say Bai Yi is a practitioner who's strong early on but weak in the later stages. Given that we're nurturing someone equally, why choose someone who's weaker from the start? A few admissions representatives who were on good terms with him tried to persuade him. Clearly, they had all decided to give up on Bai Yi because of the incident involving Qingbei University earlier. An interesting soul is one in a million. Among all the S potential and even SSS potential professionals worldwide, we haven't seen anyone step up to carry the new banner. As his teacher said, maybe an ordinary person will succeed. Wang Ritian had his own perspective on Bai Yi. Of course, there was another major reason. He didn't get along with the people from Tsinghua and Peking University. Then go ahead and try. I'd actually be delighted to see you take him in, Li Bin responded with a chuckle. Since Wang Ritian wanted to recruit Bai Yi, then let him do it. When this year's freshman exchange competition came around, they could humiliate Tianfu University, the perpetual runner-up, all over again. Where was the harm in that? I just hope someone won't come and fight me for it later. Wang Ritian sneered but said nothing more. Where should we go now? Bai Yi pondered for a moment before replying. Both of us are pretty strong now. We should consider hunting elite monsters. Elite monster. Zhang Daxian's eyes flickered with a spark of fighting spirit. Elite monsters were different from these small fries. They had a chance to drop equipment blueprints or skill stones, but they're also much stronger than regular minions. Not only are they higher level, but they can also use skills themselves. Their danger level is second only to bosses. So, are we going or not? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Let's go, today we'll have some fun slaying an elite monster. Zhang Daxian laughed heartily, bursting with enthusiasm. With Bai Yi by his side, it didn't feel like a brutal trial at all. Instead, it was more like child's play on easy mode. Bai Yi had known the elite monster's location from the very beginning. Omniscient and omnipotent truly performed exceptionally within the dungeon. Nothing in the surroundings could escape Bai Yi's keen eyes. The two walked a long stretch through the forest and soon arrived outside a cave. Lucky child, inside lies an elite monster of level 7. Powerful creatures always roam alone, so you needn't worry about being swarmed. However, I must warn you, your frail body wouldn't survive even a single hit. Bai Yi glanced around and, after ensuring no one would approach, said to Zhang Daxian, the elite monster is right inside. If we confront it head-on, we might be outmatched. So, do you trust me? What kind of question is that? How could I not trust you? Zhang Daxian replied with mild displeasure. Good. Let's attempt something exhilarating then. Alright, what's the plan? Let's go in and block the entrance. My hair? Zhang Daxian stared at Bai Yi in shock. Bro, this isn't playing risky anymore, you're basically going to get yourself killed. Even Zhang Daxian, who trusted Bai Yi completely, was utterly shocked this time. The entire cave was so small, blocked the entrance. And where could those two possibly run? Isn't this what they say about digging your own grave? Don't worry, I wouldn't joke with my own life, Bai Yi said with a laugh. Chapter 10, Elite Ogre, Instant Kill. Bai Yi knew perfectly well how dangerous this was, but only by doing this could he defeat this elite monster. After all, his attributes were truly too weak. Head-on confrontation wasn't an option. Even Zhang Daxian, who had reached level 5, would be no match for an elite ogre. Damn it! If worst comes to worst, we'll be brothers again in the next life. Seeing Bai Yi's determination, Zhang Daxian gritted his teeth and agreed. Without another word, he immediately started searching nearby for large rocks to block the entrance later. Seeing all preparations complete, Bai Yi took a deep breath. He nodded and commanded, "Go." The moment he stepped into the cave entrance, Bai Yi was hit by a stench worse than a rural outhouse. He genuinely wondered, did this ogre eat, drink, and relieve itself all within this cave? Don't you realize this is equivalent to eating shit every single moment? Roar! The elite ogre clearly sensed intruders had entered its domain. A tremendous roar echoed from deep within the cave, accompanied by heavy, approaching footsteps. Name, Elite Ogre. Level, LV7. Attributes, Strength 32, Constitution 29, Agility 20, Spirit 18. Skill, Savage Charge. Watching the elite ogre charging toward him, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, damn, this thing's strong. As expected, his prediction was correct. Even Zhang Daxian couldn't contend with these attribute points. Seal it shut. Bai Yi endured the foul stench as he issued the command to Zhang Daxian. Without hesitation, a massive boulder completely sealed the cave entrance tight. Bai Yi gestured for Zhang Daxian to step back a bit. Having slain monsters together countless times, Zhang Daxian already knew what Bai Yi was about to do without needing to be told. Gripping his greatsword and aiming it toward Bai Yi, he stood ready to strike down any creature that emerged. With everything in place, a glint of cold light flashed through Bai Yi's eyes as he commanded, "Guards, protect your emperor." In an instant, a towering 3-meter-tall elite ogre appeared before Bai Yi. "Kill it!" Bai Yi roared, swiftly retreating. At that moment, Zhang Daxian unleashed his skill, Earth Cross. Roar! The elite ogre sensed the danger of death, roaring in despair. It couldn't understand why it had suddenly appeared in this place. Even less could it comprehend why it was completely immobilized. Yet it would never come to understand any of this. Zhang Daxian's full-force strike instantly pierced through its chest. Elite ogre, instantly annihilated. Congratulations on killing LV7 Elite Ogre. Gain 1200 EXP and 8000 divine power. Holy shit, as expected of an elite monster. This is worth 10 regular mobs. Bai Yi was pleasantly surprised, though experience points were insignificant in comparison. This divine power was simply overwhelming. A skill stone has dropped. Zhang Daxian shouted excitedly. Following Zhang Daxian's gaze, Bai Yi saw an elite ogre's corpse still bearing a crystal that continuously emitted an azure glow. Zhang Daxian didn't seem disgusted at all as he reached into the elite ogre's chest with his hand, pulling out a bronze-colored crystal and handing it to Bai Yi, saying, "This is yours." Name, Savage Charge. Grade, Bronze. Effect, unleashes all bodily strength to crash into an enemy, with greater force resulting in higher damage. Omniscient and omnipotent, you can't learn it, so stop staring longingly. Bai Yi let out a sigh, "You keep it. I can't learn it. Even if you can't study it, you could still sell it for money. No matter what, I can't accept it." Zhang Daxian evidently had his own temper. This assessment was essentially all Bai Yi's achievement. Team formation would split the experience in half, and already freeloading experience had made Zhang Daxian feel uneasy. He absolutely couldn't accept this exposed bronze skill stone either. "This one's yours, everything from the boss goes to me, that works, doesn't it?" Bai Yi understood exactly what Zhang Daxian was thinking. But in reality, this arrangement was mutually beneficial. Without Zhang Daxian, he wouldn't have been able to move that massive boulder blocking the cave entrance. In that case, they wouldn't have been able to exploit the skill glitch to trap this elite monster. Actually, his initial thought was quite simple, to exploit the limitation that both parties must be in the same space for the effect to take hold. The cave entrance itself doesn't count as a separate space, otherwise Bai Yi wouldn't have summoned elite monsters but rather random people or ordinary ogres. But when a rock blocked the entrance, it effectively created a distinct space. Alright then, works for me. Zhang Daxian didn't put on false airs and accepted the skill stone. "Let's get out first, this place absolutely reeks." "No problem." Just as the two of them had taken down the elite ogre, in another elite monster's cave in the opposite direction, a girl with short blue hair unleashed a thunderous strike, instantly obliterating an elite monster on the spot. Phew! Suruwashi looked at the fallen elite ogre and heaved a deep sigh of relief. For her, defeating this elite ogre wasn't particularly difficult, but it hadn't been easy either. "I should be the first one to kill an elite ogre, right?" Suruwashi's hands danced lightly in the empty air. Soon, a dungeon leaderboard appeared before her. Then, the air grew restless. From time to time, arcs of electricity flickered around her. If someone were here, they would notice her body trembling involuntarily. For no other reason. Elite Monster Kill Leaderboard. First place, everyone downstairs is my grandson, completion time, 5 seconds. Second place, Suruwashi, completion time, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Third place, none. Ordinary Monster Kill Rankings. First place, everyone downstairs is my grandson, kill count 7. Second place, Suruwashi, kill count 6. Third place, Su Zidong, 4 kills. Regardless of which ranking appears, the first place will always be, everyone below me is my grandson. And second place will always be her. Don't let me find out who came up with this team name, or I swear I won't let you off easy. Suruwashi's lips twitched involuntarily. You're strong, I have no objection to that. But isn't this name too insulting? This is the National College Entrance Exam we're talking about. Is giving it such a name really appropriate? Is this 5-second thing for real? After calming down, Suruwashi stared thoughtfully at the top-ranked completion time. Just what kind of terrifying number is 5 seconds? She knew full well how fearsome elite monsters could be. Even though she was known as the most powerful lightning swordsman with SSS-grade potential, it still took her 1 minute and 30 seconds to kill this elite monster, while he managed it in just 5 seconds. If we really fought, could I possibly beat him? I'm really looking forward to meeting this person. Suruwashi smiled softly, lifting her long sword as she walked toward the cave entrance. Chapter 11. Now I feel like I can do anything. After Bai Yi and his companion emerged, they didn't venture too far away. Instead, he found a secluded spot to rest. Zhang Daxian sat nearby, absorbing new skills. Bai Yi kept himself busy too. His divine power had now reached 14,400 points. According to the system's introduction, he could now draw the next skill. Someone, protect his majesty. Though powerful, it was fundamentally a control skill. This time, Bai Yi hoped to draw an offensive skill. Opening the system panel, he swiftly deducted 10,000 points of divine power and initiated the skill extraction. Ding, please choose one skill from the following 3 options. Option 1, Beauty Rules. Upon activation, the character with higher attractiveness gains increased stats and deals double damage, while the less attractive side suffers stat penalties and deals half damage to the more attractive opponent. Option 2, No Retreat. After using this skill, if the target has a desired action, they must complete it. If they have no current objective, they are forbidden from retreating backwards. Option 3, Escape from Jia. When facing a fatal attack from anyone whose name contains the character Jia, the attack is nullified and the user is instantly teleported to safety. To lock an option for future reappearance, 2,000 points of divine power must be spent. Only now did Bai Yi realize how incredible this system truly was. Holy shit, in a certain sense, this is literally divine-level skill. All 3 options were causality-defying abilities. Leaving aside the limitations, any one of them would be an absolute steal. But those 10,000 divine power points didn't come for free, so Bai Yi still intended to choose carefully. First, Beauty Prevails, a typical buff skill. Simply put, the more attractive side is guaranteed to defeat the less attractive one. This would undoubtedly prove extremely useful for the upcoming boss fight. Though it's unclear how the system judges attractiveness. But surely I couldn't possibly lose to an ogre in looks, could I? The second one, No Retreat Allowed, appears to be a control skill based on its description. It forces the target to complete what they intended to do. Another effect is preventing retreat, which can be a lifesaver in critical moments. There's an even more crucial function. It synergizes with Guards, Protect Me, because those summoned would naturally have their backs turned toward the summoner. As for the third one, in a way it is indeed a divine skill, but its limitations are far too great. If only there were a skill that could alter others' names, now that would be something. After careful consideration, Bai Yi still chose option 1 and locked in option 2. After all, who knows what strange thing might appear next time. Name, Bai Yi. Level, LV5. EXP, 1250/1600. Occupation, bystander. Talent, omniscient and omnipotent. Omniscient and omnipotent. No information can be hidden from a bystander. Your eyes can see all concealed information. Additionally, you always obtain some special intelligence. A bystander possesses infinite potential. Don't underestimate yourself. Strength, 14. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Spirit, 14. Abilities, Bodyguard, Come Quick, LV1. Beauty is Justice, LV1. Divine Power, 400 points. Name, Beauty has its reasons. Level, LV1. Grade? Effect, silently reciting lines allows for an appearance assessment on a visually locked target. The party judged more attractive gains increased attributes and deals double damage, while the less attractive party suffers attribute reduction and deals half damage to the more attractive one. Only affects both parties involved. Assessment rule, based on subjective public opinion within a 10-meter radius. Limitation, cannot be used against targets more than 10 levels higher than oneself. Duration, 30 minutes. The ability to disregard a 10-level difference is already remarkably powerful. As skill levels increase, further changes are guaranteed. It's just this judgment rule seems a bit questionable. For example, when surrounded exclusively by monsters, this skill can't be used recklessly. After all, from a monster's perspective, their leader must look far more appealing than some human. Bai Yi, I've mastered the skill. How about you? Zhang Daxian's words pulled Bai Yi back from his thoughts. Bai Yi pondered for a moment. It wasn't appropriate to keep grinding ordinary monsters now. After all, neither of them had any area of attack skills. There are no elite monsters around either, no need to go searching everywhere. So only one path remains. Let's head toward the boss's location. Great. To be honest, I feel invincible right now. Zhang Daxian laughed heartily. There's no helping it. Following Bai Yi is just too effortless. Even elite monsters get instantly slaughtered, so wouldn't the boss be a cakewalk too? Don't celebrate too soon. Bai Yi poured cold water on their optimism in advance. Boss battles are different. My skills might not be as effective, and there are others who'll interfere. It's not something you can just breeze through. Though confident, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could handle everything alone. There are many Class S potential professionals in this dungeon. No way anyone would pass up the chance to steal the boss. He simply didn't believe it. With so many people around, the failure rate of his skills would be much higher. Relax, I was just joking, won't let my guard down. Zhang Daxian patted his chest and said, alright, let's go then. After briefly orienting himself, Bai Yi led Zhang Daxian toward the boss's location. The path to the boss wasn't peaceful, and Bai Yi didn't deliberately avoid the ordinary ogres they encountered along the way. Whenever ogres appeared, Zhang Daxian proactively stepped forward to deal with them. There was no need for Bai Yi to lift a finger. Now the two of them were completely dominating the ogre in terms of attributes. Congratulations on killing LV5 ogre. Earned 80 EXP and 300 divine power. Congratulations, you've leveled up from LV5 LV6. All attributes +1. Current EXP, 100/3200. Current divine power, 1900. We're finally about to arrive. Zhang Daxian gasped heavily after cleaving the ogre in half with a single sword stroke. This made the 8th ogre he had slain along the journey. After nearly a full day of fighting, fatigue was beginning to set in. 800 meters ahead lies the final ogre stronghold, containing 1 level 10 boss, 3 level 7 elites, and 20 standard ogres. Are you truly determined to waltz in alone and serve yourself as their next meal? Bai Yi glanced at the distant fort and shook his head helplessly. No wonder it's the final boss's lair. A single party definitely can't handle this combat power alone. Let's rest for a while. We'll discuss how to fight the boss after everyone arrives. Wait for people? Dacian asked, confused. Right, this stronghold is too much for just the two of us to handle, and besides, I have no intention of being the first to stick my neck out. Then does that mean others would be willing? That's not for them to decide. As long as they're nearby, they won't have the chance to stay on the sidelines. Seeing this, Zhang Daxian didn't say anything either. Sitting on the ground, he took out some food and shared it with Bai Yi, saying, let's hope we don't have to wait too long. After all, those people are the much anticipated S-class professionals. Bai Yi shook his head without speaking, lost in thought as he gazed southward, because a figure was slowly approaching from that direction. Chapter 12, Didn't your grandma get eaten by the big bad wolf? I never thought someone would arrive here before me. Just as Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian were resting, a tall, slender woman with delicate features approached them, clad in black form-fitting attire. Wow, Bai Yi, look, a stunning beauty's coming our way. Zhang Daxian immediately perked up. The girl was indeed beautiful, particularly with her sleek, short blue hair and piercingly clear eyes, which gave her an aura of mysterious power that set her apart from ordinary people. If there's one drawback, it's that it's a bit flat. Well, not completely flat either. Of course, that wasn't the reason Bai Yi kept staring at her. Rather, it was her terrifying stats panel that left Bai Yi somewhat shocked. Name, Suruwashi. Level, LV5. Potential, SSS. Talent, Child of Thunder immune to all Thunder Element damage. All Thunder Element skills deal increased damage with reduced cooldown and lower consumption. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Attributes, Strength 52, Constitution 45, Agility 44, Spirit 52. This woman possesses the makings of an empress. Perhaps you should consider how to curry favor? Absolutely terrifying. Bai Yi couldn't help but murmur these words. Is this the gap between SSS potential and F potential? Both at level 5, but the attributes are so vastly different. While Bai Yi was sizing up Suruwashi was also examining Bai Yi and the other person. Zhang Daxian's attributes were quite decent, but when she saw Bai Yi's stats panel, she couldn't help exclaiming, how did you even get here with such weak stats? Hearing this, Bai Yi instantly took offense and retorted without hesitation, I came by plane. But Zhang Daxian couldn't hold back a laugh. When it came to banter, he'd never seen Bai Yi lose an exchange. By plane. Suruwashi was puzzled for a few seconds before realizing what the silver-haired boy meant by plane when she saw someone else laughing. Immediately, she erupted with an intimidating aura and said displeasedly, hey, I was just curious and didn't mean anything by it. How could you personally attack me like that? Did I personally attack you? I'm just telling the truth. Didn't a big bad wolf eat your grandmother? I'm so mad. I challenge you to a duel. Alright, but before we begin, I'd like to ask you something first. Bai Yi smiled playfully. Go ahead. Did you buy insurance? Insurance, are you afraid I'll lose? Tsuruwashi replied with a cold smirk. I've seen arrogance before, but never anything this outrageous. An SSS-grade potential professional like me, needing to buy insurance for myself? What kind of international joke is this? Bai extended a finger, waving it carelessly as he said, I'm just afraid you can't afford my death benefits. Tsuruwashi's imposing demeanor immediately deflated entirely. Indeed, this boy who kept bantering with her was merely 14 years old in attributes. This essentially meant they weren't even on the same level. He wouldn't last a single move against her. If I accidentally killed someone, I would go from being a super genius to a murderer who harmed my own colleague. But should I just let it go? This person mocked me like this, and I should just forget about it? For a moment, Tsuruwashi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. See, I told you didn't have the guts. Bai shrugged, completely unafraid. That's the good thing about evaluations, no room for sly tricks. Those who disliked him just had to grin and bear it. In this evaluation, Bai was king. Even if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up. Even if you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. Before he could finish his daydream, Bai suddenly sensed danger. Tsuruwashi had appeared before him at some unknown moment. At the critical moment, Bai activated his skill. Smack! Holy shit! Tsuruwashi slapped a strange boy hard across the face. Both of them were left stunned. Meanwhile, Bai took the opportunity to retreat a few steps, positioning himself behind Zhang Daxian. You fucking bitch! How dare you hit me? The young man touched his stinging cheek, rage instantly boiling in his heart. Su Zidong was after all a prodigious genius in his own right. How could he inexplicably take such a vicious slap out of nowhere? How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Though the woman before him was beautiful, that was no excuse for her to hit him. 3 seconds passed in a flash. Su Zidong, who had inexplicably been teleported here by Bai, swung a fist at Tsuruwashi without a second thought. The punch carried scorching flames. Clearly, Su Zidong had completely lost his temper. The sudden turn of events left Tsuruwashi momentarily at a loss. She quickly retreated to dodge the punch before raising her hands in surrender. Classmate, calm down. Things aren't what you think, she hurriedly explained. You think saying so makes it true? The male student smirked coldly. First repay this slap, then I'll hear your explanation. With that, he charged forward again and engaged in fierce combat with Tsuruwashi. On the other side, holy crap, Bai, this skill of yours is seriously next level. Zhang Daxian laughed until tears streamed down his face. He'd never seen anyone as ruthlessly cunning as Bai. They couldn't outtalk him and were afraid fighting would lead to disaster. If you dare to strike, well, I won't back down. Always ready to pull a scapegoat to take the fall. Bai shrugged helplessly. I didn't know he'd be this unlucky. He never expected Tsuruwashi would actually dare to make a move. In desperation, he intended to summon an ogre to block the strike. After all, this area was a vast space where ogres outnumbered humans. With random summoning, the probability of calling an ogre would naturally be higher. But perhaps because all the nearby ogres had been slaughtered, the Su Zidong ended up being inexplicably pulled over to take the blow. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the Su Zidong has an extremely fiery temper. Without saying another word, he immediately started fighting with Tsuruwashi. What should we do later? Zhang Daxian naturally knew this situation wouldn't last long. After all, there wasn't much difference between their attributes. For now, neither side could gain the upper hand. Once Su Zidong cooled down, he might even team up with Tsuruwashi to deal with the two of them. Bai wasn't too worried about this. No matter what happens later, just remember that your brother here is the most handsome. Although Zhang Daxian didn't quite understand, he nodded and said, Don't worry about that. In my eyes no one is more handsome than you. Just as expected. After about 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, both sides became aware of each other's strength. Seizing a momentary gap during her dodge, Tsuruwashi spoke again. Don't push it too far. I already said listen to my explanation. Humph, go ahead and speak. Su Zidong finally stopped what he was doing. He had initially hoped to finish the fight quickly, but the girl opposite him remained completely composed even under his full onslaught. Her strength was clearly superior to his own. Now that he had a moment to glance at her attribute panel, he could roughly guess who this girl was. Just as Tsuruwashi was about to say something, Bai burst into laughter and said, Ruwashi, your husband is coming to help you. Chapter 13, could you all stop fighting? When Tsuruwashi heard these words, a flurry of question marks popped up in her mind immediately. She couldn't comprehend how that annoying boy knew her name. And even more bewildering, how dare such a mediocre guy take the initiative to attack someone? Yes. Just as Bai shouted those words, he had already taken the initiative to charge towards Su Zidong. Damn it, so you really are in cahoots. Su Zidong swore loudly, raising his fist to strike at Bai. In his view, this boy who dared to cause trouble for him was definitely working with that girl. Stop, don't hit him. Seeing Su Zidong unleash his full power, Tsuruwashi instinctively called out a warning, because she knew one strike from that fist could truly cost a life. Her yelling didn't help. In fact, it only strengthened Su Zidong's resolve in his heart. Not hitting him? In your dreams. Su Zidong's fist instantly became engulfed in flames. This was precisely his silver tier skill, Fire Fist. Bai Yi curled his lips into a faint, scheming smirk of triumph. Facing the oncoming flaming fist, he didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he clenched his right fist and punched straight towards Su Zidong's incoming strike. This scene not only shocked Su Ruwashi, but even Zhang Daxian was taken aback. What kind of attributes does Bai Yi have? His strength stat is only 14 points. And what about Su Zidong? As a boxer, his strength reaches a terrifying 45 points. Coupled with the power of his silver tier skills, if they were to collide head-on, Bai Yi would be 100% doomed with no chance of survival. Bang! Fists collided. The imagined one-sided dominance didn't materialize. Bai Yi stood in place like a war god. Instead, Su Zidong grunted and staggered backwards violently. Look at those trembling hands. It looks like quite a serious injury. Humph, nothing worth mentioning. Bai Yi let out a cold snort, his face brimming with disdain. Such a calm, indifferent expression paired with such bizarre battle results. Zhang Daxian and Su Ruwashi stood frozen in shock. Su Ruwashi, oh, am I seeing things? Zhang Daxian, what the hell is happening? 2 against 1, have you no shame? Su Zidong spat and swore. In reality, he was already shrinking back internally. His full-powered punch had actually been effortlessly repelled by his opponent. How could this not shock him? Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his disdainful tone dripping with ridicule. This classmate is mistaken. A small fry like you isn't even worth my dear Ruwashi's time. If you've got a problem with that, bring it on. Humph, we'll have plenty of chances to settle this later. Su Zidong shot Bai Yi a glare before plopping down onto the ground in defeat. A wise man knows when to retreat. In his eyes, Bai Yi's stats panel was downright terrifyingly high. Every single attribute was at least half again as much as his. How the hell was he supposed to fight that? Seeing Su Zidong had no intention of continuing the fight, Bai Yi shrugged, then turned to Su Ruwashi with a shameless grin. Alright darling, let's not bother others with our personal matters. Get lost. Who's your dear? Su Ruwashi was furious. From the moment they met, this guy had been taking liberties with her. Did he really think she wouldn't dare hit him? With that thought, Su Ruwashi charged at him again. Since he could block that fire fist attack just now, he should be able to withstand mine too. He raised his fist and swung it straight toward Bai Yi's face. Unfazed, Bai Yi simply smiled and turned to Su Zidong. Guards, protect your king. Go screw yourself. Su Zidong, who had originally planned to enjoy the show from the sidelines, suddenly reappeared before Bai Yi. Bang! A precise punch landed right on Su Zidong's nose. A streak of crimson blood began to flow. Su Ruwashi, winky face. WH, what on earth is going on? Zhang Daxian, Sigma, asterisk, this is downright inhuman. Bai Yi, the instigator of the whole incident, apologized to Su Zidong. Sorry about that, my girlfriend has a bit of a violent streak. Let me apologize on her behalf. Can you all please stop fighting? Su Zidong covered his nose while trembling with rage. What the hell is all this? If you two want to fight, go fight somewhere else. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? I'm sorry, I really don't know why you're the one getting hit. Su Ruwashi was completely bewildered too. She even felt somewhat embarrassed herself. This poor guy, getting attacked by her twice for no apparent reason without being able to fight back, was truly pitiful. So Ruwashi, stop hitting me, otherwise the one who'll get hurt is this. Oh right, what's your name? Bai Yi asked knowingly while looking at Su Zidong covering his nose. Donggu No. 2 High School, Su Zidong. Su Zidong replied with clear irritation in his voice. He was genuinely angry that short-haired girl was clearly the second-ranked Su Ruwashi. This white-haired guy inexplicably had stats that were way higher than his own. Damn it, couldn't even beat either of them. To think that he, a super genius with SS great potential, would actually be bullied so badly by these two. Heaven shows no mercy to anyone indeed. So it's Brother Su. Long time no admiration. We're the All My Grandsons team from downstairs. I'm Bai Yi, this is my teammate Zhang Daxian, and, well, you already know, Su Ruwashi, Bai Yi introduced with a cheerful grin. So you're the champions? Su Ruwashi and Su Zidong exclaimed in unison. But they quickly came to terms with the realization. Being the first to arrive here and still managing to keep them completely tied down, if that's not worthy of first place, nothing is. That would be us. From their names to their faces, everything about them is utterly shameless. Su Ruwashi snorted and sat down on the ground as well. So these Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian were the top names on all the leaderboards that she had wanted to see. Judging by their attributes, Zhang Daxian should have been the core member of the team. Why did it feel like Bai Yi, this utterly ordinary guy, was clearly the leader instead? Speaking of this Bai Yi who kept taking advantage of her, Su Ruwashi slightly furrowed her brows. Being able to suddenly teleport someone to block attacks was undoubtedly Bai Yi's ability. This point was indeed understandable. But how was he able to directly withstand Su Zidong's ability just now? Tsuruwashi wasn't the only one curious about this matter. While everyone was taking a break, Zhang Daxian also leaned close to Bai Yi's ear and asked, "Boss, how did you manage to repel Su Zidong just now?" Su Zidong's attributes were clearly evident. Though not as high as Tsuruwashi's, they were nearly twice those of Bai Yi. He, too, couldn't understand why Bai Yi had suddenly become so formidable. "This is my new trick, and no one knows about it yet." Bai Yi smirked slyly. In truth, just moments ago, he had cast "Beauty is Justified" on Su Zidong. Between the two people present, both now believed Bai Yi was more handsome. This caused his attributes to skyrocket instantly. It directly surpassed Su Zidong, coupled with the effect of having damage. Thus, Su Zidong's silver rank skill had no effect whatsoever when used against Bai Yi. Instead, Su Zidong suffered even greater damage. Later, relying on the attribute difference, he instantly teleported Su Zidong in front of himself to act as a human shield. It can be said, all of this was part of Bai Yi's scheme. This book updates 4 times a day. Dear readers who enjoy this story, please don't forget to add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 14, damn it, this Bai Yi is just too outstanding. 4th update. Holy shit, this Bai Yi is downright shameless, I love it so much, ha ha ha. Look at Tsuruwashi and Su Zidong's utterly stunned expressions, these two supreme geniuses being played left and right by Bai Yi who only has F-rank potential. Truly our brother by rules, ruthless with killer one-liners. This is fucking shameless. And what kind of bullshit ability does he have? Feels way above bronze tier. Su Zidong with higher stats couldn't even put up resistance. Forget all that, how the hell did he just repel Su Zidong? Bai Yi with 56 total attributes grabbed and pummeled Su Zidong who has over 140 attributes? Bai Yi's performance has once again sent the outside world into a frenzy. Who are Tsuruwashi and Su Zidong? One is the only super genius in Dongwu City with SSS level potential. The other is a top genius from Dongwu No. 2 High School with SS level potential. Two such super geniuses were completely outmaneuvered by Bai Yi. How could this not excite everyone? Who said an F-rank potential must mean weakness? Bai Yi was proving through action that potential isn't the sole measure of a person's worth. But everyone still couldn't figure out Bai Yi's solo move against Su Zidong. Even Wang Ritian exclaimed in shock, this kid really has something strange about him. The examination arena doesn't disclose examinee's skill information, so he couldn't understand why Bai Yi wasn't afraid of Su Zidong either. But he also understood that Su Zidong had gone all out with that last strike. Instead of playing along with Bai Yi's act, this would prove that Bai Yi has the means to single-handedly defeat an SS-level super genius? At this thought, he burst into laughter. Truly worthy of being the student I've taken notice of, such strength, such cunning, such flawless strategy, ha ha ha. The recruitment representatives standing nearby had faces as dark as thunder, especially Li Bin, the representative from Tsinghua University. Initially, he had his sights set on the two super geniuses, Tsuruwashi and Su Zidong. And now, look at this. Now these two prodigies he valued so highly were being utterly outmaneuvered by Bai Yi alone. Even if Tsuruwashi and Su Zidong eventually joined Tsinghua after all this, Wang Ritian would still use this incident to mock him relentlessly. What can I possibly do? I've already made such bold declarations earlier, there's absolutely no way I could go after Bai Yi now. Damn it, this Bai Yi is just too outstanding. Inside the assessment. As time passed, 6 more examinees arrived at the gathering place. Essentially, they were all top 10 rankers. Most of these individuals were S-class. Only a few were A-class, hoping to see if they could scrape together some points. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Bai Yi patted his clothes and stood up. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he declared, well, thanks for coming. The boss here belongs to me, Bai. The elite monsters and small fry, you can have those. Such an arrogant statement immediately ruffled a few feathers. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? What do you mean the boss is yours? How about we settle this right now? A rather burly guy was the first to stand up and oppose. Bai Yi didn't waste words with him, instead turning his gaze towards Su Zidong. Feeling Bai Yi's stare, Su Zidong instinctively shuddered. As if recalling something terrifying, he stood up and said to the burly man, I agree with Bai Yi's idea. If any of you have objections, come fight me, Su Zidong, right now. What a joke. If a real fight broke out, he might very well end up getting beaten up himself. The two experiences made him realize one thing, when being teleported, it was utterly impossible to move. Rather than go over and get beaten up, it'd be better to speak up for Bai Yi right now. Su Zidong, the SS-ranked Flame Fist Master from Dongwu No. 2 High School. The burly man snorted coldly and sat back down. He could see that Su Zidong's attributes were significantly higher than his own. Moreover, the opponent possessed silver-tier skills, while he only had bronze-tier skills, there was simply no comparison between the two. Seeing that Bai Yi had someone backing him up, the others turned their gazes towards Tsuruwashi, who ranked second. Noticing the collective stares directed at her, Tsuruwashi shook her head and said, I have no objections either. Hiss. The others couldn't help but take a sharp breath in. To their surprise, even Tsuruoshi, ranked second, had no objections to Bai Yi's claim. This made them rather curious about how this seemingly ordinary Bai Yi possessed such formidable strength that neither of these two top talents voiced any dissent. Much obliged. Bai Yi smiled at Tsuruoshi. He hadn't expected Tsuruoshi to actually speak up for him. Originally, only Su Zidong was supposed to agree to his plan. Don't thank me. You only have 10 minutes, Tsuruoshi said calmly. For a super genius like her, taking down a boss posed no problem at all. Whether she killed this boss or not, countless schools would be lining up to recruit her in the end. What intrigued her more was how this man named Bai Yi planned to defeat the boss. Alright then, let's get moving. Soon, the group of 10 had each assigned their own targets. Then they marched mightily toward the fortress where the boss resided. This fortress wasn't large. The ogres hadn't built any defensive structures either. Actually, they were just wooden stakes forming a cheval de frise. At the first whiff of human scent, the ogres let out excited sounds. Rawr rawr. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of wooden clubs striking echoed through the forest. At a glance, over 20 towering green monsters were glaring at them with predatory intensity. Among them, a powerfully built creature nearly 4 meters tall commanded everyone's attention. Name, Ogre Lord. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 72, Constitution 48, Agility 26, Spirit 69. Skill, Death Blow, a powerful strike that has a high chance to induce stun upon hit. Gurgle. Bai Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. Holy shit, isn't this way too terrifying? If he hadn't learned that second skill, this boss would have been completely beyond his league. If it doesn't work, leave it to me. Tsuruoshi couldn't help but laugh when she saw Bai Yi gulping nervously. The boss's stats were indeed beyond expectations, but she still believed she could defeat it. As for Bai Yi's stats, she had no idea how to deal with those. Since when has a man ever said he couldn't? Bai Yi rolled his eyes at Zhang Daxian and said, "Don't interfere later, leave this boss to me alone." Are you sure about this? Zhang Daxian asked incredulously. It's fine, as long as you help me with this one thing. With that, Bai Yi whispered a few words into Daxian's ear. Chapter 15, Mom, I saw Superman. Daxian nodded to show he understood. This naturally made Tsuruoshi and Su Zidong rather curious about what Bai Yi had said to Daxian. But there was no time left for them to think carefully now. Hordes of ogres were charging toward them at full speed. Even the ground trembled like an earthquake from their stampede. Kill! No one could tell who shouted first. Everyone had locked onto their respective targets and charged forward. Bai Yi crooked his finger at the boss and shouted disdainfully, "Big guy, your opponent is daddy over here." Roar! The Ogre Lord's intelligence was now on par with that of a normal person. Though it couldn't communicate with humans, it could roughly understand that Bai Yi was provoking it. At once, it strode forward with giant steps, charging straight toward Bai Yi's location. In the blink of an eye, that massive figure appeared right before Bai Yi. Roar! The Ogre Lord raised its enormous club and swung it ruthlessly toward Bai Yi with a whooshing sound. Hurry, protect his majesty. Bai Yi gazed at an ordinary ogre, silently reciting in his heart. Activated the skill. Bang! That poor ogre had scarcely been teleported over when it was promptly pulped by its own chieftain. Roar, bellowed the ogre chieftain. Watching this human who had already retreated over 10 meters away, it grew extremely furious. It charged towards Bai Yi once again. 5 more seconds. Bai Yi glanced at his cooldown timer. He made a teasing face at the ogre and continued backing away. When the Ogre Lord catches up, another Protect the Master summons is ready. The 10-second cooldown Protect the Master skill is absolutely overpowered. Subtracting the 3-second crowd control duration, that leaves 7 seconds of cooldown remaining. As long as the enemy's agility doesn't surpass mine by too much, they absolutely can't defeat me within those 7 seconds. It's just a pity that those ogres who got smashed to death didn't count as his experience. Bai Yi's actions naturally drew the attention of others, especially Tsuruoshi, who had been keeping an eye on Bai Yi. She saw Bai Yi continuously retreating, constantly using ogres as shields. At first glance, this might seem enough to ensure survival, but as time drags on with his dwindling spirit, he's no match for the ogre. Forget about defeating it. She couldn't fathom what Bai Yi was planning at all. Not to mention Zhang Daxian, who had always been by Bai Yi's side, had inexplicably vanished. Roar! The elite ogre saw Tsuruoshi frozen in shock and immediately initiated a wild charge. In an instant, it lunged toward Tsuruoshi at full speed, its massive club raised high. At any moment, it could smash this human woman's skull to pieces. Yet the next second, deafening thunder filled the skies. Tsuruoshi held a black sword in her hand, effortlessly piercing through its chest. Foolish and ungrateful. Shaking the blood off her sword, Tsuruoshi thought for a moment before chasing in the direction of Bai Yi. On the other side, as soon as the battle began, Zhang Daxian retreated toward the rear. Bai Yi made no demands of him. The sole request was to evacuate the crowd. Though not entirely grasping the reasoning behind this order, Zhang Daxian complied nonetheless. After all, Bai Yi's train of thought was something he could never hope to follow. Soon, he heard continuous pounding sounds. A burly ogre lord was chasing Bai Yi relentlessly, like playing whack-a-mole. That's about it. Bai Yi estimated the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Using "someone, protect me" 5 times in quick succession had left him somewhat breathless. But the advantage of doing so was also reducing 5 ogres and creating distance from the main group. Currently within a 10-meter radius, there was only Zhang Daxian alone. Using charm logic this way would guarantee a 100% success rate. This was a newly discovered bug exploitation method he had devised. With a soft exhale, Bai Yi locked eyes on the ogre mere inches away and unleashed Charm Offensive. Judgment successful, 2 humans and 1 monster in the vicinity, score 2-1, skill activated. 2 people? Bai Yi cast a surprised glance around him. There was no sign of anyone else around except Zhang Daxian. How could there be 2 people? But there was no time for further thought, because the Ogre Lord's Club was already descending. Damn bastard, chasing after me like this? Without a trace of fear, Bai Yi drew his embroidered spring saber and slashed fiercely toward the massive club. Clang! The colossal clash of weapons reverberated through the air. The powerfully built Ogre Lord was forced to stagger several steps back from the impact of that strike. This scene left Zhang Daxian stunned once more. Yet recalling Bai Yi's words, a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. Because this boss truly stood no chance against Bai Yi. Roar! The Ogre Lord roared in fury. A puny human, a human he had been chasing, had actually repelled him head-on? This outcome was unacceptable to it as an Ogre Lord. The massive wooden club began emanating an emerald green glow. Clearly, it was preparing to use its skill, Death Strike. Be careful, it's about to use a skill. Zhang Daxian couldn't help but voice his concern. At this level of combat, there was simply no way for him to intervene. I could only serve as a cheerleader on the sidelines, offering encouragement. Bai Yi nodded, completely unfazed. A pretty face has its merits, could actually have the opponent's damage. No matter how strong this Ogre Lord was, could it possibly surpass the might of Su Zidong's silver tier skill? Amidst his thoughts, the massive club came crashing down. Its tremendous whooshing sound made everyone turn their heads in alarm. The blow seemed powerful enough to smash a deep crater into the ground. Yet the next instant, Bai Yi's battle blade swept upward, and shockingly, the Ogre Lord, who should have displayed overwhelming strength, was effortlessly flung backward by Bai Yi, whose power was only 14. Holy shit, is this guy cheating? 14 strength points knocking over an Ogre Lord? What is he, Popeye reincarnated? Mom, I just saw Superman. This is so bizarre. Suruwashi, who had originally intended to go over and help, frowned slightly. This move again. During Bai Yi's previous fight against Su Zidong, he had inexplicably displayed extraordinary strength too. But if Bai Yi was truly hiding his power and capable of soloing the Ogre Lord, why does he need to use someone as a shield when facing himself? Could it be that he can't bear to hurt me? This inexplicable thought made Suruwashi's cheeks flush. Really, what was she thinking? This time, Bai Yi didn't give the Ogre Lord any time to react. With a slight movement of his feet, he intended to end the Ogre Lord's life. But just then, something unexpected happened. Ha, the boss is mine. A cocky laugh suddenly appeared in the air out of nowhere. Bai Yi followed the sound and his expression changed drastically. Get away, quick. Out of nowhere, a boy holding a dagger had appeared in front of the Ogre Lord. Looking at the fallen lord, he smirked sinisterly. The dagger in his hand plunged straight into the chest of the Ogre Lord. But before he could rejoice, an enormous hand seized him tightly the very next second. No! Someone save me, please! The young man screamed in pain, his feeble strength utterly insufficient to break free from the Ogre Lord's grasp. Before they could receive any rescue from others, the enraged Ogre Lord clenched his hand with force, instantly crushing the pitiful young man into a bloody pulp. Chapter 16, The Fall of a Genius. Not everyone possesses such strength. Dead? Dead? My god, isn't that Imoine from number 9 high school? The genius S-ranked shadow assassin with S-great potential? To die just like that. Outside, everyone was stunned by this scene. This was the first casualty since the examination began. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Bai Yi with potential ranking F who died, but Imoine with potential ranking S who perished just like that. When they had already reached the final stage, why suddenly take such reckless actions? A few admission representatives shook their heads. This examination did carry the risk of death. It's only in recent years, with the spread of safety education, that such fatalities have become rare. No one expected that today an S-class prodigy would meet their demise. For the entire nation, this is nothing short of a tragedy. My grandson died just like that? Principal M. O'Brien of 9th High School went limp. He burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He simply couldn't comprehend why, when they'd already reached the final challenge, Imoine would take such a reckless risk to assassinate the Ogre Lord? Don't you know that Ogre Lords have such high physical resilience that even a stab to the heart won't kill them unless the power gap is overwhelmingly large? Xiao Yuan and Sun Shun exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had indeed noticed it. Moin mistakenly thought Bai Yi could easily handle the Ogre Lord. He mistakenly thought the Ogre Lord had been weakened by Bai Yi. That's why he wanted to rely on stealth for a sneak attack. This way he could definitely kill the boss. What he didn't know was the Ogre Lord hadn't been weakened at all. For some unknown reason, Bai Yi simply wasn't afraid of it. Greed is a knife hanging over one's head. If they hadn't gone after that boss, Missouri-in wouldn't have died such a senseless death. Within the assessment, everyone was also startled by Moin's sudden death. Only now did Bai Yi realize there had been a second person nearby all along. Turns out this guy had been following him while invisible. Watching as the Ogre Lord chewed on Moin, he shook his head regretfully. He naturally had no fondness for this Moin who wanted to steal his boss. But in reality, even if he wanted to save Moin, he couldn't. Duty has its reasons, only took effect when his attributes were applied against the Ogre Lord. Against everyone else, he was still that loser with all 4 stats at a measly 14. There's simply no way to evacuate Moin in time. Moreover, this scene unfolded far too abruptly. Even Bai Yi hadn't anticipated such circumstances arising. With this unexpected turn of events, everyone was on high alert, because it was only then that they remembered dungeons could be deadly. This wasn't like a game where death meant respawning. Death here was final and irrevocable. Ho ho! The Ogre Lord laughed loudly a few times before raising its wooden club to strike Bai Yi once more. This time, Bai Yi didn't feel like playing with it anymore. Someone, protect your lord, activated instantly. The charging Ogre Lord instantly appeared before Bai Yi. Thunk! The Spring Festival blade executed a perfect backstab from behind, and plunged straight into the Ogre Lord's chest. Roar! A sense of mortal danger spread through its consciousness. Bai Yi sneered coldly and violently twisted his right wrist. The blade rotated a full 360 degrees within its heart. A mouthful of blood gushed from the Ogre Lord's mouth. 3 seconds later, it endured the excruciating pain and stretched out its hand to grab Bai Yi, as if attempting the same trick again. But who was Bai Yi, after all? With a slight tug of his right hand, he instantly created an opening in the massive body of the Ogre Lord. Boom! The nearly 4-meter-tall Ogre Lord collapsed helplessly to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Even in death, it couldn't comprehend why this seemingly weak human could slay it so effortlessly. Congratulations on defeating LV-10 Ogre Lord. Gained 2400 EXP and 14,000 divine power. Current EXP, 2500/3600. Current divine power, 15,900. He's down. Bai Yi took out the boss. Let's step up our game too. Morale surged instantly throughout the entire team. Bai Yi still wanted to say something, to show off a little, but the dungeon gave him no chance. In the next moment, his figure, along with Zhang Daxian's, began to flicker. Soon, they vanished without a trace. Congratulations to the team. All below are my grandsons for successfully slaying the dungeon boss and triggering the clearance teleportation. Your team's difficulty level, Inferno. Your team's battle record, 14 common ogres slain, 1 elite ogre, and 1 ogre lord slain. Your team's evaluation score, SSS. Please claim your dungeon rewards. Congratulations, you have received 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have obtained a secondary profession scroll. Congratulations, you have received 200,000 gold coins. Congratulations, you have obtained the bronze skill stone, Deathstrike. Congratulations, you have obtained. When Bai Yi could see again, there was nothing but blankness around him. Not far away, there was also a portal. It appears to be in the transit space of the dungeon. Glancing at the additional message notifications on the game panel, these rewards are given upon clearing the dungeon. They are directly gifted by the will of Blue Star. It had absolutely nothing to do with the entire assessment. Bai Yi, looking at the free attribute points he had been longing for, flashed a smile. Without almost any hesitation, he immediately allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. As a spirited young man, being sharp-witted was absolutely essential. But just at that moment, an accident happened. You used 1 free attribute point, all attributes plus 1. You used 1 free attribute point, all attributes plus 1. What the hell? Bai Yi stared blankly at the system messages flooding his screen. Every time he clicked to upgrade his mental stats, all his attributes increased by 1 point instead. Was this some system giveaway or just a damn bug? Little bro, don't you have some misunderstanding about omniscience and omnipotence? Omniscience means knowing everything, and omnipotence means you have no weaknesses. You should have said so earlier. Stars seemed to sparkle in Bai Yi's eyes. This is practically using 15 free attribute points as if they were 60. So the reason all passers-by have average stats is because of this talent. Although having all attributes at 29 is still pretty weak, it's already brought him close to matching the total attributes of an A-grade potential character. If this continues into the later stages, even someone with SSS grade potential probably won't have as many total attributes as me. After allocating the points, Bai Yi continued to look at the other rewards. Skill points are used to upgrade skill levels, but unlike the traditional 1 point per level system, the cost depends on the skill quality. For example, upgrading, protect me, by 1 level requires 30 points, way too expensive for now. 200,000 gold coins, nothing more needs to be said. It wasn't particularly amazing as a reward, just equivalent to 2 years of his father's salary. As for that secondary profession scroll, it allowed him to awaken another profession. This profession could only be a life or support skill, never a combat profession. Since I still can't learn the skill stone, I might as well sell it for money. The final reward is a title that increases damage against ogres and provides an experience bonus, not particularly useful. Not a bad haul. Bai closed the panel with satisfaction and headed toward the portal. Chapter 17. The teacher is very responsible in telling you that you're about to strike it rich. Third update. Stepping out of the portal. The moment Bai emerged, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Such a scene made him suspect he must have committed some grave offense. But upon closer look, Zhang Daxian was also present. Among those surrounding him, there were familiar faces, including his homeroom teacher, Xiao Yuan. Congratulations, Bai. Your performance was truly outstanding. Xiao Yuan's face beamed with the joy of someone who just acquired 800 laying hens. Bai was the champion, after all, though it was just Dongwu City, who had faith in him before he entered. Bai, with his mediocre F-grade potential and thoroughly unremarkable profession, he actually took first place in the Dongwu City College entrance exams. How could this result not make him happy? Without the teacher's care, I might not have awakened my skills either. Bai chuckled slyly. To be fair, Xiao Yuan had always treated him relatively well. Bai wouldn't think of embarrassing him here. Hey there, I'm an admissions rep from Special Talent University. Our enrollment criteria are simple, just have a special talent, that's all. Don't listen to their special talent pitch. We're Distinctive Features University. Coming to our school guarantees you a fulfilling college life. After all, distinctive features, you know what I mean. Bai, as long as you choose to attend our Guanbo University, we can provide any resources you might want. Sorry everyone, but I'm not really interested in anything below the top 3 schools. Bai smiled as he politely declined all their offers. These schools don't sound legitimate at all. In the past, I might have considered them. Right now, my only goal is to get into a top 3 university or higher. Not interested, such a great response. Young man, I really like your attitude. Wang Ritian burst into laughter and stepped forward from the crowd. Several enrollment representatives were accompanying him. The only difference was that some of them looked rather displeased. These are the enrollment representatives from the top 10 institutions. Xiao Yuan introduced them to Bai. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable about those at Tsinghua University who didn't think highly of Bai, but for the sake of Bai's future, he still didn't mention what had happened before. Pleased to meet you. Bai nodded at them, which also counted as a greeting. Let's not beat around the bush. I'm Wang Ritian, the admissions representative of Tianfu University, here to invite you to join our institution. What do you think, Bai? Before Bai could respond to Wang Ritian, Li Bin from Qingbei University, flushed with excitement, stepped forward. I'm Li Bin from Qingbei University, he said bluntly, just straight to the point. If you come to our university, we can provide you with one-on-one mentorship from top-tier professors and grant you free access to all dungeons below the gold tier. All dungeons below gold tier? Hearing that, Bai almost agreed on the spot. Right now, all he's banking on is entering dungeons to grind for attribute points. Seeing the gleam in Bai's eyes, the representative from Moda University couldn't stay silent any longer. Hello Bai, I'm Zhang Ke from Moda University. We can also give you access to all dungeons below gold tier. Besides your main profession, our school offers many supplementary profession classes. If you're interested, you're free to use any materials below gold tier. Hiss. Zhang Ke's words left those who hadn't yet spoken at a loss for words. If the dungeons were just public resources that everyone shared, granting access wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would just mean taking in a bit less money. But materials are a different story. Whether they're medicinal herbs or forging materials, every piece used is one less available. The fact that Magic Capital University could provide all of these for free was indeed a significant concession. Bai glanced around and noticed everyone had fallen silent. He figured that was as far as things would go. Just as I was about to speak and make a decision, I heard Wang Ritian casually address his colleagues with a detached tone. Have you all finished speaking? Our Tianfu University can meet every single one of your conditions. And Bai, if any of the gold tier items interest you, you're welcome to use them freely. Everyone looked at Wang Ritian in astonishment. Gold tier materials represent the highest grade currently circulating in the market. Beyond the diamond grade that surpasses gold, these are items obtainable only in major black markets. This essentially means treating Bai as the strongest freshman to nurture. Due to this privilege, typically only one freshman receives it. Having more would be too much for the school to handle. You must understand this is just Dongwu City. There are still top examinees from other cities waiting to be selected. Wang Ritian gave this sole privilege to Bai Yi, which left them utterly perplexed, because they were only amazed by Bai Yi's final solo takedown of the boss. From the bottom of my heart, I still don't believe Bai Yi with only an F-rank potential could achieve much. Seeing that no one else spoke up, Bai Yi already had his answer in mind. He turned to Wang Ritian and asked, "What about my friend Zhang Daxian? Can he get into Tianfu University?" Bai Yi knew deep down that even though he had registered for the assessment as part of a team, in reality, Zhang Daxian's performance fell far short of the top 3 standard. Wang Ritian reached out and patted Bai Yi's shoulder, saying, "I always knew you were a man of sentiment and loyalty. Naturally, Grandmaster Zhang can also join our Tianfu University." "Alright, then I'll choose Tianfu University," Bai Yi said with a bright smile. Seeing that Bai Yi had made his choice, the crowd dispersed. After all, they couldn't bring themselves to go all in on Bai Yi. Xiao Yuan watched as the others left, then said with relief, "You made a good choice." Truth be told, that Tsinghua University crowd looked down on you completely. "Looked down on me?" Bai Yi asked in confusion. "They thought your potential was rated F, that your future ceiling was already set in stone." Xiao Yuan sighed and explained what had happened. "That's probably true," Bai Yi replied with a careless smile. "The best way to shut someone up isn't with words, but to beat them into submission." If he ever had the chance to meet anyone from those schools in the future, Bai Yi wouldn't hesitate to show them what it meant to be utterly out of their league. "Bai Yi, tell the teacher, how did you manage that final boss?" Xiao Yuan looked at Bai Yi with curiosity. In fact, as long as they weren't in a dungeon, most people would choose to keep their information private. Even Xiao Yuan couldn't see what skill Bai Yi had awakened. "Because I've awakened another skill, though as for its effect, well, that's a secret," Bai Yi said with a chuckle. "That's really impressive. Seems like your profession is the type that builds up quietly before making a big splash." Xiao Yuan nodded in appreciation. He was only at level 6, yet he had awoken another skill. Normally, one's innate skills only awaken once every 10 levels. It seems the occupation of passerby is quite special indeed. "Professor, showering me with all these compliments, are you trying to swipe my scholarship? That's absolutely non-negotiable, I'm warning you," Bai Yi suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Yuan chuckled with mock exasperation. "You little, do I really strike you as that kind of person?" "Not strike me, you simply are one." "Fine, I can never get past 10 sentences whenever I talk to you." Xiao Yuan adjusted his glasses, shaking his head with a smile. "I've already asked the principal to apply for it. As the top scorer in Dongwu City, I'm telling you very responsibly you're about to strike it rich." Chapter 18. Your hands are so big, you must be very lonely, right? For real? Bai Yi looked dubiously at Xiao Yuan. "Why does it feel like our homeroom teacher has a skewed concept of getting rich?" "Really, I'll keep you in suspense for now, you'll find out soon enough," Xiao Yuan said with a chuckle. "Alright then, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now?" Go ahead. Hurry home and share the good news with your parents." Bai Yi nodded, glanced at the beaming great immortal Zhang, and then prepared to head back. But he hadn't gone far when a tall figure abruptly blocked his path. "Bai Yi, we meet again." Su Ruwashi stood akimbo, the corners of her lips curling slightly as she barred Bai Yi's way. "Hey, what a coincidence." Bai Yi smiled and said, "What, are you really planning to be my girlfriend now? You still have the nerve to say that." Su Ruwashi glared at him. "You claimed in front of all those people that you were my husband, and now you're pretending like nothing happened?" Bai Yi scratched his head. It does seem like there was indeed such a matter. He shrugged his shoulders and asked, "So what do you plan to do? Want me to take responsibility for you?" Having said that, Bai Yi carefully looked Su Ruwashi up and down. His eyes were filled with nothing but beastly intentions. "Absolutely, Bai Yi. I'm telling you, I chose Tianfu University too. We'll be classmates from now on." Su Ruwashi provocatively arched an eyebrow. This genuinely surprised Bai Yi. Based on his understanding, Su Ruwashi's potential should have made her a prime candidate for Qingbei University, because Tianfu University's best offer had already been given to him. I didn't expect her to choose Tianfu Academy after all. Suddenly, a bold guess emerged in Bai Yi's mind. Could it be that this girl actually developed feelings for him just because he teased her a little? But it's understandable, after all. She was once defeated by me, and I'm somewhat handsome too. Falling for me makes perfect sense. After all, which protagonist isn't surrounded by beauties? It must be like this. Seeing Bai Yi's wistful expression, Su Ruwashi chuckled lightly and said, "Don't get ahead of yourself. My initial target was always Tianfu University, I just didn't expect the best benefits to be scooped up by you." "Oh, so that's how it is. Otherwise, don't tell me you thought I was going for your sake?" Su Ruwashi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and laughed. "That's exactly what I thought," Bai Yi nodded, not denying it. Conceited. Now it was Su Ruwashi who felt embarrassed. "Alright, you two, stop chatting over there. Tonight I'll treat everyone to dinner to celebrate your admission to Tianfu University." While the two were talking, Wang Ritian walked over. This year's admissions process was basically over. Initially, there were only 3 spots allocated for Dongwu City. That's all there is. What about that great sage? His parents already came to take him home. The kid's grades improved tremendously. His parents were overjoyed. Wang Ritian pointed in a certain direction. Bai Yi and Su Ruoshi also saw Zhang Dasheng waving at them. Especially when Zhang Daxian's parents learned about Bai Yi. They even bowed deeply to express their gratitude. Bai Yi flashed a toothy grin and waved goodbye to them. Later, he made a phone call to his own parents, and boarded Wang Ritian's luxury vehicle together with Su Ruoshi. As an admissions representative from a top-tier university, the car he drove naturally couldn't afford to lose face. Professor Wang, this car must be worth quite a bit, right? Bai Yi bounced comfortably on the seat. The cushions were even softer and bouncier than the beds of those sisters he'd frequently visited in his previous life. Not bad, just 100 big ones, Wang Ritian said while focusing on driving. By the way, if you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother. With your achievements, you'll surely surpass me someday. Su Ruoshi was about to decline when Bai Yi cut in first. No problem, Big Brother. Su Ruoshi shot Bai Yi a sideways glance and asked curiously, speaking of which, Bai Yi, how exactly were you able to solo that boss? Hearing this question, Wang Ritian, who was driving, also pricked up his ears to listen. He was also somewhat curious about Bai Yi's final unusual behavior. To tell you the truth, that was my ability, Bai Yi said indifferently. They would find out sooner or later anyway, but the actual effect remains a secret. He would never tell anyone. Such an incredible skill? Su Ruoshi gazed thoughtfully at Bai Yi. She had once tried putting herself in his shoes, even when she dealt with that ogre lord. At least it couldn't have been a flawless victory, nor would she be foolish enough to match its strength directly. But she also knew that revealing specific details about skills was taboo. Ordinary people wouldn't easily disclose this. Wang Ritian, so that's how it is. But come to think of it, I've heard that passersby can't learn existing skills, right? Bai Yi, generally speaking, that's correct. I've only tested skills up to and including gold tier, but I haven't had the chance to experiment with anything above that. Su Ruoshi thoughtfully interjected, actually, you could try consulting a fortune teller. They might know what skills a passerby like you can learn. Exactly, so classmate Su also understands divination? My wife actually studies divination, always fascinated with fortune-telling gossip. Not to mention, it's far more accurate than those Western tarot cards. Couldn't agree more. The depth of our Eastern heritage is something those Westerners simply can't match. Oh, I'm not really into that stuff. Besides, I can already awaken skills on my own. Bai Yi shook his head, declining Su Ruoshi's suggestion, strange as this world might be. But divination and such have always been scams. It's nothing like a proper professional practice. Then should I read your palm? Palm reading? Bai Yi extended his hand indifferently, saying, do as you please. Su Ruoshi's eyes shimmered with laughter as she gently cradled Bai Yi's right hand in both of hers. After examining it carefully for a moment, she shook her head with a hint of sorrow and said, your palm is so large, you must be very lonely, aren't you? Why would you say that? Instantly, Bai Yi perked up with interest. If nothing else, though his family in this world was complete. But being a time traveler, I still couldn't help feeling somewhat lonely. Who would have thought Su Ruoshi could see right through my thoughts with just one glance? Could divination in this world really be this miraculous? Su Ruoshi released my hand, covering her mouth as she laughed, because the bigger the palm, the lonelier the heart. Bai Yi? Haha, brother Bai Yi, your reflexes aren't fast enough. Wang Ritian burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. This made Bai Yi somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Never thought someone as brilliant as me would actually fall for Su Ruoshi's scheme. Amidst laughter and chatter, the group arrived before an opulently decorated restaurant. Wang Ritian tossed his car keys to the valet and led them to a private dining room. Order whatever you want today, we're going all out to have a good time. You got it. A few minutes later, the table was laden with a spread of dishes. Wang Ritian raised his glass and announced, today, we must have a drink together. First, to celebrate you joining Tianfu University, and second, to toast your outstanding achievements in the college entrance exams. Bai Yi hesitated awkwardly, I don't drink, maybe I could substitute tea for wine? Wang Ritian laughed, as the saying goes, a man who doesn't drink might as well not have walked this earth. How can a future leader like you not know how to drink? Exactly, even I can handle a little. Bai Yi, you couldn't possibly be unable to, right? Su Ruoshi swept her amused gaze over Bai Yi. Holy shit! He could clearly see now, these two were dead set on embarrassing him today. No man would ever admit to being unable. Today I'll keep you company to the very end. Bai Yi immediately summoned his bravado, grabbing a bottle of Erguitu liquor and declaring, if we're drinking, then let's drink this. Chapter 19 My words stand today, for every sip she takes, I'll drink an entire bottle. Bai Yi, maybe you should just let it go? Wang Ritian kept making meaningful eye contact as he pleaded with him earnestly. Let it go? Bai Yi straightened his back and slammed the table. Old pal, are you suggesting a grown man like me can't outdrink some woman? Cough, cough. What's wrong? I'll say it right here if she takes just one sip. Burp. Just as Bai Yi was speaking, Su Ruwashi had already downed an entire bottle of erguotu in one gulp. This left Bai Yi dumbfounded. He silently put down the bottle of erguotu in his hand, picked up a peanut with his chopsticks, and dropped it into Su Ruwashi's bowl. Don't just drink on an empty stomach. Have some food, it'll help stave off getting drunk. Here, have some food, have some food. Wang Ritian also quietly set aside his glass. Who would have thought that Su Ruwashi, who looked so delicate and frail, could hold her liquor so well? Young people nowadays are really incomparable. Su Ruwashi wore a triumphant smile. Today, she was supposed to be the center of attention. But unexpectedly, Bai Yi stole the spotlight from her. Though she didn't care about superficial appearances. As a woman who had always outshone her peers since childhood, Su Ruwashi naturally wouldn't pass up any opportunity to compete with Bai Yi. Because she refused to accept being inferior to Bai Yi, Su Ruwashi leaned her head a little closer, blowing softly at Bai Yi as she said, "I've finished mine. What about yours?" Bai Yi was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Su Ruwashi to keep pushing him even after he'd backed down. Glancing at Wang Ritian, who couldn't help him, Bai Yi steeled his heart and declared, "If I get drunk, you'll have to take responsibility for me." Listening to Bai Yi's words, Su Ruwashi smiled provocatively. "Fine, if you get drunk, I'll take responsibility for sending you home. Since you've said so." Bai Yi wasn't one to waffle either. Though he knew he couldn't outdrink Su Ruwashi, he resolutely grabbed a bottle of erguotu and tipped his head back to pour it straight down his throat. Glug glug. In just a few seconds, Bai Yi downed an entire bottle of erguotu. Great! Wang Ritian clapped his hands in admiration, applauding Bai Yi's courage. But before he could even begin to feel happy, Su Ruwashi started up again over there. "Very well, Bai Yi, starting from this moment, I've completely changed my opinion of you." Su Ruwashi crooked a slender finger at Bai Yi as she picked up another bottle and continued guzzling. The sight thoroughly terrified Bai Yi. When it comes to physical stamina, he couldn't outdrink Su Ruwashi. Moreover, as for drinking alcohol, for professionals, getting genuinely drunk is quite difficult. But, vomiting or not isn't something physical strength alone can control. By Bai Yi's own estimation, one more bottle would likely push him over the edge to vomiting. There was no way he could afford to lose face now. At this thought, a sly glint flashed through Bai Yi's eyes. Turning to Wang Ritian, he said, "Old brother, don't just sit there watching, let's drink together. Today should be your happiest day, recruiting a super talent like Ruwashi. Shouldn't you be toasting her with a few bottles?" Wang Ritian was completely dumbfounded. 10,000 mudhorse emojis stampeded through his mind. If you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink. What's the point of dragging me into this? This is total bullshit. Noticing Wang Ritian's resentful glare, Bai Yi shrugged and gave him a help-me-out look. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw Su Ruwashi pick up a bottle of erguotu and toast him. "Old brother Wang, Bai Yi's right, today we drink until we drop." With that, she didn't even wait for Wang Ritian to react. Su Ruwashi quickly threw her head back and drank deeply. This left Wang Ritian utterly bewildered. How could this woman be so easily distracted? But as an elder, Wang Ritian couldn't very well say anything. He had no choice but to force a smile and open another bottle. After several rounds of drinks, all three of them were pretty well liquored up. Wang Ritian shielded Bai Yi from most of the drinks, then climbed onto the table and started performing drunken boxing. Pointing at Bai Yi with drunken laughter, he declared, "Let me tell you, I feel like I'm practically floating with immortal energy right now." Yeah, old pal, maybe you should come down from the table first," Bai Yi said with an awkward smile. Who knows if it was competitive spirit that got triggered. For nearly 2 hours, Wang Ritian was practically staking his life against Su Ruwashi in their drinking contest. The two of them downed over 20 bottles of erguotu each before calling a truce. "If it were me, I'd probably have made a complete fool of myself. Are you alright?" Bai Yi glanced at Su Ruwashi, whose flushed cheeks were matching the stars she was counting, and asked. Su Ruwashi's eyes held a hint of intoxication as she tilted her head up to gaze dreamily at Bai Yi, murmuring in a voice like a sleepwalker's, "Bai Yi, you're the first man among our peers to make me utterly convinced." Ugh. Before Su Ruwashi could finish her sentence, Wang Ritian beside her instantly vomited a mass of indescribable contents. In the blink of an eye, the ambiguous tender atmosphere was utterly shattered by him. Bai Yi handed Wang Ritian a few tissues, then turned to Su Ruwashi and asked, "What were you just saying?" Perhaps stimulated by the somewhat pungent smell, Su Ruwashi was now much more sober. Twirling her bangs nervously, she replied in an unnatural tone, "Nothing, let's just go back." Bai Yi nodded and patted Wang Ritian's back, asking, "Old pal, have you sobered up yet?" "Much better." Wang Ritian wiped his mouth and beckoned to the waiter, saying, "Check, please." Soon, the three of them walked out of the restaurant. "So, Shoei, why don't you see Ruwashi home? Old bro here still has to rush back to Tianfu City to finish a report." Wang Ritian smirked mischievously, not giving the pair any time to react as he hailed a designated driver and drove off. leaving behind two thoroughly bewildered individuals. The evening breeze kept blowing. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat awkward. Bai Yi raised his head and said, the weather's really nice today. Put. Suruwashi covered her mouth with a light laugh, skipped a few steps ahead, then turned her head playfully to look at Bai Yi. Weren't you going to walk me home? It's not far from here, let's go back on foot. Alright. Bai Yi smiled and quickened his pace to catch up. The neon lights of Dongwu City shimmered in the night. The two strolled along the forest path. Unlike the bustling districts teeming with people, this place was different. Against the backdrop of nightfall, there was a peculiar tranquility. I heard you couldn't awaken any skills before. Did you ever think of giving up back then? Suruwashi asked casually, her head lowered as she kicked at the fallen leaves. Of course I did, but we have to look forward as long as we live. Though I may be just an ordinary nobody, who says a nobody can't defy the gods? Bai Yi gazed at the starry sky, his eyes filled with determination. True. Suruwashi nodded softly. Actually, you've proven it. At least today, you completely overshadowed me, overshadowed all the geniuses of Dongwu City. Indeed, there's one thing Bai Yi never lacks, confidence. Narcissistic. They chatted idly, their conversation drifting aimlessly. Gradually, the crowd around grew thinner. Just then, 7 or 8 tattoo-covered rebellious youths suddenly emerged from the dark alley. They formed a circle, blocking Bai Yi and Suruwashi's path. The leader of the group eyed Bai Yi up and down. Seeing this, Suruwashi furrowed her brows and was about to step forward when Bai Yi reached out to stop her. Leave it to me. Bai Yi took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Suruwashi as he raised an eyebrow at the young man with the heavenly dragon tattoo. What are you looking at? Chapter 20, Did I break my brother-in-law's nose bridge? Third update. The young man smirked at his brothers around him and said playfully, What's it to ya? Try looking again, I dare ya. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a warning creeping into his tone. Try me and see what hap. The young man hadn't even finished speaking. He took Bai Yi's nosebreaker punch straight to the face. A solid and powerful fist struck right at the burly man's nose. With a crisp cracking sound, his nose snapped cleanly. Damn it, you fucking ambushed me. The young man clutched his bleeding nose, his face twisted in pain. He never expected this man in front of him to launch a sneak attack without warning. What a fucking coward. You don't seem like much either, talking so much trash during a fight. Bai Yi sneered, spitting on the ground, either come at me together or get the hell out of my way. Bai Yi was laughing wildly in his heart. He'd finally encountered this classic hero saves the damsel scenario. Once he dealt with these small fry, Suruwashi would surely be dazzled by his dashing heroism. Maybe she'd even invite him over to her place afterward? Should I accept it? Or should I accept it? At this thought, Bai Yi's aura surged magnificently, with an air powerful enough to dominate all directions. The current Bai Yi was no longer the useless trash who couldn't even tie up a chicken. These guys with lousier stats than me wouldn't stand a chance even if 100 more came at me. Yet the expected gang-up scene never materialized. The young punk who'd been beaten bloody by Bai Yi suddenly wailed, Sister, you're just gonna watch your little brother get beat up? Who the hell are you calling sister? He called me. Suruwashi awkwardly covered her face and stepped between them to explain, This is my brother, Sue. Holy shit. Wrong person? Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the spirited young man before him. Truth be told, setting aside those exaggerated tattoos and somewhat flashy hairstyle, his facial features did seem strikingly similar to Suruwashi's, a failed attempt at rescuing the beauty. And he even broke his future brother-in-law's nasal bone? This is totally screwed. Well, it turns out it was just a misunderstanding. It's not your fault. Suruwashi shook her head, took out a bottle of ointment from her storage space, and walked towards Sue. How many times have I told you not to dress like this so late at night? You deserve getting beaten up. Sis, who knew your boyfriend was so violent? He ambushed me before I could even finish talking. Sue complained while tilting his head back to stop the bleeding. Initially, he had just seen his sister coming home with a strange man on his way back. Out of curiosity, he had wanted to come over and check it out. I never expected Bai Yi would immediately challenge me with, What you looking at, the moment I arrived. As a young hothead, there was no way I could back down from that. No sooner had I retorted than Bai Yi suddenly launched a sneak attack. He left zero room for reaction. Don't talk nonsense, he's Bai Yi, a future classmate of your sister's. Suruwashi helped Sue set his broken nose bone while admonishing him, and you should thank Bai Yi for holding back. Otherwise, you'd have broken more than just your nasal bone. Him? Sue glanced sideways at the somewhat embarrassed Bai Yi, though he couldn't see Bai Yi's specific attributes. But you could somewhat tell that this Bai Yi wasn't particularly strong in physique. If someone possesses high constitution and strength, their muscles would appear considerably firm. Moreover, judging by the speed of his punch just now, he wasn't as fast as me in terms of agility either. Shijie, our Wei Ji might not be as good as you, but he's still considered a genius in our circle. He's not as pathetic as you think. One of Sue's companions chimed in from the side. Exactly, If it weren't for this handsome guy striking first, Brother Wei wouldn't have gotten beaten up, right? That's for sure. Su Wei proudly lifted his chin, clearly reveling in all the flattery. Su Ruwashi watched their disbelief and shook her head with a smile. Never mind Xiaowei, even I probably wouldn't stand a chance against Bai Yi. Sis, if you're putting it that way, then I'll have to give it a try. Su Wei took a few steps back and scrutinized Bai Yi anew. If you're truly a man, dear suitor, let's exchange a few moves, prove yourself worthy of being my brother-in-law. Stop fooling around. Su Ruwashi shot a glare at Su Wei, then turned to Bai Yi with slightly flushed cheeks and an apologetic smile. Don't mind him, Bai Yi, she said. My younger brother just has this temperament, all bark and no bite, yet always looking for trouble. I don't really care, I'm just worried about hurting your little brother, Bai Yi shrugged. See sis, he agreed. Su Wei wore an expression of cunning triumph. That sneak punch Bai Yi had landed earlier, he'd been keeping it in mind all along. If it weren't for Su Ruwashi's sake, they would have started throwing fists ages ago instead of wasting time with all this pointless chatter. Then let's keep it within limits. Su Ruwashi hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. She still remembered Bai Yi's attributes, even though she had gained some attribute points upon coming out. But most likely, he still wouldn't be a match for his younger brother. After all, Su Wei's potential was also S rank, with his total attributes nearing 100 points. This would also be a good opportunity to see how Bai Yi would handle Su Wei. She just hadn't expected that Bai Yi had gained far more than just 15 attribute points. Name, Su Wei. Level, LV2. Potential, S rank. Occupation, martial artist. Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 26, Agility 20, Spirit 19. This family's genes are terrifying, could this be a protagonist? Come on. Bai Yi casually beckoned with one hand, paying no attention to Su Wei whatsoever. This arrogant demeanor completely enraged Su Wei. With a furious roar, he shattered the floor tiles and lunged toward Bai Yi. Su Wei's right hand made a phantom grab, his 5 fingers resembling dragon claws, fierce and resounding. Carrying a gust of fierce wind, it shot straight towards Bai Yi's throat. It's Brother Wei's Dragon Claw Strike. Looks like this Bai Yi is in for a tough time. Dragon Claw Strike is a silver tier skill. With this silver level Dragon Claw Strike alone, Brother Wei reigns supreme in our school. As the saying goes, don't show off or you'll get struck by lightning. Look at Bai Yi's careless attitude. Handsome he may be, but let's hope he doesn't accidentally crash and burn. The onlookers shook their heads, none holding favorable expectations for Bai Yi. Even Su Ruwashi slightly furrowed her brows. So far, there hadn't been the slightest indication of Bai Yi demonstrating any particular skill. Would they suddenly drag someone over to take the blow? Or would they inexplicably grow strong again? While the group was chatting, Su Wei had already stepped before Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi show no reaction at all, Su Wei discreetly pulled back a fraction of his strength. Just as his fingertips were about to touch Bai Yi's throat, a crisp sound pierced through the night sky. Chapter 21, How could you be so despicable? Snap! With a sharp crack, Bai Yi effortlessly dodged the attack. Then he abruptly gave Su Wei a slap on the butt. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Slowly slipping his hands into his pockets, Bai Yi smiled faintly and asked, So, we still fighting or what? When did your stats grow so fast? Others might not notice, but Su Ruwashi naturally did. Bai Yi's agility far surpassed her younger brother. That's why this scene occurred. If she remembered correctly, even by achieving an SSS rank evaluation, in a bronze-level dungeon, one could at most obtain a dozen or so attribute points. Could Bai Yi have allotted all his attributes to agility? Just average, Bai Yi replied while rubbing his head with a smile. How could you be so despicable? Su Wei was genuinely on the verge of tears. Getting ambushed was bad enough, but then you waited until after the fight started to tell everyone? Sorry, my stats are already stacked. I really don't know how such despicable people exist in this world. You're mistaken here, brother-in-law. Bai Yi shook his head and lectured. This isn't despicable, it's called keeping cards up one's sleeve. If we were to fight to the death right now and you didn't know about my hidden cards, wouldn't you be dead? There seems to be some truth in what you're saying. Su Wei nodded, but quickly snapped back. Who the hell is your brother-in-law? This made Su Wei reassess Bai Yi. The guy fights dirty and talks smooth. He's practically more suited to being a hoodlum than I am. Alright, I did say I might not be able to beat him. Su Ruwashi chuckled lightly and said, Today's assessment proved it, Bai Yi is the top scorer in our Dongwu city. Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in amazement, as if they could swallow an egg whole. Su Wei, looking utterly dejected, whined, Sis, am I not your real brother? If you told me earlier that Brother Bai was the top scoring student in the college entrance exams, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself like this. That'll teach you to remember. Su Ruwashi grinned cheerfully. Several young men nearby were left dumbstruck. Bai Yi was somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom what Su Ruwashi found so amusing. Was teaching her brother a lesson really that delightful to her? Then we'll head back first. Stay safe on your way home. Su Ruwashi offered no explanation. After bidding Bai Yi farewell, she took Su Wei and left immediately. That's really weird. Bai Yi shook his head. After watching the group leave, he called a cab and headed home. At home. Upon arriving, Bai Yi found his parents waiting for him in the living room. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Bai Zongheng said in a deep voice, "You finally remembered to come home? What did I do?" Bai Yi looked completely baffled. "You became the top scorer in the national college entrance exams, such important news, and all you did was call home to inform us?" Bai Zongheng looked displeased at Bai Yi. "Haven't I already talked to you about this? This isn't about whether you notified us or not. Then what is it about, if not this?" Bai Zongheng slammed the table and shouted loudly, "You should have taken us with you, don't you know that, you bloody idiot?" Bai Yi. Zhang Ping nodded in agreement and said, "Shall we? Our family's financial situation isn't great, but we can still afford to treat someone to a meal. After all, he's an admissions representative from a top 2 university. Taking him out for a meal might help with your future life at the school, right? So that's how it is." Bai Yi initially thought his parents just wanted to tag along for a free meal. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "That's completely unnecessary, old Wang thinks highly of me." Then, Bai Yi explained the terms Wang Ritian had offered to his parents. When mentioning the part about unrestricted access to all gold tier and below materials, Bai Zongheng suddenly interrupted, "Son, have you done something illegal?" "I didn't do anything." "Then does teacher Wang know about your skill level?" Bai Yi rested his chin in his hand and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "Probably not. I was very careful when I used them." "That doesn't make sense. How could anyone offer such great terms for my useless son?" Bai Zongheng looked at Zhang Ping with a thoroughly bewildered expression. The latter also nodded in complete agreement. They knew exactly how capable their son truly was. Although he had achieved the top score in the college entrance exams, in their eyes he must have relied on that miraculous skill to take shortcuts. "I've awakened a second skill." Bai Yi knew his parents wouldn't believe him, so he had no choice but to explain. He revealed the effects of his second skill. He trusted his parents completely. "Ha, you got your looks from your old man. Do you really think any kid on this street is as handsome as me?" Bai Zongheng laughed heartily, clearly in extremely high spirits. Hearing Bai Yi's explanation, he realized the skill was absolutely another divine ability. Combined with his genetically inherited 360-degree flawless good looks, this is undoubtedly a celestial-level divine skill. "Although I'm happy to see you becoming more powerful, remember what I always say, safety comes first." As a mother, Zhang Ping always prioritized her child's safety above all else. "I know. Alright, I'm heading back to my room to sleep now. Good night." "Good night." The night passed without incident. The next day, the birds woke Bai Yi up early in the morning. He went to the toilet to relieve himself, then washed up briefly. After breakfast, he headed out. Today was the day the results would be announced. Although most people were pre-enrolled by various universities yesterday, there was still the prize awarding ceremony to attend. Bai Yi wasn't sure about others, but at least he and Z had received theirs. Bai Yi quickly arrived at his class after taking a taxi. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of people congratulating him. "Yi's here. Your performance yesterday was absolutely amazing. It's been so long since East Marshall High School produced a top scholar, you've really made us all proud." "No kidding, especially that line Ruwashi comes to aid her husband, totally epic." "Come on, E, spill the beans, when did you get together with the beauty queen from East Marshall Private School?" "Ah, it's nothing, anyone could do it with their hands." Bai Yi cheerfully squeezed through the crowd and took his seat. No sooner had he sat down than Zhang Daxian elbowed him and said, "Did you take advantage of the opportunity one created for you last night?" "Opportunity?" Bai Yi froze momentarily before laughing and retorting, "So you skipped out on purpose, huh?" "Exactly, meant to give you more time with that campus beauty. How's it going?" "Ugh, don't even ask. Beat up her little brother while walking her home. No idea where things stand now." "But," Zhang Daxian sprayed water across the table, "how do you manage to cause trouble wherever you go?" "I don't know, maybe it's innate." Bai Yi shrugged, feeling that this situation of his was truly absurd. Just as Su Ruwashi finally wanted to say something to him, Wang Ritian suddenly vomited violently and interrupted the conversation. When he encountered a heroic rescue of a beauty, it turned out to be her younger brother. This is too ridiculous. Chapter 22. How could someone like me, possibly get excited over such a small reward? Ahem, everyone should pack their things and gather on the playground. While speaking, homeroom teacher Chiu Yuan clapped his hands at the door, signaling everyone to head to the playground. The group followed Chiu Yuan in an orderly fashion to the sports field. Along the way, all the students voluntarily made way for Class 3, where Bai Yi belonged. Clearly, this was because Bai Yi's performance yesterday had been exceptionally brilliant. After more than 10 minutes, all the classes in the school had gathered on the sports field. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Principal Sun Shun stood up and spoke slowly into the microphone. Students, first of all, congratulations on your outstanding achievements in yesterday's assessment. Our school has applied for scholarships for you. Any student admitted to a top 20 university or above will receive an award provided by the school. These words caused an uproar in the room. In previous years, although there were scholarships, they were only awarded to those ranked in the top 10 or above. Unexpectedly, this year's scholarships extend to the top 20 or above, which has made everyone very happy. Sun Shun pressed his hands downward, signaling for everyone to settle down, then continued, the results for Jinnan province were announced yesterday. The top provincial scorers are our very own Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian. Let's give them a warm round of applause to congratulate them. Clap 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 clap. In an instant, all the students in the school sent their congratulations. Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian exchanged glances, also somewhat surprised. If it were about being the top scorer in Dongwu City, that would make sense. I never expected to actually become the provincial champion? Among all 11 cities in Jinan province, the highest rating was only SS tier, yet our school's grandchildren under my feet team ultimately achieved an SSS tier rating. What's more, they overpowered an inferno level dungeon starting with an F tier potential rating. Throughout the entire assessment, they didn't use a single recovery item or sustain any significant injuries. 10,000 words omitted here. In conclusion, both the Provincial Education Bureau and Dongwu City Real Estate Bureau have decided to award Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian a 1 million gold coin scholarship each, along with a villa in the central business district. Wow! Upon hearing Sun Shun's announcement, Zhang Daxian jumped up in excitement. Bai Yi glanced at Zhang Daxian and shook his head, saying, Daxian, have some ambition, this is barely anything. Aren't you even excited? Ridiculous. How could someone like me, Bai, get excited over such a trifling reward? Then why is your grin practically reaching your eyes? Oh, I was just practicing my smile. Zhang Daxian. Soon, after the principal's brief speech, this commendation ceremony for Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian came to an end. After the crowd dispersed, Zhou Yuan approached Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian and said, come with me to the principal's office to receive your awards. Ha ha ha, I'm going right away. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the two of them skipped happily towards the principal's office. Upon entering, Bai Yi immediately spotted Sun Shun conversing with a middle-aged man. Seeing Bai Yi and the other enter, Sun Shun warmly said, here you two are, come sit. This is Lu Shaoan, the golden editor-in-chief of our Dongwu City publishing house. Nice to meet you. I've come today to conduct a brief interview with you all, and I hope you'll agree, Lu Shaoan said with a sincere smile, adjusting his glasses. Well, we're not really sure what to say. Just as Zhang Daxian was about to agree, Bai Yi stopped him. Having lived two lives, he naturally understood these reporters were after exclusive coverage rights. Expecting an exclusive interview without offering anything, that's too good to be true. Lu Shaoan showed a flicker of surprise when Bai Yi stopped him, but soon smiled and said, my apologies for not being clear earlier. Just a few simple questions, nothing involving privacy. And I've brought gifts for you both. With that, he pulled 2 cards from his pocket. There's 100,000 yuan here, a congratulatory gift for topping the provincial rankings. Ah, Chief Editor Lu, you're too kind. We really shouldn't. Bai Yi swiftly snatched the cards, grinning widely. Ask away, I'll answer everything honestly. It's very simple, just. An hour later, the meeting adjourned with both parties thoroughly satisfied. Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian got their money, while Lu Shaoan secured an exclusive interview in performance metrics. You should know Bai Yi, rated with merely an F-tier potential, had become the province's top scorer in the national college entrance exams. This is absolutely explosive news. The sheer readership alone is guaranteed to go viral. Lu Shaoan definitely got the better end of this deal. Bai Yi, you're something else. Just a few words and you've already earned 100,000 yuan. Zhang Daxian happily looked at the card in his hand, feeling incredibly fortunate to be Bai Yi's friend. Not only had he exceptionally gained admission to Tianfu University, one of the top 2 institutions, he had also received over 1 million in cash and a villa. This solidified his resolve to always follow Bai Yi's lead in everything from now on. Immortal Zhang, stick with me and you won't go wrong. Bai Yi patted Immortal Zhang's shoulder and asked, have you used the side profession scroll yet? Not yet, I was waiting for you. Secondary professions included alchemist, artificer, blacksmith, enchanter, beastmaster, and many more. With such a wide variety, practically everyone with spare energy would choose to unlock a secondary profession. Of course, secondary professions aren't something you can just casually unlock, they require corresponding aptitudes. When using the secondary profession scroll, 3 suitable secondary professions would appear for you. You just need to choose one to successfully unlock it. The reason Bai Yi hasn't used it yet is simply because he doesn't know what secondary professions might appear for him. After all, the profession of a bystander leans somewhat toward the mundane. How about we go check it out somewhere now? Bai Yi suggested. Let's go, we still have plenty of time anyway. The two casually chose a shop called Hanayukio Maid Cafe and sat down. They each ordered a cup of coffee, and Zhang Daxian was the first to pull out the secondary occupation scroll, asking, "Shall I use this first?" Seeing Bai Yi nod in agreement, Zhang Daxian immediately activated the secondary occupation scroll. It didn't take long before 3 professions appeared on the scroll. Seamstress, potential, B. Chef potential A. Cremator potential B. Come on, still no S-tier profession. Zhang Daxian sighed. He'd been hoping his secondary profession might at least reach S-tier potential. At the very least, having a decent side profession would be nice. But looking at it this way, none seem particularly good except for being a chef. I think you should stick to being a chef, it'll make finding a wife much easier later on, Bai Yi said with a chuckle. Guess that's the only option. Zhang Daxian nodded regretfully, then chose the chef profession. After the selection was made, that secondary profession scroll completely vanished. Bai Yi also took out his secondary profession scroll from his game inventory and murmured with anticipation, I hope mine isn't like random players, filled with only F-tier secondary professions. Chapter 23, The Blacksmith is Mother, The Appraiser is Father. Third update. Bai Yi clicked to use it, and soon 3 professions appeared on the scroll. Cultivator, potential, SSS. Alchemist, potential, SSS. Appraiser, potential, SSS. Chow chow, what the hell? Zhang Daxian was the first to cry out excitedly. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. What the hell is going on here? All 3 secondary professions have max level potential? Is there a bug with this scroll? Bai Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Happiness came too suddenly. Don't think potential in secondary professions is useless. Take appraisers as an example. Virtually all weapons and equipment worldwide, aside from divine grade gear, are crafted by blacksmiths and practitioners of other trade professions. Dungeons might at most drop blueprints for you. Completed items are exceptionally rare. Normally, the weapons and equipment produced come in an unidentified state. That's when appraisers step in. If the blacksmith is the mother, responsible for giving birth to the child, then the appraiser is the father, assisting in bestowing the weapon or armor with excellent genetic attributes. The quality of an appraiser is crucial. Imagine this, if a master-level blacksmith forges a star-tier weapon, then the appraiser casts an identification skill. When this weapon is transformed into a level-free item wearable even at level 1, what would happen? It could be said that even without the title of provincial top scholar like Bai Yi, with just the potential of these 3 max-level subsidiary professions alone, one could freely choose any university. Bro, you've really hit the jackpot. Zhang Daxian vigorously patted Bai Yi's arm, genuinely happy for him. Stay calm, don't act like you've never seen better. Bai Yi took a deep breath to compose himself. He probably knew why. The passerby's talent was omniscience and omnipotence. Nothing in this world could escape his eyes. Hence, it was no surprise that all of these had reached their max-level potential. You can only choose one secondary profession. He needed to carefully consider this as well. A nurturer specializes in creating items that help pets, plants, and similar beings grow better. It's essentially being a chef for pets. That option was completely out of the question. The pharmacist and appraiser professions had me hesitating a bit. Both are essential secondary professions, and choosing either would lead to limitless future achievements. But being a pharmacist requires too much time investment. After all, it is just a secondary profession. Bai Yi didn't want to devote most of his energy to it. After thinking it over carefully, I still chose the appraiser profession. After all, weapons and equipment would be more helpful for my improvement. Soon, the secondary profession scroll disappeared. And in Bai Yi's panel, an additional line for secondary profession appeared. Ding! Detected that the host has activated a secondary profession. The skill tree has been automatically replaced, granting the skill Appraisal I. What the hell? Bai Yi muttered in his heart. Did his system just replace the skill tree for his secondary profession? Thinking this, he immediately opened it to take a look. Skill, Appraisal I. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Effect, appraised items have no class restrictions. Cost, 5 MP per appraisal. Is this really okay? Bai Yi was overjoyed. As expected of the system, it could even remove the professional restrictions. The peculiar nature of being an ordinary passerby was downright bizarre to begin with. Some attribute-enhancing equipment comes with class restrictions, but now with this skill, she could be completely self-sufficient. How about it? Anything different? Zhang Daxian leaned in and asked. There's nothing really different about it, Bai Yi shrugged, changing the subject. By the way, I remember that secondary professions can't gain experience through combat, right? Exactly, secondary professions only level up through related activities. Like I level up by cooking, while you'll probably need to appraise some equipment to level up, Zhang Daxian explained. I see, Bai Yi nodded in understanding. Truth be told, his memories about this aspect were rather vague. Let's head back then, I can't wait to get back and appraise it. Sure, let's go. Zhang Daxian naturally picked up the bill. Bai Yi didn't stand on ceremony either. After all, they were all millionaires now, so this small sum meant nothing. After saying goodbye, Bai Yi couldn't wait to head home. I'm back. As soon as Bai Yi entered, he went to Zhang Ping and asked, Mom, did the Education Bureau call you? Oh, don't mention it. Someone did call just now claiming to be from the City Education Bureau, saying they'd arrange a luxury villa for us within a week. Guess how I responded to him? Of course they agreed. Pretty surprising, huh? Bai Yi asked with a chuckle. No, Zhang Ping said with a proud expression. I told him I don't have dementia yet and to stop calling me, or I'd report him to the police. Bai Yi rolled his eyes and pulled out a card from his backpack, saying, there's $1 million in here. Both the house and the money are rewards from the Education Bureau. So that means, the housing matter is really happening? Yes, better call him back quickly. This child of yours really should have said something sooner. Zhang Ping immediately picked up the phone and called the Education Bureau back. Watching Zhang Ping burst into tears of joy, Bai Yi shook his head with a smile. His own father had toiled most of his life just to buy a 100-square-meter apartment. Yet here he was, because of being a top scorer in the college entrance exams, receiving a luxurious villa as reward. Life really treats people differently. Without further thought, Bai Yi returned to his room, ready to begin his side profession advancement plan. The appraiser possessed two functions. The first was the ability to independently appraise various objects. The second is to create an identification charm. Some people prefer to buy identification charms themselves to appraise items. This feeling is reminiscent of scratch-off lottery tickets from past lives. Most people enjoy trusting their own luck. As a result, some master appraisers will showcase their best equipment identification cases in their self-introductions, allowing them to sell identification charms of the same grade at much higher prices than others. Since there were no actual achievements yet, Bai Yi couldn't use this feature for the time being. So, he turned his attention to the unidentified weapons. Unidentified bronze-tier weapons cost 20,000 gold coins each. Popular weapons like swords, daggers, bows, staffs, and the like could even fetch up to 30,000 gold coins per piece. As long as you can identify good attributes, it generally won't be a loss. Thinking this, Bai Yi quickly purchased 5 bronze-grade blades. Purchase successful. 150,000 gold coins deducted. The items have been sent to your game inventory. Thank you for using the official store. Appraisal eyes. Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all. He directly drew a blade and used his skill. Appraisal successful. Congratulations on appraising an ordinary bronze broadsword. Experience +1. P.S. Appraisers have nothing to do with omniscience. This is a secondary profession. While omniscience makes all secondary professions reach their highest potential, it cannot replace them. For example, regarding appraisers, without basic appraisal skills, you simply can't appraise items. An appraiser's eye is the fundamental skill for this profession. Only by possessing it can one appraise objects. If you still don't understand what an appraiser is, you can basically think of them as enchanters. It's roughly the same idea. Chapter 24. Follow the procedure or just hang up. The appraisal tiers are quite simple: common, excellent, fine, treasure, legendary, epic, and supreme, 7 levels in total. Common grade items don't have any additional attributes. Excellent and fine grade items will have extra attributes added. But collection begins, and it's no longer just about adding attributes. Instead, certain entries will appear. Bai Yi glanced at the ordinary bronze broadsword in his hand and shook his head. As expected, it's not that simple. Aside from not restricting professions, this sword didn't grant any additional attributes. It's even worse than his own embroidered spring blade. But thinking about it, it makes perfect sense. After all, he just started this side profession. If he could identify top-tier items right away, where would that leave the masters? With this thought, Bai Yi didn't get discouraged. He immediately started his next appraisal. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an ordinary bronze broadsword. Experience +1. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an ordinary bronze broadsword. Experience +1. In the blink of an eye, all 5 bronze broadswords were appraised. As expected, apart from gaining 5 experience points, there wasn't much else to show for it. The mentally exhausted Bai Yi could no longer continue. Instead, he ate a meal and immediately fell asleep. During the following days, Bai Yi became obsessed with appraisal work. Since vacation had already begun, Bai Yi wakes up at 8 every morning, appraises 5 pieces of equipment, and then rests. By 8 in the evening, he can do it all over again. With his 29-point mental attribute, relying solely on natural recovery without medication, he can appraise 11 pieces of equipment a day. As his proficiency increased, Bai Yi gradually evolved from merely identifying ordinary equipment to occasionally uncovering superior quality gear. The emergence of excellent equipment has compensated for the previous losses. After all, standard equipment typically costs a loss of 5,000 gold per piece. Even though he had over 1 million gold, constant losses still wore heavily on him. On this day, Bai Yi woke up just like any other morning. Glancing at the soon-to-upgrade appraisal eye, he revealed a trace of manic laughter. Ha, 10 days, it's finally about to level up. Opening the in-game store, Bai deftly purchased an unidentified bow with practiced ease. He cast appraisal eye on it. Appraisal successful, congratulations on identifying a fine bronze longbow, EXP +2. Ding, congratulations on the upgrade of appraisal eye, level +1. New effect, reduces equipment requirements when appraising. Reduce the wearing requirements. Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. Doesn't this mean I can equip silver gear now? Let's see how much we can reduce first. Shifting his gaze to the unidentified silver-grade equipment, and considering his skills were suited for close-quarters combat, Bai chose a dagger. Eye of appraisal. A faint glimmer flashed in his eyes, and the dagger in his hand instantly radiated a different brilliance. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an excellent silver dagger. Experience +3. Name, Silver Dagger. Grade, Silver. Equip requirement, Agility greater than 35, -10. Attribute bonus, Agility +10 points. Durability, 200. Omniscient being, hey not bad, hard work always pays off in the end. The equipment requirement really has been lowered. He wielded the dagger, twirling it with a flourish. Bai felt his speed had increased by several degrees. Due to attribute restrictions, most silver tier equipment couldn't originally be equipped even by silver ranked users. But now everything was different. With 2 skills that ignore class restrictions and reduce equipment requirements, I'll never have to worry about falling behind in gear again. Calabash Brothers, 7 gourds hanging from one vine? The phone rang, and Bai picked it up to look. It was an unfamiliar number. Answering the phone, hello, who's this? Heh, men really are all unreliable for getting me so quickly? On the other end of the line came a voice Bai found familiar, yet couldn't quite place. After some thought, it suddenly dawned on him. Oh, it's you, sure, I'm Tsuruwashi. A roaring voice instinctively made Bai hold his phone farther away. Bai never expected this woman would actually call him. Curious, I asked, what brings you here? Can't I come without a reason? So, are we doing this formally, or should I just hang up now? Tsuruwashi asked in confusion. I didn't say anything. What are you doing? Generally speaking, when someone who doesn't usually contact me suddenly reaches out, there are only 3 possibilities: either they're borrowing money, sending a wedding invitation, or asking for help with a Pinduoduo group purchase. So tell me, which one are you? Put. I came to ask if you'd be interested in going with me to the professional guild to take on some missions. Missions? Bai pondered for a moment before replying. I'm in, but I haven't gotten my certification yet. That's no big deal, I haven't verified yet either. Are you free now? Let's go together. Alright, sure. After chatting for a while, Bai hung up the phone, changed into fresh clothes and stepped out the door. This world is vast, and humanity is but one small part of it. Beyond the towering walls, countless monsters lie in wait with predatory gazes. Within society itself lurk the followers of evil cults, stirring up trouble at every turn. The professional association is a place where professionals can earn money and attributes by accepting tasks. It could be said that, apart from dungeons, this is the only place where one can earn free attribute points. Right now, Bai was absolutely desperate for those free attribute points. He hailed a cab and soon arrived at the Dongwu City Professional Association. As soon as he got off the car, Bai saw Tsuruwashi, who had also just stepped out. Today, she was dressed exceptionally beautifully, her blue hair strikingly eye-catching in the crowd. Bai stood atop the stairs, clad in a long white robe with his hands behind his back. You've come. Tsuruwashi, I've come. Bai, you shouldn't have come. Tsuruwashi, then shall I leave? Cough cough, come in. Bai gave an awkward smile, instantly dissipating the tension. This is such a famous Gulong trope, yet no one in this world seems to recognize it. What a pity, what a shame. The two walked into the grand hall. The place was packed with a massive crowd. Basically, everyone with strength in Dongwu City comes here to take on leveling missions. After all, in this world, level is everything. The moment Bai entered, he drew everyone's attention. Isn't that Bai, the top scorer of the province? He's here too? Hurry up and post it on Moments. Bai brought his girlfriend to the professional association. He's so much hotter in person than in videos. Such a shame he already has a girlfriend, otherwise, I'd totally make a move on him. See, could you give me your autograph? A curvaceous girl timidly approached and asked. Sure, where should I sign? Can I sign here? The girl lifted her skirt, revealing the pale skin of her upper thighs. Hiss. Bai was about to agree when he felt a death glare upon him. Turning back, Bai found Tsuruwashi glaring daggers at him. This made Bai say awkwardly, maybe, let's find somewhere else to sign. In the end, Bai signed his name on the female fan's arm. Seeing someone succeed, in no time a crowd of fans rushed over for photos and autographs. For a while, the entire hall descended into chaos. In the end, it took the intervention of security personnel to finally calm everyone's enthusiasm. Chapter 25. May the glory of the Dark Lord endure forever. Being famous really isn't all it's cracked up to be, Bai sighed. Looking at those crazy fans, Only now did I truly understand the pain of those celebrities in my past life. In the days following the announcement of his results, he never once stepped outside. He just stayed home, desperately leveling up his secondary profession. Who would have thought that the moment he went out, he'd become this popular? Tsuruwashi couldn't help but smile when she saw Bai in such a disheveled state. Our Dongwu city hasn't produced a provincial top scorer in ages. Now that we finally have one, how could people not be enthusiastic? Not to mention, you beat me in Su Zidong, the originally favored geniuses, with just an F-grade potential. It's no wonder everyone's showering you with attention. Guess I'll need to wear sunglasses when going out from now on. Bai shook his head. Let's just hurry up and get to the testing. Tsuruwashi nodded in agreement, and the two followed the staff to the second-floor combat power testing area. This was where a person's true reflexes were tested. Though both were ranked names in Dongwu City, they still had to undergo testing again. After all, this is reality, not a dungeon. You can't actually kill someone. Shall we have a little competition? Tsuruwashi arched an eyebrow at Bai. As a top-tier genius, she wouldn't miss any opportunity to challenge Bai. Fine, let's see who gets the better score. Bai agreed without hesitation. Soon, the two arrived at the service counter. Have you participated in a combat power test before? The young woman at the service desk asked with a smile. No. Alright, here's your number tag. Please proceed to testing hall number 1 for your assessment. Bai took the number tag and glanced at Tsuruwashi. Tsuruwashi smiled at him, her expression brimming with confidence. Bai shook his head. Outsmarting this woman would indeed be no easy feat. He could only take things one step at a time now. After waiting a few minutes, Bai entered the testing hall. A test rule appeared on his game interface. Simply put, it meant weapons and skills could be used. This made Bai breathe a sigh of relief. If skills couldn't be used, am I really going to lose to Tsuruwashi? Combat test will begin shortly. This test is a simulated battle. Are you prepared? Bring it on. Bai drew his silver dagger, standing ready. Simulated battle begins. As the broadcast ended, before Bai appeared 5 three-eyed wolves. Their glowing green eyes fixed on Bai while exposing sharp fangs, saliva dripping intermittently from their mouths. Name, Three-Eyed Fong Wolves. Level, LV8. Attributes, Strength 32, Constitution 20, Agility 36, Spirit, 25. Omniscient and omnipotent, OMG. Thankfully it's a simulated battle, otherwise you could study how you'd become their meal. By the way, their weakness is the rear dot. As expected of a simulated battle, a trace of gravity flashed in Bai's eyes. Don't underestimate the individual strength of the three-eyed fawn wolves. They always hunt in packs. These three-eyed fawn wolves are also the most common monsters surrounding Dongwu City. If someone can't even handle a small pack like this, they're truly unfit to take on mercenary missions. Awu! The lead wolf let out a roar. They formed a circle, surrounding Bai, as if searching for an opening in his defenses. Howl! Among the pack, someone howled first, no one could tell which. 5 three-eyed fawn wolves pounced fiercely towards Bai in an instant. Bai showed no fear, for with the boost from the silver dagger, his agility had now reached 39 points. His speed completely surpassed that of the three-eyed fawn wolves. With ease, he dodged the pounce from behind and plunged his dagger into one of the three-eyed fawn wolves. Then he used, "Come, protect your lord," to summon a three-eyed fanged wolf before him, swiftly extending his dagger to sever the wolf's head in a single stroke. In the blink of an eye, Bai had already dealt with 2 three-eyed fanged wolves. "Come at me," Bai roared. His entire aura surged violently. To deal with wolves, you have to outmatch them in sheer presence. Swift slashes, paired with terrifying intimidation. In an instant, the remaining three-eyed fawn wolves halted in their tracks. They bared their teeth with low growls, visibly hesitating. This is also one of the drawbacks of simulation. It completely mimics the behavior of monsters. In the wild, they should have fled by now. But being simulated creatures after all, they lack the concept of retreat. After a brief hesitation, the three-eyed fanged wolves pounced towards Bai once more. Bai didn't evade. Just as they were about to bite him, he activated his skill. "Someone, protect the Emperor." In an instant, the nearest wolf was forcibly summoned right before Bai. The sudden change left the remaining 2 wolves with no time to alter their attack. In an instant, the summoned wolf dissipated into nothingness. A blade's gleam flashed. Bai slaughtered yet another three-eyed fanged wolf. As for the last one, the outcome was never in doubt. Congratulations on passing the test. Are you ready for the next level? Begin. While Bai was undergoing the test, at the MO residence in Dongwu City, a gloomy-looking man watched the news of Bai appearing at the professional association and curled his lips into a sinister smile. "After all these days, you've finally shown yourself. Why is it that my son is dead, while you're here being celebrated by thousands? Bai, your only mistake was being too brilliant. Such genius must be eradicated by our evil god sect." He took out his phone and dialed a number. "It's me. Bai has left home, probably heading out for a mission. All of you get ready, don't let him return home alive." The voice on the other end paused before speaking in a hoarse tone. Do you understand what this attack would mean? I know. I'll explain things to the organization. You just focus on getting it done. Moe paused, then added, Tsuruwashi, the genius from the Su family, is also there. Completing this mission would be nothing but pure profit. Alright, we'll take it. May the glory of the Dark Lord endure forever. May the glory of the Dark Lord endure forever. Moe pressed his thumb against his ring finger, then gently touched his forehead with his middle and index fingers. This is the signature gesture of the Dark Cult, offering one's soul to the great Dark God. After hanging up, Moe looked at Bai's photo and laughed loudly. Bai, let's see how you'll escape this calamity. At the same time, Bai's test finally came to an end. Test completed. Your time was 5 minutes and 32 seconds, with an overall rating of S-. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a soldier class practitioner. Not bad. Bai found this outcome quite acceptable. Considering one of his main combat skills couldn't be used, achieving this result was already quite impressive. Though, judging by how things went, he probably still couldn't surpass that little last Tsuruwashi. Bai sighed and walked out of the testing hall. As expected, the moment he stepped out, he saw Tsuruwashi's triumphant smirk. No doubt, she must have already learned of the competition's outcome. Chapter 26, Pursuing the Wanted Criminal, a New Skill, Third Update. How did you do on your results? As soon as Bai stepped out, he saw Tsuruwashi standing there with a smug look on her face. The fact that she'd left earlier than him told him everything. This woman must have scored better than him. But Bai wasn't one to be a sore loser. With a smile, he handed over his report card. See for yourself. Let me take a look. Tsuruwashi took the report card and examined it carefully. Then her expression gradually froze. Her unexpected reaction made Bai curious as he asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? No way. How did you manage to get through so many levels? Tsuruwashi grew increasingly astonished. This combat assessment wasn't just about testing the kill count. A significant portion involved assessing how many levels one could clear. Although she had a fast single-level clearance time, she only made it to the 10th level before exiting. Yet Bai actually passed 15 levels. How could this not shock her? Isn't this test just about challenging the levels? Bai took a look at Tsuruwashi's score report, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Oh dear, even with hands you could do it, just having hands is enough. Turns out Tsuruwashi had come out earlier than herself because she couldn't get past a certain point. Therefore her grade was A+, while mine was S-. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. I guess you win. Tsuruwashi snorted, grinding her teeth in frustration. After chatting for a while, the two arrived at the mission hall. Though called a mission hall, it more closely resembled an old Wild West-style saloon. There was no intense music, just small groups of guests sitting together in clusters. At the center of the bar stood a row of holographic screens. They cycled through currently available missions on rotation. The two had just entered. Once again, it drew the attention of many onlookers. After smiling and nodding at them, the two sat at a corner table and ordered a cappuccino. Do you have any ideas? Bai asked, glancing at Tsuruwashi beside him. Tsuruwashi nodded. This time, our target is a serial killer from the cult of the evil god. Apparently, he entered Dongwu City a few days ago and, as soon as he arrived, murdered a student with A-level potential. Are you really this bold? Bai was somewhat taken aback. Beneath the glittering surface, there lurked an unfathomable darkness few could fathom. Don't those association people do anything about it? We could, but this person is exceptionally skilled at hiding their identity. No one knows what he looks like, so even if the entire city is searching, it's useless, Tsuruwashi sighed and said. Bai nodded thoughtfully. Although there were some innate talents similar to his own omniscience that could uncover others' hidden information, very few could truly see through concealed details, not to mention how challenging it would be to investigate every single person. So, are you planning to be decoys with me? Bai immediately grasped the key point. Tsuruwashi raised an eyebrow with a smile and said, What, scared already? Of course we are. That opponent is an assassin of unknown level. Did you think we were invincible? Bai instantly rolled his eyes. This woman was truly exasperating. Rest assured, I've got plenty of bodyguards around me. See for yourself over there. As she spoke, Tsuruwashi's gaze turned towards a certain direction. Following her line of sight, Bai noticed a rather inconspicuous middle-aged man. Name, Su Tianchao. Level, LV 48. Occupation, second-class martial artist. Attributes, Strength 352, Constitution 311, Agility 325, Spirit 282. Meeting father-in-law. Is this our dad? Bai pondered for a moment before speaking. How did you know? Tsuruwashi wondered to herself. She didn't think she looked that much like her father. How did Bai see through it so easily? But she quickly came to her senses and retorted, What do you mean our father? That's my father. You see? You said it yourself. Tsuruwashi. Bai shrugged and took a sip of his coffee. Having your father around does give me more peace of mind, But whose credit will this mission count as? Even blood brothers should keep clear accounts. Of course, who said we're brothers? Then are we spouses? Scram! Suruwashi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Bai Yi's glib tongue truly gave her a headache. Naturally this mission counts for both of us. We'll accept assignments as a team. Any problem with that? Fine. Let's name our team, One Big Happy Family, then. Suruwashi smacked her forehead, no longer wanting to argue with Bai Yi. Fine, I'll go accept the mission. You wait here for me. No problem. Bai Yi nodded as he watched Suruwashi leave to take on the mission. He wasn't idle either. Although Suruwashi's father was by his side for protection, being the bait still carried significant danger. Thus, Bai Yi decided to use his remaining 15,900 points of divine power to learn a new skill. Drawl. Ding, the draw is successful. Please choose one skill from the following three options. Option 1, no retreat allowed. After using this skill, the target must accomplish whatever they set out to do. If the target has no specific goal, they cannot retreat backward. Option 2, Zhang San's death. Upon activation, all people named Zhang San in the vicinity will mysteriously die. Option 3, Dad comes. When needed, you can summon your father, including godfathers, for assistance. To lock an option, making it available for future selections, requires spending 2,000 units of divine power. Holy shit, this is wild. Bai Yi almost burst out laughing. This skill is way more awesome than the last one. Especially that, Dad's here. Imagine this, when you're in danger, just shout Dad, help. That scene was downright exhilarating. You should know, my father is a level 50 general rank professional, 2 levels higher than even Suruwashi's father. At this thought, Bai Yi didn't hesitate for a second before choosing the Dad attack option. As for death of Zhang San, despite being powerful, it was too indiscriminate and likely to harm innocents. Besides, the chances of enemies actually being named Zhang San were slim. Its overwhelming strength came with severe limitations. Might as well reject everything and go for a full re-roll next time, see what better abilities might come up. Selection successful. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Daddy's Coming. Current divine power remaining, 5,900 points. Name, Daddy's Coming. Level, LV1. Grade, effect, shout the designated phrase to summon your father, including godfathers, directly to your location, disregarding distance or space. Duration, determined by distance, space, and level difference, with the minimum unit being 1 second. Restriction, can only be used once a day. After all, Dad's time is precious. Chapter 27, I suspect you're taking advantage of me, and I have proof. So fragrant, absolutely divine. Bai Yi was extremely satisfied with this skill. With this skill at his disposal, he wouldn't be afraid at all even if he had to serve as bait later. Why are you so happy? Lost in thought, Suruwashi had already returned to her seat. Seeing Bai Yi with a smile on his lips, she asked curiously, nothing much, is the task done? It's done. Here's the task list, take a look. As she spoke, Suruwashi made a gesture in the air, and Bai Yi's game panel received the task notification. Task name, Pursuit of a Class A Fugitive. Mission rank, A class. Completion reward, 300,000 gold coins, 20 divine crystals. Omniscient and omnipotent. A suicide mission. Fantastic. No problem. Bai Yi nodded. This divine crystal is the reward for free attribute points, with 1 crystal equaling 1 point. Besides obtaining it through quests, this item can only be acquired from high-level dungeons/secret realms. Of course, the black market might occasionally have some, but generally, no one would be willing to trade this for other items. The reason Bai Yi came to accept this quest was precisely for this item. Alright, let's get going then. Suruwashi smiled and beckoned Bai Yi to follow her out the door. Their goal was simple, just to wander off to a place with no people. As soon as she stepped out of the professional association's door, Suruwashi extended her fair hand to Bai Yi. You got off easy. What's up? Hold my hand. We're in a relationship now. Bai Yi looked baffled. Wait, that wasn't part of the deal just now. Then we'll add it now. Come on, aren't you a man? Suruwashi cast a disdainful glance at Bai Yi. Even I, a girl, am not afraid. Why is a guy being so hesitant? Weren't you quite the smooth talker earlier? Alright, I suspect you're taking advantage of me, and I've got proof. Bai Yi chuckled and grabbed Suruwashi's hand. Gotta admit, it was really soft. Where are we going now? Bai Yi asked. Of course we're going shopping, then wherever has fewer people, she replied. Suruwashi smiled faintly, taking Bai Yi's hand as they walked toward a nearby shopping mall. This sight made Su Tianchao, who was following at a distance, somewhat astonished. Could it be that our daughter is taking this fake relationship seriously? Shaking his head, Su Tianchao didn't dwell on it and quickly hurried after them. Forget about romantic matters for now. If the cult of the evil god took advantage of the situation, things could get ugly. Not long after Su Tianchao had left, on a nearby high-rise, a man in a black suit made a phone call. The target has left, protected by 1 bodyguard, estimated at level 40 or above. Initiate Plan B. Isn't it too risky to deploy elder-level combat strength this time? A questioning voice came from the other end of the line. That's the order from above. We just need to follow instructions. The man in the suit loosened his tie, saying with evident displeasure. Got it. When do we move? Wait until they leave the mall, then we act. I'll handle distracting the guards, you just focus on that bodyguard. The call ended, and the suited man's expression shifted instantly. Staring at the tightly bound woman before him, he smirked sinisterly. You've got quite the face. Now, it belongs to me. Inside the mall. At a flagship women's boutique. By E, does this dress look good? Tsuruwashi modeled a white off-shoulder dress, twirling gracefully in front of Bai. It's very nice. Bai glanced briefly and gave his assessment. Tsuruwashi had a tall and slender figure. No matter what she wore, it always looked good on her. But nice as it may be, what on earth is going on now? We agreed to come out for a mission, but ended up shopping at the mall for 2 hours. Bai vowed that accompanying women on shopping trips was truly more headache-inducing than battling monsters. Soon, Tsuruwashi changed her clothes and said to the attendant nearby, please wrap this up for me. The gentleman will pay for it. Very well, sir. Please follow me to the front desk to settle the payment. Bai? What's the matter? You're my boyfriend now. Surely you won't deny your girlfriend such a small request. As she spoke, Tsuruwashi coquettishly shook Bai's arm, leaving him at a loss for words. Just this once. With a sigh, Bai went to the front desk to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Tsuruwashi revealed her little canine teeth, looking like her scheme had succeeded. She muttered to herself, this is your punishment for taking advantage of me so many times. Stashing the clothes Bai handed over into her backpack, Tsuruwashi glanced at the time and said, it should be about time now. Right, it's indeed time to eat. Bai nodded in agreement. Tsuruwashi rolled her eyes. Have you forgotten what we came here for? Wasn't it you who led us astray? Anyone would think today was your special arranged date with me. It's all about making it look convincing. I almost got carried away for real. Tsuruwashi glanced at Bai and asked, did you just say something? Bai shook his head. I said I was afraid you might take the act too far. Pa, stop daydreaming. Let's get out of here quickly. A faint blush flashed across Tsuruwashi's face as she immediately turned away, not daring to meet Bai's gaze. At that moment, she suddenly felt her heart flutter. Come to think of it, apart from Bai having a slightly wicked tongue, wasn't he actually quite attractive to her? For a moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat ambiguous. The two walked toward an empty clearing. Before long, Bai sensed someone approaching them. After staring for a few seconds, a line of text appeared above that person's head. Name, Fan Jinshan, level, LV-15. A cultist of the evil god sect who just received some kind of command. Seems like they want to kill you? God damn it. Bai cursed inwardly. Glancing around, I noticed many evil god cult members in the crowd. This wasn't them fishing at all. We'd practically walked right into a trap. Follow me. Bai suddenly grabbed Tsuruwashi's hand and strode toward the crowd not far away. This unusual reaction left Tsuruwashi momentarily stunned, and she was about to ask something. Suddenly, a thick fog began to swirl around them. The fog spread so rapidly that within seconds, it completely obscured their vision. The two of them got lost in the mist. Seeing this, Bai sighed and stopped in his tracks. In such heavy fog, staying put was the best option. Tsuruwashi realized she had walked into a trap, but she wasn't too worried. After all, her father was not far away. She figured he would come to rescue her soon enough. She took out a black longsword and took a slight step forward, shielding Bai behind her. Don't be afraid. I have a tracking device on me. My dad should be coming for me soon. Chapter 28, Ambushed, a life or death crisis. Bai glanced at Tsuruwashi. He wasn't sure if he should say what was on his mind. He didn't stop walking because his view was blocked. It was because the area was surrounded by people from the heretic cult. As for Tsuruwashi's father, he was likely already intercepted by someone. Seeing this situation, Bai decided there was no point in hiding himself anymore. Ruwashi, listen to me. Tsuruwashi nodded without hesitation. Channel your ultimate technique in that direction. Bai randomly pointed in a direction. The mist could obscure vision, but it couldn't hinder omniscient perception. Within the thick fog, Bai could see the interface panel in every direction. Those people averaged around level 10 odd. There was simply no hope of winning if a fight broke out. So, Bai decided to run. Tsuruwashi didn't hesitate, raising her sword with both hands. In that instant, a thunderbolt appeared. Tsuruwashi's entire aura suddenly transformed, as an inexplicable air of slaughter rippled through the atmosphere. Judgment of Thunder. With a furious shout, Tsuruwashi swung her sword and launched the strike. Boom! A colossal lightning slash surged toward the direction Bai had pointed. Bai didn't bother checking the outcome either, grabbing Tsuruwashi's hand and immediately running in the opposite direction. If the mist could confuse him, then it could equally confuse the other assassins. The purpose of having Tsuruwashi use this move wasn't to kill, but to divert everyone else's attention. Sure enough, within their line of sight, all the assassins were now rushing toward the direction where Su Ruashi had just made her strike. Bai Yi curled the corner of his mouth. "You're still too green to play with me." Just as Bai Yi was being attacked, not far from them, Su Tianchao had just noticed something unusual and was about to rush over to assist, but his path was blocked by a person wearing a fox demon mask. "Passage ahead is forbidden. You'd better stop here." The demonic cult, Elder Blue-Faced Fox? Su Tianchao wore a grave expression. The masked figure before him was none other than the Blue-Faced Fox, one of the 12 elders of the demonic cult. Preliminary estimates placed his level around 55, making him a commander-tier professional like himself. While levels didn't determine everything, the fact that the opponent had the confidence to block his path indicated there was absolutely no chance of passing through easily. "Fine, you're no match for me. Let's not waste our energy." The blue-faced fox demon stood with hands clasped behind his back, clearly not taking Su Tianchao seriously at all. Under normal circumstances, Su Tianchao might have retreated by now, but today, with his beloved daughter being besieged, how could he possibly leave? "Whether I can win or not, we'll only know by trying." Su Tianchao wasted no words, his eyes glinting coldly as he suddenly raised his right fist. With a forward dash, he launched an extremely swift punch straight at the blue-faced demon fox's head. The punch was simple, utterly devoid of any flashy embellishments. The blue-faced demon fox let out a gasp of astonishment. Then he took out a horsetail whisk and gently flicked it, sending an invisible ripple spreading toward Su Tianchao. This was his weapon, capable of dissolving most attacks. But in the next instant, the blue-faced fox demon's pupils suddenly contracted. It swiftly retreated backward at breakneck speed. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, leaving the place where he had stood completely unrecognizable. A crater of unknown depth suddenly appeared. How could you possibly be unharmed? The blue-faced demon fox glanced at Su Tianchao, who was glaring at it with fury, visibly surprised. Yet what responded to him was Su Tianchao's furious roar, fierce tiger fist. Roar! Suddenly, the right fist Su Tianchao threw forward erupted with a ghostly radiance, accompanied by the explosive sound of a sonic boom. Faintly visible within the brilliance was the silhouette of a savage tiger leaping forth from his fist technique. Golden skill. This time, the blue-faced demon fox didn't dare to be careless. The horsetail whisk drew a circle in front, ring after ring of light radiating outward. The once unstoppable rings of light, upon encountering Su Tianchao, seemed like mere empty air, utterly powerless to hinder his advance. One force to break all techniques. Only then did the azure-faced demon fox remember Su Tianchao's innate talent. One force to break all techniques. All energy-based attacks would have their power reduced by 40% before reaching Su Tianchao. Su Tianchao had no mood for his antics. Taking advantage of the fierce tiger's entanglement with the blue-faced demon fox, he dashed toward where Su Ruashi was. But at that very moment, another blue-faced demon fox blocked his path. It's actually a doppelganger. Su Tianchao's pupils contracted in shock. He hadn't expected this blue-faced demon fox to possess the art of shadow clones. He, let me play with you for a while. A crimson glint flashed through the blue-faced demon fox's eyes. Instead of retreating, it advanced, swinging its right fist toward Su Tianchao with devastating force. Get out of my way. Su Tianchao, burning with anxiety, could no longer restrain himself and rushed forward once again. Bang! With a dull thud, Su Tianchao's powerful fist collided with the blue-faced fox demon's. Yet contrary to expectations, the blue-faced fox demon, who should have been easily sent flying, stood unharmed in its original spot. Instead, Su Tianchao himself was sent flying back dozens of steps, his sturdy right fist trembling uncontrollably. How is your strength so immense? Su Tianchao's eyes burned crimson. He glared furiously at the two blue-faced demon foxes blocking his path. I told you, don't waste your efforts. The blue-faced demon fox merged into one form and said rather lightly, neither of us can kill the other, so why don't we save our strength? This matter has already alarmed both the Security Bureau and the Professional Association. I advise you to get lost quickly unless you want to see how many people are after your head. Su Tianchao emitted a slight trace of danger in his words. At this moment, he was genuinely beside himself with anxiety. Every minute wasted here meant greater danger for his precious daughter. He couldn't help but regret why he had agreed to his daughter's fishing trip plan. At the same time, he was even more shocked. This time, the evil god cult had actually dispatched someone at the elder level. It seems they'd made up their minds to settle things once and for all with their daughter and Bai Yi. No need for your concern, this place will remain safe for the next 20 minutes. You traitor to humanity, I'll fight you to the death. Hearing these words, Su Tianchao could no longer maintain his composure. 20 minutes, if I wait that long, I won't even be able to find my daughter's corpse. With a sudden movement, he lunged forward and re-engaged the blue-faced fox demon in combat. On the other side, Bai Yi, empowered by his omniscient abilities and Su Ruashi's thunderous might, skillfully distracted their adversaries while darting swiftly through the shrouding mist. After walking for several minutes, it seemed they were about to emerge from the mist. But just at that moment, Bai Yi suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? Tsuruoshi asked, somewhat puzzled. There's someone ahead. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression grave. Not for any other reason than the person blocking their path, their mission target, the A-class fugitive, Chu Liang. Name, Chu Liang. Level, LV-25. Occupation, charlatan. Attributes, Strength 132, Constitution 166, Agility 115, Spirit 172. Life is full of surprises, like sausages wrapped in intestines? You two little troublemakers sure can run. No wonder you're the provincial top scholar and an SSS rank super genius, with so many people after you, you nearly got away. Chu Liang, what a pity, your luck has run out. Chapter 29, Since you're so powerful, let my dad fight you. Third update. Who's there? Tsuruoshi didn't possess Bai Yi's invincible natural talent. She raised the long sword, shielding Bai Yi behind her with a cautious expression. Me? Chu Liang smiled faintly. I'm the one you've been desperately searching for. As he spoke, the mist began to disperse. At the edge of the clearing fog emerged a man clad in a black suit, his features strangely bewitching. Chu Liang. Tsuruoshi's face instantly turned deathly pale. Encountering Chu Liang while her father was entangled was undoubtedly a situation with 9 chances to die and only 1 to survive. After all, the power gap between them wasn't just 5 or 8 levels, it was nearly 20 levels. This chasm cannot be bridged by any mere equipment. What a beautiful face. I'll cherish you properly. Chu Liang licked his lips. His appearance shimmered and transformed, revealing a woman's face. This was his innate ability, to seamlessly graft others' faces onto his own. Bai Yi, I'm sorry, it's my fault you're involved. Find a way to escape. I'll hold him off. Tsuruoshi watched as Chu Liang drew nearer, offering Bai Yi a sweet yet resolute smile. Even if she were a super genius, facing such a level gap left her with no chance of victory. The only thing she could do was buy Bai Yi a few precious moments. After all, if it weren't for her, Bai Yi wouldn't have encountered this misfortune. A wave of emotion surged through Bai Yi's heart. He could see that although Tsuruoshi hadn't said anything, she herself might not have noticed, her body was trembling uncontrollably. Bai Yi knew she was terrified. But even under such circumstances, this girl still instinctively wanted to protect herself. What a fool! Bai Yi suddenly grabbed Tsuruoshi's hand, flashing a smile with 2 rows of pearly white teeth as he said, "Step back, I'm about to start showing off." This statement left both Tsuruoshi and Chu Liang momentarily stunned. What kind of timing is this? Bai Yi actually still wants to show off? Tsuruoshi wanted to say more, but Bai Yi extended a finger to press against her lips and said, "Don't say anything, just kiss me." Tsuruoshi. Ha, hilarious, absolutely hilarious. Chu Liang doubled over with laughter. Kid, you truly live up to being the top scholar of the province, your guts are impressive. Why not join my cult of the malevolent god instead? What are the benefits of joining the cult of the malevolent god? Bai Yi asked with a smile. The benefits are countless, you'll gain everything you desire, even eternal life. Since that's the case, I'll ask my dad for his opinion. What? Chu Liang was slightly taken aback. Just as I was about to speak, I saw Bai Yi slowly lift his leg and take a step forward. His expression remained composed, his robes billowing without wind. His entire demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Watch closely, this move will be extremely impressive. Bai Yi's lips curved into a smirk as he abruptly extended his right hand, roaring with domineering intensity. Dad, come here. Tsuruoshi, dash. Chu Liang, kid, have you lost your mind? Ding, skill activation successful. Current summoning time limit, 5 minutes. In an instant, the winds surged and clouds gathered. A mighty gale swept across the entire scene, as an overwhelming momentum erupted from Bai Yi's body. Splat! A bewildered middle-aged man came crashing down from the sky. He bore some resemblance to Bai Yi, with flowing silver hair and deep, time-worn features. In his left hand he held a newspaper, while his right rested at his waistband. Judging by his slight crouch, he was presumably attending to nature's call. Yet in the next moment, he found himself standing upon this battlefield. Son! Bai Zongheng stared blankly at the 2 even more bewildered strangers present, completely clueless about what was happening. Dad, the cult of the evil god wants me to join them. I came specifically to ask for your opinion. Bai Yi pointed at Chu Liang, who was gaping, and smirked. Danger! Chu Liang sensed a looming threat of death. Without even needing to think, he could tell this sudden arrival was undoubtedly a supreme expert. Suppressing the urge to swear violently in his heart, Chu Liang immediately turned tail and fled. What the hell kind of international joke is this? Can't beat the young one so you bring out the old, isn't that the signature move of every damn villain? But the very next second, he felt a gust of wind brush past him. A man appeared right before his eyes. Those from the heretic cult deserve to die. Bai Zongheng sneered coldly. A simple raising of the hand, then a slash downward, without the slightest superfluous movement. Just this single, seemingly straightforward strike, yet it carried the impact of an ultimate technique. Let dust sweep like a storm, scattering countless rubble and debris. Bang! A knife hand strike landed precisely on Shu Liang's shoulder. Upon contact, Shu Liang's eyes rolled back instantly, and his entire body went limp, collapsing unconscious in that instant. Huff! Bai Zomheng wiped his hair in what he thought was a dashing manner, cocking an eyebrow at Bai Yi and saying, "Your old man's pretty handsome, eh? You're still a bit behind me." Bai Yi chuckled. Su Ruwashi covered her mouth, her gaze utterly blank. She had absolutely no idea how to describe what she was feeling in that moment. Did Bai Yi really summon his father? Did he just take down Chu Liang in one hit? What the hell is going on here? Ahem, surprised? Shocked? Bai Yi explained to the bewildered Su Ruwashi, "This is our dad, your future father-in-law." Father-in-law. I mean, Su Ruwashi hastily corrected herself, "Uncle, hello. Son, is this your classmate?" Bai Zomheng tied Chu Liang up tightly with ropes, then nodded and smiled at Su Ruwashi. "Yeah, Dad, you're running out of time. Let me make this quick." Bai Zomheng immediately wanted to teach Bai Yi a lesson. "What do you mean I'm running out of time? Is this kid cursing me?" 500 meters to the south, there's a high-ranking member of the dark cult. Looks like a big fish. Hurry over there, Dad, and team up with Ruwashi's father to take him down. Got it. Explain later. Bai Zomheng immediately sprang into action, dashing rapidly southward. Watching the dissipating fog and the unconscious Chu Liang, Bai Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for this skill appearing at just the right time today, things would have truly gone badly. Neither someone, protect me, nor looks of reason could be used against Chu Liang, who was far above their level. It was precisely this skill that happened to solve the problem. Su Ruwashi gave Bai Yi a deep look. This person was becoming more and more inscrutable to her. Every time she thought there was no way out, Bai Yi could always surprise her. This time, she had even prepared herself for certain death. Yet Bai Yi resolved it so effortlessly. At this thought, Su Ruwashi said somewhat unhappily, "Bai Yi, with such formidable skills at your disposal, why didn't you use them sooner? Were you deliberately trying to make a fool out of me?" No, you should actually be glad. Why? Because you are the first person who has seen all my cards. Bai Yi stretched lazily, gazing up at the cloudless azure sky, a handsome smile curving at the corners of his lips. "Welcome to my world, my precious little princess." Chapter 30, The Plot Backfires. Gone is the goose that laid the golden eggs. Fourth update. Smooth talker. Su Ruwashi's face flushed crimson as she turned her head away, not daring to meet Bai Yi's gaze. It had to be admitted, Bai Yi now held an almost fatal attraction for her, as if one more glance at him would make her completely lose herself. The battle over there is about to end too. How did the battle turn out? Though Bai Yi's father had gone to assist, Su Ruwashi was still somewhat worried about her own father. After all, unlike Bai Yi, she couldn't see everyone's level information. The cultist from the evil god sect fled with severe injuries. Bai Yi sighed, feeling somewhat regretful that he hadn't managed to capture that big boss. 5 minutes passed swiftly. Bai Zomheng had barely arrived when the time was nearly up. Bai Zomheng and Su Tianchao only had time to wound the blue-faced demon fox before the time ran out. The severely injured blue-faced fox demon, realizing the plan had failed, immediately fled the scene. Not long after their conversation, Su Tianchao arrived before them, covered in wounds. "Su Tianchao, are you both alright?" "Su Ruwashi, Dad, are you hurt?" Seeing Su Tianchao covered in injuries, Su Ruwashi immediately grew anxious. In her memory, this was the first time she had seen her father sustain such severe wounds. "I'm sorry, if I hadn't proposed that plan, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." Holding Su Tianchao, Su Ruwashi whispered her apology. Everything that happened today completely exceeded her expectations. If it weren't for Bai Yi being here, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "I'm fine, just some flesh wounds." Su Tianchao patted Su Ruwashi's head to reassure her, then turned to Bai Yi with gratitude. "We really owe you our thanks this time, young friend Bai. How did you manage to have your father appear here? You should know that the fog doesn't just obscure vision, it also blocks all outward communication signals. This means signals only exist within the fog's coverage area. Surely Bai Yi's father couldn't be a stalker too?" "Truth be told, this is actually my ability," Bai Yi said while scratching his nose, sounding slightly embarrassed. "Skill? Summon father?" Even after living for most of his life, Su Tianchao felt utterly astonished. Could there really be such an absurd skill in this world? "It's true." Bai Yi seemed to shout something like "Dad, come here," and then Uncle Bai suddenly descended from the sky, Su Ruwashi recalled. Su Tianchao pictured that scene in his mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Where on earth did this kid pick up such a bizarre skill? "Anyway, thank you. You saved my daughter's life." With that, Su Tianchao bowed towards Bai Yi. This startled Bai Yi, who quickly reached out to steady Su Tianchao and said, "No need for such formality, after all, it's for our own good too. How about we have dinner together tonight?" A flicker of admiration flashed in Su Tianchao's eyes. A kid like Bai Yi, who's both capable and polite, is truly a rare find in today's society. Wouldn't it be nice to have him as a son-in-law? Another time, maybe. My dad's probably really confused right now, I'll need to explain things to him when I get back. Alright, uncle won't pressure you then. You're welcome to come over anytime you like. Su Tianchao burst into laughter, patted Bai Yi on the shoulder, and said, once you're back, thank your dad for me. Sounds good. When I have time, I'll definitely come to share a drink with you, Bai Yi replied with a smile. Then, pointing to the unconscious Chu Liang on the ground, he asked, what do we do about him? Don't worry about it. They're here. As soon as Su Tianchao finished speaking, the blaring wah-wah-wah of police sirens echoed all around. These officers from the guard department arrived late. A man in uniform walked over with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Su Tianchao, he immediately put on a concerned expression and asked, Chairman Su, are you alright? Director Wang, your timing is impeccable. Su Tianchao snorted with annoyance. Do you even know what happened here? What's going on? Wan Liping looked around in confusion, and when he caught sight of Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi, his expression turned extremely grim. Judging by the destruction around them, the target of the evil god cult this time was none other than the province's top scorer Bai Yi and the super genius Su Ruwashi. If these two were to die here in Dongwu City, die within his jurisdiction, not only would his official position be lost, but even the mayor of Dongwu City would have to step down immediately. Are little Bai and your daughter okay? Fine, just nearly died, that's all. Bai Yi sneered. He was extremely dissatisfied with the response speed of the Security Bureau's reinforcements. This was indeed a large-scale attack. Although the outer perimeter would surely be sealed off by the cult of the evil god, it shouldn't have taken this long. This was truly an emergency. The cultists just started attacking residents everywhere, dispersing all our police forces. I only came over immediately after receiving reports about the thick fog here, Wang Liping explained with an awkward expression. Forget it. This person is Chu Liang, a Class A wanted criminal who's now been apprehended. Alright, I'll confirm the mission completion with the association right away. Thanks for your hard work. Wan Liping immediately checked the panel for confirmation. Before long, Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi's systems received notifications of task completion. The rewards will be issued to your accounts within 1 hour. Thank you again, Wang Liping said with an ingratiating smile. Alright, we'll be off then. Su Tianchao also knew the other party didn't mean it. After all, Dongwu City had too few armed forces, so he didn't make things difficult for them. With Su Ruwashi and Bai Yi in tow, he left the scene. Meanwhile, the Mo family villa. Reading the report from his subordinates, he collapsed onto the sofa. He muttered distractedly to himself, how could it possibly fail? After investing so much manpower and resources, it actually ended in failure. This left him utterly baffled. Why did things turn out this way? No, I have to leave. He suddenly remembered something and sprang to his feet. Grabbing a jacket, he didn't even pack any luggage. He dashed straight for the main entrance. But just as he stepped out of the villa's gate, he saw a crowd of people already blocking the doorway. Wang Liping sneered and said, Mr. Mo, the big tycoon, where are you planning to travel this time? Need me to give you a ride? Wang Liping, what are you doing? Mo's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained his composure as he questioned sternly. Wang Liping took out an arrest warrant and read aloud, we now suspect you of being involved in the spreading of a heretical cult, multiple cases of kidnapping, murder, robbery, and other serious crimes. You are hereby formally under arrest. If you have any objections to our enforcement actions, you may invite your lawyer to defend your case and provide feedback. Wang Liping produced a pair of silver handcuffs, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smirk. Then now, highest-ranking leader of the evil god cult in Dongwu City, you're under arrest. Chapter 31. How about I become your son instead? Bai Yi remained unaware that there were deeper reasons behind the attack on him. When he bid farewell to Su Ruwashi and the other person, returning home, it was already dinner time. As soon as Bai Yi stepped through the door, he was hit by the strong stench of feces. Zheng Ping wasn't in the living room, she was in the bathroom doing laundry. As for Bai Zongheng, there was no sign of him. Bai Yi walked over to the bathroom entrance, where complete chaos greeted him. Although it had been cleaned, it wasn't hard to tell that the toilet must have exploded. Pinching his nose, Bai Yi asked with some disgust, Mom, did you and Dad have a fight or something? How did the toilet explode? You should be asking yourself that. Zheng Ping shot Bai Yi an annoyed look, leaving him utterly bewildered. What's it got to do with me? Did you summon your dad away today? Yeah, but what does that have to do with the toilet? Bai Yi asked, bewildered. He thought to himself, I summoned my dad, not the toilet. It has nothing to do with the toilet, but do you know what your dad was shouting when he came back? What was that shout? The moment he returned, he shouted, blue-faced old thief, take this strike from my staff. Are you okay? Absolutely no problem. Of course not, what could be wrong? Then your dad smashed the toilet in the sewer pipe with one swing, and the stuff splattered all over his face. When I saw him like that, wheezing with laughter, I could barely recognize him. As she spoke, Zheng Ping shook her head and pointed upstairs. See, now your dad's taken 20 showers and rinsed his mouth 50 times. Bai Yi's lips twitched involuntarily as he silently mourned his poor old father for a minute in his heart. So has the apartment promised by the Education Bureau been sorted out yet? Bai Yi glanced at the devastated bathroom and asked with genuine concern. It's done. We've been airing out the house to get rid of formaldehyde these past few days. We'll be able to move in soon. Mentioning this instantly lifted Zhang Ping's mood. Her son was truly reliable. He actually became the province's top scorer in the college entrance exams. Now whenever she steps outside, which neighbor doesn't know that Zhang Ping is the mother of Bai Yi, the provincial champion? Every single one of them, upon seeing her, would inevitably ask how she managed to raise such an outstanding and exemplary son. Whenever this question came up, Zhang Ping would always respond lightly with a dismissive, "My son Bai Yi?" Nothing worth mentioning. As the two conversed, Bai Zongheng finally descended from upstairs. The moment he laid eyes on Bai Yi, his temper flared instantly. "Call the funeral home, woman, today, one of us isn't walking out of here alive." "Dad, you messed up your lines. Looking for a spanking, are you?" "Dad, calm down." Bai Yi gave a cheeky grin, then took out a can of beer from the fridge, popped it open, and brought it over to Bai Zongheng. After taking a few sips himself, he said, "Your son almost got killed today, and you're fussing over such trivial matters." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Zongheng decided not to press the matter further. He pulled out a chair, looked solemnly at Bai Yi, and said, "Speak. What happened?" "It was like this." Bai Yi recounted the entire sequence of events, from Su Ruoshi's invitation, to encountering the cult of the evil god's ambush, until finally learning new skills that summoned his own father. Bai Zongheng's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened, so much so that even Zhang Ping, who had been cleaning the bathroom, set aside her work to attentively hear Bai Yi recount the day's events. After a long silence following his account, Bai Yi took a sip of water and said, "Now, you can ask me whatever questions you have." "Bai Zongheng, is that girl really your girlfriend?" "Zhang Ping, did you hold hands? Did you kiss? Did you get a room together?" Bai Yi looked at their gossiping expressions, utterly speechless. "Your son just survived a life and death crisis, for heaven's sake. Could you at least show some respect for the parenting profession?" "Ahem, since you're fine, tell me about this ability of yours," Bai Zongheng suddenly asked with serious intent. Bai Yi, "Well, this ability, I can only use it once a day. No matter where I am, I can summon you to my side, Dad, for at least 1 second. Bai Zongheng, 1 second? What good is that?" "Zhang Ping, it could block a fatal blow for Xiaoyi." "Bai Zongheng, how about this, would you like to adopt me as your son?" Zhang Ping snorted and rolled her eyes. "I decline. You're too ugly." "But Xiaoyi, be honest with your mom, where did you learn all these skills?" Zhang Ping suddenly turned serious, fixing her gaze on Bai Yi's eyes as she asked. "I told her it's a professional skill that comes with the job, Mom. Would you believe me?" "Dear, whatever you say, Mom believes you." Zhang Ping knew Bai Yi wasn't lying and instead anxiously advised, "You'd better only use this ability in emergencies, otherwise it could put you in danger." If the phrase, "someone, protect his majesty," could still be glossed over somehow, well, there's really no way to hide this dad's here situation. Simply by using it, one could summon Bai Zongheng to their son's side. Zhang Ping had reason to believe it was a skill that could ignore level restrictions. She gazed deeply at Bai Yi. Her son was becoming increasingly hard to understand. "Understood," Bai Yi replied, putting away his smile and nodding solemnly. "There's no helping it, this skill is truly way too overpowered. If used frequently, some scheming individual might notice its loopholes that really wouldn't be safe. Better use it sparingly until I acquire another life-saving skill. Let's eat, I'm starving to death." After dinner, Bai Yi had just returned to his room. He promptly received a notification about a completed mission. "Congratulations to your team, one big happy family, for completing an A-rank commission. Please check your mission rewards promptly." "Has the reward been credited yet?" Bai Yi mumbled to himself and peeked into his backpack. Sure enough, there was an extra 300,000 in cash and 20 additional divine crystals. Without hesitation, Bai Yi immediately used all 20 divine crystals. Before long, a brand new panel appeared before him. Name, Bai Yi. Level, LV6. EXP, 2500/3600. Occupation, bystander. Talent, omniscient and omnipotent. Nothing can be hidden from a passerby. Your eyes can perceive all concealed information. Additionally, you always acquire special intelligence. A passerby possesses boundless possibilities. Never underestimate yourself. Strength, 59. Stamina, 59. Agility, 59. Spirit, 59. Skills, emergency protection, LV1, pretty privilege, LV1, dad's here, LV1, divine power, 5,900 points, skill points, 15 points, gold coins, 1.32 million. This feels amazing. Bai Yi sensed the power coursing through him and burst into a fit of pig-like laughter. Who said passersby are useless? With my current stats, I could utterly crush any S-tier potential genius at my level. After causing such a big mess today, it seems I can't take on any more missions. Might as well use what little vacation time I have left to further refine my secondary profession upgrades. Thinking this, Bai Yi went on to purchase several more weapons. Thus began his journey to strengthen his secondary profession. Chapter 32, definitely a serious condition. With his mental power skyrocketing, Bai Yi could now basically use appraisal 24 times a day. With powerful mental strength as support, the experience from the appraisal eyes was shooting up rapidly. For the next half-month, Bai Yi spent his time entirely at home. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, he simply couldn't. The aftermath of the evil god cult's attack was settled. Mo, son of Eastern Martial City 9th High School principal Mo Bayan, was arrested. Mo Bayan was consequently suspended from his post. No one had imagined that a mere high school teacher would turn out to be the leader of the evil god cult. Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi were placed under special protection measures by Dongwu City due to this incident. To avoid drawing attention, Bai Yi simply stopped going out altogether. It's worth mentioning that during this period, the family moved to a new house, becoming neighbors with Elder Zhang. During the day, Bai Yi spent most of his time honing his secondary profession beyond training, chatting idly with Elder Zhang through the window. Occasionally, Zhang Daxian would send over some food to replenish Bai Yi's spiritual energy. Honestly, ever since awakening the side profession of a chef, his culinary skills have been getting better and better. Of course, when evening comes, it's time for that awkward chit-chat with Su Ruwashi. Somehow, ever since that incident, Su Ruwashi would chat with Bai Yi for a few words every single day. And each time, Bai Yi would pick a line from the book Advanced Romance Tactics, guaranteed to win over your crush, to reply to Su Ruwashi, though the results were never particularly impressive. Take today's conversation, for instance. Su Ruwashi, Bai Yi, have you eaten? Bai Yi, had your meal? What about you? Su Ruwashi, no appetite. My stomach feels a bit bloated. Bai Yi, I understand now. Su Ruwashi, what exactly do you understand? Bai Yi, it's just constipation. In our next life, I'll be your asterisk shoal, I promise nothing will get stuck. Su Ruwashi, get lost. Bai Yi shook his head and put down his phone. Once again, he turned his gaze to his secondary profession's experience bar. Just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 3, Bai Yi decided to push himself and level up to 3 tonight. With that thought, he spent another 150,000 to purchase 5 silver tier weapons. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an excellent silver longbow, experience +2. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an ordinary silver dagger, EXP +1. Identification successful. Congratulations on identifying an excellent silver longsword, EXP +2. Ding, congratulations on Eye of Appraisal leveling up, level +1. New effect unlocked. When appraising equipment, base attributes +10%, with attribute bonuses below 5 points calculated as 5 points. Impressive. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction at the new effect. This essentially meant that any equipment he appraised would have stats 10% higher than others. For instance, a standard silver greatsword's attribute range typically fell between 5 to 20, but weapons appraised by Bai Yi would have value fluctuations between 10 to 25. This is how it's calculated when it's below 5 points. But if it were a diamond-grade weapon, how terrifying would that 10% bonus be? Now Bai Yi even wants to find a gold or diamond weapon to test its effects. However, it's a bit unfortunate, the appraisal eye at level 3 has a high failure rate when appraising gold and diamond-grade equipment. And once the appraisal fails, this weapon can be considered ruined. So, now there's no one to test it for him, and he has no choice but to give up. Stretching lazily, Bai Yi fell asleep contentedly. Early the next morning, the sound of his phone woke Bai Yi up. Bro, are you up yet? If I wasn't before, I am now thanks to you, Bai Yi replied helplessly. That voice, it could only be Wang Ritian. Ha ha ha, my bad. Want to go back to sleep then? Alright, brother Wang, let's get down to business. Here's the thing. I called today to let you know that school starts in just a week. Are you ready to come over here? What's there to prepare? I can leave anytime. Got it. I'll be going to Dongwu City in about 3 days. How about we travel together then? Alright, Bai Yi thought for a moment before responding. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Yi hung up the phone. Tianfu City was very, very far from Dongwu City. Of course, in this world, distance had never been a problem. What stands in the way of distance is money. Back then, the surface area of the entire Blue Star expanded significantly, causing every nation's territory to grow hundreds of times larger. From then on, people's modes of transportation. The mode of transportation has changed from high-speed rail, cars, airplanes, and ships to teleportation arrays. As the only relatively safe means of travel, activating a teleportation array requires a significant amount of money and resources. Take the teleportation fee from Dongwu City to Tianfu City as an example, $500,000 per person, with students receiving a half-price discount. This makes it unaffordable for the vast majority of households. Of course, airplanes and cars aren't entirely unusable. Rather, it's because of the vast number of monsters in the wild that the accident rates keep rising. Bai Yi conservatively estimated that once he went to Tianfu City, he'd be lucky to return even once in 6 months. With this in mind, Bai Yi dressed and prepared to go downstairs to announce his departure. I hadn't even reached the bottom of the stairs when I overheard my parents discussing. Dear, I'm really worried about Xiaoyi going so far away all by himself. What if? Oh come now, what's there to worry about? The boy's grown up, it's time he left home to make his own way in the world. Through the stair railings, Bai Yi saw the shimmer of unshed tears in their eyes. A surge of emotion welled up in his heart. After all, his parents were getting old, with strands of white hair already showing. Life is indeed precious, but parents are the most treasured. Thinking this, Bai Yi wanted to immediately go downstairs and give them a warm hug. Just as I was about to act, I saw Zhang Ping wipe her tears and say, after 18 years, I can finally take a vacation. I don't even know how to describe how I'm feeling right now. Exactly. Just thinking about Ear being gone for 3 years makes me so happy I could pop open a bottle of 82 DDT to celebrate. Darling, after Xiaoyi leaves, what's the first thing you want to do? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's to Bai Yi, food. Right, absolutely, just down a whole bowl of rice. Bai Zongheng stared at Zhang Ping, who was desperately making meaningful eye movements, and froze for a moment. Only then did he realize that it hadn't been his wife speaking at all. He turned his head, looking at Bai Yi coming downstairs, and chuckled awkwardly, son, you're up awfully early today. Bai Yi casually poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and smiled, no need to feel awkward. I was worried you might miss me, but seeing how happy you are puts me at ease. Zhang Ping stared blankly at Bai Yi for a moment before reaching out to touch his forehead. Are you sick? I'm not sick. Zhang Ping, if you're not sick, why would you think your parents can't take care of themselves without you? Bai Yi rolled her eyes. Fine, I'm the sick one then. Both Zhang Ping and Bai Zongheng nodded in unison and declared, clearly a serious illness. Chapter 33, I promise not to make things difficult for you, brother. 3 days later, a black sedan pulled up in front of Bai Yi's villa. Su Ruoshi and Wang Ritian stepped out of the car. This must be the villa arranged by Dongwu City. Not bad at all. Wang Ritian nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the undercover sentinels around him with general approval. Making a mistake the first time was understandable, but if it happened again, that would truly be negligence. However, it seemed the security team of Dongwu City had learned their lesson in this regard. Alright then, I'm off to see Great Master Zhang. You take care of Bai Yi's place. With that, Wang Ritan burst into laughter and strode toward Great Master Zhang's house next door. Su Ruoshi straightened her clothes and pressed the doorbell at Bai Yi's residence. Zhang Ping opened the door, eyeing the pretty young girl standing before her. What brings you here, young lady? She asked. Auntie, hello. I'm Bai Yi's classmate, Su Ruoshi. Su Ruoshi gave a slight nod as she introduced herself very politely. Oh my, so you're the young lady who had a date with Xiaoyi? Zhang Ping's eyes flashed with pleasant surprise as she quickly ushered Su Ruoshi inside. Ah, what a lovely young lady. You're too kind, Auntie. Is Bai Yi ready yet? Have a seat in the living room for a moment, I'll go upstairs and call him. No need, I'm coming down. Bai Yi came downstairs dressed in all white. Upon seeing Su Ruoshi, he raised his hand in greeting. Morning, my little darling. Su Ruoshi rolled her eyes without responding to Bai Yi, instead turning to Zhang Ping and saying, Auntie, I'll wait outside for you all. You can chat for a while. So early? I thought you'd leave after having lunch there. The teacher said the portals are discounted in the morning. If we don't leave now, he'll go bankrupt, Su Ruoshi said with a laugh, revealing Wang Ritian's secret. Alright, Zhang Ping chuckled softly as she took Bai Yi's hand and reminded her, Xiaoyi, you know Mom really can't bear to part with you, right? Bai Yi's voice choked with emotion as he said, Mom, I know. What about Dad? Why isn't he here to see me off? Zhang Ping replied, just wait a little longer. Your father will be back soon. He has a lot he wants to say to you too. Bai Yi nodded. So his parents really did love him after all, right? I wouldn't have guessed your parents care about you so much, Su Ruoshi remarked with a light laugh. Truthfully, what parent could feel at ease seeing their child go to such a distant place? Sometimes, they're just not good at expressing it. Bai Yi offered no reply. Had he really misunderstood them these past few days? Just as he was thinking, Bai Zongheng jogged to the doorstep. I'm not late, am I? Glancing at Su Ruoshi inside, he nodded in greeting before turning to Bai Yi. Son, today marks your first day at university. As your father, I've got nothing grand to give you, so I went out early to get some things for your farewell. Dad, we really don't need to be this formal between us. You're making it sound like I'm never coming back. Bai Yi's eyes welled up with emotion. This scoundrel of a father may have seemed utterly unreliable, but deep down, wasn't he still fiercely devoted to her? Come on, let's go to the doorway. Bai Zongheng beckoned everyone to gather at the entrance, then took Zhang Ping's hand and walked forward a few steps. Are you ready, dear? Ready, kiddo's dad. Bai Zongheng nodded and looked at Bai Yi. Watch closely, son. We've prepared a special farewell fireworks show just for you. Bai Yi nodded, brimming with anticipation. With that, Bai Zongheng pulled out dozens of fireworks from his backpack all at once. Zhang Ping then took out a swana. Ready. Start the music. The two sang in unison, the grave is covered in flowers, how beautiful you longed for them to be. Bai Yi, Su Ruwashi. For a fleeting moment, the sounds of fireworks and swana horns filled the air without cease. Bai Yi stood there dumbstruck, letting out a heavy sigh. As expected, children are just accidents, parents are true love. Su Ruwashi, I suddenly feel a little sorry for you. Bai Yi, thanks, lend me your bosom for a moment. Su Ruwashi? Amidst the cheerful singing and laughter, Bai Yi and the others left the villa area. Zhang Daxian took the front passenger seat. Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi sat in the back. So, what route are we taking to the teleportation array? Zhang Daxian asked curiously, staring out the window. Military bases control every access point for teleportation. This way, if any city faces a beast tide, reinforcements can arrive in time. Wang Ritian explained with a smile. For children who had never traveled far from home, everything along the way was fresh and new. The group chatted casually while taking in the scenery. They arrived at their destination quickly. After Wang Ritian showed his credentials, there wasn't much obstruction. Soon, the group arrived inside a facility. Inside the facility, there was an incomprehensible intersecting pattern drawn. Surrounding the pattern were sparkling, translucent crystals. This is your first time teleporting, so you might feel a bit dizzy, but you'll be fine once you get used to it, Wang Ritian reminded them, taking the lead and stepping into the formation. When everyone had entered the strange pattern, the teleportation array suddenly burst into brilliant light. The intense glow forced everyone to close their eyes. By the time Bai Yi reopened his, everything around him had changed. The soldiers that used to be seen everywhere were gone, replaced by numerous students wearing long black robes. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows around, one could see bamboo groves growing outside, along with many young men and women in Hanfu wandering about. It was as if one had traveled back to some dynasty in ancient times. We're here. Are you guys okay? Wang Ritian laughed. Already here? Their eyes all reflected surprise. Had mere seconds passed since they left, yet here they were appearing in Tenfu City across who knows how many thousands of kilometers? Yeah. Wang Ritian pulled out a copy of the new student guide handbook from his bag and handed it to the trio, saying, let's head to the freshman registration office first, we might still be able to secure you good dorm rooms. The three nodded and followed Wang Ritian forward. As they walked, Wang Ritian explained, here, cash has limited use, everything revolves around academic credits. Zhang Daxian asked in confusion, what are these credits used for? Credits are essentially the currency within the school, they can buy you everything and all resources you desire, like hiring private tutors or accessing certain facilities, all requiring credit expenditure. Furthermore, no one admitted to our institution is mediocre. While you're all exceptional talents, remember there's always someone better. Don't let arrogance blind you to others' capabilities. At this point, Wang Ritian deliberately glanced at Bai Yi and added, many people have doubts about your achievements. You might face challengers. You can accept such challenges in the arena, but avoid settling scores privately, understood? Bai Yi pondered for a moment before nodding, I appreciate the advice, brother. If anyone provokes me, truthfully, I'll make an example of them to warn others decisively. Even if I have to resolve matters privately, I'll ensure everything's handled cleanly, no complications for you. Wang Ritian? Chapter 34, Get Lost Before I Bite You, 4th update. Regarding Bai Yi's comprehension skills, Wang Ritian was somewhat speechless, but overall, there really wasn't anything wrong with it. They walked for almost half an hour. Only then did they arrive at the freshman registration area. Although there was still some time before the semester began, the place was already packed with people. The moment Bai Yi and his two companions appeared, they drew the attention of most people in the crowd. After all, who could resist the charm of a silver-haired handsome man? Look, that silver-haired guy over there is so handsome, I wish I could spend a wonderful night with him. The blue-haired girl next to her is so cool too, both handsome and beautiful, total crush material. Yeah, it's just that other guy who looks a bit creepy, kind of out of place. If only he weren't standing there. Zhang Daxian? Bai Yi? Pfft, ignore them, Daxian. Someday you'll meet a girl who doesn't care about looks or money, and she won't want you either. Zhang Daxian. Hello, please fill out these applications. The student council girl smiled warmly while handing Bai Yi and his two companions several forms. After briefly filling out the form, Bai Yi was the first to submit his profile. Name, Bai Yi. Potential, F rank. The receptionist covered her mouth in shock as she looked at Bai Yi, then excitedly stood up and grabbed her phone. I'm actually your fan. Could I get a photo with you? Sure, go ahead. Bai Yi smiled and posed for a photo very cooperatively with this young lady. He hadn't expected his reputation to have spread all the way to Tianfu City. Is that really Bai Yi? That F-level potential student who got exceptionally admitted as the top scorer from Jinan province? I was wondering who could be this handsome, it's my dream lover Bai Yi after all. The student council girl's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Honestly, at one of the nation's top 2 prestigious universities, a potential F-grade student is like a giant panda in a zoo, exceptionally rare. His reputation spreads beyond Jinan province and circulates throughout the entire country. After expressing their astonishment, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of regret. Just as most admissions representatives had thought that day, they all recognized the importance of potential. Those with low potential lose attribute points with every level up. Though other methods might help bridge the gap, while you're striving to catch up, aren't others doing the same? From this perspective, someone with potential F trying to catch up to the top-tier geniuses is nothing short of a pipe dream. The student council's senior sister also realized this point and sighed faintly. He's clearly quite good-looking, how could he only have F-grade potential? Shaking her head, she continued reading further. When she saw the 4-dimensional attributes by E had filled in, she froze. All attributes at 59? What kind of monstrous stats are these? Having all attributes identical was bizarre enough, but how could they all be so incredibly high? Isn't potential F supposed to be the worst trash? Why does Zhang Daxian with potential A beside him have lower total attributes than this by E? What's wrong? Wang Ritian noticed the shocked expression on the student council girl's face and leaned over to take a look, immediately making the same expression. Just over half a month ago, Bai Yi was nothing more than a loser with only 14 points in all attributes. How could all stats have soared to 59 in such a short time? Even steroids couldn't make them rise this fast. Bai Yi, are you sure these are your latest stats? Wang Ritian asked with a trembling voice. Can there be any doubt about it? How did you do that? Natural talent, I guess. Damn, you're amazing. Wang Ritian's face lit up with astonishment. Bai Yi kept astonishing him with one surprise after another. Bai Yi couldn't hide the matter of his attribute points any longer. After all, dungeons were officially monitored. Once entering any dungeon, one's attribute points would automatically be displayed, so whether revealed sooner or later made little difference. Under Wang Ritian's impatient urging, the staff lady finally completed the registration for the 3 of them. These are your student IDs, containing 100 academic credits each. I believe Professor Wang has already explained the importance of credits to you. Besides earning them through missions, expeditions or defeating enemies, credits can also be exchanged with gold coins at the current rate of 1 million gold coins per 100 credits. Also, while your registration fees are fully waived, you'll need to pay for accommodation. You can now think about which tier of dormitory you'd like to stay in. The young lady explained very politely to Bai Yi and the other 2. Dormitories have tiers? Zhang Daxian asked in confusion. That's correct. Take a look at page 25 of the beginner's guide, it's written there. Hearing this, all 3 of them opened the guide to take a look. A simply furnished 6-person dorm room costs 10 academic credits per year. A well-furnished 4-person dorm room costs 20 academic credits per year. A luxuriously furnished 2-person dorm room costs 40 academic credits per year. Luxurious standalone villa with premium furnishings, 100 credit points per year. Holy mother of, that expensive? Zhang Daxian was the first to complain about being broke. Even the cheapest dorm costs 100,000 yuan a year. These prices are way higher than outside. Bai Yi also had a look of painful reluctance on his face. This school is truly permeated with the stench of money. I'll take the standalone villa. While the 2 were still deliberating, Su Ruwashi had already made her choice. He pulled out a card and handed it to the receptionist, saying, also, please help me deposit 2 million and exchange some credit points. Alright, the young woman's eyes flickered with excitement. Both deposits and referrals earned credit points, otherwise, why would she bother working as a freshman guide here? Su Ruwashi's single transaction alone would earn her 20 credit points in commission. It couldn't be any more satisfying. So tell me, you're not actually staying in a 6-person dorm, are you? Su Ruwashi looked at Bai Yi and Elder Zhang with provoking smile playing at the corners of her lips, her arched eyebrows full of mockery. What should we do now? Elder Zhang whispered into Bai Yi's ear. What's the big deal? Bai Yi dismissed it entirely. It's just a villa, what's the big deal? He walked straight to Su Ruwashi's side, then turned around and grinned at Xian. Seriously? You're not actually planning to stay in a 6-person dorm, are you? Xian. Su Ruwashi raised an eyebrow. Have you made up your mind? Bai Yi. But I have you, remember? Don't you recall our team name? One big happy family. Shouldn't family members live together? Su Ruwashi, scram before I bite someone. Bai Yi, got it. In the end, both Bai Yi and Immortal Zhang chose the villa. There was no choice after all. The 2 of them were the top scholars of Jinan province. They couldn't let their prestige suffer. Of course, that wasn't the main reason. The real reason they chose a standalone villa was something far more straightforward. There were no other rooms left. Chapter 35, Enrollment. Without credits, you can't get anywhere. Except for the 6-person rooms and the villa, there are no other dormitory rooms available. Compared to the chaotic 6-person rooms, both of them preferred the quiet villa. 6 people in one room while you're studying, others are singing, while you're sleeping, others are snoring, while you're watching a movie, others are laughing non-stop. Just thinking about it drives you crazy. Just thinking about these things, Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian had no choice but to opt for the villa. After all, staying home alone to watch a movie or shoot some hoops would be much more convenient, right? After they made their selections, the receptionist happily handed their student IDs to the trio and said, "Your 3 villas are right next to each other. They're already registered, just scan your faces to enter when you arrive." "Great, thanks." The 3 of them thanked him and followed Wang Ritian as he led them away. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a scenic villa area. Bai Yi was assigned to villa number 101, Su Ruoshi to villa number 102, and Zhang Daxian to villa number 103. "These villas are yours," he said. Wang Ritian led them to their respective residences and bid farewell, saying, "Alright, this is your home now. Most questions can be answered in the freshman handbook. If there's anything you don't understand, you can call me. Wishing you a pleasant campus life. Goodbye, Brother Wang." After seeing Wang Ritian off, the trio chatted for a while before eagerly heading into their villa. The villa was neither excessively large nor particularly small. A garden, a swimming pool, a 2-story structure with a layout of 4 bedrooms and 3 living rooms. The interior decoration is extremely luxurious, and it certainly doesn't feel like money was wasted. Bai Yi quickly checked for any surveillance devices before moving to the bed to unpack his luggage. 10 minutes later, after finishing his unpacking, Bai Yi picked up the new student guide handbook and began reading. The entire university is divided into 4 major colleges and 8 major districts: Combat College, Technique College, Skill Research College, and Auxiliary College. The Combat College is the top choice for those dedicated to frontline battles, primarily teaching close-quarters combat techniques focused on physical prowess. It is also one of the most populous colleges in Tianfu University. The Technique College is a skills-oriented institution, mainly dedicated to exploring new applications of abilities and helping students maximize the effectiveness of their techniques. The Skill Research Institute is primarily an administrative academy, typically gathering professionals whose vocations or talents lie in analysis, creation, and similar fields, careers less suited for combat but still capable of contributing to the nation. It is also the birthplace of many original skills. The last institution, the Subsidiary Academy, serves as a general term where practitioners of life support and auxiliary professions come to learn specialized knowledge. They also shoulder the responsibility for all material production within the school. After understanding these 4 academies, Bai Yi turned his attention to the 8 major zones: teaching area, commercial area, residential area, dungeon area, retirement area, teleportation area, Tianfu Tower, dueling area. These zones are basically what their names suggest, making them relatively easy to understand. The only exceptions are the retirement area and Tianfu Tower. The retirement area refers to accommodations provided for those who have retired from active roles. After all, Tianfu University covers such a vast area that it's no exaggeration to say it's like a small city. Those who have made significant contributions to the university or the country are permitted to retire here. The university takes care of all their living needs: food, clothing, housing, and transportation, ensuring their twilight years are worry-free. Naturally, this includes family members of staff who died in service. They too are invited to live here. And the Tianfu Tower is quite an interesting place. This tower is said to be an unclaimed astral class artifact. Back when Qin Tianfu, the founder of Tianfu University and ranked 5th among China's top 10 imperial tier professionals, couldn't take this tower away, he ultimately decided to build the world-renowned Tianfu University around it. He then named the tower Tianfu Tower. Within the Tianfu Tower lies a hidden world of wonder. Everyone who enters will face different challenges. According to the records in the manual, it has a total of 100 floors. Just like dungeons, clearing each floor gives a reward of rule power. Legend says that whoever clears all 100 floors will obtain incomparably powerful strength. But so far, no one has been able to pass the 50th floor. Because the Celestial Tower treats everyone equally, whether you're the lowest-ranking soldier-class professional or one of humanity's pinnacles, king-class or emperor-class professionals above level 100, everyone who enters the Celestial Tower faces a difficulty tailored to their level. Celestial University also relies on this tower to firmly maintain its position as the nation's second-ranked university. New students receive 1 free challenge attempt, after which each subsequent attempt costs 500 academic credits. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn, that's shady as hell. 500 academic credits equal 5 million, that's enough to buy a top-tier golden equipment. But if others can't see through it, what about me? Omniscience and omnipotence claim there's nothing they don't know. Then could this Tianfu Tower of unknown origin reveal any unusual information? With this thought, Bai Yi rose and walked to the window. Tianfu Tower was incredibly tall. Its soaring white spire was visible from nearly every corner of Tianfu University. After staring intently for a few seconds, a piece of information suddenly appeared. Name, Tower of Heaven. Type, Special Class. Grade, Floors, 100. Omniscient and omnipotent, prove yourself as a man by challenging 100 floors, clear each level to earn attribute points, skill points, and mysterious rewards. Conquer all 100 floors, and this tower will be yours. Are you ready? So the reward for clearing 100 floors is this tower? Bai Yi pondered for a moment. He absolutely had to try it when given the chance. After all, this is a divine artifact beyond stellar tier. Wouldn't it be delightful to claim it as his own? Dismissing impractical thoughts, Bai Yi continued reading. What followed were introductions to various mentors and their fee structures. Dean level, one-on-one guidance, 100 credits per hour. Vice Dean level, one-on-one guidance, 70 credits per hour. Senior mentor level, private instruction, 50 credits per hour. Intermediate mentor level, private instruction, 30 credits per hour. Junior mentor level, private instruction, 10 credits per hour. Just as Brother Wang said, without credits you can't take a single step. Bai Yi let out a light sigh, feeling a mild headache coming on. Scanning further down, she encountered items like venue usage fees and dungeon registration fees. Every program was just credits, and more credits. But soon enough, this agonizing period finally came to an end. Because Bai Yi saw the guide on earning freshman credits. When the headline benefits overview of the freshman competition appeared in Bai Yi's line of sight, heaven knows how happy he was. Chapter 36, The Freshman Competition begins. The freshman tournament is an annual gala event at Tianfu University. It's also a prime opportunity for students to earn free academic credits. Traditionally, the tournament rewards participants with corresponding credits based on their rankings. The first place winner receives 200 credit points per month. Second place, 150 credit points per month. Third place, 100 credit points per month. Basically, as long as you can make it to the top 10, it's equivalent to earning over 500,000 gold coins a month for free. Isn't this way better than working odd jobs or doing missions outside? However, easily placing in the top 10 of the freshman tournament is no simple feat. After all, being one of the top 2 universities in the country, they enroll nearly 10,000 new students every year. Among them are at least 10 provincial champions, not to mention the countless city-level champions scattered like stars. The format of the tournament varies too. Sometimes it's combat between professionals, other times it's a race through dungeons. However, Bai Yi wasn't too concerned about himself. With his skills and attributes, securing a spot in the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. The real challenge lay in claiming first place. As the saying goes, a professional who doesn't aim for the top isn't a true professional. And Bai Yi's goal was nothing less than first place in the freshman competition. While Bai Yi was lost in his fantasies at home, Wang Ritan arrived at a conference room. More than a dozen people were seated here, each exuding an air of authority. If Bai Yi had been present, he would have recognized them as the deans and vice deans of various colleges featured in the freshman handbook. Wang Ritan nodded toward the head seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Looking at the white-haired elder professor in the main seat, he spoke softly, "Old Qin, I'm back." Qin Tianfu gave a slight nod and said, "Since everyone's here, let's begin reviewing this year's freshman enrollment statistics." Old Master Qin, as of now, 25,000 new students have completed their enrollment procedures. The majority are pre-enrolled students from the auxiliary vocation colleges, while the proportion of mainstream vocation freshmen has declined compared to previous years. Provincial top scholars have fallen below average, with only 9, and municipal champions number 35. A vice dean in charge of admissions stood up to report. Isn't this because someone used the sole special privilege on a freshman with only F-grade potential? Otherwise, how could our top scholar count this year have plummeted below the average of previous years? A middle-aged woman wearing glasses said somewhat tartly. She didn't spare Wang Ritan the slightest courtesy. Indeed, Teacher Wang's approach was somewhat inappropriate. But putting Bai Yi aside, isn't there also an SSS-ranked Su Ruoshi from Dongwu City this time? While she might not be the provincial top scholar, she's far superior to ordinary ones. Our Martial Combat Academy has first dibs on her, declared Yi Yinhu, the dean of the Martial Combat Academy, with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Kubui, the dean of the Battle Skills Academy, was the first to object. He slammed the table in protest. Nonsense. Su Ruwashi's profession is a magic swordsman, a swordsman who relies on skill output. That girl should rightfully belong to our Battle Skills Academy. Soon, the argument escalated into a heated dispute. A significant reason for their presence here was precisely to scout top-tier students directly. As the holder of SSS grade potential, Su Ruwashi was undoubtedly everyone's top priority for recruitment. Watching Bai Yi, the provincial top scorer, being completely ignored, Wang Ritan shook his head in disappointment. He had originally intended to tell them how Bai Yi's total attributes had surpassed those of A-grade potential professionals in just over half a month, but now it seemed pointless. When they finally witness Bai Yi's true capabilities, they'll realize that Wang Ritan, never misjudged talent. And just at this moment, Qin Tianfu, who had remained silent all this while, gave a light cough to signal everyone to quiet down. There's no need for anyone to worry. After tomorrow's freshman competition concludes, we'll compete fairly based on our respective abilities. Now, let's discuss what competition format we should adopt for tomorrow's event. Qin Tianfu glanced at Wang Ritian, his eyes filled with affirmation. He was aware of Bai Yi's latest information and knew exactly what had happened when Bai Yi was attacked. So, he stopped everyone from discussing further. If they made a premature decision now, Bai Yi would have no choice but to settle for a lower-tier mentor later, which would drastically diminish his goodwill toward the university. With Qin Tianfu's intervention, everyone ceased the discussion. Instead, the conversation steered toward the competition format. Finally, after more than 3 hours of discussion, they ultimately decided that this year's freshman tournament would be a professional solo competition. This decision was largely motivated by the desire to test Bai Yi's true capabilities. After all, on the 1v1 arena, Bai Yi would lose all other forms of assistance he could rely on. In response, Qin Tianfu and Wang Ritian simply smiled faintly. They were somewhat looking forward to what kind of spectacular performance Bai Yi could deliver. Meanwhile, all registered students received the latest notification. Attention, attention! By the decision of the school committee, the ranking matches for this year's freshman competition will commence tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the arena. This tournament adopts a professional solo battle format, with the maximum allowable equipment tier set at silver level. Students wishing to participate must register via the campus network by 10 p.m. tonight. At this moment, all the students burst into excitement. Every freshman competition is not just a carnival for the newcomers, but also a grand feast for the upperclassmen. Some capable and prestigious students began organizing betting pools. Nearly the entire school population would participate in the event. Interesting. Let's see how this Bai Yi guy can possibly compare to the likes of us, sneered an SS grade potential male student with a twisted grin. A professional duel tournament. This is heaven sent. Wang Tan will surely make a name for himself at Tianfu Academy and finally make his father proud, murmured a boy yearning for paternal validation to himself. Bai Yi, I will definitely win first place and make my girlfriend realize that I, Gil, am truly the number one in Tianfu. A heartbroken man, who had been dumped because Bai Yi was too handsome, clenched his fists and swore. Meow meow meow. A stray cat wandering around the campus suddenly interjected. Listening to the broadcast, Bai Yi curved his lips into a faint smile. A professional solo competition, huh? Seems the school officials want to see if I'm really all that. Such petty tricks were nothing Bai Yi couldn't handle. They merely believe my skill can summon people to block attacks, hence they arranged a one-on-one duel. Considering there's no one else in the arena, how can I remain undefeated? In the past, Bai Yi might have been afraid. After all, in large crowds, judgments based on appearances often lead to unexpected outcomes. But now, he doesn't fear any challenge at all, because he was no longer the same Bai Yi from half a month ago. Chapter 37, Student Council President, Xia Kelly. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Suruwashi and Zhang Daxian arrived at Bai Yi's door and waited. After all, the three of them were all from Dongwu City, so they naturally formed a small group. As soon as they stepped outside, Suruwashi asked, "Do you feel confident about today's competition?" "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Bai Yi replied with a smile. "But what about you, Great Immortal?" "Me?" Zhang Daxian grinned. "What can I say? I'll take it one step at a time. Even finishing in the top 50 or 100 would still earn me some rewards, right?" "That won't do, just wait." Bai Yi smiled mysteriously and took out a silver greatsword and a piece of armor from his bag, handing them to Zhang Daxian. "These are the gears I spent 600 grand on for you yesterday. See if you're satisfied?" Zhang Daxian took the equipment and his eyes lit up. These stats, absolutely insane. Excitedly, Zhang Daxian equipped the weapon and armor, instantly gaining 15 points each in constitution and strength on his character panel. Even among silver-tier equipment, these could be considered premium items. I really don't know what to say. "Don't." Bai Yi stopped Zhang Daxian's thanks with a cheerful laugh. "Are we brothers or not?" "Of course we are." Zhang Daxian nodded vigorously. "Good. Then we'll settle accounts openly between brothers. Call it 700,000 for the 2 pieces of equipment plus appraisal fees." Zhang Daxian. "Put." Suruwashi couldn't help but laugh, saying, "What kind of person is Bai Yi, don't you know him yet? He's practically weeping while angrily earning 10,000 gold coins here." "Ruwashi, that's unfair. With attributes like mine, 2 pieces of equipment should cost at least 750,000 gold. If I weren't the appraiser myself, I'd actually be losing money on this deal." "You're an appraiser?" Suruwashi gave Bai Yi a once-over and said, "Don't tell me it's another F-rank certification? I might scare you to death if I tell you, my secondary profession is SSS rank." Bai Yi wiped his nose and said, Let's go. Listening to your nonsense just wasted 10 minutes of my life." Suruwashi rolled her eyes in annoyance, clearly not believing Bai Yi's words. A primary F rank and a secondary SSS rank profession? Really? No one would believe it if I told them. "Great sage, if you can prove it, I'll knock off 100,000 for you." "You said it yourself." Great Sage Zhang immediately grinned slyly and spoke up for Bai Yi. It's true. Back then, 3 SSS grade sub-professions appeared on Bai Yi's sub-profession scroll. Really? Su Ruwashi glanced at the two of them, instantly changing her tune. She grabbed Bai Yi's hand and cooed in a sugary voice, Bai Yi, I've got a piece of silver equipment here. Could you appraise it for me, pretty please? What kind of joke is this? An appraiser with SSS grade potential, where are you supposed to find something like that? Side professions are similar to main professions, everyone's skill tree is different. Generally speaking, the higher the potential, the better the skill effects. If Bai Yi really is an appraiser with SSS potential, then the results of his appraisals would definitely be much better than those from someone with merely A-grade potential. 100,000 per piece, no bargaining. Aren't we family? Should we really be talking about money? Business is business. When it comes to money, I'm a heartless person. Ha! In the end, Su Ruwashi paid Bai Yi 200,000 and successfully appraised 2 pieces of equipment with plus 20 attributes. Zhang Daxian also paid Bai Yi 600,000. After deducting the cost of the 2 unidentified silver tier equipment, this deal netted a profit of 400,000. Looking at the money in his account, Bai Yi thought smugly, it's true what they say, most salespeople make their first pot of gold from friends and family. 8:40 a.m. The 3 finally arrived at the competition area. The competition area was an enormous plaza. At the center of the plaza, numerous elevated platforms had already been erected for contestants to duel upon. By the time the 3 arrived, the place was already packed with a huge crowd. The appearance of Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi still caused quite a stir. Isn't that Bai Yi with the F-grade potential? I can't believe he actually signed up. You might not know this yet, but Bai Yi's current odds are ridiculously high. No one believes in him. Betting on him to win first place could pay out 20 times your stake. 20 times? That means 10 credits could become 250 credits? Exactly. Only the student council president dares to run this kind of betting pool. Nobody else would have the courage to operate something like this. The group openly discussed Bai Yi without restraint. Hearing their remarks, Bai Yi seemed unperturbed and instead asked, classmate, is what you just said true? The senior student instinctively assumed Bai Yi was coming to reprimand him and immediately raised his voice. What, can't handle criticism just because you suck? No, I meant to ask, where can I place a bet? Are you betting on yourself? Is it really not possible? The senior hesitated for a moment, then pointed in a direction for Bai Yi, saying, see that crowd gathered over there? The student union is running a betting pool. If you've got enough academic credits to spare, you could give it a try. Thank you. Bai Yi smiled and walked straight toward the crowd. Bai Yi's appearance was never a secret. With his handsome silver hair and tall stature, he stood out wherever he went. From afar, Xia Kelly, the student council president, spotted Bai Yi heading her way. She lightly hopped down from her chair and walked up to Bai Yi, asking, Bai Yi, what brings you here? Bai Yi stopped in his tracks, looking somewhat puzzled at Xia Kelly standing before him. First impression. This girl was very short. No, to be precise, it's exceptionally short. Probably not even 155 centimeters tall. The second impression. What's up with the cat ears on this guy's head and the tail sticking out from his butt? That swaying motion doesn't look like it's just decorative at all. Name, Xia Kelly. Race, demi-human. Level, LV26. Potential, SSS. Talent, instant trigger firing speed increased by 50%. Class, Thunderfire Marksman. Attributes, Strength 205, Constitution 176, Agility 225, Spirit 182. Little girl has great power, RBQ. Are you the student council president? Bai Yi suppressed his curiosity and asked. Actually, what he wanted to ask was how your parents got together back then. But looking at Xia Kelly's terrifying stats, Bai Yi managed to restrain himself. Need something from me, meow? I'm just wondering, can I bet on myself? Bai Yi asked. Xia Kelly shook her head. No betting on yourself, those are the rules, meow. Rules? Bai Yi chuckled. Aren't rules meant to be broken? Or, are you afraid of losing? Pfft. Do you really think such a cheap provocation would work on me, meow? I see. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow as he turned to leave. So this is all the student council amounts to, daring to take bets but scared to accept them. Truly a case of using gauze to wipe one's ass. What a revelation. Ha. Hold it right there, meow. Xia Kelly narrowed her eyes slightly and said, if you're willing to use your rookie privileges for betting, I might consider letting you place a wager, meow. Bai Yi halted in his tracks, flashing a grin as he said, alright, it's a deal. Chapter 38. Look, it's a living emperor-class professional, 4th update. To be honest, Xia Kelly also feared losing, because Bai Yi was someone she couldn't quite figure out. As a game master, Xia Keiji had naturally studied Bai Yi's college entrance exam footage multiple times. There were aspects of Bai Yi's performance during the exams that confused her. For instance, Bai Yi could directly summon monsters to her side and then instantly obliterate them. This maneuver would be a major bonus in a tournament setting. Then there were those inexplicable methods he used to defeat formidable opponents. All of this made Bai Yi an enigma. If it were simply about wagering academic credits, she naturally wouldn't have allowed Bai Yi to place bets. But if Bai Yi was willing to stake his newcomer privilege, that would be a different story. All gold materials and dungeons free to use, this privilege is worth a fortune. Fine, how many credits will this privilege count for? Bai Yi shrugged nonchalantly. How about 100 credits, Naya? Impossible, do you take me for a fool? Bai Yi sneered, at least 200 credits. Xia Kelly, deal, meow. Su Ruwashi, Zhang Daxian, _ You must be kidding me? Su Ruwashi immediately rolled her eyes. This privilege alone is worth at least 1,000 credits, if not more. Still waters run deep. Bai Yi burst into laughter. If I asked for too much, how could Xia Kelly possibly agree to it? A clever hunter often makes the other party feel like they're getting the better deal, only to then quietly profit billions through clenched teeth. Just as the contract was signed, a sudden commotion rose from the crowd. Bai Yi and the others turned toward the noise, spotting the figures of more than a dozen deans appearing in the square. Leading them was an elderly man with a venerable presence, Qin Tianfu, the founder of Tianfu University. Look, it's a living emperor-class professional. Is this the pinnacle of human combat power? They say he's nearly 100 years old, but he looks no more than 60 at most. Indeed, if only I could become an emperor-class master one day too. Everyone, quiet down please. Qin Tianfu's voice was not loud, yet it resonated in everyone's heart. The previously noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. First, let me introduce myself. I am Qin Tianfu, founder of Tianfu University. My name should appear in all your freshman handbooks, so I won't elaborate further. For this freshman competition, a total of 1,562 freshmen have enthusiastically registered before the deadline. I'm pleased to see such motivated attitudes among you. Next, I will announce the specific rules of this competition. This competition adopts a single-player arena format and is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a weeding-out process lasting 2 hours, while the second stage involves a draw-based ranking tournament to determine the champion. As you can see, the entire testing area has 100 arenas, representing the top 100 rankings among the freshmen. Within 2 hours, you must continuously attack and defend these arenas to determine the top 100. Each participant starts with 100 points. Successfully attacking an arena earns 30 points, while failure deducts 20 points. Successfully defending an arena earns 40 points, whereas failure deducts 10 points. Additionally, successful arena defense grants a 10-minute rest period. The combat time is limited to 10 minutes, and 5 minutes in, the side at a disadvantage will be declared the loser. Finally, don't try to be clever and look for loopholes. Although we're getting older, our eyes aren't dim yet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started buzzing with discussion. As everyone knows, the defending champion is at a disadvantage, because they're prone to being targeted, though failure doesn't mean elimination. But the injuries and exhaustion are real. If you encounter someone with ulterior motives, one failed defense might make you completely unable to continue fighting. That's why most people initially choose to only attack without defending. Even after capturing the ring, they voluntarily surrender it. But after the rules were fully announced, holding the ring became the advantageous strategy. Successfully defending the arena once not only earns 10 more points than attacking, but also grants 10 minutes of rest time. In other words, as long as you successfully defend the arena more than 6 times, you're basically guaranteed a spot in the top 10. Even if you fail midway, your points will still be higher than those who only attack. These fools! The school organized this competition to assess individual strength, not to watch them scheme and exploit loopholes. Bai Yi scoffed, listening to the surrounding discussions with disdain. So, are we jumping straight into challenging the main stage? Zhang Daxian asked. We'd better not start with that. Let's pick on someone weaker first, fight our way up, and hold our ground as many times as we can. But remember not to get injured. Preserving our strength is what matters most. Su Ruwashi analyzed for Bai Yi. Yeah, I think so too, Bai Yi agreed. The first to eat crabs won't necessarily reap the richest harvest, but could potentially trip up in the gutter. Therefore, Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi's opinion was not to rush things. Alright, I'll listen to you guys. Zhang Daxian nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing that everyone had finished chatting, Qin Tianfu raised his hand to signal for silence and said, then let's cut to the chase. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Once time's up, the tournament will begin. With that, Qin Tianfu took a seat with the other officials. With a wave of his hand, holographic projections appeared all over the campus. Each of the 100 numbered arenas had its own dedicated display. This method left everyone in awe, as expected of a top 2 university. During preparation time, everyone began checking their equipment and recovery potions. Zhang Daxian took out plenty of food from his backpack and shared it with Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi, saying, I made all this food yesterday. Although it's not as good as recovery potions, it can serve as an emergency supply. The effects of food and potions are different. That is to say, after reaching the limit of potion effects, food still retains its original benefits. Accepting the food, Bai Yi also took out his own equipment. That silver dagger from last time had been sold by him. Instead, he equipped himself with a set of armor that boosted his constitution by 18, a hefty brick that increased his strength by 17, a pair of shoes that enhanced his agility by 16, and a necklace that raised his spirit by 15. One could say Bai Yi was basically armed to the teeth. There was a reason for choosing the brick. His skills were suited for killing monsters but not for sparring. To avoid endangering his classmates' lives, he thoughtfully opted for the humane alternative of a brick. After all, he appraised several silver-grade weapons daily, so these items were practically disposable and ready to be swapped at any time. Every single one of them was armed to the teeth, and even Zhang Daxian was no exception. After all, this was an unrestricted competition. Although it was said to be limited to silver-tier equipment, given the current levels of these newcomers, none of them could equip gold-tier gear anyway. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. As the teacher lit the fireworks signal, everyone charged toward the nearest arena platform like madmen. The freshman competition at Tianfu University has officially begun its first stage. Chapter 39, Defeat Me and Take All My Points, 5th update. In the blink of an eye, all 100 competition platforms were instantly occupied. And the very next second, all 100 platforms simultaneously flashed red lights. This means the arena is already full, and unless there's a decisive outcome or the time limit is reached, no one else can enter. Over 500 people competing for just 100 arenas. The vast majority were left idling, forced to watch from below with nothing to do. Naturally, this included Bai Yi and his two companions. It wasn't that they didn't have time, it's that they never intended to be the first to go. The reason? Naturally, Bai Yi wanted to cheat. As a remarkably talented model youth, if he didn't cheat, if he didn't properly utilize his innate gifts, wouldn't that be wasting his natural advantages? Bai Yi scrutinized the surrounding arena platforms closely. The key to the first phase wasn't about challenging the strong. Rather than confront the strong directly, it's more effective to avoid them. For example, if Bai Yi and Su Ruoshi were to meet, what would be the outcome? Naturally, one side would suffer severe injuries. Even if that didn't benefit others, it would still waste healing potions for no good reason. So in this situation where the enemy is hidden while we're exposed, being the first to take the stage would be unwise. 2 minutes later, Bai Yi had essentially marked all the fighters with potential surpassing S rank. Thinking this, Bai Yi lowered his voice and whispered, "Stay away from contestants on platforms 1, 6, 9, 12, 24, 30. The rest are fair game." Zhang Daxian and Su Ruoshi committed these individuals' appearances to memory. Most of these freshmen possess S to SS level potential. While they might not stand a chance against Bai Yi or Su Ruoshi, clashes among themselves would still significantly drain their stamina and energy. Just as the trio were whispering amongst themselves, some arenas had already begun declaring victors and casualties. The successfully defended arena turned gray, no longer permitting challengers to enter, while the successfully conquered arena remained open for further challenges. This would continue until a successful defense occurred. After understanding the arena's mechanics, Bai Yi said, "Alright, it's time for us to make our move." The two nodded and went their separate ways in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Bai Yi himself arrived at one of the nearer arenas, platform number 3, to wait. Looking at the crowd gathered around, he smiled and asked, "Friends, could you do me a favor and let me go next?" With too many fighters and too few arenas, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. Queues began forming. Originally, there were 4 or 5 people waiting on the platform for the final outcome, but when they heard Bai Yi's words, they all frowned involuntarily, their expressions turning solemn. Reputations precede like shadows to trees. No matter how exaggerated Bai Yi's reputation might be in the outside world, it wasn't their place to question it. With this in mind, the few of them all nodded and left. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi was the only one left on the fighting stage. Out of boredom, Bai Yi pulled out a chair and sat down below the stage. He took out a lollipop from his backpack and popped it into his mouth. Then he began watching the ongoing battle on stage with great relish. From time to time, he would offer a few comments. He looked as though he wasn't there to participate in the competition, but rather to conduct an inspection. "Go on, that student, why is your punch so weak? Did you not drink your milk, or are you just stalling? It's painful to watch. Are you even a boxer? That challenger, this is no holds-barred combat. Why bother with martial ethics? That kick just now should have gone straight down. Wouldn't that have settled things instantly? Ugh, watching you two noobs fight makes my grandma's teeth hurt." On stage, the two students looked exasperated. "Isn't this just too damn distracting?" Bai Yi had been blabbering non-stop since earlier, completely diverting their attention. "How are we supposed to compete like this?" The two opponents exchanged glances, simultaneously ceasing their attacks to raise their hands in protest. Soon, a spatial magic instructor with referee insignia on his sleeve suddenly appeared on arena number 3. "What seems to be the problem here?" Defending champion, Professor, this Bai Yi is absolutely shameless, he keeps interfering with us from below. I believe his exam qualification should be revoked. Challenger, exactly. With him down there like this, we can't focus on the duel at all. This is completely unethical. The referee glanced at Bai Yi, who was innocently sucking on a lollipop, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn, this guy really knows how to stir up trouble. But upon closer consideration, Bai Yi hadn't actually violated any rules. The rule says there's no limit, but since this situation was beyond his authority, he could only turn to the two freshmen on stage and say, well, Bai Yi didn't violate any rules, so how about you two just wrap this up quickly? Defender. Challenger. Bai Yi. 1 minute later, the defending champion failed. Bai Yi swiftly stepped onto the stage and looked at the utterly devastated Wang, saying, shall we follow the formalities, or get straight to it? Bai Yi, let me tell you. Before Wang could finish his sentence, he suddenly collapsed with a thud. Bai Yi glanced at the brick in his hand and nodded in satisfaction, commenting, this thing really gets the job done, just one hit to knock someone out. Thud. As Wang *** collapsed to the ground, Bai Yi became the new champion of Arena number 3. But at that moment, there were no challengers left beneath Arena number 3 at all. Those people weren't fools either, they knew to avoid the strong ones. Unlike other obscure geniuses, Bai Yi was famously the provincial top scorer. He was the overwhelmingly powerful presence that crushed all incoming freshmen. Though everyone suspected there might be some exaggeration about Bai Yi's abilities, but given the choice, they wouldn't dare challenge Bai Yi at all. This led to an extremely awkward situation. Bai Yi was also growing quite anxious about this. If no one came forward to challenge him, there was no way his points would increase. Challenging others would be a waste of time. In response, Bai Yi had a sudden inspiration and shouted toward the school leaders' seats, esteemed leaders, can we change the rules? Whoever defeats me will earn all my points. Before Qing Tianfu and others could even agree to this proposal, some freshmen around had already prepared themselves to rush forward. As the saying goes, people are willing to risk death for a 300% profit. Defeat Bai Yi to gain 120 points, failure deducts 20 points. How to choose is clear in everyone's heart. Qin Tianfu didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked at the surrounding deans and asked, what do you think of Bai Yi's proposal? Since he has this idea, we as teachers naturally must fulfill his wish. Yes, in a sense, it's indeed unfair to him at this stage. Since he voluntarily raised the stakes to attract challengers, let's grant him his wish. Agreed. Virtually everyone agreed to Bai Yi's terms. To this, Qin Tianfu nodded in agreement and said, fine. From now on, anyone who defeats Bai Yi will take all his points. Those who lose to him will still be deducted 20 points. Additionally, if any other arena stays unchallenged for 10 minutes, the current champion will directly advance to the next round. As soon as Qin Tianfu finished speaking, the surrounding students sprang into action. After a flurry of scrambling, a beautiful girl was the first to reach the arena platform. Chapter 40, Dating? The kind that lands you in the hospital. Seeing the newcomer, Bai Yi perked up instantly. For no other reason than the fact that this girl named Su Xiaoxiao was stunning. Jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her waist slender as a willow. But most importantly, she carried generous curves up front. At first glance, it appears to be quite substantial. Hey, don't be so nervous, Bai Yi flashed a harmless smile as he approached Su Xiaoxiao, extending his hand. I'm not the type to hit women, so let's get to know each other, consider it fate bringing us together. Su Xiaoxiao was thrilled upon hearing this. Although her potential was ranked A+, she genuinely couldn't be certain of overpowering Bai Yi. At present, since Bai Yi is willing to voluntarily give up the points, she certainly won't refuse. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoxiao flashed a smile and generously extended her delicate hand to shake Bai Yi's. Classmate Bai Yi, I'm Su Xiaoxiao, from Western City? Bai Yi interjected. How did you know? Su Xiaoxiao said with some surprise. Could it be that classmate Bai Yi has been there? West Town is a small city situated at the westernmost edge of the country, where resources are scarce and it lies close to the border. Normally, no one would pay any attention to such a small town, but now Bai Yi had recognized it at a glance, which rather surprised Su Xiaoxiao. To be honest, my mother's hometown is West Town, so the moment I saw you, Miss Su, I felt an instant connection. It must be fate. I wonder, do you have a boyfriend? Bai Yi suddenly asked. Su Xiaoxiao shyly shook her head, stealing a glance at Bai Yi as she said, not yet. That's fantastic. Why is it fantastic? Because, starting now, you have a boyfriend, Bai Yi exclaimed excitedly. Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly as she avoided meeting Bai Yi's gaze. At this moment, her heart was pounding like a startled deer. Putting aside whether Bai Yi's skills were genuine or not, just based on his looks alone, he could debut as an entertainment idol and immediately take center stage. What's more, Bai Yi was practically a fellow townsman of sorts, and even confessed their love in front of the entire school. That was too smooth. All of this had already thrown Su Xiaoxiao off balance. Meanwhile, the audience members who were closely following Bai Yi were completely stunned. Wait, can someone tell me, are we here to watch a romance show or a freshman competition? Yeah, how come I was just watching peacefully and suddenly got stuffed with dog food? Can you actually do it or not? Just now you were acting all high and mighty, and now you're ready to throw in the towel? I really admire this kind of person who can't take another step when they see a woman. Despite all that halo around his head, he just folds at the sight of a woman. Oomph, utterly pathetic. Heh, foolish humans, do you really think Bai Yi would just give up like that? My gut tells me something absolutely unexpected is coming. P.S. Kick me if this blows up. Bai Yi's actions gave everyone present a taste of what's called a sweet critical hit. Even the school administrators were practically jumping out of their seats. If it weren't for Qin Tianfu keeping them in check, they would have taught Bai Yi a lesson about illegal occupation of public resources. Returning to the stage, Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. She struggled to calm her chaotic heart. Then, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she asked sweetly, Bai Yi, who do you say my boyfriend is? It's naturally, but alas, time's up. Is it almost time? Su Xiaoxiao stared at Bai Yi in astonishment, failing to grasp the meaning behind his words. But the next second, Bai Yi moved with lightning speed, pulling out a brick to strike like a bolt from the blue. Snap! A crisp sound resonated from Arena 3. Su Xiaoxiao let out a muffled groan, staggering back several unsteady steps. Ha! Bai Yi was slightly surprised the strike actually failed to knock the opponent unconscious. Taking a closer look at the opponent's class and constitution, damn, turns out he's a tank build. Well, you can't fucking blame Bai Yi for this one. After all, I never hit women. With this thought, Bai Yi raised his hand again and delivered a 32-hit combo directly onto Su Xiaoxiao's head. This time, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't get back up. Her vision went dark as she collapsed completely onto the cold ground. A faint smile even lingered at the corner of his lips. Audience, asterisk, school officials, referee, Su Xiaoxiao is unable to continue. The winner is Bai Yi. As the referee's announcement rang out, curses erupted from all directions. Damn, how could someone possibly do this? Bai Yi is downright inhuman to deceive a little girl's feelings like this? She's barely in her teens. The damage from that brick must be devastating. Damn right, I was peacefully enjoying my dog food when a brick smashed all my romantic illusions to pieces. Still talking about not hitting women? Look who punches harder than anyone else, just see Su Xiaoxiao's split open head. How pitiful. Principal Bai Yi's actions have caused significant disagreement among the school administrators. Some argue that Bai Yi's methods are far too unscrupulous. With such tactics, they easily eliminated a promising student. Yet others argued that this very approach demonstrated Bai Yi's remarkable wisdom. After all, humanity's true adversaries were dungeon bosses, wild monsters, and celestial demons. Surely no one could expect these foes to adhere to civilized reasoning or fair play. Qin Tianfu didn't stop their discussion but instead gave Bai Yi an appreciative glance. So far, Bai Yi's performance had always managed to surprise everyone. He eliminated 2 opponents without even using his skills. Such a person was truly interesting. Bai Yi on stage during the break didn't care how others viewed him at all. Making use of the spare time, he took a glance around. Zhang Daxian seemed to have entered a resting state as well, apparently having won his match too. As for Su Ruoshi, she was practically guaranteed an automatic advancement. Just like herself, Su Ruoshi was an openly acknowledged super genius. Ordinary individuals wouldn't even think of challenging her. Instead, they were more than willing to let her advance first. Under such circumstances, she had gone unchallenged for 8 minutes straight. Just 2 more minutes and she would automatically advance. Noticing Bai Yi's gaze, Su Ruoshi turned her eyes towards him as well. Though she didn't witness Bai Yi giving Su Xiaoxiao a thorough beating, she still offered him an encouraging smile. Soon enough, the 2-minute mark arrived. The platform where Su Ruoshi stood began descending slowly until it vanished into the ground. The referee announced loudly, contestant Su Ruoshi has successfully advanced. Platform 66 is now decommissioned. With one less arena, the competition has become even fiercer. Those with insufficient points frantically fought for the remaining arenas. Meanwhile, beneath Bai Yi's arena, a crowd had also gathered. Keep in mind that Bai Yi's current point total had already reached 160. Just take down Bai Yi, and you'll basically break into the top 50. So those who considered themselves somewhat capable all crowded around. For these enthusiastic audience members delivering points, Bai Yi naturally welcomed them all without refusal. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. After yet another scramble, this time it was a male student who won the prize, emerging from the crowd. Chapter 41, the first phase ends, Dark Horse Bai Yi. Haha, Bai Yi is done for this time. The one who came up is Takemaru with A+ potential. Although this guy's only at A+, he has a record of defeating S-tier geniuses. He's a real tough cookie. Now, let's see what method Bai Yi has left to end this fight. I refuse to believe Takemaru will exchange even a single word with him. Exactly, Takemaru, go defeat that shameless Bai Yi. Bai Yi took a careful look at the newcomer. A+ potential, with the same level as myself. He is an assassin. but this attribute isn't even as good as my own. Simply put, it's just handing out points. So, Bai Yi opened his mouth and said, "Ahem, dear friend." Bai Yi had barely spoken when the boy named Gao one across from him struck. There was no helping it, what had just happened was still vivid before his eyes. Not a single word from Bai Yi's mouth could be trusted. Even exchanging one more word with Bai Yi was dangerous. No one knew what tricks this famous figure at school would pull next. So Takemaru didn't waste a single word on Bai Yi. "Damn it, could you let people finish speaking?" Bai Yi shrugged and sidestepped to dodge Takemaru's dagger attack. Then he raised the brick and swung it at Takemaru's head. "Oh, theta, *x_/. Unlike that Su Xiaoxiao, Takemaru took this brick hit solidly from Bai Yi, his eyes instantly going black as he collapsed unconscious. Watching Takemaru lying on the ground twitching sporadically, Bai Yi shook his head regretfully. "I wanted to give you some screen time, it's just that you're simply not up to the task. You must understand that Bai Yi's strength stat is 76 points, while Takemaru's constitution is only how much? Even with equipment bonuses, it's merely 59 points. There's absolutely no way he could block Bai Yi's brick strike. Frankly speaking, only those with S rank or above. No one could defeat him in a direct confrontation. Indeed, they weren't even worthy of making Bai Yi use his skills." In the school leadership seating area, several deans frowned slightly. They had naturally noticed Bai Yi's abnormal condition too. Even with equipment bonuses, Bai Yi, whose attributes are perfectly balanced across the board, couldn't possibly defeat a professional with A+ potential in a direct confrontation. "Did you notice anything?" Yi Yanhu asked his colleagues beside him. Kobu nodded, his expression showing signs of astonishment as he said, "Something must be wrong with Bai Yi's attributes. I just saw him moving faster than Gao Wan. Moreover, judging by the force of that strike, his strength is probably nothing to scoff at either." As he spoke, Kobu brought up Bai Yi's profile. Looking at the values displayed, his face twisted with intense shock. "How is this possible? What's wrong?" Yi Yanhu snatched the documents and scrutinized them carefully. Everything was fine up to now, but when judging by Bai Yi's attribute values, they immediately made the same expression and said, "Level 6 full attributes at 59 points, and you're telling me this is a student with F-rank potential?" Soon, more and more people checked Bai Yi's profile. Everyone's face wore an expression of disbelief. After all, under normal circumstances, it would take a genius with S-rank potential until level 8 to reach such total attributes. Although Bai Yi's attribute points were quite balanced, there weren't any outstanding advantages. Yet to have such impressive attributes at level 6 already surpasses the vast majority of S-rank players. "Professor Qin, this updated profile was newly revised by you today, wasn't it?" Yi Yanhu turned to look at Qin Tianfu, who was chuckling with amusement. Yesterday when they checked, Bai Yi's stats were still just a pathetic all-14 stump stat build. Today, it unexpectedly transformed and made such remarkable progress. "I only found out today, but this Bai Yi, he's truly a talent." Qin Tianfu praised Bai Yi generously. In fact, this attribute can also be increased to this extent through other methods. For instance, desperately absorbing God's crystals, entering the celestial mansion tower, or taking high-grade elixirs can all increase attributes. But Bai Yi's record was spotless, he had only received attribute point rewards twice. From this, Qin Tianfu could easily deduce how Bai Yi acquired his attribute points. But, was that talent really as simple as it appeared on the surface? Anyway, this Bai Yi is ours at the Combat Arts Academy, Kobui declared first. "Ah, that's where you're mistaken." Yi Yanhu smiled and said, "I've studied Bai Yi's skills too, they don't need any upgrading at all. Just take his blade blocking technique for example, how many variations has he devised from that simple move? Have you anything left to teach him? Don't forget he can't learn any existing bronze or silver tier skills on the market." Oldko, are you saying you'd gift your treasured diamond tier skill to Bai Yi? Yi Yanhu's words left Kubui momentarily speechless. The greatest advantage of the Martial Arts Academy lies in its diversity of skills, and its creation of various combination techniques, but Bai Yi's skills were uniquely his own. The Combat Techniques Academy truly had nothing to teach Bai Yi. "No rush, we'll talk after the competition ends," chuckled Qin Tianfu cheerfully. Watching them go from initially looking down on Bai Yi to now vying for his attention was rather amusing. But such is reality. Each dean can only take on one student. There's nothing wrong with wanting to pick the best. Meanwhile, Bai Yi has already won 3 consecutive matches. Everyone gradually realized this wasn't an easy nut to crack. By the time the 4th 10-minute break passed, there wasn't a soul left in the audience. Truly, being invincible is such a lonely thing. With these words, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow suggestively at Xia Kelly in the crowd, whose expression had turned rather unpleasant. "I'm so pissed, meow." Xia Kelly was grinding her teeth in anger. This time she knew she'd been duped. She had taken careful note of Bai Yi's every move. Each time, it was just a casually thrown brick. With just one move, he strikes. With just one strike, he knocks them out. Not only was there no exhaustion, but he didn't even need to use any skills. How could she not realize Bai Yi was definitely hiding his true strength? People who play weak to deceive others are the worst. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. The referee appeared on the third fighting ring, raising his hand to announce, contestant Bai Yi has successfully advanced. The third ring is now void. Bai Yi, you can now take a break in the rest area. The next phase will begin in the afternoon. After the first stage concludes, the randomized match pairings will be announced. Bai Yi nodded and said, okay, thank you, teacher. Stepping off the stage, Bai Yi noticed Su Ruwashi waving at him. You're too slow, Su Ruwashi teased with a challenging smile. This time, she could truly say she had beaten Bai Yi to it. But when it came to verbal sparring, Bai Yi had never backed down from anyone. Bai Yi simply chuckled at Su Ruwashi's provocation and said, you must have never been in love before. Su Ruwashi, why do you ask? Bai Yi, because every woman who has been in love wouldn't complain about a man being slow, but rather about him being too fast. Su Ruwashi, what does that have to do with being in love? Bai Yi, explaining wouldn't help you understand. Next chance we get, I'll let you experience it firsthand. Su Ruwashi. Chapter 42, Auntie, if I said it wasn't on purpose, would you believe me? Seeing Su Ruwashi's perplexed expression, Bai Yi smiled cheerfully. You're still too green to argue with me. Before long, the top 100 contestants were all determined. With Bai Yi's informational support, Zhang Daxian also managed to barely squeeze into the top 100. It was really too difficult, Zhang Daxian complained as he approached Bai Yi and the other. This frail body of mine probably won't make it into the top 50. He barely managed to secure his advancement through the earlier battles with some narrow escapes. There's no helping it, a grade of potential is truly considered average at Tianfu University. Not necessarily. Who knows? Maybe luck will be on your side, Bai Yi said reassuringly, patting Zhang Daxian's shoulder. Sigh, let's hope so. I wonder what the competition format will be this afternoon. I hope the three of us won't face each other right from the start, Su Ruwashi said with concern. That probably won't happen. The organizers will likely try to keep the two of us from meeting too early. No use speculating though, we'll just have to wait for the announcement, Bai Yi replied with an indifferent smile. After all, he was absolutely determined to win first place, even if his opponent happened to be Su Ruwashi. The school deliberately arranged the matchups to make the competition more exciting, ensuring that students with top 10 potential wouldn't face each other too early. If that weren't the case, this ranking wouldn't be fair at all. Students, the first stage has concluded. Congratulations to those who've advanced to the top 100. We'll now break for lunch. Please proceed to the cafeteria in an orderly manner. The second stage will begin at 2 p.m., with further announcements broadcasted. As the trio chatted, the school's PA system crackled to life again. Bai Yi and the other two followed the crowd to the cafeteria. They had originally arrived at the cafeteria in high spirits, but soon, Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian's expressions grew somewhat unnatural. What's wrong? Su Ruwashi asked, noticing the two had stopped in their tracks. I don't feel very hungry, how about you, great sage? Hey, what a coincidence, I'm not very hungry either. Why don't we just find a place to rest for a while? I think that works. So Rahi, you can go by yourself, Bai Yi said. Su Ruwashi looked at the two of them speechlessly, wondering what nonsense they were up to, when she noticed the notice board at the canteen entrance. Buffet, 1 person 1 credit point, no gold coin transactions accepted. In an instant, Su Ruwashi had an epiphany. So these two didn't have a single credit point left. Bai Yi was utterly speechless about the school's credit system. This meal costs a single credit point, equivalent to 10,000 gold coins per meal. That's ridiculously expensive. What's even more frustrating is that after paying for accommodation and buying equipment, Bai Yi's pockets were emptier than his face. Looks like this meal is beyond his means. Only now did he truly understand what it meant to smile at enrollment but weep when school starts. Indeed, Brother Wang didn't lie about this. Without academic credits, you literally can't take a single step forward. Noticing their awkward expressions, Su Ruwashi chuckled and said, how about this, call me big sister, and I'll treat you to this meal today. Hearing these words, Bai Yi was the first to refuse. Pointing at Su Ruwashi, he shouted, Su Ruwashi, are you joking? Zhang Daxian, exactly. Even if I starve to death today, or die out there, I won't betray my conscience by calling you sister. Bai Yi, absolutely. Sis, let's ignore this idiot and go eat. Su Ruwashi, Zhang Daxian. Seeing the two already entering the cafeteria, Zhang Daxian immediately ran after them and shouted, sis, I was wrong just now. Once inside the cafeteria, the group was immediately drawn to the dazzling array of dishes. I must say this credit was spent exceptionally well. The dishes here could practically rival those at 5-star hotels outside. After Su Ruwashi swiped the credits for 3 people, all 3 of them received a unique access code. Just enter the password on the machine, and you can take whatever food you like. Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian started grabbing things like crazy. It's a buffet, never mind whether it's tasty or not. Going for the expensive stuff is never wrong. Before long, the trio's table was laden with all sorts of unfamiliar seafood and meats they'd never seen before. Bai Yi and Desien exchanged glances before digging in with reckless abandon. Su Ruwashi shook her head with a laugh. Do you realize how undignified you look doing this? Undignified? Bai Yi tugged at the leg of some unknown beast while saying, live your best life and let others envy you. Zhang Daxian, exactly. There are 3 major things in life: eat, sleep, and beat the beans. Don't care too much about what others think, or you'll live such a tiring life. Bai Yi, right, just like Daxian, if you think of yourself as trash, then you truly become trash. Zhang Daxian? Watching the two of them laugh and play, Su Ruwashi suddenly felt a pang of envy. Having been crowned a genius since childhood, she had always been overly concerned about others' opinions. She feared that any misstep might draw criticism or gossip from those around her. Life, sometimes, is better when kept simple. You must be Bai Yi. Just as Bai Yi and the others were eating, a man approached and stood by their table. Looking up, it was a somewhat handsome guy. However, what Bai Yi cared about wasn't that, but rather the prompt before his eyes. Just an extra looking to cause you trouble. I suggest you start showing off directly, don't give him any chance to disgust you. Sorry, I don't like giving autographs to men. Bai Yi glanced at it and immediately lost interest. He continued munching on a lobster claw. Lin Ba's lips twitched as he said, I'm not here for your autograph. Oh, Bai Yi suddenly understood, put down the lobster in his hand, and reached out to shake Lin Ba's hand. Bro, I get it now, you just wanted to shake hands with me. Lin Ba looked at his hand held by Bai Yi, frowning slightly. Even Zhang Daxian and Su Ruwashi were left speechless. Bai Yi gave the group a somewhat puzzled glance. He couldn't understand why everyone looked so strange. What's wrong with shaking hands? The atmosphere became momentarily awkward. Bai Yi spoke up. What's wrong? Zhang Daxian, Bai Yi, you didn't wash your hands. Bai Yi glanced at his greasy hands, then at Lin Ba's murderous glare, and sheepishly let go. Wiping his hands on Lin Ba's clothes, he said, sorry about that, brother. Clean now. Zhang Daxian. Su Ruwashi. Bai Yi, you've gone too far. Lin Ba looked at his grease-stained hands and clothes, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly reached out to grab Bai Yi. But the next second, his pupils suddenly experienced an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Right in front of Bai Yi, a middle-aged female cook suddenly appeared out of nowhere, perfectly blocking his attack. And what was even more unbelievable was that his claw accidentally landed right on Auntie X's breasts. Lin Ba stared in horror at the middle-aged woman who was now flushed with excitement, gulping nervously as he stammered, Auntie, would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Auntie, what do you think? Crash. P.S. There are also some minor changes in this chapter. If the comments get messed up, please bear with me. Also, dear readers who enjoy this book, remember to leave a good review and add it to your bookshelves. Love you all. *Nabla****. Chapter 43, Y'all playing this wild? Lin Ba covered his swollen right cheek, on the verge of tears. Just now, he'd only meant to come over and provoke Bai Yi a little. Teach Bai Yi, who had stolen his thunder, a lesson. But unexpectedly, Bai Yi didn't play by the rules at all. Right from the start, he provoked him directly. That's why what just happened occurred. This is just great, not only did I take that slap for nothing, but now others are pointing fingers at me too. It's safe to say, this round of confrontation was a complete disaster for me. After giving Lin Ba a hard slap, the middle-aged woman stormed off in embarrassment and anger to find the restaurant manager. As someone old enough to be Lin Ba's mother, it was the first time she'd ever been assaulted in public. This makes her old face completely lose all dignity. Before long, a somewhat plump manager wearing glasses approached Bai Yi and Lin Ba, saying, so you're the two causing trouble here, is that right? Bai Yi spread his hands, this has nothing to do with me, I'm the victim here. Lin Ba, how dare you claim you've got nothing to do with this? Bai Yi, I was peacefully eating my meal when you came over wanting to shake hands. I enthusiastically shook your hand, and then you suddenly tried to attack me, how is that my fault? Lin Ba, then who was it that brought that old lady over? Bai Yi said righteously, it was a skill. Manager Pang Dahai. Lin Ba. Both Zhang Daxian and Su Ruwashi covered their faces, too embarrassed to look at Bai Yi. This shameless, self-righteous attitude is truly unbearable to witness. So, you used Aunt Zhang as a human shield? Pang Dahai asked in a hostile tone. You're wrong. My ability is randomized, something the school administration should be well aware of, Bai Yi explained. But that's not the point. The real issue is this student who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, completely disregarding campus rules and dining hall order. I suggest punishing him by making him scrub toilets in the cafeteria for 100 years. Bai Yi, don't you dare slander me. Lin Ba listened to Bai Yi's endless rant and found himself momentarily speechless. Got it. Upon hearing the explanation, Pang Dahai quickly made up his mind. Looking at Lin Ba with a displeased expression, he said, I can choose not to report this matter to the school administration, but since my staff was accidentally injured, compensation is mandatory. Seeing as you're a freshman, I'll make it 10 credit points. What? Why am I the only one being penalized and not Bai Yi? Linba immediately protested. He'd already been slapped hard across the face and now he had to pay too? And Bai Yi got off scot-free? Just because you threw the first punch. Pang Dahai sneered. The school has its rules. Once you throw the first punch, no matter how justified you were, you're in the wrong. Unless you want this whole mess aired out across campus? Bai Yi chimed in. Exactly. How can you hit someone and not even admit you're wrong? Pang Dahai shot Bai Yi a glare. Shut your mouth. I'll be asking the administration whether your ability truly activates randomly. If I find you deliberately used my restaurant staff as human shields, I'll be coming for you. Hee hee. Don't you worry about this manager. Bai Yi, never lie. Bai Yi chuckled with a mischievous grin. Linba glanced at Bai Yi and the whispering classmates around them, clenching his fists as he growled. Bai Yi, don't let me meet you on the field, or I'll show you what true cruelty means. Oh, I'm so scared. Humph. Linba paid 10 credit points. Then he walked straight out the door without looking back. This meal was absolutely humiliating. But before he could reach the door, Pang Dahai shouted again, stop right there. Linba looked somewhat impatiently at Pang Dahai and said, what, aren't you trying to tell me that the credits could be fake? Take a look at the notice board beside you. Notice board? Linba turned his head to look. On the notice board by the entrance, a sentence was clearly written. Stop waste, start with me. Any leftover food exceeding 50 grams will incur an additional charge of 1 credit per 50 grams. Damn. After the lunch commotion, everyone received the new regulations sent by the school administration on their phones. To save everyone's time, the second phase is divided into 2 competition segments. The first segment, the 68 contestants who ranked in the bottom half during the first round will compete in a platform-seizing match. The second segment, the 32 contestants who ranked in the top half during the first round will compete in the final ranking match. Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi naturally belong to the second group. As for Zhang Daxian, he belongs to the first group. The first group will begin first, followed by the second group. The specific matchups will be determined by on-site drawing. Behind the notice, there was a special note. If anyone disagrees with this ranking after the competition, they can spend credits at any time to challenge higher-ranked freshmen. Go for it, great sage. Bai Yi patted Zhang Daxian's shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry, I'm perfectly satisfied with this result. I'll give it my best shot to see if I can make it into the top 50. If not, I'll just find a way to challenge later. Zhang Daxian took it in stride, having a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Bai Yi actually envied someone like Zhang Daxian. Fight for what you can, and don't be discouraged by what you can't attain. Seeing his unwavering resolve, neither of them had anything more to say. Soon, it was exactly 2 o'clock. Although the second part of the competition wouldn't start that early, it didn't stop them from going to watch on site. 40 dueling platforms rose across the arena. The rules for the first part closely resembled those of the initial round. It followed the same basic structure, though with one notable difference. This time they adopted a more quantified scoring system. On the arena platform, a comprehensive score will be calculated based on each person's damage dealt, time taken, injuries sustained, and other factors. When time expires, rankings will be determined according to these comprehensive scores. After the referee announced the start, Zhang Daxian immediately occupied one of the arena platforms. His luck was good too. He encountered an opponent who wasn't particularly strong. After 3 minutes of combat, he sent his opponent flying off the platform. This battle earned him 32 points. Current rank, 49th. Soon after, Zhang Daxian encountered another formidable opponent. Although he ultimately lost, his outstanding performance still earned him 22 points. However, his ranking dropped to 62nd place. Finally, the competition came to an end. Zhang Daxian's final ranking unfortunately settled at 51st place, just 1 place short of the top 50. What a pity. If only you'd moved up 1 more spot, you'd have earned significantly more credits, Bai Yi said regretfully on his behalf. Big deal, Zhang Daxian shrugged nonchalantly. There's always next time. Alright then, it's our turn now. You can just stay here and cheer us uncomfortably, Bai Yi said while stretching his arms and loosening up. Bai Yi, if you encounter me, don't you dare go easy on me. Su Ruwashi also ignited with fighting spirit. She eagerly anticipated facing Bai Yi on the stage, without the slightest worry that anyone else besides her could defeat him. Bai Yi suddenly smirked mischievously. Even if you called me daddy, you'd still want to duel it out with me? Su Ruwashi, right, even if I called you daddy. Zhang Daxian, Omicron? Are y'all playing this wild? Chapter 44, Don't worry classmate, I don't hit women. Zhang Daxian didn't know Bai Yi had awakened another skill. So he simply thought these two people's conversation was way too damn raunchy. Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi exchanged a glance, neither offering an explanation, because this was their little secret. If Bai Yi didn't speak of it himself, Su Ruwashi wouldn't say anything either. Amidst the cheerful laughter of the trio, the second part is finally about to begin. Qin Tianfu stood up and announced, "Next will be the final segment of the freshman competition, the long-awaited Ultimate Showdown. To ensure fairness, this round will use a random draw for matchups. Everyone, please direct your attention to the big screen." As he spoke, the lottery process appeared on screens throughout the campus. There were 16 arenas in total, with 2 participants facing off in each to compete for advancement. Soon, all the names had been drawn on the large screen. Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi immediately spotted their assigned arenas and respective opponents. Upon realizing they weren't matched against each other, both silently sighed in relief. Good, our luck isn't that bad after all. Do your best, and make sure you don't lose to anyone but me, Su Ruwashi said with a tsundere tone. You too. The two encouraged each other before heading towards their respective arenas. Bai Yi's arena was number 10, and once again, his opponent was a girl. Name, Huang Lu. Level, LV7. Potential, S. Talent, reality blur. All illusion-type skills become more realistic. Occupation, magician. Attributes, strength 33, 10, constitution 45, 8, agility 38, 9, spirit 72, 15. Average attributes, but perfectly aligned with her talents and profession, making her a formidable opponent. Bai Yi hadn't paid much attention to Huang Lu before. Upon closer inspection now, the girl was actually quite attractive. Shoulder-length short hair, a pair of blue eyes, paired with well-defined and upright facial features. Though not as pleasant-looking as Su Ruwashi, she was still more agreeable to the eye than that Su Xiaoxiao from before. It's just that her presence was too faint, so much so that he hadn't noticed this person before. Out of politeness, Bai Yi forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, classmate, I don't hit women." Huang Lu. Referee. Audience, yeah right, like we'd believe that. The venue erupted in boos at Bai Yi's words. The last person who believed that still hasn't woken up yet. God only knows how hard Bai Yi must have hit Su Xiaoxiao to keep her unconscious for so long. Ahem, are you two ready to begin? The referee tilted his head slightly as he looked between the two men and inquired. Every arena in the final competition was equipped with its own referee. Only after receiving confirmation from both sides could the match begin. Bai Yi, I'm ready. Huang Lu, I don't have one either. Alright, let the match begin. At the referee's signal, the battle on Arena 10 officially commenced. Neither of them moved, yet their expressions differed slightly. Bai Yi merely regarded Huang Lu with curiosity, whereas Huang Lu watched Bai Yi with undisguised wariness. That girl is quite vigilant, Bai Yi muttered to himself. Guards, protect the emperor, proved scarcely effective against Huang Lu, whose mental powers far surpassed his own. After all, there were so many spectators present, and even though the arena formed its own space, there was still a referee on it. As one of his trump cards, Bai Yi didn't want to reveal it this early. Fortunately, although Huang Lu's spirit was higher than his, her agility was extremely low. At his current speed, it would probably only take a few seconds to subdue her. With this in mind, Bai Yi didn't want to waste any more time. Just about to charge forward and give this adorable girl a brick to the head. But the next second, he suddenly sensed an intense danger. Swung the brick to block from the right. Clang! The dagger clashed with the brick, sending up a shower of sparks. Yet, eerily enough, Huang Lu hadn't moved at all. Still standing dozens of paces away from Bai Yi. Haha, Bai Yi's opponent is actually Huang Lu? This guy is done for. Huang Lu is the second-ranked examinee in Tianfu City? No way, an S-rank is the second-place scorer in a megacity like Tianfu? What you all don't know is that with her perfectly aligned professional aptitude, she's overshadowed several SS-rank geniuses. That strike Bai Yi just encountered was her signature skill, magical performance. Bai Yi and Huang Lu's duel instantly became the center of attention for nearly everyone present. Bai Yi didn't know this girl's story, but right now he was genuinely baffled. What's going on? Bai Yi furrowed his brows and stared intently at Huang Lu, only to discover a line of small text. This is a fake dude, you've been tricked. Bai Yi now understood what Huang Lu's talent was all about. The figure standing opposite him was merely a decoy. The real Huang Lu had long since vanished into thin air. If it weren't for her abysmally low agility, Bai Yi would probably have already lost the fight. I have to admit, this girl is quite formidable despite only having S-rank potential. Yet she's truly remarkable. Bai Yi put away his playful demeanor and muttered to himself, out of respect for you, I've decided to use half my strength against you. Huang Lu. The words barely left her mouth. Bai Yi suddenly raised the brick and violently swung it toward the left. Clang! Sparks appeared once more. But this time the outcome was completely different. Unlike passive defense, this time it was Bai Yi who took the initiative to attack. With a single powerful strike, he sent Huang Lu's true form flying over a dozen meters away, though he couldn't see where the true form was. But don't forget, Bai Yi possesses omniscience and omnipotence. Nothing can escape the omniscient and omnipotent. Invisibility is no exception. Scanning the surroundings, Bai Yi quickly pinpointed the location of Huang Lu's status panel. His figure surged into motion once again. Swinging up a brick, he hurled it toward an empty patch of ground. Yes, open space. This move left even the referee stunned. Has Bai Yi gone completely insane? Has he started indiscriminately attacking everyone around him? But in reality, Huang Lu's invisible true form wore a look of terror. Even the decoy manifested an expression of sheer fright. Bang! The brick intimately embraced the floor, leaving behind a modestly sized hole. Next to the brick lay Huang Lu, her face deathly pale. She suddenly understood why Su Xiaoxiao had remained unconscious for so long. With a brick smash like that, it would be downright unnatural not to get knocked out cold. Yet there was still one thing she couldn't quite comprehend. Why did Bai Yi see himself? Was it just a coincidence? Not believing it was a fluke, she quietly stood up, trying to move away from Bai Yi. But the next second, a fist the size of a sandbag struck her face, gave her a black eye straight away. Before she could react, Bai Yi grinned at the corner of his mouth. Got you. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd and the referee, Bai Yi started throwing punches at thin air. In an instant, chain combo mode activated. All sorts of incomprehensible moves like Mount Lu Rising Dragon Strike and Pegasus Meteor Fist were unleashed in rapid succession. One fluid combo chain directly reached 999 hits. Just as everyone thought Bai Yi had gone completely mad, a pig-headed girl, now unrecognizable, collapsed before Bai Yi. She strained to raise her hand. I recognize the pig. Chapter 45. Looks like another girl is about to fall for my charm. No way, no way, my goddess Huang Lu got beaten into this state? Rather than that, aren't you curious why Bai Yi could see the invisible Huang Lu? Exactly. I've watched Huang Lu's matches several times. It's not just normal invisibility, even sound and smell are significantly weakened. Exactly how did Bai Yi spot Huang Lu while she was invisible? Is this some kind of cheat? Or could it be, this is some kind of setup? Did the school arrange this whole show just to push Bai Yi as the weakest top scorer? If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yi is definitely going to be the champion in the end. Exactly. The school needs to give us an explanation. Numerous alumni frantically spammed the chat with comments. This forced the administration, including Qin Tianfu, to take the matter seriously. Yi Yinhu carefully reviewed the replay of Bai Yi's movements, his brow furrowed. This kid is a bit strange. I checked Huang Lu's talent and skills, they're not something an ordinary person could easily detect. But Bai Yi's ability, can he actually see invisible objects? Omniscient and omnipotent. What an awe-inspiring name. Yet its official description is so underwhelming. Could there be something fishy about this? Beside him, Kabu scrutinized Bai Yi's omniscient and omnipotent effect description once more, equally perplexed. By all accounts, this effect description was directly annotated by the will of Blue Star. It shouldn't be mistaken. But if it were merely an effect like, able to see slightly more information than ordinary people, how could it explain Bai Yi landing a direct hit on the invisible Huang Lu? Qin Tianfu gazed thoughtfully at Bai Yi on the 10th arena, stroking his beard and remarked, it's possible there's a hidden effect. The passive abilities of the Blue Stars will never reveal hidden passives, so there's nothing particularly surprising about this. As one of the top 10 strongest in China, Qin Tianfu knew far more than the others. Every talent is recorded by the Blue Stars will within the game database accessible to all. However, it only provides basic descriptions. Hidden effects are never documented. For instance, his own innate abilities also had certain hidden effects, ones that couldn't be found in any database. After some discussion among themselves, the group ultimately could only attribute the matter to Bai Yi's unique talents. Receiving instructions, the referee announced, in this match, contestant Bai Yi has defeated contestant Huang Lu using his innate abilities, thereby securing victory. Congratulations on advancing to the top 16. With the verdict delivered, several school doctors immediately rushed onto the scene. Looking at Huang Lu's battered and unrecognizable form lying on the ground, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Just how deep must the hatred be to beat someone to this extent? Meanwhile, Bai Yi, the instigator of it all, met Huang Lu's resentful gaze and cheered her on. Hang in there. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'll be waiting for your next challenge. Huang Lu couldn't help but shudder before finally blacking out completely. She swore to herself that even if beaten to death, she would never dream of facing Bai Yi in combat again. Watching Huang Lu leave the arena, Bai Yi jumped off the fighting platform and returned to the waiting area. The moment Bai Yi stepped into the waiting area, he instantly sensed hundreds of murderous auras locking onto him. They were the venomous glares of countless male compatriots. Within such a short time frame, 2 goddess-tier beauties had already been hospitalized after fighting Bai Yi. And you call this not hitting women? This is practically Tyson Rising, straight up turning into a lady Terminator, okay? Even Zhang Daxian couldn't help but lean in and ask, do you have some beef with that Huang Lu? Why would you ask that? Bai Yi casually pulled out a water bottle, took a few sips, and said, I'm showing her respect. The greatest respect I can give her on this stage isn't going easy because she's a girl, it's giving my all to defeat her. Great sage, you must remember this, otherwise you'll never find a girlfriend. Are you seriously telling me this is how you get a girlfriend? Zhang Daxian looked at Bai Yi with utter disdain. Otherwise, did you see that faint smile on Su Xiaoxiao's face before she fell? Or how Huang Lu made sure to look at me one last time before leaving? These are signs they want to remember me forever. If I'm not mistaken, I believe my majestic figure will be forever engraved in their hearts. Bai Yi tossed his hair gracefully with a confident smile. Hearing his words, the surrounding audience eagerly gathered around to seek his wisdom. Audience member A, Brother Bai, is what you're saying really true? Bai Yi, naturally, think about it, how does one pursue a girl in a way that actually gets her attention? Audience B, oh great one, bestow upon us your wisdom. Bai Yi, simps are a dime a dozen, unless you can, otherwise there's no way to catch the eye of the girl you like. But if you beat her up like I did, what do you think would happen then? Zhang Daxian, you're gonna die. Bai Yi, ahem. You know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. They'll be thinking about you day and night. Bai Yi, over time, the girl you fancy will lose interest in other simps and fall head over heels for you. Audience C, really? Maybe I should try it next time? Bai Yi, don't worry, bro. This kind of class would cost millions in tuition outside. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'm teaching you all for free. If it works out, just treat me to a meal later. Audience D, thank you so much for your guidance, Master Bai. Once I host the banquet, I'll be sure to invite you. Bai Yi, sounds great. I'll definitely bring a gift when the time comes. Before long. Over on Su Ruoshi's side, the battle had also concluded. Watching Bai Yi surrounded by a crowd of boys, she couldn't help but glance at big immortal Zhang, who stood alone in silence nearby. She asked, what are they up to? I'm consulting Bai Yi for advice. Journey to the west? Zhang Daxian recounted what had just happened, leaving Su Ruoshi utterly dumbfounded. She then covered her mouth and chuckled. It really was a scripture-seeking journey, the kind that sends you to the afterlife. Su Ruoshi didn't disturb Bai Yi, instead drinking some water to replenish her energy. A few minutes later, the referee announced, the top 16 contestants of this championship have been determined. Now we'll proceed with the grouping for the quarter-final matches. Please look at the big screen. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the large screen. Bai Yi also stopped his courtship teaching and looked up at the scrolling screen. Before long, all the groupings were announced. Everyone looked at Bai Yi with some surprise. Even Bai Yi himself scratched his head sheepishly. No other reason, it was because his opponent was, yet again, another pretty girl. Bai Yi sighed with a sheepish grin, flashing his pearly whites as he glanced at the beauty. Damn, this irresistible charm of mine is acting up again. Looks like another girl's about to fall under the spell of my, respectful demeanor. Li Jiala? Chapter 46, Bai Yi's new nickname, the Goddess Collector? It's hard to say whether Bai Yi's luck was good or bad. When new students arrived on campus, a senior from the student union once secretly used enrollment materials to create a goddess ranking for that year's freshmen. Su Ruoshi came in first. Huang Lu placed second. Li Jiala ranked third. Su Xiaoxiao is fourth. While Bai Yi's solo battle. The first to compete against is Su Xiaoxiao. The second to compete against is Huang Lu. Now, the third match is Li Jiala's turn. If Bai Yi can advance to the finals, she'll most likely face Su Ruoshi, who's ranked number 1. You could say Bai Yi climbed the ranks by stepping over the goddess herself. Some spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw Bai Yi's match lineup. That Bai Yi is truly terrifying, just look at his track record. Among the top 5 on the newcomer goddess ranking, he's already defeated 3. If he advances to the finals, he'll likely face Su Ruoshi, the top-ranked goddess. He's practically a goddess harvester. Yeah, Su Xiaoxiao had her head bloodied. Huang Lu got beaten beyond recognition. Now what'll happen to Li Jiala? I'm more curious about what sparks will fly when he clashes head-on with Su Ruoshi. Li Jiala is a bespectacled girl who appears quite refined. Unlike Huang Lu and Su Ruoshi, she possesses an intellectual kind of beauty. Yet at this moment, her heart is a tumult of mixed emotions. She finds herself utterly at a loss for words to describe what she's feeling right now. She was merely an apprentice with S-class potential. In terms of actual strength, she privately acknowledged she couldn't compare to Huang Lu who just got beaten black and blue. Never could she have imagined encountering Bai Yi, the same man who famously declared he'd never strike a woman. Contestant Li Jiala, it's your turn on stage. Lost in thought, the referee beside her gave her a nudge. Li Jiala looked up at Bai Yi on the fighting platform. The young man was smiling at her. That spring-like smile, paired with his delicate features, gave people an incredibly soothing feeling. But she seemed to recall the miserable state of Huang Lu and Su Xiaoxiao. Li Jiala couldn't help but shiver. Gritting her teeth, she stammered, "Teacher, can I forfeit?" The referee was momentarily stunned before replying, "Are you sure you want to forfeit? If you do, your ranking will drop to 16th place. I'm sure. I'm already very satisfied with this ranking, and I don't want to fight against Bai Yi anymore." Oh. The referee glanced at Bai Yi, then nodded and said, "Very well, at least you won't get beaten up badly." After confirming Li Jiala's decision, the referee announced, since contestant Li Jiala has voluntarily withdrawn, contestant Bai Yi wins by default. Bai Yi looked at Li Jiala, who seemed somewhat afraid of him, with confusion and said, "Come on, I don't bite. At least give it a try and spar with me." "No, go ahead, Bai. Give it your all." Li Jiala quickly waved his hands in refusal before turning and leaving without another glance. Being in the same place as Bai Yi seemed like a dangerous thing. Seriously. Bai Yi helplessly jumped off the arena and walked toward the rest area. These girls must have some misunderstanding about him. Am I, Bai Yi, the kind of man who would hit a woman? I'm just respecting them. Back in the rest area, Bai Yi watched Su Ruoshi's battle with a hint of boredom. Her opponent is also a girl. Well, this is Chen Yangxin, ranked 5th on the freshman goddess list. Though Chen Yangxin isn't quite as stunning as Su Ruoshi in looks, her strength is truly formidable. She's an assassin with SS-level potential. This also marks the first time in the current tournament where two powerhouses are matched against each other before the quarterfinals. After Bai Yi's match ended in seconds, Su Ruoshi's battlefield became the focus of everyone's attention. Bai Yi planned to watch and cheer for Su Ruoshi while he was at it. Zhang Daxian nearby reminded him, "Your trouble is coming." Trouble? Bai Yi glanced to the side and saw Xia Kelly swaggering toward him. "Bai Yi, shall we talk alone?" Xia Kelly approached Bai Yi, glanced around, and said, "What's the matter, my president? You're not planning to go back on your word, are you?" Bai Yi grinned at Xia Kelly, showing no intention of moving from where he stood. "Why should I move just because you told me to? Unless, you let me pat your head." Bai Yi was still somewhat curious about this cat person Xia Kelly, wondering if petting her would feel any different from stroking an ordinary cat. "Not that I'm having second thoughts, but I just want to ask, if Su Ruoshi ends up being your final opponent, you wouldn't ask her to go easy on you, right meow?" Xia Ker's pupils narrowed into slits like a cat's as she stared fixedly at Bai Yi. She naturally knew that Bai Yi and Su Ruoshi shared a particularly close relationship. Now that Bai Yi's performance has been unexpected, she must prepare for the worst. Bai Yi might actually make it to the finals. In that case, if the opponent is Su Ruoshi, would these two secretly collude to deceive me? "Don't worry about that," Bai Yi chuckled casually. "Look at her temperament, do you really think she'd go easy on me? If she really becomes my final opponent, well, you should expect to witness quite the spectacular match." As he spoke, Bai Yi's gaze drifted toward the stage where the spirited Su Ruoshi stood. From his understanding of Su Ruoshi, she would never let things rest peacefully unless they fought until heaven and earth were overturned. Even if he admitted defeat, this woman wouldn't spare him. "Alright, then I can rest easy, meow." Xia Kelly's gaze softened. She had actually thought Bai Yi could make it to the top 8, but she never expected that up to now. Bai Yi hadn't used a single skill. Instead, he simply relied on his physical attributes to fight his way through to this point. This still gave Xia Kelly quite a headache. Bai Yi's 200 credit bet would yield 4,000 credits if he actually won, according to the odds. Though she was wealthy and influential, this 4,000 credit payout would still deal a significant blow to her financial foundation. Bai Yi looked at Xia Kelly sitting down on the spot and asked with some confusion, "President Xia, is there something else if you're not leaving? Before the competition is completely over, I'll just observe here." "Meow," Xia Kelly said casually, picking up a bottle of drink from the table. "Can I drink this, meow?" "Bai Yi, I'd advise you not to drink it." "Xia Kelly, then what if I insist on drinking it, meow?" "Bai Yi, then I guarantee you'll regret it." Xia Kelly, "It's just a bottle of drink. Let me see what you can possibly do to me after I drink it, meow." With that, Xia Kelly coolly twisted off the cap and took a big gulp. What kind of water is this? Why does it taste so strong, meow?" Just as expected, Xia Kelly regretted it. The drink's taste was far too peculiar. It smelled like a mix of menthol ointment and toothpaste. "Bai Yi, this is the famous sarsaparilla." "Xia Kelly, what about the label, meow?" "Bai Yi, I tore it off." Xia Kelly? Chapter 47, Genius Killer and the 1-Second Man, 8th update. Just as Bai Yi and Xia Kelly were bickering, the venue erupted in cheers. A low roar of thunder suddenly erupted from Arena 2 where Su Ruoshi stood. Bai Yi turned his gaze toward it. With her sword as conduit, Su Ruoshi summoned heavenly lightning. A single sword stroke sent rolling thunder shaking the entire arena. There was absolutely no place to set foot. This indiscriminate ultimate move forced Chen Yangxin, who was hiding in the shadows, to raise his hands in surrender. In the end, he narrowly lost to Su Ruoshi. After this battle concluded, the official list of the top 8 was announced. Bai Yi, level LV6, potential F, top scholar of Jinan province. Su Ruoshi, level LV6, potential SSS, second highest scorer of Jinan province. Lin Ba, level LV7, potential SS, top scholar of Baiyun province. Fu Yanjie, level LV6, potential SS, top scholar of Shiguang province. Ying Deki, level LV6, potential SS, top scholar of Tianjin province. Gao Huangsa, level LV7, potential SS, top scholar of Liangjiang province. Qin Bo, level LV6, potential SS, top scholar of Sanhu province. Wei Xingjing, level LV6, potential SS, top scholar of Kaiyun province. Without exception, everyone who made it to the quarterfinals is a super genius with at least SS grade potential. Only, Bai Yi's big fat F grade seems a bit out of place. Who would have thought Bai Yi could actually make it to the quarterfinals? That really caught me by surprise. Exactly. I thought he was just trash, but it seems he's actually quite capable. Though, the quarterfinals are probably his limit. This list of quarterfinalists is absolutely solid, not a single weak link. No matter which opponent Bai Yi faces, it's going to be a tough battle for him. Don't even get me started, I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing how Bai Yi performs now. Have you guys noticed? So far, Bai Yi hasn't used a single skill. That legendary insta-kill move from the college entrance exam, I wonder if we'll get to see it in the quarterfinals. Hey, stop talking. The lottery draw is about to begin. As the audience continued their chatter, the giant screen lit up and began spinning again. This time it's the quarterfinal championship battles, no matter who faces whom. Each match will be a clash of titans. It's safe to say the atmosphere has electrified the entire school. After all, having grown tired of watching amateurs scrapping, everyone wants a change of flavor now. Especially some people really wanted Bai Yi to encounter Tsuruwashi right now. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. When the big screen stopped scrolling, a faint smile curled at the corner of Bai Yi's lips. Because his opponent turned out to be Lin Ba, the very troublemaker who had confronted him in the cafeteria. Noticing Bai Yi's gaze, Lin Ba gestured, slitting his throat. As for Lin Ba's childish antics, Bai Yi merely responded with an icy smirk. With impeccable politeness, he blew back a flying kiss. 3. Lin Ba. Tsuruwashi, I never thought you were this kind of person. Zhang Daxian, holy, I'm in danger equals? Xia Kelly, meow meow meow, you're not ready to challenge me yet. He paid no attention to others' gazes. Bai Yi lifted his leg and walked towards arena number 1. The two stood facing each other. Bai Yi, I didn't expect to see you again. Lin Ba stood with his hands behind his back, gazing coldly at Bai Yi as he said, do you remember what I told you at the restaurant? Wait, let me think. Bai Yi rubbed his chin, trying hard to recall. Was it something like, feels pretty good? Yeah, that's wrong, damn it. Lin Ba nearly got derailed by Bai Yi's response and roared, I said if I ever faced you in a match, I'd show you what cruelty really means. Did that woman come looking for you later? No. Are you even listening to me? Does that slap still hurt? Yeah, it's better. Get the hell out. Lin Ba was practically fuming with rage at Bai Yi. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned to the referee nearby and said, can we start already? My greatsword is thirsty for blood. Ahem, Bai Yi, are you ready? The referee sought Bai Yi's confirmation. Bai Yi smiled faintly. Ready anytime. Very well, then let the match beg. Bai Yi, it's over. Referee, confused face? Before the referee could finish speaking, Lin Ba, who had been dozens of steps away from Bai Yi, instantly appeared before him. Then a brick, instantly and with perfect accuracy, smashed into the back of Lin Ba's head. Poor Lin Ba didn't even have time to utter a word. Immediately, his eyes rolled back as he passed out cold. Hiss. Silence. Deathly silence. Even the referee didn't know how to call this. What the hell just happened? Getting instantly KO'd 1 second into the match? A guy with only F-level potential just one-shot a super genius with SS-level potential? No one was willing to believe this outcome. Yet the truth lay plainly before their eyes. Lin Ba, who had just been shouting about teaching Bai Yi what true cruelty meant, now lay perfectly still on the ground. The referee crouched down to examine and confirmed that Lin Ba had indeed fainted. He had completely lost all combat capability. This left the referee in a dilemma, causing him to glance toward the faculty seating area. Bai Yi's speed was so fast that even the referee couldn't comprehend what had just happened. This matter will have to be left to the school leadership to decide. The winner of this contest is Bai Yi. Qin Tianfu picked up the microphone and announced directly. No one else knew what had happened. He saw everything crystal clear. The moment the match began, Bai Yi unleashed his skill, pulling Lin Ba right in front of himself, then swiftly delivered a fatal blow. One could say Lin Ba never even had time to react from the very start. If this were a life or death struggle, Lin Ba would already be dead. As the principal personally announced the verdict, gasps of astonishment erupted across the scene. Oh my god, I'm really about to become a fan of Bai Yi now. Who knew Bai Yi could be this cool when he gets serious? That's an SS rank super genius who got taken down in a single move, right? Even though I'm a guy, I genuinely think Bai Yi is incredibly handsome now. Starting today, if Bai Yi is willing, I'd definitely come out of the closet for you. I originally thought he just took advantage of loopholes to surpass Tsuruwashi and become the top scorer in Jinnan province, but now it's clear there's no doubt about his capabilities. Suddenly, I'm really looking forward to his showdown with Tsuruwashi. In almost an instant, almost every student changed their view of Bai Yi. If there had been doubts before, questioning whether Bai Yi lacked real ability and merely relied on his teammates and special skills to luckily secure the provincial top score, now, no one would ever doubt him again. because someone whose rank was only one level higher than him, yet whose potential surpassed his by an immeasurable degree. Lin Ba, another provincial top scorer, was instantly defeated by Bai Yi in just the first second of the match. At that moment, both Bai Yi and Lin Ba gained a new nickname, the Genius Slayer and the 1-Second Man. Chapter 48, The Formidable Duo. The finals begin ahead of schedule. With impartiality. This phrase perfectly encapsulates Bai Yi's path of advancement. Wherever he went, whether encountering campus beauties or heaven's favored prodigies, everyone gets equal treatment, knocked flat on their backs. Bai Yi glanced at Lin Ba, who lay motionless on the ground, and shook his head in disappointment. Invincible. Lonely is the word for it. Invincible. How utterly empty. Alone at the summit. The cold wind never stops blowing. Who can understand my loneliness? Returning to the break area, Zhang Daxian slapped Bai Yi's shoulder and exclaimed, "Damn, Bai Yi, you've really changed. What happened during this holiday? You can actually beat Lin Ba in an instant now? Hadn't I already captured Su Zidong during the college entrance exams?" Bai Yi smiled faintly, thinking Zhang Daxian was making a fuss over nothing. Wasn't Su Zidong an SS tier potential back then? If I were to tell him that my skill could pull people regardless of level and attributes, wouldn't he piss himself in fright? Yeah, that's true, Zhang Daxian nodded. Su Zidong and Lin Ba weren't much different. Neither of them were mages or any profession that boosts spirit. He wasn't even a match for Bai Yi in the slightest. Bai Yi didn't bother with Zhang Daxian anymore. Instead, he turned to Xia Kelly, who didn't dare meet his gaze, and teased, "So, President Xia, what do you think of my performance just now?" "Well, I suppose it was passable." Xia Kelly awkwardly nibbled on a spicy strip to calm her nerves. Although she had long been mentally prepared for Bai Yi's strength, she truly didn't expect him to instantly defeat Lin Ba. "Thank you for the praise, President Xia. I promise I won't disappoint your expectations and will definitely win the freshman tournament championship." Bai Yi laughed heartily. "Don't get too cocky too soon," he scoffed. Xia Keely's expression turned somewhat unnatural. At this moment, she was beginning to regret accepting Bai Yi's wager. Now it was too late for regrets. Her only hope was that Su Ruwashi could defeat Bai Yi. On the third arena, Su Ruwashi did not disappoint. After 5 minutes of combat, she sent Wei Xingjing flying out of the arena. The fight on Arena 3 concludes, Victor, Su Ruwashi. The fight on Arena 2 concludes, Victor, Gao Huangsa. The battle on Arena 4 has concluded. The victor is Ingdeki. As time passed, all 4 semi-finalists were determined. Qin Tianfu stood up and announced, participants will now have a 10-minute rest period. The semi-final matches will begin thereafter. I'm exhausted. The continuous high-intensity battles had taken a toll on Su Ruwashi, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. She took out the food Elder Zhang had given her earlier and began eating. Bai Yi handed her a bottle of water and chuckled, "How about I go easy on you if we meet again later?" "Don't you dare. If you dare go easy on me, I'll ignore you for life." Su Ruwashi quickly regained some strength and put on a ferocious expression as she spoke. Alright, just afraid you'll say I won by unfair means." Bai Yi let out a light chuckle but didn't continue speaking. After the 10-minute break concluded, the semi-final competition commenced. Soon, the large screen was about to start scrolling. As expected, Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi did not meet beforehand. Just as Bai Yi and the other were about to step onto the stage, both Huang Se-gao and De Qiying raised their hands. This move took everyone by surprise. The referee immediately approached the two and asked, "Do either of you have anything to say?" "Gao Huangsa, I don't think I'm any better than Lin Ba, so I intend to concede." The referee. "Ingdeki, I don't think I can defeat Su Ruwashi either, so I admit defeat too." Su Ruwashi. Referee, so you two want to proceed directly to the battle for third place? Gao Huangsa and Ingdeki nodded. "Yes, let's leave the championship match to Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi." The referee nodded and looked at Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi, asking, "What do you think?" Bai Yi, "I don't care." Su Ruwashi, "Sure. Alright, then I'll go file the report now." The referee approached the school leaders' seating and relayed the opinions of the 4 individuals. After some deliberation, Qin Tianfu and the others nodded and said, "Then let's proceed according to their suggestion." Due to the withdrawal of both Gao Huangsa and Ingdeki, with the approval of the school committee, this match has been temporarily changed to the finals, featuring Bai Yi vs Su Ruwashi. Please invite both contestants to step onto arena number 1. The referee announced enthusiastically. Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi exchanged glances before stepping onto the stage. The crowd watched as both ascended the arena platform. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. The venue erupted in cheers and thunderous applause. When spring winds blow and war drums roll, Goddess Ruwashi fears no mortal soul. Bai Yi, you're the best. Fear no one, just fight with zest. Stay low key, it's Ruwashi taking flight. No applause we need, just screams of delight. The Tianfu Grand Contest, who will reign supreme? Only Bai Yi can conquer this dream. This year's Seoul SSS grade super genius, the top-ranked goddess on the freshman leaderboard, Su Ruwashi. Facing off against the tournament's biggest dark horse, Bai, who once surpassed her in the national college entrance exams with an average F-level potential and unremarkable attributes, yet managed to instantly defeat an SS-level genius. The high-stakes showdown between these two has drawn the attention of over 100,000 teachers and students across the entire school. In the faculty seating area, the deans straightened their backs, each intently focused and eagerly awaiting the battle. Both competitors had practically breezed through to the finals, either crushing their opponents instantly or winning with effortless ease. No one knows the limits of these two individuals. If nothing unexpected happens, these two will lead Tianfu University onto the world stage in the future. On the arena platform. Finally, I can face you in battle. Su Ruwashi's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. She had always wanted to spar properly with Bai, but the opportunity never came. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Hey, if possible, it'd be so much better if we could just fight at home. Bai shook his head with a wry smile. Meeting such a stubborn woman, he really didn't know what to say. Get lost. Su Ruwashi rolled her eyes, took a deep breath, and adjusted herself to peak condition. Watching Su Ruwashi's heightened fighting spirit, Bai also wiped the smile off his face and pulled up Su Ruwashi's information. Name, Su Ruwashi. Level, LV6. Potential, SSS. Talent, Child of Thunder immune to all Thunder element damage, Thunder element skill damage increased, cooldown reduced, consumption decreased. Class, Magic Swordsman. Attributes, Strength 89, 20, Constitution 72, 20, Agility 78, 12, Spirit 93, 22. Another significant improvement. You better watch out. Bai gave a bitter laugh in his heart. An SSS grade potential gap isn't something that can be bridged so easily, with such a huge attribute difference, unless Beauty is Justice takes effect. Otherwise, Bai truly has no choice but to reveal some of his trump cards. Whatever. Let's have a good fight with this little lass. The referee saw that neither was speaking anymore and asked, "Are you both ready?" Bai and Su Ruwashi nodded in unison. "We're ready." Chapter 49, The Terror of Su Ruwashi, The Power of Golden Skills. Boom rumble. On the fighting platform, thunder rolled and roared. An entire stretch of dark clouds loomed over arena number 1. As if at any moment, divine thunderbolts capable of obliterating the world might come crashing down. Bai held a brick in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed with tension. As the referee announced the start, Su Ruwashi murmured softly, "Be careful." His left knee bent, then straightened instantly. Accompanied by scattered electric arcs, Su Ruwashi was instantly catapulted forward. Bai's pupils contracted slightly. He abruptly retreated several meters. Bang! The black longsword flickered with electric currents. It struck the spot where Bai had been standing. Judging by the extent of destruction on the dueling platform, Su Ruwashi meant business with this sword strike. Before Bai could react, Su Ruwashi raised her sword and charged again. Thunder instantly erupted on the scene, with flashes of lightning continuously streaking across. Every single slash she unleashed was executed with full strength. There was none of the restraint she had shown during the college entrance exams back then, because she knew the man continuously dodging before her eyes was incredibly strong. The audience gasped in shock at the sight before them. My God, is this what a top-tier genius looks like? This is the first time I've seen a magic swordsman continuously unleash skills. Does she have infinite mana? They say Su Ruwashi's talent drastically reduces the cost and cooldown of thunder element skills, which is why she can spam them like basic attacks. Absolutely terrifying. If Bai keeps dodging like this, he's probably going to lose. Just as the spectators were discussing. At this moment, Bai also wore a pained expression on his face. This was also the first time he learned how formidable Su Ruwashi truly was. Every single strike she delivered was essentially a skill. This was also one of the reasons why Bai had been constantly dodging. Because the omniscient and omnipotent one knew that those scattered arcs carried a powerful paralyzing effect. Anyone who clashed weapons with Su Ruwashi would gradually become paralyzed. Is dodging all you're good at? Su Ruwashi stopped in her tracks, ceasing her pursuit. He snorted coldly and said, I told you not to go easy on me. In Su Ruwashi's eyes, even if Bai's, Dad's coming, couldn't be used lightly. Wasn't there still that skill that instantly killed Lin Ba and used Su Zedong as a human shield? And then there was that inexplicable ability to go head-to-head with both Su Zedong and the boss, wasn't there? Bai didn't know how to explain for the moment. His constant dodging earlier wasn't meaningless. Rather, during the evasive maneuvers, he was conducting an aesthetic survey of everyone around him through his omniscience. As a result, there were 10 valid judgment targets around, with 8 people thinking Su Ruwashi was more attractive. This was quite frustrating. This was the first time he had lost so completely in terms of looks. Of course, it was mainly because everyone around was male. But regardless, the skill, looks and logic, was effectively sealed. Bai took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly turning cold as he said, in that case, I'll have to go all out. Ruwashi, unleash your strongest attack, otherwise, you'll never get another chance. Suruwashi's face lit up with excitement as she gave a slight nod. Is it finally coming? Is Bai Yi about to use that technique? Having witnessed Bai Yi's formidable power firsthand, she never even considered the possibility of defeating him, because if Bai Yi were to summon his father, she would undoubtedly face certain defeat. So, all she had to do was show off the most powerful side of herself. Thinking of this, Suruwashi raised the black sword high. Boom! In that instant, thunder and lightning rolled around her, as if she were the child of thunder itself, bathed in its electric glory. Roar! Faintly, several lightning WIRMs coiled around Suruwashi's black sword. They emitted continuous low roars, arrogantly surveying everyone present. Is this a golden skill? Kobui stood up in astonishment, looking at Suruwashi with some disbelief. As the dean of the Combat Arts Academy, he instantly recognized that Suruwashi was using a golden tier skill, Nine-Headed Lightning Dragon Flash. It wasn't because of how rare this skill was, but rather because the minimum level requirement for casting golden tier skills was level 10. And what level was Suruwashi at now? Just level 6. This is a record-breaking performance. This girl is truly terrifying, but can Bai Yi handle it? A trace of gravity flashed through Yenhuye's eyes. Everyone knows how devastating golden skills can be. This is undoubtedly a primary combat skill for levels 20 to 40. Now, a level 6 practitioner unleashing it is bad enough, yet she's using it against another level 6 practitioner. Yi Yenhu was genuinely worried it might prove fatal. Even the usually silent Nangon Yuan, dean of the Skill Research Academy, felt compelled to speak up. Nine-Headed Thunder Dragon Flash is renowned among golden skills for its sheer power. Combined with Suruwashi's innate talent, its force likely surpasses even what an ordinary warrior class master could muster. I suggest we intervene before she completes the casting. Shin Tianfu stroked his beard and, observing the determined gazes of Bai Yi and Suruwashi, said slowly, no matter, Bai Yi isn't as weak as you all imagine. Though he didn't fully understand Bai Yi, from the exchanges between Suruwashi and Bai Yi, he sensed that Bai Yi wasn't as simple as he appeared to everyone. He suspected there were still many secrets yet to be revealed to the world. Hearing even Shin Tianfu say this, the group fell into silence. Instead, he held his breath, ready to witness the birth of a miracle. With 6th tier attributes, unleashing a skill that ordinary people wouldn't master until the 20th tier. Such was the might of SSS tier potential. At this moment, the first arena looked as if doomsday had descended. Dark clouds pressed closer, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Most terrifying of all, 9 ferocious and savage thunder dragons had now become unmistakably clear. They circled majestically above the black sword. It looked as if Suruwashi could slash down with her sword at any moment. They would recklessly destroy all living beings ahead. Everyone couldn't help but worry for Bai Yi. Even Xia Kelly, who shared the same SSS level potential, now wore a gloomy expression, because the previous record of unleashing a golden skill at level 10 was set by none other than her. Seeing Suruwashi unleash a golden skill at level 6, Xia Kelly couldn't help but admire while shaking her head regretfully. Bai Yi is going to lose. No one understood better than her what it meant for someone below level 10 to face a golden skill. Not being instantly defeated would already be considered extraordinary among peers. Trying to withstand a golden skill head-on was nearly impossible. Unlike the tension and worry of the crowd, Bai Yi, however, showed no sign of pressure. Instead, he casually shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at Suruwashi with ease. Come on, let me see the power of this move of yours. Suruwashi nodded solemnly. It was as if the one unleashing a deadly strike wasn't her, but rather the completely relaxed Bai Yi standing opposite her. The tremendous thunderous power made Suruwashi's hands tremble uncontrollably. This move had built up its momentum to the pinnacle. Chapter 50, the match isn't over, but the referee gets carried away first. Watch carefully, Bai Yi, this is the most powerful skill I've mastered to date. Golden skill, Nine-Headed Thunder Dragon Flash. Accompanied by a spirited shout, Suruwashi unleashed her sword strike. This blade move erupted with earth-shaking momentum. This sword strike shook heaven and earth. This sword strike seemed to slice the entire sky in two. 9 savage thunder dragons roared furiously as they charged toward Bai Yi. Where they passed, fierce winds howled and sand and stones flew violently. Even with the protective shield of the arena blocking the way, everyone present could still feel an aura of death. Watching Bai Yi standing before the 9-headed thunder dragon, appearing so minuscule, a single question arose in everyone's hearts. That is, can Bai Yi possibly withstand it? That man who excels at creating miracles. Can he once again show them what a true miracle looks like? No one knows the answer. Even the referee standing by was ready to rescue Bai Yi at any moment. But at this moment, everyone secretly hoped. This tournament's biggest dark horse can create another miracle. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Bai Yi finally moved. He sketched out a confident smile, slowly pulling his right hand from his pocket. Just as the 9-headed thunder dragons were already at the city gates, Bai Yi's lips parted slightly as he whispered a few inaudible words. In the next instant, a streak of white light flashed by. The referee, who had been standing by ready to intervene, suddenly appeared before Bai. The match is over. The referee intervened. Bai has lost. The last hope was shattered. Bai still couldn't overcome Tsuruoshi, that super genius. What a shame. But even so, he will always be number one in my heart. Wait, look at the referee's strange expression. Someone in the crowd was the first to point it out. All eyes were fixed on the referee. This official, whom everyone had assumed would intervene to stop the match, now wore an expression of peculiar intensity, as though something dreadful had occurred. Seeing the nine-headed thunder dragons pouring down, the referee finally couldn't hold back. He screamed desperately, "Holy shit, fuck me, TT." The audience hadn't yet figured out what was happening. The next second, the poor referee was perfectly struck by the nine-headed thunder dragons. Tsuruoshi. Audience? School officials. Degree A degree. Bai, great work, old pal. Silent. Dead silent. Never had there been a moment when the school was this quiet. Over 100,000 students and faculty wore strikingly identical expressions. Their eyes were wide open, staring dumbfounded at the referee twitching uncontrollably on the ground. If memory serves, this should be the first time in Tianfu University's history that a freshman managed to knock out a referee. The match continues. Medical team, attend to him. Qin Tianfu was the first to snap back to reality, waving his hand grandly. The referee lying on the ground was instantly teleported out. The medical team probably never imagined they'd one day carry away a referee from the competition field for treatment. Just utterly bizarre. As Qin Tianfu spoke, the audience gradually regained their senses and began asking each other what exactly had just happened. Just now, why did the referee use his physical body to block a golden level skill? Maybe to prove he's really strong? Could it be that this referee, well, let's just say his head isn't quite right? But it doesn't look that way to me. Didn't you see him cursing at Bai in the end? If a referee was driven to swear, shouldn't it be Bai causing trouble? Stop joking around. Do you know what level referees are? At least level 35. Bai may be strong, but there's no way he could pull that off. What's the big deal? Didn't Tsuruoshi use a golden skill at level 6? I think this is the only possible explanation. Absolutely impossible. If this really was Bai's doing, I'll livestream myself ing a 5-speed electric fan. The audience's discussion brought the school administrators back to their senses. Yi Yinhu felt somewhat confused and said, "Did I just see Bai summon Xiao Huan to his side at the last second?" Kubui, me too. Yi Yinhu, and I think I saw that Xiao Huan couldn't use any skills at all, forced to take the hit with his body? Kubui, same here. Yi Yinhu, so, I'm really curious, how on earth did Bai manage to do it? Kubui, me too. Nangong Yuan. Qin Tianfu shook his head and spoke with some uncertainty. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same move he used to instantly defeat Linba in the last match. It's just that this Bai has hidden himself very well. As they were talking, new developments emerged on the arena. Tsuruoshi had long known that defeating Bai wouldn't be so easy. After Bai blocked the nine-headed thunder dragon, Flash, she immediately charged at him with her sword drawn. She wanted to catch him off guard while he was still in cooldown. However, she didn't realize Bai's cooldown only lasted a few seconds. Tsuruoshi had barely taken a few steps forward when, the next instant, just like the referee, she suddenly found herself face-to-face with Bai. Only then did she realize how desperate the referee earlier in Su Zedong before had been. Because after being summoned by Bai, she couldn't move at all. She hadn't had time to think further. A brick ruthlessly smashed toward the back of her head. Bang! Tsuruoshi, Her robust constitution kept her from being knocked unconscious with a single blow. Bai wasn't greedy either, he struck with a single decisive move. He quickly retreated to a safe distance and said with a smile to Ruoshi, you might as well admit defeat. On this platform, you're no longer my match. The arena formed its own independent space, which was one reason why Bai dared to cast Protect the Emperor, while Tsuruoshi was unleashing her ultimate move. Because whether it was Tsuruoshi being pulled over or the referee being summoned, there was little chance of causing serious competition mishaps. It's just that particular referee was rather unlucky, getting knocked out of the match early by Bai's maneuver. Only Tsuruoshi remained in the arena space now. Even if his spiritual power wasn't sufficient to match hers, he could forcibly summon her to his side anytime, anywhere. I'll never admit defeat. Go ahead and knock me out if you dare. Shaking her head, Tsuruoshi charged toward Bai once more. Looking at the stubborn Tsuruoshi, Bai shook his head. Since that's the case, forgive my offense. The next second, Tsuruoshi appeared in front of Bai once again. But this time, Bai didn't strike with a brick. Instead, he leaned close to Tsuruoshi's ear, blew lightly, and whispered, if you still refuse to admit defeat, next time, I'll have to spank you. Tsuruoshi, W? Her body couldn't help trembling slightly. After a brief internal struggle, with slightly flushed cheeks, Tsuruoshi spoke softly, I admit defeat. Chapter 51, by E, You Are My God, 4th update. Holy shit, by E actually won. We've witnessed history, this is absolutely unbelievable. Oh my god, by E You Are My God. I keep my short hair for you. Woof woof woof. At this moment, the entire audience erupted. Although the method of defeating Tsuruwashi was somewhat unconventional, but Bai E did indeed win. Ever since the referee took that terrifying, 9-headed lightning dragon flash, for him, Bai E's victory was all but confirmed. Qin Tianfu flashed onto the arena platform. After clearing his throat lightly to signal for silence, he said, I know you must all have many questions, as do I. Next, let's invite student Bai E to clarify things for us. With that, Tianfu Qin took out a microphone and handed it to Bai E. Bai E, do I have to say it? Tianfu Qin, not necessarily, but everyone is waiting for you to clear things up. Bai E, since it's not mandatory, I won't say it after all, it's one of my secrets. Qin Tianfu was momentarily taken aback, this was the first time someone had so outright disregarded his authority. After a moment's thought, he raised a single finger and declared, explain it to me, and I'll give you an extra 100 credits as a bonus. Bai E? At first glance, Bai E was thrilled. But the next second, he remembered that Xia Kelly still owed him 4,000 credits. These 100 credits have become utterly flavorless. Shaking his head, he refused and said, at least 500 credits. Qin Tianfu narrowed his eyes slightly, 200. Bai E, 600, final offer. Qin Tianfu, 300 is my absolute limit. Bai E, 700, take it or leave it. Qin Tianfu, you, don't push your luck. Bai E, 8. Qin Tianfu, silence. Tsuruwashi, winky face? Various leaders? Onlookers, underscore. Before Bai E could finish speaking, Qin Tianfu immediately cast a silence spell. For the rest of it, Bai E couldn't utter a single word. Staring at Qin Tianfu's smug grin, Bai E gritted his teeth in frustration. Look, is this something a top 10 powerhouse in China would do? Strength alone isn't frightening, what's terrifying is possessing great strength while having no shame whatsoever. Unable to win the argument, he actually resorted to cheating. I'm utterly speechless, this is beyond outrageous. Qin Tianfu didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. On the contrary, he chuckled and said, this old man won't argue with you any further, 500 academic credits it is. If you still refuse to speak, I won't force you. Bai E was practically fuming inside, though he really didn't want to say it. But the promised killing the chicken to scare the monkey should now be reasonably explained. Not to mention 500 credits converted to gold coins would be 5 million. For this sum of money, Bai E nodded in agreement. Qin Tianfu waved his hand to lift Bai E's silence, then stepped back to give him the stage. Testing the mic. Hearing that the microphone was working fine, Bai E thought for a moment before speaking up, let me explain. The reason the dutiful referee appeared in front of me earlier was indeed because of my skill. The moment these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but gasp in unison. What does this mean? Can a level 6 control someone at level 35? What kind of ability is this? Although the school administrators probably expected this to be the case, but hearing Bai E admit it personally is an entirely different matter. Especially Nangang Yuan, as the dean of the Skill Research Academy, immediately thought of one possibility. That is, Bai E's skill likely hasn't even reached its upper limit yet. It's actually not as invincible as you all think. Normally, my skill can only forcibly summon and control those with spiritual power weaker than mine. To summon someone far stronger than me like the referee just now requires meeting specific conditions. About what those specific conditions are, that's my core secret. If Principal Qin is interested in knowing, we can privately discuss the price. Bai E briefly explained his abilities. As for whether they could figure out what his specific conditions were, well, that depended on their own skills. Qin Tianfu nodded without saying much more. Taking back the microphone, he announced, then, this year's freshman tournament is hereby concluded. Before the 15th of each month, you may spend academic credits to challenge students with higher rankings. The exact credit cost will be displayed when you issue the challenge. Now, all freshmen please remain in the rest area. Next will be the academy selection process. With the announcement from Qin Tianfu, the freshman competition at Tianfu University officially came to an end. This day was destined to be recorded in history, not only because Bai E became the only F-rank potential freshman champion in the history of Tianfu University, but also because his opponent was the record-breaking super genius Tsuruwashi. Of course, there was also that poor referee who was defeated by a freshman. When Bai E and Tsuruwashi returned to the rest area, Xia Kelly was already gone. She left only a single message for Zhang Daxian to relay, and that was she would pay them a visit the next day to hand over the academic credits. Bai E didn't say anything about this. A student council president wouldn't go back on his word. After chatting for a while, the teachers finally arrived. The deans of the 4 major colleges walked straight towards Bai E and Tsuruwashi. Meanwhile, some vice principals had begun scouting for their own preferred candidates. It's fortunate both of you are here. We are the deans of the 4 colleges. The introductory materials for new students should have covered each college's specializations, so we won't elaborate further. After deliberation, Tsuruwashi's test results indicate she'd be most suited for the Combat Arts College, where Dean Kobu himself will personally oversee your training. And by I heard you can't learn normal skills, so we think you'd be suitable for the Martial Arts Academy and the Skill Research Academy. What do you think? Yi Yenhu briefly explained the results of their earlier discussion. Bai's situation truly wasn't suited for the Combat Techniques Academy, so Kobui voluntarily gave up his claim. Although there might be some competitiveness between them, they couldn't let that hinder someone else's future prospects. I have no objections, but how do you 2 academies plan to make your selection? Bai smiled ambiguously while looking at Yi Yinhu and Nan Gongyuan. With that expression, those 2 old foxes could hardly fail to understand. Yi Yinhu was the first to speak. If you choose the Martial Arts Academy, I can train you into a master of physical techniques. You'll have unrestricted access to all martial arts manuals. Of course, physical techniques differ from skills. I don't believe they'll be limited by your innate talents. Bai smiled and asked, even the highest level of martial arts techniques? Of course, as long as you can learn them, I'll teach you, Yi Yinhu replied with confident laughter. This was an offer he believed no one could refuse. Chapter 52, As an adult, I don't want to make choices anymore. Indeed, Yi Yinhu's offer was quite tempting. Being able to learn all physical combat techniques would certainly be beneficial, but Bai knew where his true strengths lay. One might even say, without these systems, he would just be an ordinary passerby. Even with his formidable innate talents, he would at best be half warrior, half scholar. He wouldn't be able to effortlessly fight beyond his level as he does now. So, for him, martial arts is nothing more than a trivial means of enhancement. Thinking of this, Bai wasn't in a hurry to agree. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the ever-silent Nan Gongyuan who had been standing aside. Noticing Bai's glance, Nan Gongyuan chuckled and said, as for me, I don't have much to offer you, Bai. You know we're from the Skill Research Academy, a civilian institution specializing in skill studies. We don't have much fighting day to day, leaving plenty of time for personal pursuits. Also, if Bai doesn't mind, I can list you as an assistant researcher. After all, your talent seems quite interesting. Assistant researcher? Yi Yenhu's expression changed sharply. Old Yuan, you're going too far with this. It must be understood that assistant researcher is a unique academic title within the Institute of Skill Research. An assistant researcher here holds equivalent status to a substitute lecturer in other institutes. To become an assistant researcher requires a great deal of specialized knowledge. Bai was just a freshman and didn't understand anything related to skills. Even so, Bai was directly promoted to assistant researcher, which was truly hard to justify to others. Imagine this, Bai was a student in the Martial Arts Academy, but in the Skill Research Academy, he suddenly became a teacher. What would you choose in this situation? Nangong Yuan chuckled lightly and said, as for this matter, Elder Qin has already agreed. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make such conditions, would I? Yi Yenhu was rendered completely speechless by this. If it had Qin Tianfu's approval, then this condition was indeed valid. After all, Qin Tianfu had previously mentioned that Bai's talent also had hidden effects. This indirectly confirmed that Bai could qualify for the position of assistant researcher based solely on his own talent. Well, in that case, Dean Yi. Wait! Yi Yenhu suddenly roared, if you come to my martial arts academy, I can also make you an assistant instructor. Old Yi, this is malicious competition. Nangong Yuan immediately flew into a rage. Bai was originally strong in combat prowess, and it was still possible to leverage the difference in status to pull Bai into the Skills Research Academy. But now, with Yi Yenhu also stepping in like this, the situation had completely changed. What's wrong with me? Bai just managed to summon Xiao Huang to his side to block the attack. I think he's perfectly qualified to be an assistant instructor at our martial arts academy. Nangong Yuan. Kobui, holy crap, we're screwed. If you think about it this way, Bai could totally be an assistant instructor at the Combat Techniques Academy too. This is really suffering from a dim-witted brain. Seeing the two deans locking horns, Bai's eyes darted as he said, Honored sirs, please don't let such trivial matters damage your harmony. This humble student has an idea, though I don't know if it'll work. Let's hear it. As an adult, I don't want to make choices anymore. How about this? I'll spend 1 week or half a month at each of your academies by turns. Wouldn't that perfectly solve this problem? Everyone. It's really fortunate that Bai dared to think of this. One person actually wants to join 2 academies. But Yi Yenhu and Nan Gongyuan exchanged glances. Actually, this idea doesn't seem half bad. After all, the Skills Research Institute isn't a combat-focused academy anyway, so it doesn't conflict with the Martial Arts Academy at all. With this thought, the two went to report their plans to Qin Tianfu. Before long, they received a response, approved. Alright then, let's make it one academy per week. At the start of term, you'll go to Dean Nangong first, then report to the Martial Arts Academy the following week. Yi Yenhu was in an excellent mood now. Young people really do have active minds. Such a tangled problem was resolved in an instant. No problem, Bai Yi said with a smirk. Good, it's settled then. Yi Yenhu patted Bai Yi's shoulder, then turned to Zhang Daxian, who had been intently watching the drama while eating melon seeds, and said, Classmate Zhang, would you be interested in joining our martial arts college? I can arrange for you to have a vice dean as your mentor. Ah, thank you, Dean. Happiness came too suddenly. Zhang Daxian never expected that even spectating could lead to such an opportunity. Although not at the dean level, being a vice dean still places him in the second echelon. Outside, it would cost 70 credits per hour. Study hard, you're no worse than anyone else. Yi Yenhu nodded, then left first alongside Kubui. After all, there were still many talents above S rank to compete for. Everything that needs to be said has been said by old Yi. Just come find me at the Research Academy the day after tomorrow. After giving some instructions, Nandong Yuan also left. Only Ouyang Mushue, the inconspicuous vice dean of the professional college, remained on scene. The old folks are finally gone, now we can talk about our own business. Ouyang Mushue was a somewhat young dean. According to the freshman handbook, she was barely over 30 this year. Indeed, absurdly young. Yet no one would ever question her. Because aside from being a super genius with dual SSS-level auxiliary profession potential, she had actually cultivated 2 auxiliary professions to master-level accreditation at such a young age. Master-level blacksmith, master-level potion master. Nearly everyone in the school, including Qin Tianfu occasionally, has to seek favors from her. Dean Ouyang, I wonder if you have something to say? Bai Yi asked. Ouyang Mushue lounged casually on a chair, smiling faintly. Our auxiliary profession academy differs from those 3. There's no restriction on joining only one academy here. I just wanted to ask, have you all awakened your auxiliary professions yet? Bai Yi, awakened as an SSS tier potential evaluator. Zhang Daxian, a tier potential chef. Suruwashi, I haven't used my secondary profession scroll yet. Wait, what profession did you just say you awakened? Ouyang Mushue asked Bai Yi, looking towards him. Ouyang Mushue looked at Bai Yi with some surprise. She never expected that Bai Yi would awaken as an appraiser, and one with SSS grade potential at that. The appraiser profession was exceedingly rare, let alone one with SSS grade potential. She had no idea about abroad, but domestically, there are currently only 5 people. And now, the 6th person has appeared right before her. How could Ouyang Mushue not be thrilled? Ahem, well, I wanted to find suitable mentors for everyone. After all, having a mentor will help you go further in your secondary professions. Bai Yi and Zhang Daxian, you 2 have already awakened, we'll discuss yours later. Ruwashi, try using the sub-profession scroll now. Given your talent in your main profession, your sub-profession shouldn't be bad either. Ouyang Mushue quickly regained her composure, deciding to set Bai Yi's matter aside for now. After all, the entire school only had one sub-profession academy, no one could compete with her here. Now she was curious about which sub-profession Suruwashi would awaken. Suruwashi nodded and took out the auxiliary profession scroll. After a flash of white light, indeed, as expected, 3 auxiliary professions with remarkably high potential appeared. Blacksmith, potential SSS. Tailor potential SS. Trainer potential S. As I expected, Ouyang Mushue was extremely excited. Suruwashi certainly didn't disappoint her, awakening as a triple S grade blacksmith. She immediately declared, in that case, Ruwashi can study with me in the evenings. As for Grandmaster Zhang, I'll arrange for a vice dean with chef profession to teach you more recipes. As for you, Bai Yi, Dean, I don't actually need instruction. If it's convenient for you, you could just give me more unidentified equipment to appraise, I'll take just 10% per item. Bai Yi interrupted Ouyang Mushue's words. Due to the system and his innate abilities, his appraisal skills were different from others. He didn't need any teaching at all, just continuous appraisals would suffice. Alright, but I'll need a detailed report of your auxiliary professional skills. Meet porn rave? Bai Yi responded in broken English. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. From now on, he'd finally no longer need to buy equipment for appraisal. While leveling up secondary professions, you can also earn a 10% price bonus. That's really awesome. Chapter 53, Xia Kelly's request, credits received. The group had dinner together. Then they each went home to rest. To be honest, everyone except Bai Yi was utterly exhausted. Even Zhang Daxian didn't have time to chat with Bai Yi, having gone home to sleep early. Bored with nothing to do, Bai Yi once again finished examining his spiritual power. Then he lay down on the comfortable bed and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Bai Yi was awakened by a blissful sound. 500 credit points have been deposited into your credit account. Is this the promised credits from Qin the Shameless Tianfu? All drowsiness vanished instantly as Bai Yi sat up to check. It was indeed from Qin Tianfu. With these 500 credit points, one could say it's alleviating a pressing need. Otherwise, I'd have had to go freeload off Suruoshi again for lunch today. Though living off a woman does have its perks. But this isn't suitable for me. Having money in your own wallet is what gives you real confidence. I wonder when Xia Kelly's 4,000 credit points will come through. That's the big chunk of it. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The doorbell downstairs rang. Bai Yi checked the monitor and saw it was indeed Xia Kelly. Bai Yi, who are you looking for? Xia Kelly, I'm looking for you, meow. Bai Yi, who are you? Xia Kuli, I'm your daddy, meow. Bai Yi, who is daddy? Xia Kuli, daddy is me, meow. Bai Yi, good girl, daddy's coming. Xia Kelly, you're no match for me in a battle of wits. Bai Yi smiled faintly, dressed himself properly, and walked to the door. President Xia, did you sleep well last night? Thanks to you, it was alright, meow. Xia Kelly responded grumpily before pushing Bai Yi aside and walking into the house, remarking, didn't expect your place to be this clean, meow. That's a no-brainer, I just moved in yesterday. Bai Yi rolled his eyes and sat on the sofa. President Xia, let's get to the point. Did you bring my credits? Look at how impatient you are. Does seeing me only make you think about credits, meow? Xia Kelly's tail swayed incessantly as she sauntered over to Bai Yi with an alluring gait. Her pink tongue licked her lips as she cooed flirtatiously. Don't you have anything else you'd rather do, meow? Bai Yi gazed at Xia Kelly standing so close and couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, I'd like to do something else. Then why aren't you doing it, meow? Xia Kelly curled her finger in a beckoning gesture, looking utterly enticing. Are you really sure about this? Absolutely perfectly sure. Then here I come? Bai Yi nodded excitedly. Then he raised his right hand and patted Xia Kelly's head. Such soft fur. Xia Kelly, I've been wanting to touch you for a long time to see how you differ from ordinary cats and dogs. But now it seems, there's not much difference, Bai Yi said with a light laugh. Is this what you wanted to do, meow? Xia Kelly looked at Bai Yi with disbelief. Is this something a normal man would do? Of course not entirely. There's another question I really want to ask you. Ask away, meow. Does that tail of yours grow out from your butthole? Xia Kelly shook her head somewhat boredly, collecting her thoughts. Here's your academic credits, all settled now, meow. Here you go. Xia Kelly transferred 4,000 credits to Bai Yi. But just as she was about to turn and leave, Bai Yi suddenly called out to her, if you have something you need my help with, you can say it directly. There's no need to resort to seduction. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Xia Kelly stopped in her tracks, slightly stunned. It turned out that from the moment she stepped inside, Bai Yi had seen right through her thoughts. Seems your talent is far more formidable than imagined, meow. Xia Kelly chuckled self-deprecatingly as she returned to the sofa. Do you know the current state of the world, meow? The state of the world? Bai Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He really hadn't paid much attention to such matters. He only knew this world was vast, and humanity wasn't the only race. Semi-beastfolk like Xia Kelly were common here, along with races typically found in games, elves, elementals, dragonkin, and so on. Among these, races fell into two categories, those friendly to humans and those hostile toward them. Tianfu University is doing relatively fine, but due to their locations, Tsinghua University and Moda University have accepted an exceptionally large number of the kinfolk of different races. Xia Kelly leaned back casually on the sofa and remarked with a light laugh. Seems like your cultural studies aren't up to par. Currently, Blue Planet is divided into two major factions. One is the human faction, though there are some conflicts between nations. They generally show restraint when facing external threats, meow. The second faction is humanity's and indeed, the entire Blue Planet's common enemy, the kinfolk. Bai Yi, isn't that just describing you? Xia Kelly rolled her eyes and explained, there are distinctions among the other kin, some are born that way, while others are forced into it. Take our ancestors, the beastfolk hybrids, for example. Most of them had no choice, understand? Seeing Bai Yi nod, Xia Kelly continued. The natural-born Inhumans are extremely wicked. They seek to completely dominate this beautiful blue planet and eradicate all of humanity, though that isn't really the main point I want to make. What I want to say is that these evil Inhumans mostly dwell in secret realms or forbidden lands. Did you know about this? There are many secret realms in the country, but as for forbidden zones, it seems there are two. One is the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, and the other is the Fengdu Forbidden Zone. Speaking of the Fengdu Forbidden Zone, isn't it near Tianfu University? Bai Yi tried hard to recall. Xia Kelly straightened up slightly and looked at Bai Yi with a serious expression. That's right. The Fengdu Forbidden Zone is overseen by Tianfu University, and President Qin Tianfu is its guardian, meow. Wait a minute. Bai Yi suddenly had a bad feeling. You came to me. Don't tell me you want me to go with you to the Forbidden Zone? Exactly right, Omega? Meow. Bai Yi, turn left when you go out, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. What a joke. He actually wanted me to go to the forbidden area. No wonder Xia Kelly used her charms right from the start. So this was the trap they had set. Forbidden zones are called forbidden for a reason. Ordinary people who enter them face near certain death. How utterly foolish would one have to be, after stuffing themselves silly, to even consider taking a stroll inside? Don't be so quick to reject the idea. The next opening of the Forbidden Zone is still several months away. By then, all the major academies will organize their elite students to venture into the restricted area for training. With your abilities, you'd surely be selected for the Victory Squad. Wait, what did you call that squad? Victory Squad, meow. So we'll have to go by plane then? That's right, meow. No teleportation arrays can be built around the Forbidden Zone, so we'll have to fly. Damn, then it's even more reason not to go. Why meow? That name sounds like a surefire loser, either already crashing or on the way to crashing. Screw that. Xia Kelly, now that you mention it, it does seem that way, meow. Chapter 50. For the Imperial Rank Powerhouse Test, the bodyguards are still useful. Xia Kelly was momentarily speechless. It was true their expeditions into restricted zones often ended in crashes, but that was primarily due to the abundance of flying monsters in those areas. The sky was never humanity's natural domain after all, so crashes weren't exactly uncommon occurrences. Yet why did Baiyi's comment make it seem like their misfortune was somehow tied to the name itself? Shaking her head without further thought, Xia Kelly continued. Let's put the name aside for now, but everything I've said is true. If you were just an unknown individual, the school wouldn't have approached you. But given your performance yesterday, both you and Su Ruwashi will definitely be selected for the list. Of course, you could choose to decline participation, but entering the restricted zone also comes with substantial benefits. I imagine you wouldn't refuse either. Fine then. Since this was a matter stipulated by both the school and the state, Baiyi couldn't really argue. There's still some time left anyway. If the school really ends up selecting me by then, I'll just go. After all, if I want to grow stronger, I can't just stay in the rear forever. Having thought this through, Baiyi stopped hesitating and asked, so then, what do you want me to help you with? Well, here's the situation, meow. Last time when it opened, the team I was with, just like you said, crashed halfway through. I've lost something very important, so I want you to accompany me next time we open it to help search for it. Baiyi, why me, rather than any other companion? Because of your talent, perhaps you could find some clues, meow. Xia Kelly smiled and said, of course, I won't let you help for free. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you, meow. Save it, I don't accept that kind of sausages here. Xia Kelly, TCH. So is it convenient to tell me what this thing is? Baiyi was genuinely curious, what could possibly be so important that Xia Kelly would resort to using feminine wiles just to find it again? It must be something truly significant, he reasoned. It's not anything special, just a necklace. Forged from divine crystal? Or is it a sacred artifact? It's just a very ordinary necklace, containing the only photograph I have of my mother. Baiyi? A trace of sorrow flickered in Xia Kelly's eyes, though she didn't elaborate. But Baiyi also understood that her mother was probably no longer around. Alright then, if I really get chosen, I'll go take a look for you. Thank you. Xia Kelly smiled faintly and stood up. I won't bother you any longer. Classes don't officially start for 2 more days. You could take this time to tackle a dungeon instance or test your skills at Tianfu Tower. Yes, I will. Just after seeing Xia Keiji off, Baiyi felt a gust of wind pass by. Turning around, he immediately wanted to curse, because there was now someone extra on the sofa. Boss, do you realize this is called trespassing? Don't make me report you to the security department. Baiyi's lips twitched as he spoke. The whole school belongs to this old man. Is there anywhere I can't go? Qin Tianfu poured himself a glass of water casually and said, besides, wasn't it you who publicly invited me to your home in front of the entire school yesterday? Baiyi let out a sigh. There was no point arguing with this old rascal. The moment you crossed him, he'd pull his new trick like a shameless cur. Arguing with him was a losing battle. Even if you won, he'd make you feel like you lost. Did you come to my place for something? Didn't I just explain, old man? I came to learn about your skills. Qin Tianfu smiled warmly as he looked at Baiyi. Last night he researched all night and finally figured out the special effect of Baiyi's skill. Now, he immediately came to Baiyi for confirmation. Alright, what about the price? What do you want? Qin Tianfu countered instead of answering. Let me think. How about Celestial Astral Crystal? Celestial Astral Crystal? Qin Tianfu chuckled. You really have quite the imagination, kid. Do you have any idea how precious Celestial Astral Crystals are? Are you talking nonsense here? If I didn't know, would I have suggested it? Qin Tianfu was momentarily speechless. That did seem to be reasonable logic. But the Celestial Star Crystal was truly too precious. It was a rare material born deep within forbidden lands. It has features that can enhance human potential. Thinking this, Qin Tianfu asked, are you looking to improve your own potential? Old Qin, I've noticed you always love spouting nonsense. Do you know what folks back in my hometown would call someone like you? What? A master of nonsense literature. Seems pretty good, doesn't it? Qin Tianfu wasn't angry either and cheerfully laughed. I happen to have one last piece of starfire crystal left. I can give it to you, but I want to know all the effects of your skill. You actually have one? Bai Yi immediately did a complete 180 in attitude. Absolutely. Ask whatever you want, elder. As your student, I pledge to answer everything without reservation. At first, Bai Yi was just casually mentioning it. He didn't know where this thing came from, only recalling that his predecessor in memory had wanted to use it to improve his own potential. Later, he accidentally looked it up and found this item couldn't be purchased at any price. Literally the kind of thing you couldn't buy no matter how much money you had. That's precisely why he brought it up. Who would have thought Qin Tianfu actually had it? You little rascal, fine, I'll just come out with it. Your ability in a specific space, can you randomly pull anyone to appear before you? Qin Tianfu dropped a bombshell. Bai Yi was so startled that in just one night, the secret of his skill was unexpectedly uncovered. To this, Bai Yi had no reason to hide anymore. I haven't tried those at too high a level, but level 50 can be pulled by me. Hearing this, Qin Tianfu's eyes gleamed as he said, then why don't you try me? Try you? Bai Yi pondered carefully for a moment before nodding and saying, alright, let's give it a try. He was curious to see the limits of this ability. Guards, protect His Majesty. As the skill was activated, the familiar white light flashed past. Qin Tianfu, who had been sitting opposite on the sofa moments before, appeared before Bai Yi exactly as expected. Can't move? This time, Qin Tianfu was genuinely shocked. Even he, China's 5th-ranked imperial-level professional. Under Bai Yi's skill, he was actually rendered completely immobile. What kind of skill is this? Even Bai Yi himself was somewhat shocked. Though I'd long known this would be the outcome, only after testing it myself did I understand the horror of this ability. This was an imperial-level practitioner 100 times stronger than me. Yet constrained by my skill, he could only stand before me like an utter fool. What did this mean? It signifies that if one possesses the strength right now, a single light slash would be enough to take down this towering, unreachable figure. At this thought, Bai Yi quietly drew a knife, grinning mischievously. Old Qin, let's put your defenses to the test now. Hee. Carrot. Chapter 55, Bai Yi, truly deserve to be called a formidable one. 4th update. Bang! Without a doubt. The moment he uttered these words, Bai Yi was taken down with a single move by Qin Tianfu. Young man, if you can fight, don't waste time talking. Otherwise, you'll end up like this. Bai Yi? Looking at Bai Yi pinned beneath him, Qin Tianfu chuckled and said, now let's see if you can break free while I've got you subdued. It is indeed an entirely new proposition. Bai Yi had never considered what it would be like to be pinned to the ground or have his movements restricted. Can the person who controls me be forcibly summoned before me? Even if summoned, how exactly would the other party appear before him? When the time came, Bai Yi once again activated, attend me, guards. This time, Qin Tianfu still appeared in front of Bai Yi. Only this time, he was standing upright. Qin Tianfu, it seems this can't be used reversely for. Before Qin Tianfu could finish his sentence, Bai Yi had already swiftly pulled out a silver-grade brick and smashed it towards Qin Tianfu's head. Bang! Bai Yi stood dumbfounded. This time, the usually infallible brick. The moment it touched Qin Tianfu's mansion, it shattered instantly. Qin Tianfu turned around with an indifferent expression, shaking his head with a wry smile. Next time, at least bring a diamond-grade weapon if you want to give this old man a back massage. Bai Yi, an emperor tier expert, utterly terrifying. Let me summarize this, your skill truly is an excellent control ability. Could you tell us where you obtained it? Qin Tianfu settled back onto the sofa, studying Bai Yi with undisguised curiosity. I'm not deceiving you at all, this skill naturally awakened within me. Bai Yi waved his hand casually, without the slightest hint of unease in his words, because in a certain sense, this was indeed the truth. Qin Tianfu nodded thoughtfully before asking another question. Do you know what tier? If question marks count as tiers, then it's probably the question mark tier. Meshum, but you still need to be careful, whether at school or anywhere else. Try not to unleash your abilities so powerfully when you're out. It could attract unwanted attention from evil people. Qin Tianfu took a sip of water and chuckled. Of course, judging by how cautious you've been so far, I doubt you'd be that careless. If I'm not mistaken, you must still have a few tricks up your sleeve, right? No matter how many trump cards I have, when facing someone like you, I might as well start preparing my own funeral banquet. Bai Yi didn't deny it, indirectly admitting that he still held some cards up his sleeve. After all, from what he could see, although this Qin Tianfu acted somewhat like an overgrown child, he didn't seem malicious at heart. But just as mentioned earlier, any number of hidden advantages would be useless against an opponent with such overwhelming strength. Guards, protect His Majesty. Though they could forcibly restrain Qin Tianfu, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Beauty as justice has no effect on creatures 10 levels higher than oneself. Dad's coming summons one's own father just to get beaten up together? Bai Yi let out a slight sigh. He was still far too weak. If anyone knew what he was thinking right now, they'd probably want to jump off a building in despair. Just who was Qin Tianfu? One of the top 10 strongest in all of Huaxia. And who was Bai Yi? Nothing more than a measly level 6 freshman. Yet here he was, at level 6, already dreaming of defeating Qin Tianfu, who was over 100 levels higher. This kind of delusional thinking was absolutely fucking ridiculous. Qin Tianfu noticed Bai Yi's frustration and comforted him, saying, "Just based on your ability to control me today, if word gets out, tomorrow countless people would come to assassinate you or curry favor with you. From then on, you'd never have a peaceful day." Thinking about it this way, do you still feel weak? That's true. Bai Yi chuckled. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was just that Qin Tianfu was too strong. Thinking this, Bai Yi once again cast out his summoning skill, "Someone, protect his majesty." Seeing Qin Tianfu obediently standing before him, Bai Yi suddenly brimmed with pride and declared, "Now even an emperor-level powerhouse needs to stand in timeout before me for 3 seconds. Indeed, I, Bai Yi, deserve to be called a true powerhouse." Qin Tianfu. "Alright, Elder Qin, anything else you'd like to ask? If not, hand over the astral crystal now. That kid drops me as soon as he's done using me." Qin Tianfu laughed dryly before taking out a radiant crystal the size of a water droplet, filled with swirling stardust. Placing it on the table, he said, "This is the star phenomena heavenly crystal. Swallowing it directly will enhance your potential. With your talent, you should be able to discern more information, right?" Bai Yi rolled his eyes. That old fox was trying to wheedle information out of him again. But at this moment, he couldn't be bothered to argue with Qin Tianfu. After staring at the crystal for several seconds, the information appeared before him. Name, Astral Celestial Crystal. Type, Special Class. Grade, Effect, a mysterious crystal that gathers the power of the stars, exceedingly rare and precious. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance your potential and even have a chance to alter your profession. Due to its unique properties, it can only be consumed once per individual. Restriction, only those under 30 years old can take it. It has no effect on those over 30. Omniscient and omnipotent. OMG. Good stuff, little bro. If you take it, you'll most likely gain S-class potential or higher. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Do you want me or it? Bai Yi? This was the first time Bai Yi had ever been so speechless. What does this note about omniscience and omnipotence mean? If I consume the astral crystal, omniscience and omnipotence will become ineffective? This is absolutely devastating. So what, I'm supposed to live my whole life with F-rank potential? What's wrong? Qin Tianfu noticed Bai Yi's unpleasant expression and asked with concern. It's nothing. I'm just speechless. I can't eat this thing. Bai Yi sighed and said, if I eat it, my talent will disappear, or rather, become useless. Talent disappearance? Qin Tianfu stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, I've never heard of such a thing in all my years. Did your talent tell you this? Bai Yi didn't hide it and nodded in affirmation. That's right. Ha ha ha, it seems your talent is quite spiritually attuned. Qin Tianfu suddenly laughed heartily. Talents also have rankings, some high-level ones are exceptionally powerful and can even develop sentience. Yours appears to be such a talent. Since it's expressed itself this way, I suppose I should reclaim this astral essence crystal. No! Before Qin Tianfu could finish speaking, Bai Yi snatched the astral essence crystal away and declared, even if I can't use it, this is my payment. It already belongs to me. You little rascal, do you think I, the school principal, would go back on my word? Return the astral crystal to me, and I'll give you another reward. Qin Tianfu stared speechlessly at Bai Yi. This treasure was extremely precious, and even he felt a pang of heartache after gifting it away. But Bai Yi was hellbent on making Qin Tianfu suffer. With a grin, he declared, no way. Even if I feed it to a dog, it's mine now. If you want it back, you'll have to kill me. Qin Tianfu was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yi's current appearance was like a food-guarding dog. After a tense standoff, Qin Tianfu sighed and said, I seriously suspect you were born in the year of the dog. Chapter 56, Has the Great Immortal Swallowed an LED Light? Bai Yi's thoughts were very simple. Although he couldn't use the celestial star crystal himself, he could certainly give it to Great Sage Zhang. As for selling it, that was absolutely out of the question. If this thing were to leak out, it would spell endless trouble. After all, if it could nurture a high-potential genius anyway, and he had to let someone benefit from it, he might as well favor someone close to him. It's just a pity those over 30 can't use it, otherwise I'd definitely get one for my parents. Qin Tianfu saw Bai Yi like this and shook his head with a wry smile. Your shamelessness looks exactly like mine when I was young. You flatter me, Elder Qin. Bai Yi smiled and said, is there anything else you need? If not, nothing more. Qin Tianfu slowly stood up and reminded him again, remember, don't use your skills too conspicuously outside. The reason why a trump card remains a trump card is ensuring those who've seen it can never speak of it. I've learned a lot. Bai Yi gave a slight bow to express his gratitude. The next moment, Qin Tianfu vanished. When will I be able to teleport freely like that? Bai Yi shook his head and picked up his phone to call Zhang Daxian. Has the great immortal woken up yet? Yeah, I'm up. What's up? Get to my place within a minute, I've got a gift for you, Bai Yi said with a chuckle. What is it? Why all the mystery? There are still 55 seconds left. Holy shit, just you wait. The call was abruptly ended. 30 seconds later, Zhang Daxian rang Bai Yi's doorbell. Seeing Zhang Daxian in his floral boxers, half a spring onion dangling from his mouth, and his hair all disheveled, Bai Yi teased, making breakfast and didn't save any for me? You're already rolling in money, yet still eating scallions. Zhang Daxian didn't stand on ceremony, chopping down the scallions with loud crunches before settling onto the sofa. You called me over in such a hurry, what surprise do you have for me? I timed it, 38 seconds flat and I was here. Do you crave power? Bai Yi said with a smile. Of course. In a world like this, who wouldn't crave power? Zhang Daxian laughed self-deprecatingly. Originally, he thought a great potential was already quite impressive. But when he arrived at Tianfu University, he realized how insignificant he was. Watching his good friend Bai Yi shine brightly on the arena, and ultimately crush a group of prodigies to claim the championship of the freshman competition, becoming the top-ranked freshman at Tianfu University. This feeling, to be honest, was quite unpleasant. As the saying goes, one's own failure is terrifying indeed, but a friend's success is even more distressing. Zhang Daxian didn't envy Bai Yi. In fact, he was genuinely happy for him. Yet he hated himself, despised how Bai Yi kept pulling further and further ahead of him. But what could he possibly do about it? Potential is something innate, not something that can be bridged through mere effort. Now then, I'll give you one opportunity to change your life. Bai Yi looked at the dejected Zhang Daxian and took out the celestial star crystal from his robe, placing it before Zhang Daxian. What is this? Zhang Daxian had never seen the celestial star crystal before, but judging by its exquisite appearance and the aura it emitted, he knew it must be an exceptionally precious object. The celestial star crystal, consuming it will unlock your latent potential. Bai Yi's brief statement left Zhang Daxian standing there dumbfounded for a long moment. Everyone knew what the celestial star crystal was, but for something so precious, Bai Yi actually wanted to give it to me to consume? To be honest, Zhang Daxian was itching to swallow this thing immediately at this moment, but reason told him he couldn't do that. Suppressing the temptation with great effort, Zhang Daxian turned his head away and said, your potential is lower, taking it would be the best choice for you. I'm already at a great potential, that's enough for me. Bai Yi's heart warmed with emotion, he'd indeed judged this man correctly. Under such immense temptation, Zhang Daxian could still maintain his rationality, a truly commendable feat. This thing clashes with my destiny, I can't take it. You'll have to accept this bargain, Bai Yi joked half seriously, then pulled Zhang Daxian's hand and placed the celestial star crystal in his palm. If we're true brothers, don't stand on ceremony with me. Zhang Daxian stared blankly at the celestial star crystal in his hand, utterly speechless. Even if Bai Yi couldn't take it himself, this item could absolutely be given to someone else. He could have traded it for other rewards, but Bai Yi didn't. Instead, the first person he thought of was me. This kindness, Zhang Daxian, will remember it for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Zhang Daxian stopped being coy. His eyes reddened as he stared at the ceiling, not daring to meet Bai Yi's gaze. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he cursed, damn it, you almost made me question my damn sexuality. That's too terrifying. Bai Yi chuckled lightly and patted Zhang Daxian's arm, saying, take it and see how much your potential can improve. Zhang Daxian nodded and placed the starry sky crystal into his mouth. Gurgle. As he swallowed it, Zhang Daxian's body began to emit a faint, starlight-like glow. At the same time, he closed his eyes. He carefully sensed the changes within his body. A vast surge of energy swept through Zhang Daxian's physique. The radiance grew increasingly brighter until the entire room was filled with dazzling starlight. Ding dong. Outside, the doorbell rang. Bai Yi checked the monitor and saw Su Ruoshi pressing the doorbell while sipping milk. Apparently, the anomalies here had attracted attention. Opening the door, Bai Yi quickly pulled Su Ruoshi inside, placing a finger to his lips as he whispered, don't speak, just kiss me. Get out. Su Ruoshi pushed Bai Yi away, staring at the glowing Zhang Daxian as she whispered, did the immortal swallow some LED lights? Bai Yi couldn't help but admire Su Ruoshi's unique train of thought. Exactly, he said, the highest wattage available. Tell me quickly, what's really going on here? Su Ruoshi could tell Bai Yi was joking, but her curiosity got the better of her as she pressed for answers. Bai Yi spread his hands, I gave him star-patterned celestial crystal to eat. Su Ruoshi nearly spat her mouthful of milk onto Bai Yi's face. Where on earth did Bai Yi get something so precious? How come it was given to Zhang Daxian in the blink of an eye? As if sensing Su Ruoshi's doubts, Bai Yi explained simply, this was given by Principal Qin, but I can't use it, so I passed it along to him. TSK, who would have thought you're actually decent to your friends? Su Ruoshi looked Bai Yi up and down, gaining a new understanding of him. Ordinary people wouldn't casually give away something so precious as a gift. When it comes to friends, I'm utterly dependable, my reputation speaks for itself. Su Ruoshi curled the corner of her lips with amusement, gazing at Bai Yi with playful accusation. Then why haven't I seen this generosity extended to me? Am I not friend-worthy in your eyes? This was a lethal question disguised as innocence. But for Bai Yi, it was never a problem. Suddenly, Bai Yi leaned in close to Su Ruwashi's ear and whispered softly, "So, do you want me to treat you as a friend, or as a girlfriend?" Chapter 57, The Evolving Great Immortal Zhang, heading to Tianfu Tower. Su Ruwashi was startled by Bai Yi's sudden move. She took a few steps back, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "Stop fooling around. Even the divine light can't restrain you." "Bai Yi, who told you to set a trap for me?" Hearing this, Su Ruwashi's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Bai Yi's gaze, and murmured softly, "Who's setting so many traps for you?" For some reason, Bai Yi always felt that Su Ruwashi seemed to have misunderstood. Cough 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 cough. Just as the two were feeling awkward, Zhang Daxian coughed heavily a few times and said, I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" Su Ruwashi quickly regained her composure and asked, "Not at all. How are you feeling now?" "My career and potential have changed, now I feel like I'm brimming with strength." "Bai Yi, I really owe you this time." Zhang Daxian gave Bai Yi a pat on the shoulder. Some things need no words. Between true brothers, many words are better left unspoken. Bai Yi nodded and pulled up Zhang Daxian's status panel. Name, Zhang Daxian. Level, LV6. Potential, SS. Talent, Dragon Soul Aura, significantly enhances all attribute defenses, but at the cost of speed and attack power. Occupation, Dragon Armorer. Attributes, Strength 65, Constitution 72, Agility 51, Spirit 55. That's like hanging firecrackers on a cow's but absolutely mind-blowing. Bai Yi carefully examined Zhang Daxian's latest profile. Beyond the significant improvements in potential and attributes, the most notable change was in his profession and talents. Indeed, the omniscient and omnipotent hadn't deceived him. Faced with the choice between potential and omniscience, Bai Yi ultimately opted for the latter. After all, this innate talent is far more useful than mere potential. After some thought, Bai Yi suggested, since the great immortal's attributes and potential have greatly improved, why don't we go check out the Celestial Tower today? I'm ready, let's see which of us three can climb the highest. Su Ruwashi looked at the other two as her fighting spirit ignited once more. I think it's possible. Zhang Daxian also nodded in agreement, eager to test out his newfound power. Let's go then, the three of us will tackle Tianfu Tower after we eat, Bai Yi said with a grin. But before that, Immortal, you're treating us to lunch first. Let's go. The three of them exchanged a smile before heading toward the cafeteria. Just as the trio departed, Qin Tianfu in the void shook his head with a chuckle and muttered to the empty air beside him, "That lad really is promising. You know about his talent, so why not ask about the Tianfu Tower?" A voice suddenly spoke up from the void beside him. "What's the point of knowing? It'll only add to our worries. Neither you nor I can get past the 50th floor of the Tianfu Tower. In fact, the greater one's potential, the greater the obstacles they face inside. Who knows, Bai Yi might just surprise us. Ha ha ha, if that kid really takes possession of Tianfu Tower, won't you, old trickster, be pissed to death?" "Not exactly, but I'm more worried about that legend. Instead of fretting over things that haven't happened yet, you should worry more about the present. The front lines are tense, and we don't have time to chit-chat here." "Go on then, off you go." Seeing the dark shadow vanish, Qin Tianfu sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "There's not much time left for humanity." Had a hearty lunch. The three headed to the university's most famous landmark, Tianfu Tower. Tianfu Tower isn't located at the university center, but rather at the outermost edge near Tianfu City. Unlike other university-administered areas, this place allows entry to visitors from other schools upon payment. It takes a 30-minute drive from the cafeteria to get here. By the time the three of them leisurely arrived, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The moment they got out of the car, Bai Yi and his two companions saw a massive crowd gathered here. Looking up, they spotted a towering golden pagoda piercing the clouds, standing tall not far away. There was a toll booth at its entrance. 7 guards in their 30s were stationed there, collecting fees. Bai Yi pulled up their profiles for review. Damn! Every single person working at that toll booth was a commander-class professional in their 70s, all with A-grade potential. The guards here are higher level than your average school teacher. Bai Yi couldn't help but complain. The average school teacher is a 40 to 60 level commander-class professional. Only someone at the deputy dean's level would be a 60 to 80 level marshal-class professional. As for the 4 great deans, they're all 80 to 100 level venerable class professionals. A tower that couldn't be moved stood there, manned by 7 or 8 master-level professionals. It was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Didn't you know? These people aren't school teachers but official military personnel stationed here to screen out cult followers and troublemakers from the heretic god religion, Su Ruwashi explained. No wonder their potential is so high. Bai Yi nodded understandingly. Let's go queue up. The payment counters were divided into 3 separate queue lanes. Tianfu University Passage, Common Citizen Passage, Military Personnel Passage. Students from other universities and ordinary citizens all queued in the common citizen passage. However, Bai Yi and his two companions took the exclusive passage for Tianfu University. Although it was a dedicated passage, roughly estimated, there were still 200 to 300 people queuing ahead of them. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yi would probably have given up already. But while the Celestial Tower is called a climbing challenge, each floor is essentially a single-player dungeon. A maximum of 50 people can enter the same floor at once, so queues move surprisingly fast. He barely waited 20 minutes. Now it was Bai Yi's trio's turn. Please show your student IDs and identification cards. Here. Okay. The guard at the payment counter took their documents, scanned them through the device, and reminded them. You three are entering the Celestial Mansion Tower for the first time and qualify for free admission, so no additional credit submission is required. However, there's one rule you should pay special attention to. Everyone encounters different trials within the Celestial Mansion Tower, but the grading system follows the same DSSS scale as dungeons. If you pass the trial on one floor, both the staircase to the next level and a teleportation array for exit will appear. You'll need to make careful choices at that point. Why is that? Can't we withdraw midway? Zhang Daxian asked. Correct. Once you proceed to the next floor, you cannot exit midway unless you're defeated. Of course, defeat here doesn't mean physical death but will inflict certain mental damage instead. So know your limits accordingly. They nodded in understanding. The toll collector politely returned their documents to the three. Alright, then please move to the back and wait for a while. When a spot becomes available, it'll be your turn to enter. Good luck. Chapter 58, Entering Sky Mansion Tower, The Bizarre Trial. The teleportation array was located not far from the toll booth, right at the entrance of Sky Mansion Tower. There was also a level 70 guard stationed there. Seeing the trio approaching, he checked their credentials and said, "There are still people ahead of you. Please wait your turn." "No problem," Bai Yi replied with a smile. Bored, he turned his gaze to the crystal monument nearby. This is the historical list of tower challengers. The first name on the list is that old mischievous master Qin Tianfu, and his achievement was only reaching the 49th floor. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. With that old troublemaker's strength, he actually couldn't even reach the 50th floor. Su Ruwashi also walked over, glancing at the display before commenting, "Our principal is truly exceptional. Look at Wu Ziki in second place. He's the principal of Tsinghua University, currently ranked first in China, but still not as impressive as our principal." Bai Yi followed Su Ruwashi's gaze to the second place name, Wu Ziki, floor 48. The top-ranked imperial-level expert in all of China, could only advance to the 48th floor. Isn't the trial inside this tower absolutely terrifying? After pondering for a moment, Bai Yi said with some confusion, "Why didn't Wu Ziki try a few more times when he was just one floor short? It can't be because he lacks those 500 academic credits, right?" Fellow student, it's not that Principal Wu doesn't want to, but rather that he can't get past the 49th floor, explained the guard nearby with a smile. Principal Wu came almost every day recently, but that single floor has stumped him for nearly a year. Hiss. Bai Yi drew in a sharp breath of cold air. A single level stumped China's number one for a whole year? Who would dare believe this if it were told? The trials inside are arranged based on each individual's strength and potential. For people of the caliber like the two headmasters, one can imagine how challenging their trials must be, the guard said with a sigh. Bai Yi nodded and continued reading. Basically, the top 10 imperial-level powerhouses of China have all left their marks here. Their names occupy levels 45 through 49. Below these lie the signatures of some famous television personalities, like certain generals and deans from various universities. Yi Yinhu's name appeared on the 42nd level, while Kobu was on the 41st. Somewhat surprisingly, Nan Gongyuan was actually on the 43rd level. Ouyang Mushue, meanwhile, was on the 40th level. Considering her age, she was likely the most promising among the four deans to break through beyond the 45th level. Soon, Bai Yi noticed another very interesting phenomenon. At every integer-numbered level checkpoint, there would always be a large group of players stuck there. Take the 39th floor for instance, at least 100 names were displayed here. In contrast, only about 30 people had reached the 40th floor. The integer levels are indeed harder than usual, but that's why you'll receive extra special rewards for clearing them, the guard explained once more. So what kind of special rewards are we talking about? At the mention of rewards, Bai Yi's interest was instantly piqued. The guard shook his head slightly. The rewards vary for each person. When I cleared the 10th level, I obtained a collector's edition golden weapon, while my colleague who's a beast tamer received a golden tier juvenile beast. This is fantastic. Assigning things based on profession and talent ensures nothing gets wasted. This tower is truly miraculous. Zhang Daxian immediately grasped the key point. The tamer gives to the young beast, the warrior gives to the weapon. Moreover, the 10th floor started with a gold tier offering right from the get-go. This is just perfect. Su Ruwashi gazed excitedly at the towering pagoda, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she said, "Indeed. I wonder what I'll get if I conquer the 10th floor." Hearing the guard's words, even Bai Yi grew somewhat expectant. Currently, his commoner class possessed nothing particularly special beyond its innate talent. He couldn't even imagine what kind of reward would be given based on one's class and talents. So what rewards do pedestrian professions offer? Big bro, could you tell us what level and stats you had when you cleared the 10th floor? Zhang Daxian sidled up to the guard with an ingratiating smile, rubbing his hands together as he asked. "Of course, it's no secret," the guard replied amiably. After a moment's recollection, he continued, "I was level 15 when I passed the 10th floor, with total attributes around 250. Of course, you'll also gain attribute points and skill points from clearing the first 9 floors. Hope this gives you some reference. Doesn't that mean all 3 of us have a chance to clear it?" Zhang Daxian exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down. "First time entering is free. If I don't take advantage to climb a few more floors now, next time won't be until next month. Look at you," Bai Yi chuckled without saying anything more. Looking further down, there weren't any familiar faces left to see. Only on the 19th floor did they see Xia Kelly's name. It seems that little girl was also stuck on the 20th floor. "Alright, you 3 can enter now." The guard's words pulled the trio's attention back. The 3 of them adjusted their physical states. After exchanging glances, Bai Yi said no more. He stepped into the teleportation array first. After a dizzying whirl, Bai Yi entered the first level of the Tianfu Tower. Unlike what he had imagined, this was an empty space of about 200 to 300 square meters, not a single living thing or even an object to be seen. Completely bare. What's going on here? Bai Yi looked around in confusion. Didn't they say everyone's trial would be different? Could his trial simply be an empty space? Was he supposed to find the passage to the next level? Looking around, there was nothing particularly remarkable about being all-knowing and all-powerful. Simply put, there was no hidden mystery here. Could it be a bug? Bai Yi couldn't help but think of this term. Otherwise, why would there be nothing at all? Just as Bai Yi was puzzled, the surroundings finally began to change. Several large characters formed on the walls around. You can't judge a book by its cover, so what's the next line? Bai Yi stared speechlessly at the sudden appearance of these large characters, completely baffled. What, looking down on me or something? The first level turns out to be just simple sentence matching? And such elementary sentences at that? Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, a note suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hey kid, this answer isn't standard. If you want high scores, use your imagination to conquer it. Not standardized? Bai Yi pondered for a while. Originally he wanted to respond directly with the sea cannot be measured by a pint pot. But while this sort of answer could pass, the scoring would probably be very low. You should know that rewards are only given when clearing the level for the first time. If you start again from the first level next time, there will be no reward either. Thinking of this, Bai Yi pondered for a moment before replying. A sparrow's stature cannot be measured by a ruler. Chapter 59. Am I really allowed to say this? Fourth update. Bai Yi's answer left the Celestial Mansion Tower silent for a long while. For him, the trial on this floor was truly as simple as completing sentences. Just as the omniscient one had said, normal answers would suffice to pass. Only with the lowest D-grade rating. But what's the deal with Bai Yi's response? Small sparrow can't be measured by inches. Inexplicably kind of saucy. Just when Bai Yi thought Tianfu Tower had crashed again, the large characters on the wall finally changed. Congratulations on passing the first level, with an S+ rating. Deduction reason, use of dialect. Bai Yi was taken aback. What's wrong with using dialect? This is outright regional discrimination. My reply was so perfectly delivered, yet it only earned me an S+. Does that mean no one could possibly achieve SSS? But no matter how much Bai Yi cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to voice it out, because he knew this celestial tower had sentience, and there might very well be a tower spirit lurking within. Clearance reward, 5 free attribute points, 5 skill points. Please make your selection. As the text of Tianfu Tower appeared, a teleportation array manifested behind Bai Yi, with an upward entrance now visible directly ahead. 5 attribute points and skill points, absolutely delicious. Bai Yi's grin stretched nearly up to his eyes. Answering just one question earned him 5 all-around attribute points. These rewards were truly irresistible. If only I had divine power, that would be even better. Bai Yi thought with delight in his heart. If he could maintain this scoring standard all the way to the 10th floor, then this challenge would reward him with 50 points in all attributes and 50 skill points. Wouldn't he be able to dominate ordinary level 15 to 20 professionals as a mere level 6 upon exiting? Back then, Zhu Liang's single attribute barely exceeded 100 points anyway. Thinking about it this way, omniscience and omnipotence really is the best talent to have. Ordinary people only lose out on upgrade attribute points, but because of this talent, as long as they can obtain additional free attribute points, closing this gap is actually quite simple. Even a genius like Su Ruwashi with SSS grade potential gains far less from climbing the Tianfu Tower compared to me. Without further hesitation, Bai strode confidently onto the second floor. As soon as he stepped into the second floor, he saw a layout identical to the first. This left Bai puzzled. Was it another sentence completion task? This time, the trial didn't keep Bai waiting for long. Soon, large characters appeared on the wall. Answer the first question. What does King Wu of Zhou become when he loses his voice? Are we doing riddles now? Bai couldn't help muttering to himself. Wrong answer. Rating decreased. Holy shit. Bai cursed inwardly. Was this bastard born in the year of the dog or what? Just saying one sentence triggered a failed response? Thankfully it wasn't an instant disqualification, otherwise I'd really have no tears left to cry. Young man, words lead to trouble, think more, speak less. The omniscient prompt arrived fashionably late, thoroughly depressing Bai. But soon, Bai regained his composure. Fortunately, there was no time limit. He carefully reread the words on the wall several times in his mind. What would King Wu of Zhou become if he lost his voice? Dumb? The answer surely can't be that simple. Then, a mute King Wu of Zhou? Wait, could it really be what I first thought? Bingo, you have to say it out loud bravely. King of Asian dance. Bai didn't even dare to say the 3 words the answer is this time. Afraid of being judged as wrong again. Fortunately, this time he got it right. As the correct answer was spoken, the characters on the wall shifted again, revealing a second question. Congratulations for answering correctly. Please answer question 2. What does Mayday's voice become when it goes hoarse? This question largely falls within the same category as the previous one. So, Bai has also learned to be clever. It's just homophones, nothing to be afraid of. A muted Mayday. What the heck is that, winky face? I don't recall any wordplay related to Mayday in my memory. Little bro, it's already the year 2202, open your mind. If pure Chinese doesn't work, how about blending East and West? The omniscient and omnipotent one appropriately gave a hint. It must be said that after Bai leveled up, the omniscient and omnipotent one has become more active too. It used to be quite aloof. With omniscient prompts, Bai gradually grasped the idea. Mute is typically expressed as mute and dumb. These sound like Mayut and Dan in Chinese. Muted Mayday, still not right. Egg Mayday? Then the mute is definitely still Chinese. In that case, the cunning frog keeps touching your belly. Mayday in English equals Mayday. So the answer is, Yamit? Congratulations on passing the second level, scoring S+. Reason for deduction, incorrect answer 1. Clearance reward, 5 free attribute points and 5 skill points. Please make your selection. City folks sure know how to have fun. I want to go back to the countryside. Bai was somewhat speechless toward whoever came up with this challenge. How could anyone else have answered this question? Forget the rest, does this world even have a band called Mayday? Bai felt he needed to find some time to brush up on history. Otherwise, who knows what other bizarre questions might pop up next time. But this tower seems a bit simpler than I imagined? Who knows about others, but Bai has already encountered this quiz segment for 2 consecutive levels. It doesn't seem as impassable as what others described. Proceeding to the 3rd floor. As expected, it's exactly the same setup again. If as expected, this level would still involve answering questions, though it would probably be 3 of them this time. Please answer the first question. A white balloon hits a black balloon, what should the black balloon do? Bai was momentarily speechless. What kind of question was this? Did the white balloon hit the black balloon? Based on the patterns from the previous 2 layers, we should continue applying real-world knowledge here. So, if I were to hit Zhang Daxian, and Zhang Daxian couldn't overpower me, what would Zhang Daxian do? Swallowing the humiliation seems unlikely. No matter whether you tell your parents or the guards, it all comes down to telling. So the answer is, love confession balloon? Congratulations, you got it right. Now for the second question, if matching profile pictures for couples are called couple avatars, what are matching profile pictures for best friends called? Am I really allowed to say that? Bai instantly knew the answer, but wouldn't saying it get me 404D? Never mind, all for the attribute points. Dickhead. Congratulations on getting it right. Please answer the 3rd question. What's the connection between Pakistan and Kaspersky? Winky face? What's the relationship between these two? One is a country name, the other is antivirus software. They're completely unrelated. This time, Bai genuinely couldn't figure it out. There was absolutely no connection between the two. Wait a minute, doesn't matter? Pakistan and Kaspersky? A sudden answer popped into Bai's mind, and he muttered uncertainly, some kind of dick relationship? Congratulations on passing the 3rd level with an SSS rating. Clearance reward, 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points. Please make your selection. Chapter 60. This story is a bit long, let me tell it slowly. Just as Bai effortlessly cleared the 3rd floor, outside, Bai's name had already appeared on the crystal monument. Although he only completed the first 3 levels, Bai Yi's name had already surpassed the historical first place, claiming the top spot. This also indicated that Bai Yi faced virtually no obstacles in the first 3 levels. Judging from the time Bai Yi spent in the tower, he averaged 7 minutes per level. Keep in mind, the previous record holder's average clearance time was 10 minutes per level. This speed is simply unimaginable. The guard stationed nearby thought for a moment but ultimately decided to report this situation. They weren't very clear about Bai Yi's previous matches, but from the records, it's evident that this individual with only F-grade potential possesses terrifying attributes, with his resume listing achievements like 2022 Provincial College Entrance Exam top scorer from Jinan Province, and champion of Tianfu University's freshman tournament. The dazzling achievement and this extraordinary clearance speed made the guard think it was worth notifying his superior. 10 minutes later, Xin Tianfu was the first to arrive at the entrance of Tianfu Tower. By his side stood a man in military uniform, appearing to be in his 50s. The man had a terrifying claw mark over his right eye, clearly marking him as a hero who had fought numerous battles. And he is none other than Qiu Kaiga, the commander-in-chief responsible for the entire Western Military District's garrison. Commander, Principal Qin. Upon seeing the two, the guard immediately straightened his back and saluted. Xin Tianfu asked, "How's that Bai Yi kid doing now?" Classmate Bai Yi recently cleared the 4th layer in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Shortly after notifying Qiu Kaiga, the guard took out a timer to record Bai Yi's clearance time. Even on the 4th layer, Bai Yi faced no obstacles whatsoever. It was as if he was simply playing house, effortlessly climbing higher and higher. Xin Tianfu and Qiu Kaiga glanced at the crystal monument. Bai Yi's name had indeed appeared on the 4th level, and once again in first place, surpassing all previous records. Qiu Kaiga flipped through Bai Yi's file and asked with great interest, "Old Qin, this kid is quite intriguing. Have you personally tested him?" Of course, Xin Tianfu stroked his beard, not stinting on his praise. "If I'm not mistaken, within the next decade, Bai Yi will grow into one of the leading figures of our Huaxia." He had already anticipated Bai Yi's tower climbing speed, but now, Bai Yi once again shattered those expectations. The trial arranges its difficulty based on potential and strength. Although Bai Yi's F-grade potential might lower the difficulty somewhat, his actual combat strength remains formidable. According to Xin Tianfu's own speculation, Bai Yi's trial difficulty should be no less than SS level. But now it seems this guy's challenge is much easier than he expected. Otherwise, how could he have climbed 4 floors in one go? Wait, no. Now it's the 5th floor. Not long after Xin Tianfu and Qiu Kaiga arrived, Bai Yi once again passed the 5th level. Qiu Kaiga immediately snatched the timer from the guard's hand to take a look. Damn! 6 minutes and 1 second. His speed seems to be getting faster and faster. Qiu Kaiga looked at Xin Tianfu with some shock. In most cases, the trials for primary combat professions involve battles. The only differences lie in the opponents and difficulty levels. And most people couldn't maintain the speed of clearing trials under continuous combat conditions, because the use of healing potions was forbidden inside the tower. Therefore, rest time is essential. Yet Bai Yi seemed to defy this logic. He behaves like a perpetual motion machine, climbing upward without a single pause. Instead, the speed was getting faster and faster. This made him rather curious. Just what kind of trial was Bai Yi facing? "No rush, we'll just ask him when he comes out," Xin Tianfu said with a chuckle. Although Tianfu Tower bore his name, no one could see what was happening inside. Not even Xin Tianfu could. So what's the use of overthinking? Might as well ask later and find out. With that, Xin Tianfu gestured for Qiu Kaiga to join him by the side for tea and chess while waiting for Bai Yi to emerge. As soon as these two big shots left, some of the trial participants gathered around the crystal stele, pointing and gossiping. What's the background of this Bai Yi? How did he climb straight to the 5th floor without even resting? It took me a full 3 hours to go from the 4th to the 5th floor last time. But this Bai Yi? His average speed has dropped to just 6 minutes now. Terrifying. Look, he's reached the 6th floor. Good lord, is this guy here for sightseeing or what? No wonder he's the strongest dark horse who acquired the golden skill, absolutely dominant wherever he goes. Hey buddy, care to explain what's going on? What's this about acquiring a golden skill? Watching spectacles is an innate trait of our people. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to this young man from Tianfu University. The young man wasn't naive either. He promptly laid out peanuts, melon seeds, kanji, beer, drinks, and mineral water before him, placed a payment QR code nearby, and said leisurely, "This story might take a while. Listen as I spin the tale. If you get thirsty or hungry, just place your orders yourselves. Tasty, affordable, and totally worth it." The security guard nearby was stunned speechless. No wonder they're students from a prestigious university. Now that's some impressive business acumen. Observing this scene while sipping tea and playing chess nearby, Xin Tianfu and Qiu Kaiga could only exchange wry smiles. Young entrepreneurs nowadays sure have it tough. No need to chase them away. To be fair, the student had quite the storyteller's flair. The way he narrated Bai Yi's most iconic scenes was utterly gripping, truly captivating the listeners. Even Shokaiga, upon hearing certain parts, couldn't help but turn to Qin Tianfu beside him and ask, "Old Qin, is it true that Bai Yi actually blocked a golden tier skill at level 6? There was indeed such a matter, but he exaggerated somewhat. Afterwards, I personally asked Bai Yi about it. That skill is highly unpredictable with extremely stringent usage conditions. However, his remarkable composure in the face of danger truly deserves praise." "Ah, hearing you say that, I can't wait to meet such a remarkable man. Hee, no rush. You'll see them soon enough," Qin Tianfu chuckled, then suddenly said, "Hey, look, what's that over there?" Qin Tianfu's left hand pointed toward the pagoda entrance. With his right hand, he swiftly swapped the chess pieces on the board and declared, "Little Chiu, checkmate." Chiu Kaiga glanced at the board in confusion. It had already reached an unwinnable position. I don't remember it being like this earlier? Asterisk, heh. You must have been too engrossed in the storytelling. Asterisk. This can't be true, can it? Qin Tianfu stood up and patted Chiu Kaiga on the shoulder, saying, "A loss is a loss, no excuses. You're in charge of arranging the foot soaking tonight." Chiu Kaiga sighed, "Fine, alright then." Chapter 61, this move is called Dad to the Rescue. The debate outside was intense. Meanwhile, inside the Tianfu Tower, Bai Yi had just passed the 9th floor. Without fail, every floor before this one consisted of question and answer sessions, riddles, and puzzles. For example, how to supersize a drink. Normal people would answer, order a large one. But the real answer is to recite the Great Compassion Mantra. Another example, who is Curry's mother? Only a ghost could answer these kinds of questions. But with the aid of omniscience and omnipotence, Bai Yi discovered the answer. The answer was, Curry Girl. In an instant, Bai Yi felt his intelligence being ground against the floor. Every floor had such absurd question and answer sessions. Just thinking about it, Bai Yi himself felt utterly overwhelmed. Many questions were only smoothly answered with the help of omniscient prompts. Fortunately, though, the scores weren't low at all. From the first floor to the 9th, Bai Yi had now gained 50 attribute points and 50 skill points in total. This wave feels like a soaring improvement. And next comes the real pivotal moment. Level 10. Bai Yi took a deep breath, stepping onto the entrance to the 10th floor. This time, it was finally no longer that endlessly repeated blank space. Here stood a dilapidated palace, with weakening dust continuously falling from above, making the structure seem on the verge of collapse at any moment. And above the center of the palace, there stood an iron throne. There sat a shadowy figure whose face remained indistinguishable from the darkness. Yes, a person entirely obscured in blurriness, playing ghost tricks. Bai Yi muttered inwardly, his gaze fixed on the shadow for several seconds. But then, a trace of solemnity appeared on his face, for no other reason than that his omniscience couldn't see through this person. Name? Occupation? Attribute? Omniscient and omnipotent, unfathomable, and I don't wish to pry too deep. Holy cow! This was the first time Bai Yi encountered a situation where omniscience and omnipotence failed. If it weren't for the guard's assurance that one wouldn't die even if killed in this celestial tower, Bai Yi would have raised both feet in surrender without the slightest hesitation right this instant. You've come. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. I really shouldn't have. Bai Yi chuckled awkwardly, adding, "Would you mind opening the door so I can just leave then? Since you're here, might as well give it a try." The shadowy figure's voice was indistinct, impossible to discern gender or tone, carrying the crackling quality of a faulty microphone. Yet Bai Yi intuited with uncanny clarity that this presence likely harbored no ill will toward him. "Fine, how do we begin? Hit me, and you pass the trial." The shadowy figure chuckled as it rose from its throne. "Just hitting you counts?" Bai Yi reconfirmed. "That's right." Before the shadow could finish speaking, in the next instant he materialized right in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi smirked and immediately raised his hand to strike. "Don't you know that when alone, I am invincible? Even if a god came, it would be useless." Just as Bai Yi thought he would pass through effortlessly, his body suddenly flickered uncontrollably. The next second, he found himself standing right in front of the dark figure instead. Holy shit! Bai Yi was utterly stunned, his mind blank. What the hell was happening now? This shadow actually used the exact same skill as me? What the hell is this sorcery? Wasn't my skill supposed to be a gift from the system? How could that shadow possibly use it? However, the shadowy figure clearly wasn't going to answer this question. He chuckled lightly and said, "Not a bad trick. Ambushing me while I'm talking is indeed a clever tactic. But, did you really think you could take me down in one hit?" The shadow's words radiated arrogance. It was the confidence of someone certain of their own strength. "No matter what method you use, you won't lay a finger on me." Bai Yi's expression turned unprecedentedly grave for the first time. The shadow had shocked him beyond measure. Not only could it make decisive judgments within a 0.01 second reaction window, but it could also utilize his own skills. This outcome was something he found hard to accept. Even now, handsome privilege still couldn't be activated. Given the shadow's attributes, even if he called upon Dad, it would just mean one more person getting beaten up. So, how could he possibly defeat this shadow? Seeing Bai Yi pondering, the dark shadow didn't rush. It merely said calmly, take your time, no hurry. But aside from that first strike earlier, I'll only give you 3 chances, meaning you've got 2 left. Such arrogance made even Bai Yi feel like throwing a punch. But he also knew that hitting this shadow figure with ordinary methods was nearly impossible. If a single skill won't work, how about combining skills? Suddenly, Bai Yi's mind conceived a plan. He still had 2 attempts left anyway, might as well try it. Thinking of this, Bai Yi spoke coldly, you're strong. In that case, I'll have to go all out. Begin your performance. The dark figure stood at a safe distance, silently watching Bai Yi show off. He was curious to see what kind of surprise this person could bring him. Humph! Bai Yi let out a cold snort. In the next instant, a fierce wind began to howl around him. Pressure so profound, as though he stood unrivaled between heaven and earth, erupted from Bai Yi's entire being. Watch closely. This move isn't something you can imitate. Dad's coming. Protect me. With a loud shout, the shadowy figure instantly appeared before Bai Yi. Is that all you've got? The figure let out a contemptuous laugh. Not to mention that the same move wouldn't work on him a second time. It didn't even affect him the first time. I really don't understand why Bai Yi would reuse the same trick. But just as the shadow was about to shout, guards, protect me, an accident occurred. Before the dark figure stood not Bai Yi coming to challenge, but a middle-aged man holding a razor, grooming his stubble. Bai Zonghong, the shadowy figure. Both of them still hadn't grasped what was happening. The next instant, Bai Zonghong vanished. Meanwhile, Bai Yi slapped the shadowy figure across the face. It doesn't hurt, but it's incredibly insulting. Bai Yi, shadow figure, underscore? Bai Yi, well, I saw a fly on your face, so you understand. Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. The shadowy figure laughed loudly before reappearing on the throne. It's been ages since anyone dared confront me like this. Young man, you've successfully caught my attention. Congratulations on passing my test till we meet again. With that, the shadow snapped its fingers. The surrounding scenery completely vanished. All that remained was that mechanical prompt. Congratulations on passing the 10th floor. Rating, SS. Point deduction reason, failed once. Clearance reward, 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points, 5,000 points of divine power, integer reward, talent extension keen observation. Please make your selection. Bai Yi let out a long sigh. The terrifying presence had finally left. After confirming there was no danger, he checked his newly acquired talent extension. Talent extension, insightful observation. Effect, as someone who frequently finds himself at the scene of incidents, you're more skilled at reading people than most. You can now see others' favorability levels toward you. Damn! Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. The already formidable talent evolved into an even more powerful manifestation. With this talent effect, Mom never has to worry about bad people around me again. P.S. If you like this book, please add it to your bookshelf. The author is endlessly grateful. Love you all. Chapter 62. Will anyone who hears this embarrassing past survive to walk out alive? Staring at the entrance ahead, Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, yet eventually chose to turn back. The first reason is that the harvest this time is sufficient. The second reason is that Bai Yi always felt better rewards would accompany higher levels. Imagine reaching level 100 before tackling this tower. Would the rewards possibly remain the same when the difficulty hasn't changed? The answer is naturally no. This was something Bai Yi only confirmed after seeing Xia Kelly's name on the crystal stele. Only by experiencing it firsthand did Bai Yi realize that everyone's trial was different. But for a genius like Xia Kelly, while the 20th floor was challenging, it shouldn't have been an insurmountable obstacle. Especially after entering for the second time, it continues from the floor where you last exited. Thus, there's no such thing as running out of stamina either. In that case, the reason she's stuck on the 20th floor must be because she too has uncovered the secret between levels and rewards. With this in mind, Bai Yi chose to exit. When he opened his eyes again, he was genuinely startled by the surroundings. The scene of people queuing to enter Tianfu Tower he'd seen upon arrival had completely vanished. Instead, he found himself surrounded by dense crowds on all sides. They sat there cracking melon seeds and sipping waa, listening with great relish to a young man telling stories. Bai Yi, did I walk onto the wrong set? Before his eyes, red and green flickered alternately. It was like being in the midst of a flower garden. Almost everyone had a number appear above their heads. The figures were mostly between 50 to 70, displayed in green hues. The greener the color, the more they disliked Bai Yi. Occasionally, a few numbers exceeded 60, displayed in pale red. The redder the hue, the more they liked Bai Yi. A remarkably straightforward ability. But why do all the men have green over their heads, while the women have red? Someone might think I've cuckolded them all. Bai Yi is here. No one knew who spotted Bai Yi first, but that shout sure did the trick. All eyes were instantly drawn to him. As Bai Yi stood there in his pristine white outfit, hearts practically floated above every girl's head. Tell me, what girl wouldn't fall for such a handsome, talented young man? Ahem, i.e., come here for a moment. Qin Tianfu gave a light cough, immediately quieting everyone down. If not for Qin Tianfu and Shou Kaiga being present, after all those tales from the storyteller, these girls were practically ready to pounce on Bai Yi themselves. There's no helping it, this is a world that respects martial prowess above all. The strong represent everything. Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief. He was still somewhat intimidated by these fanatical girls. He quickly jogged over to Qin Tianfu's side and asked, "What brings you here? Little one, mind your manners. Let me introduce you, this is Commander Shou Kaiga, the garrison commander-in-chief of the Western Military District. Student Bai Yi, at your service, Commander Chiu." Bai Yi gave a slight nod, speaking with impeccable courtesy. Good. Truly worthy of being this year's top freshman at Tianfu University. I'm curious about the trials you faced inside, would you care to share? Commander Chiu had always been straightforward, such was the way of a soldier. He preferred straightforward questioning. It's not really a big secret. My first 9 levels were all Q&A sessions. The 10th level was a battle against a shadowy figure. A shadowy figure? Qin Tianfu exclaimed excitedly, gripping Bai Yi's shoulders as he asked, was the shadow you saw inside a palace? How did you know, old man? Bai Yi froze for a moment, could this shadowy figure actually be someone special? Come on, let's talk somewhere else. Qin Tianfu grabbed Shou Kaiga and Bai Yi, and with a stomp of his foot, they instantly vanished from the spot. All that remained were the bewildered onlookers, gazing in admiration at Qin Tianfu's teleportation ability. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi was brought into Qin Tianfu's office. Shou Kaiga asked, Senior Qin, is there any special significance to this shadowy figure? After all, he was someone who had climbed to the 40th floor, yet he had never encountered any shadowy figure before. At this moment, both he and Bai Yi were waiting for Qin Tianfu's explanation. Have a seat. Qin Tianfu sat on the sofa and spoke slowly, even I don't know the true identity of the shadow figure. However, when I first discovered this tower, I did encounter him. Guess what happened? Shou Kaiga, I don't know. Bai Yi, he beat you up badly. Qin Tianfu sighed and smiled self-deprecatingly, saying, you're right. Back then, although my level wasn't as high as it is now, I had at least reached the Emperor level. And yet, I couldn't even hold out for 3 moves against him. No way? Shou Kaiga's face was filled with shock. What an Emperor-level powerhouse represents, no one understands it better than him. That is the pinnacle of human combat strength, the hope of driving the alien race out of Blue Star. Yet even such a powerhouse couldn't withstand 3 moves from that shadowy figure? This is simply unprecedented. If this word got out, the entire nation would be thrown into unimaginable panic. No wonder Qin Tianfu was in such a hurry to relocate the two of them. Unlike Shou Kaiga's stunned reaction, although Bai Yi was equally shocked, he could still comprehend the situation. After all, even omniscience had failed this time. This shocked Bai Yi far more than witnessing Qin Tianfu getting beaten to a pulp. After all, his omniscient ability still worked when observing Qin Tianfu. Yet it was completely ineffective against that shadowy figure. One could easily imagine the vast gap separating these two beings. So, what do you think that shadow was? Bai Yi asked. Qin Tianfu took a sip of tea to moisten his throat before continuing. Later, Olney couldn't accept being the only one who got beaten, so I had several colleagues go in to investigate too. Without exception, everyone who entered for the first time encountered that shadow and got thoroughly beaten. But when we went in again later, nobody ever encountered him. So we came to a conclusion that shadowy figure might very well be the guardian spirit of Tianfu Tower. Moreover, only by completing its trials would one be granted a second audience. Elder Qin, are we really allowed to discuss such things? Bai Yi suddenly felt a pang of fear. This was one of the darkest secrets in all of Huaxia's history. Qin Tianfu told himself this, but was it really okay? The top 10 powerhouses were all beaten up by some inexplicable tower spirit? Even Bai Yi was afraid Qin Tianfu might silence them permanently. It wasn't just Bai Yi who thought so, even Shou Kaiga beside him was dazed, unsure what to say. His heart too harbored a question. That being, after hearing this dark history, will I even make it out alive? Rest easy, we've studied this tower spirit thoroughly, it poses no harm to humans. Otherwise, why would it keep rewarding those who pass its trials? Qin Tianfu stroked his beard with a hearty laugh before asking, so Bai Yi, did you pass the Shadow's trial or not? Bai Yi, I don't dare say. Qin Tianfu, Bai Yi, young man, don't be afraid of losing face. So what if you get beaten up? We've all been through it before, it's nothing to worry about. Bai Yi, should I say it then? Speak. Qin Tianfu slowly took a sip of tea, though his words were directed at Bai Yi. But he knew full well there was no way Bai Yi could pass. Only those who have experienced it understand the perversion of darkness. But the next second, he spat a mouthful of hot tea right onto Shou Kaiga's face. Because Bai Yi casually said, I slapped him. Chapter 63, this place is too terrifying, where worldviews collapse at any moment. 4th update. Boy Bai Yi, what did you just say? Qin Tianfu abruptly stood up, his expression one of utter shock. It was as if he just realized the chocolate he'd been eating was actually poop. Bai Yi passing was one thing, but this, he actually slapped the shadow? What the hell is this? Indeed, young friend Bai, quickly tell us what's going on. Xiao Kaiga wore an equally shocked expression, though with one difference, pieces of tea leaves still clung to his hair. I just found out that China's top 10 emperor-level warriors were all beaten up by the shadowy figure. And now Bai Yi pulls off the ultimate reversal? Seeing their expressions, Bai Yi first took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, then said, the shadowy figure's trial for me was to hit him within 3 moves to pass. As for my skills, Elder Qin, you probably already know. Qin Tianfu didn't explain Bai Yi's skills, but continued asking, so, you used that skill to slap him across the face? Of course not, that shadow was incredibly strong. In our first exchange, he copied my technique and countered my moves effortlessly. He copied your technique? Once again, Qin Tianfu was utterly flabbergasted. Who would have thought the shadow could actually replicate Bai Yi's freakish skill? Don't you two have some secret you're not telling me? I'm only getting half the picture here. Xiao Kaiga clearly couldn't keep up with the conversation between the two. Seeing this, Qin Tianfu had no choice but to briefly explain Bai Yi's skill. Of course, it wasn't described in an exaggerated manner, just that under specific conditions, one could summon people many levels higher to act as human shields. This left Xiao Kaiga shocked yet again for the umpteenth time. He suddenly felt like his entire worldview, built over half a lifetime, had completely crumbled. The stories he'd heard today alone were enough to shock him for decades to come. What kind of bizarre stories are these? For a moment, Xiao Kaiga genuinely wanted to go home. This place was too terrifying. Secrets of the highest caliber were casually tossed around like confetti. Alright, continue, he said. Bai Yi nodded and continued, at that time, I was also shocked. But Elder Qin, you know me, I'm exceptionally talented. The more difficult the situation, the calmer I become. The calmer I am, the more formidable I get. The more formidable I am, the more I get to the point. Qin Tianfu retorted. Alright, so I used the same trick again to make him lower his guard, but in reality, I executed a combo move. That's why the shadowy figure missed, and since slapping felt convenient, I just went for it. You little rascal. Qin Tianfu finally understood. Bai Yi used another skill during the battle that he hadn't employed before. This caused the shadow to be caught off guard and fail to dodge, allowing him to strike successfully with a surprise attack. Young Bai's methods are truly impressive. After hearing this, Xiao Kaiga's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Bai Yi might be a bit narcissistic, he is indeed talented. When facing the powerful shadow that even an emperor-level expert couldn't defeat, he didn't cower in fear. Instead, he actively launched attacks and ultimately succeeded in passing the trial with an unexpected move. It's fair to say this young man has a promising future. It's nothing special, Bai Yi said sheepishly, scratching his head. What about the reward? You passed the shadow's trial, what did you win? Yes, young Master Bai, do tell us quickly. Both of them looked eagerly at Bai Yi. As the only one who had defeated the shadow, Qin Tianfu and Xiao Kaiga were both dying to know what special reward Bai Yi had received. Talent extension. Bai Yi merely spoke these simple words. As for what specific effects this extension would produce, he wouldn't elaborate. At the very least, he wouldn't disclose it before receiving payment from others. Talent extension? Qin Tianfu stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before asking, does this mean your talent has developed new effects? To put it simply, that's how it is. Qin Tianfu and Xiao Kaiga exchanged glances, their eyes now devoid of any ripples of emotion. It wasn't that they weren't shocked, they were simply beyond being shocked anymore. Talent is unique, even changing professions wouldn't alter it. Unless it's someone like Zhang Daxian, who consumed the astral heaven crystal. Only when the bloodline within the body is completely transformed from head to toe, would such a special circumstance of talent alteration occur. So just how precious is Bai Yi's case of talent extension? It's almost unimaginable. I think I need some time to digest today's information. Xiao Kaiga couldn't take it anymore, he truly didn't want to hear anymore. Even someone like him, the commander-in-chief of the Western military garrison, couldn't help but want to take Bai Yi back for dissection after hearing about his experiences. Just what kind of person could have so many extraordinary encounters? Qin Tianfu shook his head and couldn't help but marvel at Bai Yi's luck. You really are the embodiment of luck, every good thing just happens to come your way. Bai Yi shrugged non-committally, can't help it, when you're this handsome, even the heavens adore you. Shoo, that'll be all, you can head back now. Without waiting for Bai Yi's response, Qin Tianfu waved his hand and teleported Bai Yi right back to the gates of Tianfu Tower. Bai Yi, damn, that's cold, just toss me aside after using me? Bai Yi? Bai Yi turned his head to look. A strikingly vivid red caught his attention. Favorability, 105 points. Looking downward, this blinding red light was emanating from Suruwashi. Damn, this woman must really like me. The maximum affection level is 150 points. Having over 100 points proves that I hold an absolutely pivotal position in Tsuruwashi's heart. Is there something on my face? Tsuruwashi felt somewhat embarrassed under Bai's prolonged gaze. Waving her hand before his eyes, she asked, "How did you suddenly appear here? Didn't they say Principal Chin took you away?" "Ah, don't mention it, it's too painful to recall." Coming back to his senses, Bai smiled and asked, "Have you cleared the 10th level yet? You made it through, you must have made it too, right?" "Of course I made it through." "Then why didn't you challenge the 11th floor?" Tsuruwashi asked with a playful smile. "Well, about that, I actually wanted to tell you something. I think we shouldn't tackle too many floors at once. The effect will be better if we come back after leveling up," Bai explained his thoughts. "I thought the same, and now hearing you think so too puts my mind at ease. Otherwise, losing 500 academic credits this time would have been such a waste." Tsuruwashi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, "This time, I gained 80 free attribute points. How about you?" Bai was slightly surprised, then made a 6 gesture with his hand. He hadn't expected Tsuruwashi to earn even more attribute points than him, but upon reflection, though he only got 60, but it's 60 in all attributes. Thinking like this, my heart feels much more balanced. No choice, I'm just a man with cheat codes. No matter where I go, I'll always be the coolest dude. Chapter 64, A Bountiful Harvest, Behold My Dimensional Door. As the two were chatting, Great Immortal Zhang also emerged. Seeing his beaming face radiating joy, Bai and the other knew that Great Immortal Zhang had reaped quite the rewards. Interestingly enough, Great Immortal Zhang's favorability toward Bai was even higher than toward Tsuruwashi, reaching a staggering 135 points. If not for knowing Zhang Daxian had normal preferences, Bai would have worried about his bodily safety. "You guys are really fast." Zhang Daxian cheerfully patted Bai's arm and said, "This time I gained 60 free attribute points and a gold tier skill. I really can't thank you enough, Bai. Even you got 60? Sigma?" Bai never expected that he, possessing omniscience and omnipotence, would actually receive fewer total attributes. Just out of curiosity, I asked, "What ratings did you all get to pass?" Tsuruwashi, "I got an S. Zhang Daxian, "I got a B. Bai, so who's the SB?" Tsuruwashi, "It's you, Sigma Omega, Sigma." Bai is depressed. "After all, I cleared the levels with an average SS rating. Why do I get fewer attribute points than them?" But soon Bai figured it out. Combat levels award more attribute points, while his character was judged to fall under support or lifestyle categories, making clearing stages easier but granting fewer attribute points. After chatting for a while, the three had dinner together before each heading home. Everyone had a pile of unclaimed rewards waiting to be processed. Bai was no exception. Returning home, he lay on his bed and began handling his rewards. There was nothing much to say about the attribute points. He directly allocated the 60 points to all attributes. There were still 75 skill points remaining. This really requires careful consideration. Primary skills can be upgraded twice. For secondary skills, the required skill points increase exponentially. Thus, Bai didn't have many good options. He could only choose one skill out of 3 to upgrade. Guards, protect His Majesty. This skill is definitely essential, considering it's one of the most frequently used ones. Then there's one left. Should it be Pretty Privilege or Daddy to the Rescue? Bai pondered carefully for a while. The upgraded effect of Pretty Privilege increases the level restriction slightly while also expanding the judgment range from targets no more than 10 levels higher to 15 levels higher, with the effective radius extended to 200 meters. That is to say, when at level 6, it can be effective against someone at level 21, which is fairly practical. As for Dad's Presence, the upgrade effect increases the minimum stay time to 3 seconds. But there's not much difference between 1 second and 3 seconds. So all things considered, Bai still decided to upgrade his appeal. That made more sense. Congratulations on successfully deducting 30 skill points. Bodyguard summoning LV1 LV2, forced control duration 3 seconds 5 seconds. Congratulations on successfully deducting 30 skill points. Congratulations on looks that convince LV1 LV2, invalid against targets above LV10, invalid against targets above LV15, judgment range 10 meters, judgment range 200 meters. Next, it's time to draw a new skill. Bai glanced at the accumulated divine power meeting the requirements and eagerly used it for the draw. Ding, please choose one skill from the following 3 options. Option 1, check out my anywhere door. After activating the skill, you can consume energy to travel to any place in the world, though the destination is random, of course. Option 2, if you're weak, practice more. After using the skill, you'll enter a 3-hour practice period. During this time, anything you do alone will yield twice the results with half the effort. Option 3, to get rich, first chop trees. After activating this skill, within a limited time, you'll earn a large amount of gold coins by cutting down trees. If luck is on your side, you might even score some extra rewards. To lock a skill for continued availability in future draws, 2,000 divine power points are required for each lock. Bai somewhat regretted his decision. He should have waited until he had accumulated more divine power before attempting to draw skills. But there was no helping it. Bai Yi wanted every single skill available. The first one needs no further explanation. It's absolutely a spatial teleportation skill. Completely disregarding any restrictions or distances, you only need to expend energy to arrive. The only drawback is that the arrival location is random, but Bai Yi probably won't have much trouble with that. The second one is a perfect skill for solo training. When you're by yourself, everything you do yields double the effect. For example, after learning this skill, appraising equipment at home will give you double the experience points. Whether eating, sleeping or fucking, you'll get double the satisfaction and happiness. Truly delightful. As for the third one, simply chopping down trees could yield massive amounts of gold coins. This method of conjuring wealth out of thin air might just make one positively drool with envy. Moreover, there's even a chance to obtain special rewards. Though what these rewards might be remains unknown, it's enough to prove how utterly insane this skill is. Damn it, this is such a tough choice. Bai Yi swore to himself that next time, he'd gather a full 30,000 divine power points before drawing for skills again. I thought there might be some useless skills mixed in. Yet, I've drawn 3 times so far, and not a single worthless skill has appeared. This system truly seems reliable. After pondering for a while, Bai Yi ultimately chose the first option, the dimensional door. Keeping a spatial skill on hand is absolutely the right move. If any danger arises in the future or emergencies occur, this skill can be used to resolve them. Name, Bai Yi. Level, LV6. EXP, 2500/3600. Occupation, bystander. Talent, omniscience and omnipotence. No information can escape a bystander's notice. Your eyes can perceive all hidden information, and you always have access to special intelligence. Strength, 119. Stamina, 119. Agility, 119. Spirit, 119. Skills, Summon Guards, LV2, Beauty is Justice, LV2, Daddy's Here, LV1, My Door Anywhere, LV1. Divine Power, 900 points. Skill points, 15 points. Name, Watch My Dimensional Door. Level, LV1. Grade, Energy, 100 points. Effect, silently recite the incantation to summon an anywhere door. Before opening it, visualize the name of your desired destination. The more specific, the better. This allows unrestricted travel to any location. Note, opening the door without visualizing a destination will transport you to an unknown area. Cost, consumes varying amounts of energy depending on distance and destination. Note, energy regenerates naturally, recovering 5 points per hour. No time like the present to test it out? Bai Yi's eyes flickered with anticipation. He immediately summoned the anywhere door. A pink door materialized out of thin air right before Bai Yi's eyes. Just like in the anime, he murmured. Lost in thought, Bai Yi placed his hand on the doorknob and envisioned a destination. Then he turned the handle and stepped through. Chapter 65, Genuinely, So Sorry. Stepping through the gate, what greeted the eyes was a fairyland veiled in mist, and the gentle murmur of flowing water. Wait, the sound of water? Fog? Bai Yi instantly recalled the favorite spots where the anywhere door most frequently appeared in his past life. Run! Only this single word echoed in Bai Yi's heart. Yet in the end, it was already too late. Who's there? Just as Bai Yi was about to turn around, a pale hand gripped his shoulder, preventing him from moving. Bai Yi turned his head to look. Faintly visible, 2 white clouds drifted in the sky. This reminded Bai Yi of a certain line of poetry. A pair of bright moons pressed against the chest, forbidden purple grapes like jade spheres. Bai Yi? Suruwashi was somewhat surprised to see the newcomer. Glancing at this newly appeared door, she seemed to have realized something. Bai Yi, seeing there was no way to avoid it, smiled awkwardly. Ruwashi, I didn't realize you had such great proportions. Suruwashi froze momentarily. Following Bai Yi's gaze, I glanced downward. She instantly shouted, Bai Yi, get the hell out of here. I'm really, really sorry. Angry face. 5 minutes later. Bai Yi looked at Suruwashi in her pajamas, her face flushed red, and spoke first. This really was an accident. I just wanted to test out my new abilities. An accident? Suruwashi snorted coldly and said, what a remarkable coincidence this accident of yours is. Just as I was taking a shower, you conveniently learned a new skill, and precisely while using it, you materialize in my bathroom. Fine, let's leave it at that. The problem is, out of the 3 bathrooms in my house, you didn't appear in any except the one I was using at that exact moment. Well, Bai Yi found himself utterly speechless. After some thought, I decided not to bother with excuses. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. What are you coming clean about? I crave your body. Suruwashi? Bai Yi's straightforward words left Suruwashi utterly speechless. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, I don't care, since you've seen already, you must compensate me. After all, she was still an innocent maiden. Even though Bai Yi hadn't meant it that way this time. But since it had been seen, this matter naturally fell to Bai Yi's responsibility. As for this, Bai naturally had no objections. He could see that Tsuruwashi's favorability towards him wasn't just holding steady, it had skyrocketed to 140 points, nearly reaching the maximum score. To say he didn't like Tsuruwashi would be an outright lie. A girl as beautiful and capable as Tsuruwashi would naturally appeal to any man, and Bai was no exception. Of course, her beauty alone wasn't what endeared her to Bai. What truly made him admire her was Tsuruwashi's impeccable character and personality. No amount of beauty can compensate for a terrible personality. If she constantly picks fights and creates trouble for you, a girl like that, even if she were as beautiful as a celestial being, Bai wouldn't be interested. But after spending these past few days together, Tsuruwashi seemed more like the type who could switch between sweet and sassy, somewhat independent, yet not entirely a domineering career woman. When it came to making decisions on many matters, she tended to defer the choice to Bai. Then, she wouldn't be like those clingy cats wanting to stick to Bai every single day. In short, Bai was genuinely drawn to this personality type. With this thought crossing his mind, Bai stood up. He suddenly tore open his clothes and declared, "Now you've seen me too. We're even." "Tsuruwashi? What? How else do you want me to compensate you? By sleeping with you? You're incorrigible." Blushing faintly, Tsuruwashi didn't want to continue this topic any further. Actually, she wanted to confirm their relationship with Bai in her heart. But in her eyes, Bai's thoughts were unfathomable. If she used this to force Bai to be with her, it would feel a bit like taking advantage of someone's predicament. Still, there was some disappointment and resentment lingering in her heart. But the next second, Tsuruwashi froze in place. Suddenly, Bai had somehow appeared right in front of her. A pair of warm lips pressed against hers with domineering intensity. At this moment, Tsuruwashi was utterly captivated. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Bai, whose face was merely inches away. Instead of pushing him away, she responded with passionate intensity. After quite a long while, their lips parted. Bai looked at Tsuruwashi, whose face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and grinned. "Is this compensation enough? If not, let's have another go." "Go away." Tsuruwashi buried her head low, completely not daring to meet Bai's eyes. Her heart was pounding rapidly. A voice within kept asking her, "What should I do? Bai kissed me, but he hasn't actually confessed to me yet. Could it be that we'll just muddle through and end up together like this? Or should I gather my courage and confess to him first?" It was as if he'd guessed Tsuruwashi's true thoughts. The next second, Bai took Tsuruwashi's hand, gazed into her eyes, and said with utmost sincerity, "Ruwashi, let's be together. Who asks someone out after already going this far?" Tsuruwashi muttered under her breath. At this point, having already seen everything and kissed anyway, it's really despicable to come back just to confess. "Then I'll take that as a yes?" "Humph, you got lucky." Tsuruwashi lowered her head and softly agreed, then somewhat bashfully changed the subject by asking, "With this new skill of yours, can you really go anywhere?" "Of course." Bai smiled and summoned the Doko demo door, saying, "I was just about to head home. Would you like to come with me?" The Doko demo door has neither time restrictions nor limits on who can pass through, making it essentially equivalent to a large-scale teleportation array. Its only drawback is that Bai can't cast any other skills while using it. Otherwise, the Doko demo door will vanish. So taking Tsuruwashi home was completely feasible. "Okay, wait for me a moment while I change clothes." With that, Tsuruwashi walked towards her room. Meanwhile, Bai summoned the Anywhere door again, visualizing his home address. "Actually takes 30 energy points. That's a bit expensive. This time the distance is very far, so the Anywhere door requires 30 points of energy. But this is actually not too bad, it's only 8 in the evening. Go back to sleep, and when you wake up the next day, your energy will be full again. Since the energy won't overflow anyway, might as well use it." Soon, Tsuruwashi changed into a beautiful dress. "Ready to go." How come I never noticed how pretty you were before?" Bai sized up Tsuruwashi from head to toe. This outfit was the same one he'd gifted Tsuruwashi last time. Though identical in cut, it somehow carried an entirely different essence between then and now. Perhaps it's true what they say, love tints the glasses through which we see. Humans truly are peculiar creatures. He shook his head, not dwelling on it any further. Holding Tsuruwashi's hand, he pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 66, Oh dear, what a ridiculous misunderstanding. Dongwu City. Bai's family villa. A pink door quietly appeared in the bathroom. Only this time, it was the bathroom in Bai's room. "See, I told you this door likes appearing in bathrooms," Bai explained with a bitter smile. "Although the two are now officially in a relationship, we have to admit, this was just a beautiful accident, wasn't it? What a strange door." Tsuruwashi now believed Bai's words too. Appearing in the bathroom once could be written off as coincidence, but twice? If not intentional, then this skill was definitely flawed. Yet at the same time, she was astonished by Bai's uniqueness. Just like a teleportation array, it crossed tens of thousands of miles in just 1 second. It's truly unbelievable. Wait here for me. I'm going to give my parents a surprise. Bai Yi grinned mischievously, then crept to the door to eavesdrop for a while. After making sure his parents weren't on the second floor, he quietly opened the door and crept out. Just as he reached the staircase, Bai Yi heard noises coming from downstairs. But these sounds, why did they seem somewhat unusual? From below came sporadic knocking sounds at irregular intervals, and the couple's strange conversation. Zhang Ping, husband, slower, not there. Bai Zongheng, hold on, darling, it'll be over soon. I'm going to speed up now, hang in there. Zhang Ping, slower, you'll break it. A stampede of ing held galloped through Bai Yi's mind. Seemed like he'd picked the worst possible moment to return. If he went down now, the surprise would probably turn into a sheer terror. Thinking this, Bai Yi decided to leave by climbing out the window. But the very next second, he stepped on a slightly loose floorboard. It let out a creaking sound. Who's upstairs? Oh no, I'm about to get double-teamed. Bai Yi was utterly speechless. His mind cursed the person who built this villa countless times. This was supposed to be a brand new house, how could there already be signs of loose floorboards? But the next second, Bai Yi froze, because Bai Zongheng was holding a hammer in his hand. This wasn't quite what he'd imagined. Bai Zongheng, son, what brings you back? I missed you all so much, so I came back to visit. Oh, Ruwashi is here too, Bai Yi said awkwardly, gesturing for Su Ruwashi to come out from the bedroom. Su Ruwashi, hello, uncle. Oh, Ruwashi, you're back too. Bai Zongheng laughed happily, calling downstairs to Zhang Ping, honey, Xiaoyi brought his girlfriend home. Su Ruwashi, ****. Now, she could genuinely be considered Bai Yi's girlfriend. Just hearing it put that way still made her feel somewhat shy. The two followed Bai Zongheng downstairs to find the living room decorated with framed photos, mostly family portraits and similar keepsakes. Seeing these, everything suddenly made sense to Bai Yi. So that sound and conversation earlier was about nailing the picture frame. Geez, what a misunderstanding this turned out to be. Ruwashi's here. Hello, auntie. Hurry, sit down and talk. Zhang Ping warmly took Su Ruwashi's hand and led her to the sofa, asking, how did you get back from school? Need you even ask? It must be our son here, picking up yet another new skill. Bai Zongheng seemed utterly unfazed by this, as if it were completely ordinary. After all, he had been summoned by Bai Yi once more this afternoon. Though only for a second, he could sense the terror of that dark shadow. Now it seemed clear that his son must have defeated the shadow and gained some sort of reward. Dad knows me best, Bai Yi laughed heartily, proclaiming with pride, that's right, your son has learned yet another new skill. Zhang Ping, Ruwashi, since it's so late already, why don't you stay with us tonight? We've got plenty of rooms here. Of course, if you prefer to share a room with Xiaoyi, that's fine too. Bai Zongheng, that's right. If you're worried about your parents, I can give them a call to let them know. Su Ruwashi, thank you, uncle and auntie, but I think I'd rather go back home for now. Bai Yi, is nobody going to acknowledge me? Zhang Ping and Bai Zongheng, shut up and go play somewhere else. Bai Yi was speechless. He began questioning his life choices once again. Happiness belongs to others. Watching Su Ruwashi chatting and laughing with his parents, Bai Yi silently squatted in the corner drawing circles. Seeing that the time was about right, Su Ruwashi stood up to bid farewell and said, Uncle and auntie, I'll take my leave now. I'll come visit again tomorrow. Come over for dinner tomorrow evening. Yes, why not bring your parents along too? I had the pleasure of meeting your father briefly last time. It felt like we should have met sooner. Su Ruwashi was overwhelmed by the warmth of Bai Yi's parents. She had no choice but to tug at Bai Yi's pant leg, silently begging for help with her eyes. Alright, she rarely comes back. Let's talk about it next time when there's a chance. Bai Yi waved his hand and summoned a dimensional door, saying, I'll take Ruwashi home first. With that, without waiting for Zhang Ping and Bai Zongheng to respond, he pulled Su Ruwashi into the dimensional door. This time, Bai Yi did not pinpoint Su Ruwashi's home. Instead, he went to the alley where he had beaten Su Wei last time. Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi strolled down the alley, recalling that moment. Curiosity sparked, he asked, remember this place, where I beat up your brother? What were you laughing at back then? Back then, when he mentioned you were my suitor, and seeing you didn't deny it, well. Su Ruwashi smiled beautifully. That smile was particularly beautiful under the moonlight. In truth, she had been curious about Bai Yi ever since she met him in the dungeon. As they say, curiosity is the beginning of affection. Perhaps from that moment onward, Bai Yi, whose potential was only F rank, left a deep impression in her heart. Oh, Bai Yi revealed a knowing expression and grinned mischievously, saying, so you were already lusting after my body back then? And no, don't talk nonsense. Women's words are deceitful, their mouths speak what their hearts deny. Then what about you? When did you start liking me? Su Ruwashi suddenly stopped walking, looking earnestly at Bai Yi as she asked, kiss me, and I'll tell you. Su Ruwashi? See, now you can tell me. Ahem, saying it was love at first sight would obviously be false. If I had to pinpoint a moment, it would be when we faced Chu Liang last time. You risked your own safety to let me escape first. Bai Yi suddenly leaned closer, gazing deeply into Su Ruwashi's eyes with affectionate intensity as he said, "In that moment, I thought to myself, since you were willing to die for me, then in this lifetime, Bai Yi, must marry none other than you." Chapter 67, Could it be that I have some special background? Fourth update. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Yi's words made Su Ruwashi's heart flutter like a startled deer. Who would have thought that Bai Yi, who usually couldn't flirt to save his life, would actually have such a silver tongue when it came to sweet talk? But Bai Yi wasn't wrong. If it was merely curiosity about each other before, then that life and death crisis of Chu Liang not only made Bai Yi fall for Su Ruwashi, it completely plunged Su Ruwashi into the depths of Bai Yi's handsomeness. To this day, she still remembers Bai Yi's words, "Welcome to my world, my delicate little princess." Although it was just a pretentious line, paired with the scene and her emotions at the time, those words struck straight at Su Ruwashi's heart. Su Ruwashi lightly tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing two adorable dimples as she said, "Alright, just see me off here. Otherwise, my parents might insist on keeping you longer." Then, Bai Yi hesitated, trailing off. But Su Ruwashi quickly understood what he wanted to say. "Don't worry, I'll tell my parents I returned with the teacher." She knew Bai Yi didn't want to reveal his trump card too soon. Otherwise, how could even Zhang Daxian not have been brought along this time? It wasn't a matter of distrusting Zhang Daxian, but rather that the fewer people who knew about such matters, the better. Thanks. Bai Yi gave Su Ruwashi a grateful look. This matter was truly difficult for him to explain. He watched Su Ruwashi leave with his gaze. Then, he conjured the anywhere door again to return home. Through these multiple experiments, he had somewhat grasped the consumption rules of the anywhere door. Traveling within the same city usually consumes one energy point. However, attempting to enter unfamiliar places or locations that don't belong to you will require additional energy. For example, when he tried just now, reaching Su Ruwashi's home directly demanded 10 energy points, yet moving to a nearby intersection only costs 1 point. The judgment rule is that Su Ruwashi's home is considered someone else's private space. Although it's possible to enter, the energy required would be significantly greater. Similarly, places like bank vaults follow the same principle. Of course, in situations like earlier at school, opening a door face-to-face would consume much less energy. When I returned home, this time the door appeared in the living room. As Bai Yi walked out, he saw Bai Zongheng and Zheng Ping waiting for him. "Son, don't you have anything to say to us?" Bai Zongheng chuckled, pouring himself a beer and taking a sip. He had noticed long ago that there was some subtle change in the relationship between Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi this time. "Yes, how far have you two progressed?" Mom could tell that last time Ruwashi looked at you, her eyes were different. Zheng Ping took Bai Yi's hand and asked as they sat on the sofa. Let's not focus on that. Compared to that, your son here has really shined at school this time. I'm now an assistant researcher and assistant teacher." Assistant researcher? Teaching assistant? This topic shift was quite successful. Both Bai Zongheng and Zhang Ping were intrigued by this new term. Simply put, it means being half a teacher. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Zongheng shook his head with a laugh. "Son, are you trying to fool your old man and your mom just because we ain't educated? How could a freshman like you become a teacher?" "Well, not exactly a full teacher, more like a substitute teacher," Bai Yi explained. "Now if you were talking about fighting, sure, the tricky skill of yours is annoying enough to shamelessly summon your dad to the scene. But teaching? I'll be the first to call bullshit." Bai Zongheng still wouldn't believe it. He knew exactly how capable or incapable his son really was. Bai Yi rolled his eyes without bothering to explain. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. By the way, Dad, there's something I need to talk to you about." "What is it? Don't tell me you're out of money again." "It's not about money, it's about improving your own abilities. If you keep slacking off like this, you won't be able to help me in just a few months." Bai Yi grinned. "Hey kid, watch your mouth." Bai Zongheng immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, "Is your ass itching for trouble? A little brat at level 6 actually dares to say my strength isn't enough? Looks like going to school has made him a bit full of himself." Bai Yi chuckled darkly and displayed his stats panel. He felt there was nothing to hide from his own parents. When Zhang Ping and Bai Zongheng saw Bai Yi's latest status panel, they were both utterly stunned. Bai Zongheng's hand pouring the wine didn't stop. Still letting the beer overflow, he exclaimed in shock, "My son Bai Yi actually has the potential of an emperor, sigma, degree winky face." Zheng Ping even reached out to touch Bai Yi all over, saying in disbelief, "Is this still my good-for-nothing son? Oh Delta O? How could it be fake?" Bai Yi smiled proudly. Both of them were utterly shocked. Ever since the day before the college entrance exam, when Bai Yi awakened his first skill, how long has it really been? They already know Bai Yi has awakened 4 divine level skills. That's not all. Back when all his attributes were merely 10 points, His progress skyrocketed, reaching a staggering 119 points across all attributes. What does this mean? It's not just a simple tenfold increase. Can an ordinary person gain attribute points as explosively as he does? No wonder Bai Yi had the confidence to say earlier that in just a few months, he might not need Bai Zongheng's help anymore. Son, you'd better tell your dad honestly, have you been secretly taking any banned substances behind our backs? Bai Zongheng looked at Bai Yi with a grave expression. He seemed fully prepared to uphold justice even at the cost of his own kin. Bai Yi's current condition could only be explained by consuming massive quantities of illicit drugs to boost his attributes so dramatically in such a short time. That's right, Xiaoyi. If you've really done something illegal, confession is your only way out. Don't worry, you too. My situation is due to my inherent talents. Bai Yi explained his abilities and everything that had happened at school in detail. During this explanation, Bai Zongheng and Zhang Ping were both quite shocked. So that omniscient and omnipotent talent was actually this formidable? Omniscience is one thing, but to forcibly average out all the attribute points gained? This way, every single free attribute point Bai Yi obtained was equivalent to 4, combined with the rewards from Tianfu Tower. Now the two parents finally understood why their son's attribute points had suddenly skyrocketed. Xiaoyi, you've really been pushing yourself too hard. Zhang Ping's face showed a heartbroken expression. Especially when she heard how Bai Yi had barehandedly blocked Su Ruoshi's golden skill during the freshman tournament, it scared her into breaking out in cold sweat. With just the slightest mistake, this could have gone from being a story to an outright accident. Bai Zongheng sighed and said, seeing how hard you're pushing yourself, perhaps we parents didn't fully understand you before. In our eyes, you've always been the best. Now that you're all grown up, there are some things we should tell you. Bai Yi looked utterly confused. Could it be that I have some remarkable background? Chapter 68, Exhausted, Let the World Burn. Bai Yi stared at his parents with excitement. Hearing Bai Zongheng's words, could it mean he possessed some extraordinarily impressive lineage? It must be. After all, isn't that how every TV drama and novel portrays it? Whenever someone travels through time, they're bound to have either an extraordinary identity or a deep-seated blood feud they must avenge. But with both my parents still alive in this era, it couldn't possibly be some generational feud from my grandparents' time, could it? In that case, it must definitely be about my background. Honey, do we really have to tell Xiaoyi? Zhang Ping looked hesitantly at Bai Zongheng, her eyes filled with reluctance. This expression only confirmed Bai Yi's suspicions as he declared, just tell me everything, I can handle it. Just kidding, time travel is already accepted. How can a background story still be hard to accept? Bai Zongheng nodded with a solemn expression, this matter has to be traced back to a few days ago. A few days ago? Bai Yi was taken aback. Why is this different from what I expected? That's right, that night was pitch black with howling wind, and you weren't home. Something did happen in the house. Someone came to the house that night. Human? Bai Zongheng nodded and poured himself a glass of beer. As if to steel himself, he downed it in one gulp. Zhang Ping turned her head away, not daring to meet Bai Yi's gaze. Instantly, the atmosphere in the house grew heavy. Even Bai Yi unconsciously swallowed hard, quietly waiting for Bai Zongheng to speak. From their parents' expressions, it was clear this person must be very important to them, yet also posed a dilemma that weighed heavily on them. But, who is this person? My secret sugar daddy? Or a long-lost sibling? Having lost count of his drinks, Bai Zongheng sighed, your mom is pregnant. Is this it? Bai E, backslash equals epsilon slash, forward slash? I'm done, let's just destroy everything. After all that build-up, turns out they took advantage of my absence. The two of them secretly had a child together? The promised hidden origins. An inescapable blood feud that must be born. Give it back to me. Xiaoyi, are you really unhappy with me? Zhang Ping felt a twinge of regret. Matters like having a second child should have considered Bai Yi's feelings. No, Mom, I'm genuinely happy. Shaking off his exasperated mood, Bai Yi smiled sincerely. Didn't I say long ago that I wanted a little sister? Then why did you look utterly speechless just now? Bai Zongheng eyed his son in confusion. That's all because you keep playing tricks on me. Bai Yi rolled her eyes, took out a card from her backpack, and placed it on the table. There's 1.2 million gold coins in here, just keep it at home for expenses. No way, Xiaoyi. You'll need money at school. Keep it for yourself. Zhang Ping refused. Mom, didn't I just say it? At school, we use credits, no need for cash. Plus, I have 4,500 credits now, more than enough to last till graduation. Alright then, I'll keep this card. You've grown capable now and don't need us to worry. But if you ever face difficulties, don't keep them to yourself. Your old man still has some connections. Bai Zongheng wasn't being melodramatic. While his salary was enough to get by, it was admittedly somewhat meager. Got it. I'll head to bed now then. Go on. The next day, Bai Yi spent the entire day talking with his parents. Afraid that someone might come looking for them at their lodging, Bai Yi and Su Ruoshi returned before dinner. After all, now that they had the magical door, they could come back whenever they wanted. so there was nothing to linger over. Before leaving, Bai Yi also gave Bai Zongheng some instructions. He told him to visit Tianfu Tower and climb it during his next vacation. After all, the rewards from the Celestial Tower are genuinely tempting. Although Bai Zongheng's potential might only be A grade, if he can manage to climb around 20 floors, earning 100 or 2 free attribute points wouldn't be a problem. After witnessing Bai Yi's determination, Bai Zongheng happily agreed without hesitation. He decided to quit his job and focus wholeheartedly on leveling up in the dungeon. As a father, I can't lag too far behind my son, right? After bidding farewell to their parents, Bai Yi and the other returned to the villa. Classes start tomorrow, Bai Yi said with a smile, holding Su Ruwashi's hand. Shall the three of us get together tonight? That's fine, but are you going to tell Zhang Daxian about us? Just say it then, we're not celebrities, no need for any secret romance. Su Ruwashi nodded, happiness welling up from her heart. She had actually been quite afraid that Bai Yi wouldn't publicly acknowledge their relationship. That would have felt like not being recognized at all. Bai Yi smiled and picked up his phone to call Zhang Daxian. Before long, Zhang Daxian arrived at Bai Yi's doorstep. You two are really something, couldn't find either of you when I came this morning, and now you show up together. Wait, what this Sigma, surprised face? His eyes widened as he watched Bai Yi take Su Ruwashi's hand and wave it in front of him. Surprise or not, expected or unexpected? When did you two get together? Well, just last night, on a dark and stormy night. Su Ruwashi pinched Bai Yi's waist and chided, be serious. Bai Yi, alright, it's true we officially confirmed our relationship yesterday. Sigh. Grand Immortal Zhang let out a long breath. I wonder when I'll ever get out of singlehood. Bai Yi patted Zhang Daxian's shoulder and comforted him. I once asked a fortune teller this question for you. Then he took a lotus root, took a bite out of it. Do you know why? Because I'm too clever for my own good? Wrong, it's because you're as ugly as eating lotus root. Zhang Daxian, I really want to hit you. Alright, stop teasing Daxian every day. Su Ruwashi covered her mouth and chuckled. When school starts, with your current potential and strength, finding a girlfriend should be pretty straightforward. True. By the way, when are you planning to challenge the top 10? Bai Yi asked curiously. Zhang Daxian rubbed his hands together with a flattering smile. Well, I'm short on credits for the challenge. I asked this morning, it costs 200 credits to challenge the top 5, so, Brother E, could you lend me some credits? He, so this is where you're waiting. Bai Yi pointed casually in the air and chuckled. Alright, I'll lend it to you this time. We're in good spirits today, so I won't charge you interest. Just pay me back next payday. Great Sage Zhang? No problemo. Chapter 69, Energetic students like you should stay home and rot. The three of them shared a meal, chatted for a while, and then went their separate ways. Tomorrow, all the major academies would begin their new term, and since the three were enrolled in different institutions, they wouldn't be able to meet for some time. Returning home, Bai Yi washed up and went straight to bed. Early the next morning, Bai Yi woke up unusually early. As agreed, this week's destination is the Skills Research Institute. Though there's not much work to do as an assistant researcher, still, one must show up at the institute. Changed into a white coat, tidied up my hair, and set off. The 4 colleges were distributed across different areas. The Skills Research Institute that Bai Yi was headed to was located on the eastern side of Tianfu University. After over half an hour's drive, he soon arrived at the institute's front gate. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he caught the attention of nearly everyone. These days, Bai Yi is quite the celebrity at Tianfu University. Several passers-by greeted him one after another. In good spirits, Bai Yi nodded in response. Good morning. What a wonderful day it is. The flowers are blooming, the birds are singing, students as lively as you should be rotting at home. Everyone found Bai Yi's peculiar way of greeting somewhat incomprehensible. Consequently, few came forward to strike up a conversation with Bai Yi. Enjoying the peace and quiet, Bai Yi followed the navigation to the dean's office, knocked on the door, and announced, Student Bai Yi reporting for duty. Come in. As they spoke, the door automatically opened. Inside, Nangong Yuan was sorting through documents at his desk. Upon seeing Bai Yi enter, he rose with a smile and moved to the sofa, saying, I've received the materials you sent yesterday. Here are your credentials. With that, Nangong Yuan took out a gold-edged work badge and handed it to Bai Yi, explaining, Our academy's access levels are divided into 9 tiers, ranging from smallest to largest, 9 being the highest and 1 the lowest. This work permit of yours grants you entry to any area with Tier 3 clearance or below. What's in it for me? Bai Yi asked, looking at the document. Nangong Yuan poured a cup of tea and smiled, saying, Our Skills Research Institute is an excellent place. We cover everything from the development and research of small-scale skills to the integration and creation of large-scale ones. Naturally, your skills can also undergo some level of modification or fusion using our instruments. Researching, modifying, or fusing skills requires materials and equipment. As long as you have the permissions, you can freely use the Institute's instruments and materials. Of course, you'll need to pay with academic credits. After all, the institute has to keep running. Bai Yi began to understand somewhat, but could his own skills be modified and fused? Could they be extracted and placed into skill scrolls as backup ammunition? If possible, these things would undoubtedly be useful to him. But if it doesn't work, it just feels kind of useless. Nangong Yuan seemed to notice Bai Yi's hesitation and smiled slightly, saying, "You're worried your skill can't undergo secondary modifications, aren't you? That's exactly the concern. Alright, then come with me." With that, Nangong Yuan stood up and walked toward the door. Though Bai Yi didn't know what was happening, he still followed along. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a place labeled as the Advanced Research Institute. This is the finest research facility in the academy, equipped with precious instruments capable of extracting galaxy-level skills. Care to give it a try? Yuan didn't press the matter further. Instead, he waited for Bai Yi's response. If I accidentally break the machine, I definitely couldn't afford to compensate for it. Deep down, Bai Yi truly wanted to give it a try. But, this instrument can only decipher the galaxy, while his skills reach far beyond the stars. What if the machine gets broken? Hey, there's no need to be so nervous, young Bai. If you manage to break it, I certainly won't make you pay, it's all on me. Nangong Yuan laughed while patting Bai Yi's shoulder. He actually had his own ulterior motives too. If we could really extract Bai Yi's skill, that would be absolutely amazing. Shall we give it a try? Let's do it. Nangong Yuan took out his credentials and opened the laboratory door. It was unusually quiet inside. There wasn't a single person. Only a few instruments lay silently where they were placed. Surprised? Nangong Yuan explained. Fewer than 5 people in the entire academy have access to this lab, mostly deputy deans. That's why it's so empty here. I'm quite honored then. Come, over here. Nangong Yuan walked to a piece of equipment, picked up a helmet and gestured. Put this helmet on, then use your skills on the dummy. Wait a moment. Bai Yi didn't follow every instruction blindly. Instead, he stared at the device for several seconds. Quite a high-end piece of equipment. Maybe we can test whether it can extract your skills. Bai Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Can this device really extract my abilities? This is truly wonderful news. If it can be extracted, that proves it can be used in countless ways. So what do you say, young Bai? Has your omniscience spotted anything? Nangong Yuan looked at Bai Yi with a cheerful smile. He recognized Bai Yi's talent and valued this very ability. That's why he made an exception to recruit Bai Yi as an assistant researcher. No problem, I believe you'll succeed. Bai Yi grinned, putting on his helmet. I'm ready. Alright, then I'll start deploying the dummy. Nangong Yuan's fingers danced as he rapidly pressed a series of buttons on the machine. Soon, a dummy appeared in front of Bai Yi. Someone, protect His Majesty. Beep beep beep. In an instant, alarm sirens echoed throughout the laboratory. Visible to the naked eye, electrical arcs burst from Bai Yi's testing machine. The temperature of the instrument began to rise continuously. No way. This thing can even extract galaxy tier skills. Degree. At this moment, Nangong Yuan became flustered. The cost of this instrument exceeded 1 million academic credits. Its value is simply immeasurable. If it breaks, we're utterly screwed. Yet no matter how hard Nangong Yuan tried, he couldn't prevent the equipment from disintegrating. Sparks had already begun erupting from several components. Obviously, it's about to explode. Just having taken off his helmet, Bai Yi stared blankly at the smoking equipment. Didn't omniscience say it wouldn't break? How could it end up like this? Is it malfunctioning? Suddenly, Bai Yi reacted instantly. Wait, it seems the omniscient one only said we could give it a try, not that it would definitely succeed. Sigma, winky face. No good, I can only salvage the data from this session. Nangong Yuan waved his hand and swiftly caught the flaming instrument in his grasp. With a flicker of movement, he appeared outside and hurled it violently into the sky. Degree, bang. 5 seconds later, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. The precious instrument worth millions in academic credits transformed into a splendid firework display in the sky. For the new students just entering school, a new chapter begins. Chapter 70, Extracting Skills, Assistant Researcher Bai Yi. Nangong Yuan plopped down onto the ground. Watching the scattered fragments of instruments falling apart, his composure completely shattered. Back then, to purchase this instrument, he had to take out a loan of hundreds of thousands of credits from Qin Tianfu just to get his hands on it. Now, there were still 8 years of loan payments left on this device, and now it's been reduced to ashes just like this. How could this not wrench his heart? Bai Yi was also left speechless. He had just said there wouldn't be any problems. Yet in the blink of an eye, it exploded. Well, this is just ridiculous. He coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment and said, Dean, please accept my condolences. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. You must keep your eyes on the prize. I believe you can get through this. Nangong Yuan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to punch someone. Is this a case of out with the old, in with the new? I'd really love to buy a new one. The question is, can I actually afford it? Nangong Yuan sighed and stood up. Forget it. At least your data is safe now. As he spoke, he pulled a chip from his pocket. Simply place it into the corresponding instrument, and you can simulate the content recorded in the chip. This allows for improvements and integration to be made on that foundation. Nangong Yuan examined it briefly and widened his eyes in disbelief. Shockingly, there was absolutely no information inside. How could there be nothing? Could this skill of yours surpass Star River grade? To be honest, I don't know the exact level of this skill either. I only know its grade is marked with a question mark. Apart from Elder Qin and my parents, only a few know about it, now including Headmaster here. Bai Yi didn't hide the truth. After all, Nangong Yuan's favorability toward him was quite high. Moreover, because he had accidentally damaged the equipment, he still felt somewhat guilty. You little brat, you should have said so earlier? Nangong Yuan was on the verge of tears. If only he had known this would be the outcome. He definitely wouldn't have let Bai Yi test it then. But upon reflection, Bai Yi had refused at first. Seems like the responsibility lies entirely on our side. Ah well, out with the old, in with the new. Nangong Yuan looked at the wreckage scattered across the floor and consoled himself. I originally planned to have you accompany me to class, but now I've got more pressing matters to attend to. Let me think. Today you should go with the other instructors to teach the freshmen. I'm fine. Bai Yi nodded in agreement without refusal. Soon, Nangong Yuan brought Bai Yi to a faculty office and solemnly announced, "This is someone I believe everyone already knows, Bai Yi, champion of the freshman competition. Starting today, he will be our assistant researcher." Bai Yi scratched his head and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Clap clap clap. A round of applause broke out in the office. Though they weren't physically present during Bai Yi's incident, they had all watched it through other means, so they were quite familiar with what happened. But combat talent is one thing. Does he truly have innate ability in skill research? Everyone present harbored some degree of skepticism. I always felt Nangong Yuan had some ulterior motive for exceptionally promoting Bai Yi directly to assistant researcher. Who's in charge of welcoming the newcomers this week? Nangong Yuan was well aware of their thoughts, but these were things Bai Yi needed to prove for himself, so he didn't say anything more. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s raised her hand and said, "I'll be leading the new students this week." Bai Yi followed the voice and saw a woman with very small eyes. But what caught Bai Yi's attention wasn't her nearly slit-like eyes, it was the affection meter that appeared above her head. It's just extremely green. Looking at this less than 40 favorability rating, Bai Yi didn't need to guess to know the other party held some resentment toward him. So it's Teacher Lin. Nangong Yuan introduced to Bai Yi, "This is our academy's intermediate researcher, Teacher Lin Liu. For the next few days, you'll be working with her to tutor the new students. Teacher Lin, I look forward to working with you." Although the other party's favorability was quite low, Bai Yi still extended his hand to show his friendliness. However, Lin Liu clearly didn't see it that way. She cast a faint glance at Bai Yi's hand before saying sarcastically, "Assistant Bai, here you should address me as Researcher Lin. And while your talent in combat is impressive, this is the Skills Research Institute. I hope you'll approach your studies with humility and avoid becoming overly confident." The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The other professors in the office were all waiting to see how this joke would play out. Lin Liu was famously outspoken and action-oriented in the office. With the dean still present, they treated Bai Yi like this. One could only imagine how much harder Bai Yi's days would become after the dean left. But who was Bai Yi, after all? Equally a difficult one to handle. Upon hearing Lin Liu's words, he didn't get angry either. Withdrawing his hand, he smiled faintly and said, "Teacher Lin is right, but I'd like to share a secret with you. I wonder if I should." "Go ahead. No need to play mysterious games." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Are you sure you want me to say it in front of everyone?" Lin Liu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat at Bai Yi's expression. After a moment's thought, she leaned closer and said, "Go ahead. Your situation with that teacher Zhou. I don't think I need to elaborate, do I?" Lin Liu. She instinctively glanced at Zhou Di not far away, profoundly grateful that she hadn't let Bai Yi say it out loud in public. Otherwise, things would have blown up terribly. For no other reason than both she and Zhou Di were married. Lin Liu's attitude softened slightly as she looked at Bai Yi and asked, "How did you know?" Bai Yi grinned and pointed to his head, saying, "Nothing can be hidden from me, so teacher won't question my abilities anymore, right? Alright, make sure you don't breathe a word about this. I won't make trouble for you. Don't worry, I'm not like you, teacher, enjoying tearing families apart." Lin Liu. Bai Yi smiled meaningfully before extending his hand again. "Looking forward to working with you, Professor Lin," he said. Lin Liu gave an awkward laugh and shook Bai Yi's hand. "No wonder Dean Nangong thinks so highly of you. I'm sure you'll be promoted to a full researcher in no time." The crowd. Lin Liu's sudden change in attitude left everyone rather curious. What exactly did Bai Yi say? that managed to turn Lin Liu, who was originally so hostile, into such a fawning and flattering person. But clearly, it was a little secret between the two of them. Although Bai Yi found their behavior contemptible, this was, after all, someone else's private affair, and he wouldn't actually go around spreading gossip. After winning his debut match, he followed Lin Liu to the freshman classroom. Chapter 71, Getting Ahead Through Connections? I'll give you some solid arguments. Fourth update. Bai Yi, does this talent of yours really know everything? On the way to the classroom, Lin Liu gradually changed her opinion of Bai Yi. Her favorability rating soared from below 40 to 60. For no other reason than Bai Yi hadn't exposed her secret just now. That was a huge plus. Of course not. I'd never met you before, so how could I possibly know anything about you? How about you handle today's freshman orientation lesson instead? Lin Liu pondered and said, the freshman orientation lesson carries credits. Each newcomer needs to pay a small amount of credits for us to answer their questions about skills. If you're willing to take over, I can transfer all the credits from this session to you. Oh, Bai Yi became interested. After all, nobody ever complains about having too many credits. He looked at Lin Liu with some confusion and said, then if you're handing it over to me, what will you be doing? I'll be watching from the sidelines. To be honest, this kind of reception work for new students is boring and earns very few credits. With this time, I'd rather go to the research institute and develop another skill, that way, I can sell more credits. I see. Bai Yi nodded understandingly, pondered for a moment, and then said, alright then, I'll take over this lecture. If Professor Lin notices anything I say incorrectly, please don't hesitate to point it out. Even with the help of the omniscient and omnipotent, embarrassing situations like the one this morning are still hard to avoid. No problem, leave it to me. Soon, the two arrived at the classroom. Unlike other academies, there were no class divisions here. With its high requirements and not being a main combat academy, the Skills Research Academy had relatively few applicants. However, those who can make it here possess exceptionally unique minds, or should we say, extraordinary talent. When Bai Yi and Lin Liu entered the classroom, fewer than 100 people were seated inside. Bai Yi cleared his throat softly and said, good morning, class. The entire class. Everyone is quite familiar with Bai Yi. But, what's with him standing on the podium? Ahem, let me introduce everyone. I'm Lin Liu, the intermediate researcher. As for this person, Lin Liu smiled and gestured towards him. There's no need for introductions. Bai Yi is now an assistant researcher at our Skill Research Institute. He'll be leading your classes this entire week. Teacher, not that we doubt the institute's judgment, but while Bai may be unmatched in combat, skill research, is he really up to the task? Yes, we're here to learn how to modify and develop skills, not how to fight. Maybe teacher, you should be the one guiding us instead. Same thought here. Bai, you might be strong, but in this area we might actually be better than you. Stop fooling around and return the podium to Teacher Lin, okay? For a moment, the whole class erupted in a cacophony of discussions and debates. Yet Bai Yi on the podium showed no anger, simply speaking calmly, the fact that I, Bai Yi, stand here means I'm qualified to answer your questions. If you doubt it, feel free to challenge me anytime. The students in the front row glanced at each other, until one boy stood up and took the lead, saying, well, Bai classmate, let me ask you. Hold on, you should address me as Teacher Bai, not Bai classmate. Your attitude is highly inappropriate, so I don't wish to answer your question. Sit down. Bai Yi spoke indifferently, completely disregarding the astonished looks from the rest of the class. Respecting teachers and valuing education, the first lesson in class was teaching them how to respect him. The boy glanced at Bai Yi, then turned his gaze to Lin Liu, who remained silent. Clearly aware that Bai Yi's words were serious, there was no choice but to pay for their own recklessness, silently sitting down without another word. Meanwhile, another female student seemed to have learned the lesson, standing up and respectfully asking, Professor Bai, I have a question that I hope you can clarify for me. Now that's the right attitude. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Please go ahead, student. How can two skills with different attributes be combined to unleash even greater power? Are you sure that's a good question? Bai Yi smiled faintly. Girl, how is this not a good question? Bai Yi, very well. First off, you didn't specify which attributes are involved. As everyone knows, the ground has poor conductivity. If you're asking how to combine earth and lightning attributes to enhance their power, then I suggest you go back and retake the introductory course, Elemental Fundamentals. The girl said, you're probably right. I'm sorry, teacher. I spoke without thinking it through. No worries, take your time to think before asking. Bai Yi continued asking, does anyone else have questions? Teacher, I have a question. A bespectacled young man, somewhat shy, raised his hand. This time it wasn't a student from the front row, but one sitting in the very last row. Bai Yi raised his hand and said, go ahead. Teacher, I want to know if wind element skills can be combined with fire element skills to create even more powerful abilities. Look at this. Bai Yi tapped the lectern approvingly. Now this is what I call hitting the heart of the matter. Same topic, but why is this student's question so much more focused than others? Starting today, glasses here, you're the class monitor. The whole class. Glasses, thank you, teacher. Sigma, asterisk. I.e., alright, I should also give you some real substance now, so you won't think I got this position through connections. Everyone was secretly thinking, you're exactly that. With that, Bai turned to Lin Liu beside him and said, I can't learn normal skills, Teacher Lin knows this, so I'll need you to prepare bronze tier wind and fire elemental skill books for me. I'm going to create a brand new skill right here on the spot. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone thought Bai was bluffing, including Lin Liu. Knowing the theory and putting it into practice were entirely different matters. Are you sure? Lin Liu asked again for confirmation. If she ended up in an embarrassing situation later, there would truly be nothing she could do about it. Don't worry, Teacher Lin, I know my limits. Bai raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. Lin Liu could say nothing more upon seeing this and heaved a sigh. He beckoned everyone to follow him toward the research institute. P.S. Some readers felt the original version made the protagonist appear too petty, so it was revised. Apologies for the messy comments. Chapter 72, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A large group of people marched toward the newborn research institute. Lin Liu opened the laboratory door and led Bai to a device. This is a simulator, you won't need to use your skills inside. Just simulate it with willpower, that should do it. I should give it a try. These instruments were still quite unfamiliar to Bai. On top of that, having just blown up the most expensive one that morning, he now carried a shadow of fear in his heart. After confirming that omniscience and omnipotence could indeed be utilized, only then did Bai put on the helmet and begin the simulation. Truth be told, creating skills wasn't particularly difficult. As long as you understood all the characteristics of a skill, you could essentially reconstruct it from scratch. Bai selected two skills, Great Gale, and Fire Breathing Technique. These two skills were quite common among bronze tier skills. As for their power, they weren't particularly outstanding. The damage output typically fluctuated between 100 to 200 points during testing. This damage point serves as the base metric for evaluating the quality of every skill. Bronze skills typically fall below 500 points. Silver skills remain under 1,500 points. Gold skills stay below 3,000 points. Wait a moment. What Bai needs to do now is to fuse these two skills together and create a silver tier damage technique. As Bai manipulated the controls, a simulation appeared on the large screen. Involuntarily, everyone took several steps backward. For no other reason, if skills are recklessly fused, the instrument will explode. They certainly didn't want to pay for Bai's mistake. Even Lin Liu couldn't help but nervously remind Bai, be extra careful during the fusion. The slightest misstep could cause skill rejection, leading to a massive explosion. I know, stay quiet and don't disturb me. Bai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Everyone knows it's prone to explosions, yet someone keeps yapping on the side. What a pig-headed teammate. Ignoring Lin Liu, Bai continued focusing intently on maneuvering the two skills closer. Two glowing spheres representing skills began to tremble incessantly. The spheres kept drawing closer, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. By all reasoning, this was merely a bronze-level skill synthesis, something that shouldn't have made everyone so tense and expectant. But the problem lay precisely with Bai. You should know that synthesizing bronze-level skills is something even ordinary junior researchers rarely succeed at on their first attempt. It entirely requires vast knowledge reserves and numerous simulation practices before being attempted in classroom experiments. Yet Bai, with absolutely no prior experience, just went ahead with the hands-on operation. This left everyone both terrified of an explosion and curious. Could Bai actually succeed on his first try? This man who created miracles in the freshman competition, can he also forge legends in different fields? The sphere of light drew nearer. They were almost merging into one. But those with basic knowledge all understood. This is also the moment when failure is most likely to occur. The vast majority of people become careless just as they are about to succeed. A slight lapse in concentration leads to ultimate failure. Including Lin Liu, all 90 people in the research institute held their breath. Their entire bodies pressed against the door, as if ready to bolt at the slightest sign of danger. Bai caught their terrified expressions from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips upward. Seizing the moment when the light spheres merged together, he shouted urgently, "Danger! Get down now! Explosion! Mom, I want to go home. Whoa, I don't want to die, I still have a few hundred yuan left to pay on Huabei." Almost everyone had flattened themselves on the ground. They curled up their bodies, cursing with their eyes tightly shut. What's more, some even used those in front as human shields. However, after a few seconds, the explosion they had imagined never came. Instead, they saw a man in white robes, holding his hands out as if lifting something, and saying with a cheerful smile, "All beloved ministers, please rise quickly." The crowd. Bai, did you succeed? Lin Liu awkwardly picked herself up from the ground. Just moments ago, she had been one of those using others as human shields. Bai Yi smiled and said, "Of course. Look at the big screen." On the large screen, the two glowing orbs that were there before had now vanished. In their place was left only a single red orb, larger than those before it. Judging by the color, everyone could guess it was a fire attribute skill. Lin Liu stared at Bai Yi in a daze. She never expected that Bai Yi would actually succeed. With just one attempt, he had merged two completely unfamiliar skills into one, creating an entirely new skill. As a researcher, she excitedly approached the equipment and imported the data into a blank skill stone. Before long, Lin Liu held in her hand a skill stone shimmering with fiery light. Lin Liu handed the skill stone to Bai Yi and said, "You're truly a genius. Let's quickly test how powerful it is." Bai Yi toyed with the skill stone in his hand and smiled, saying, "Class president, this one's yours to test." Class monitor Chen Rui was somewhat surprised when suddenly called upon. This was a silver tier skill after all. Who'd have thought Bai Yi would just give it away like that? This left the other classmates utterly green with envy. Under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone, Chen Rui approached Bai Yi and said, "Teacher, are you really giving this to me?" "Of course, this skill was made specifically for you," Bai Yi replied with a smile. Skill stones also come in many different types. The two most direct categories among them are melee and ranged. During class earlier, Bai Yi noticed that Chen Rui's profession was a mage. That's why he deliberately fused the skills into a long-range attack type. As for why he chose Chen Rui, adults don't need any particular reason for their actions, simply because he liked the look of him. Chen Rui didn't stand on ceremony either. After giving a bow, he absorbed the skill stone. "Teacher Lin, could you please release the training dummy?" "All right." As the training dummy was deployed, everyone eagerly anticipated just how powerful Bai Yi's newly integrated skill would be. Chen Rui closed his eyes to concentrate for a moment. His hands began forming seals in less than 3 seconds. An intense, scorching heat radiated from his body. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. With a loud roar from Chen Rui, a blast of scorching flames erupted from his mouth. It struck the test dummy with pinpoint accuracy. 1153, 1262, 1075. Test concluded. Appraisal result, range type silver tier skill, damage range 1075 to 1262, tier classification, upper middle grade, suitable for all non-melee professions. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. To create such a high damage skill on their first fusion attempt, even close combat classes shouldn't use it, but even priests can. This is simply too outrageous. Chapter 73, National Freshman Exchange Tournament, hosted by Tianfu University. There are only two main points to fusion skills. First, an extreme understanding of skills. Second, possessing formidable mental strength is required. For Bai Yi, who is omniscient and omnipotent, understanding skills is hardly any difficulty at all. With practically just a glance, he can discern all the information about a skill. The only thing hindering him was spiritual power. Despite being just a silver rank skill, Bai Yi's spiritual power nearly proved insufficient during the fusion process. Given his current spiritual power, fusing silver rank skills was already at his limit. As for gold ranked ones, better not consider that for now. As for why it's named Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, it was simply a bit of mischievous whimsy. After all, in the previous life, the Great Fireball Technique was jokingly called the Immortality Technique. It almost never managed to kill an enemy. Since it coincidentally also enhanced firepower through wind, Bai Yi simply named it that during the creation process. Bai Yi, do you plan to handle the data of this skill stone yourself, or leave it to the academy to process? Lin Liu rushed excitedly to Bai Yi's side, her impression of him now completely transformed. This was no mere beneficiary of connections advancing through favors, he was clearly a rare research genius. What's the difference? Bai Yi asked, perplexed. If you handle it yourself, you'll need to list it for sale on the official marketplace. If you choose to leave the data with the academy, we'll take care of the promotion and sales, though the academy will take a 5% commission, and you'll also gain access level upgrades. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before saying, I'll leave the materials with the school. I can't be bothered to deal with this myself. Selling it myself could save that 5%, but it's just too much hassle. I'd rather spend that time running a dungeon or something. And I genuinely need to upgrade my privileges to access higher-level research facilities. Only then can I develop more advanced skills. Alright, I'll take you to handle the paperwork after class. Lin Liu eagerly volunteered to take care of this trivial task. Bai Yi didn't seem to mind, merely stating calmly, for students in our class, anyone who wants to purchase this skill only needs to pay 2 credit points, consider it a benefit from your teacher. Hooray, Teacher Bai is amazing. Upon hearing this, all the classmates in the room became wildly excited. A silver tier skill for just 2 credit points? You can still buy it even if it doesn't suit you. Resell it, and you can easily make a dozen credits or more. Almost everyone bought a copy without hesitation. As for Bai Yi, since it was his own promotion, he ended up tearfully raking in a whopping 192 credits. Originally priced at 15 points, probably only 7 or 8 people would buy it. This wave of promotional discounts had everyone stocking up on a copy. This move stunned even Lin Liu, who was standing nearby. It seems excellence truly isn't empty boasting. At least in terms of business acumen, I couldn't hope to catch up. Alright, everyone practice on your own. If you don't understand something, ask the class monitor. If you still don't get it after that, then come ask me. After this demonstration, no one questioned Bai Yi's qualifications to be their teacher anymore. Instead, they all held Bai Yi in the highest esteem, simply because Bai Yi had gifted them a silver tier skill at the beginning of the school term. At dusk, Bai Yi, having finished a day of classes, had just returned to the residential area. There, at the entrance, stood the figure of Qin Tianfu. I thought you'd be waiting for me right in my room. Nonsense. No matter what, I still have to respect a student's privacy. Last time you didn't say that. Bai Yi rolled his eyes and opened the door to enter. You old man never visit without a reason. Let's hear what business brought you here. So there really is something. Qin Tianfu made himself at home without ceremony, pouring a glass of water and taking a sip before saying, here's the deal. In half a month, the annual freshman exchange tournament will begin. It's a yearly tradition. This year it happens to be held at our place. Our school hasn't taken first place in a long time. Then let's keep being number 2. Enough nonsense with me. Win first place, and besides the tournament rewards, I'll give you an extra 1,000 credits. Bai Yi straightened his posture, looking somewhat angrily at Qin Tianfu and said, Old Qin, this is somewhat humiliating to me. Qin Tianfu, 1,200 credit points. Bai Yi, are you not aware that Tsinghua University is the top university in the country? Although I don't usually pay attention to the news, as far as I know, Tsinghua University alone has admitted 3 SSS-level potential super geniuses this year in the college entrance examination. How are we supposed to win this battle? Qin Tianfu, 1,400 credit points. Bai Yi, this isn't about academic credits at all, it's about losing face. If we lose, it's not just my reputation on the line, but the entire university's. Qin Tianfu, 2,000 credits. Are you in or not? Bai Yi grinned mischievously. Old Qin, there was absolutely no need for your courtesy. I already told you this goes beyond credits. After all, I'm now officially part of Tianfu University. The institution's matters are my responsibility. Bai Yi's, it's only right to teach those arrogant blowhards a lesson. Qin Tianfu chuckled and shook his head. So by that logic, you're saying you don't want the credits after all? That won't do. Without academic credits as motivation, I'd lose all drive to perform. What if I end up losing without that push? I'd be mortified beyond belief. Credit points received, plus 1,000. Qin Tianfu, consider this a deposit. You'll get the rest when you take first place. You really know the ropes, Elder Qin. This old man has already laid it out. We're selecting a team of 6 for the competition. Apart from you and Su Ruwashi, the rest are entirely yours to choose. This time, Qin Tianfu was essentially giving Bai Yi complete authority. And what about the competition specifics? The competition is divided into 2 parts, individual competition and wilderness survival. You must achieve first place in each event to accomplish a true Grand Slam. Bai Yi, so, the first place you mentioned earlier means winning both events? Did you really think my credits would be so easy to earn? Qin Tianfu chuckled and took a sip of water. After all those extra decades of living, you're still too green to try and trick me. Bai Yi sighed. Indeed, he was still too young. When facing an old fox like Qin Tianfu, there's just no way to gain the upper hand. Is my privilege ready to use yet? I'm planning to head to the Silver Dungeon. Since I aim to take 2 first places, my current level is definitely not enough. Not only that, but divine power must also be accumulated by hunting monsters. So he plans to run a few dungeons before the competition begins to level up. Silver tier won't work, only bronze tier is allowed. And you can't exceed level 10 by competition day, otherwise you'll be disqualified, Qin Tianfu reminded. Bronze then, I get it. Bai Yi nodded slightly, not paying too much attention. Although bronze dungeons offer fewer rewards, they don't encounter level scaling issues. On the other hand, a single run through the silver dungeon would probably push you past level 10. Chapter 74 Team Selection, The Strongest Genius Wu Dalong. The next day, Bai Yi spent an entire day shuttling between 2 academies, carefully selecting his team members. While lying in bed last night, a question had been nagging at him. Does potential truly represent everything? Apart from the overpowered attribute bonuses brought by someone like Su Ruwashi with SSS grade potential, the difference between S grade and SS grade doesn't seem particularly significant. In fact, a talented S grade potential professional like Huang Lu can be more troublesome than an SS grade potential one like Lin Ba. To be honest, some SS grade freshmen don't have particularly outstanding talents beyond their high potential. Take Linpa for example, his vocation is that of a wood element mage, yet his innate skill is chain attack, which suits physical fighters much better. The effect is straightforward, the more hits in a combo, the greater the damage. Not entirely useless, granted, but it barely synergizes with his actual build. Then consider Huang Lu's Truth and Lies. That single ability alone could practically turn someone into a cheat code. With his decision made, Bai Yi already had his candidate in mind. Apart from Su Ruoshi and Zhang Daxian, who were mandatory selections, the remaining three were Huang Lu with S-grade potential, Chen Yanxin with SS-grade potential, and Singed with S-grade potential. When Bai Yi submitted this list, both Yi Yanhu and Kobu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why choose two candidates with S-grade potential when there were so many with SS-grade potential available? Those unchosen SS-level prodigies believed Bai Yi had ulterior motives and collectively voiced their protests. After all, without participating in the competition, they couldn't earn academic credits or rewards. To this, Bai Yi offered no further explanation. Instead, he let his actions prove the correctness of his judgment. He set up a challenge arena, inviting them to take on all four members except himself and Su Ruoshi. The results were unexpected. Bai Yi's team members all emerged victorious. Even Huang Lu and Singed, those two freshmen with S-rank potential, successfully defeated their respective opponents. In the end, everyone respected Bai Yi's decision. Captain, Bai Yi, profession, bystander. Vice Captain, Su Ruoshi, profession, magic swordsman. Team member, Zhang Daxian, profession, dragon armor warrior. Member, Chen Yanxin, class, silver moon assassin. Member, Huang Lu, class, magician. Member, Singed, class, worm master. Thus, the roster for Tianfu University's National Freshman Exchange Tournament is confirmed. In the following days, Bai Yi attended classes while making time to lead everyone through the bronze dungeons, ensuring that all those who hadn't visited Tianfu Tower cleared the 10th floor at least once. Given everyone's current level and attributes, they practically steamrolled through the bronze dungeons. As a result, the rewards were meager, serving only as routine training. Yet within 7 days, the entire team managed to reach level 9. Among them, Bai Yi's own attribute points reached a total of 132 across all attributes. Of these, 3 points came from natural level-ups, while the remaining 10 free attribute points were additional rewards from the dungeon. Due to having previously achieved an SSS rank clear, the rewards were halved starting from the second attempt. Later on, there were no additional rewards at all. But Bai Yi wasn't particularly concerned either, since the main income from dungeon runs was divine power. After 7 days of frenzied grinding, his divine power had reached 22,000 points. Still 8,000 points short of the 30,000 point mark. Time flashed by, and finally, the day before the competition arrived. That evening, Bai Yi and the other 5 gathered together. According to Elder Qin, the competing teams from various universities have already arrived tonight. All universities ranked in the top 100 have sent their teams, and the competition will begin directly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Bai Yi said. EGE, what exactly is tomorrow's competition about? Chen Yanxin immediately asked. Bai Yi, the first event is individual matches, followed by a survival test in the secret realm. As the host institution, Tianfu University naturally aims for the championship in all categories. The rules for the individual matches are simple. Each of us 6 will compete in 10 placement matches. After eliminating a group based on performance, the draw for one-on-one battles will commence. Singed, that's great. With Brothery here, we're practically guaranteed to win. Bai Yi, you're oversimplifying it. Individual matches are one thing. The Secret Realm Survival Challenge relies on teamwork and overall strength. Zhang Daxian, hehe, with you and Ruoshi on our team, it's practically impossible for our school to lose. Su Ruoshi, don't be so sure. I've researched this. 3 freshmen from Tsinghua University also challenged the Tier 6 Golden Skill release. They're formidable opponents. One of them even executed 2 Golden Skills consecutively. Released 2 Golden Skills in a row? Everyone was stunned. What kind of genius was this? It was already astonishing enough to release a golden skill at level 6, but this person could actually release 2 consecutively? What kind of extraordinary talent must he possess for his body to endure such a feat? You should know that using a gold tier skill below its required level places an immense burden on the body. Just look at Su Ruoshi's trembling hands from that time. Even though she was immune to lightning, she could barely withstand the violent energy. You must be talking about Wu Daolong, the younger son of Tsinghua University's president. When Bai Yi mentioned this person, his brow furrowed with gravity. As the main person in charge of this competition, Bai Yi had collected information about the ace players from various universities early on. Among them, this Wu Daolong was the one Bai Yi feared most. That's right, him. If I were to face him, although I hate to admit it, I'd most likely lose. Su Ruoshi's sense of inferiority and Bai Yi's grim expression left everyone in silence. If even Su Ruoshi admitted defeat, who among them could possibly win? They could only pray that Bai Yi would be the one to face him. The atmosphere was palpably heavy. Bai Yi clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention and said, "No need to worry. Since Wu Daolong is Tsinghua Beida's ace, I'll handle him. Your targets are the aces from other schools, believe you won't lose to anyone." As he spoke, Bai Yi pulled out several pieces of equipment from his backpack and placed them on the table. These are custom made for you by Ruoshi and me these past few days. Each one has plus 25 attributes, that's 5 points higher than even the best silver tier gear out there. Chen Yangxin, thanks, E. This dagger suits me perfectly, plus 25 agility is seriously awesome. Huang Lu, Why do these all lack class restrictions and even have reduced equip requirements? This is incredible. Cinched, broy, just for this free gear you're giving us today, we've got to fight our hardest. All three of them happily picked out their own equipment. Only Zhang Daxian remained unmoved. Watching the trio's jubilant expressions, he sighed and shook his head. These people still don't understand Bai Yi free gifts? That's simply impossible. Sure enough, after they had all finished selecting their equipment, Bai Yi said with a cheerful smile, seeing how satisfied you are makes me happy too. So now, let's calculate the price. The trio, @_. Such exceptional silver-grade equipment, 20 credits per piece is quite reasonable, isn't it? Each of you picked 4 items, so that totals 80 credits. Would you like to pay now, or do you need an installment plan? Bai Yi flashed a harmless smile and said, of course, our shop also offers 0 down payment services. You'd only need to repay 5 credit points per month. Sigma? ***. Everyone. Chapter 75 You're telling me what to do. Bonus Chapter 4. In the end, the three of them still paid the 80 credit points. Although Bai Yi's prices were high, the attributes truly spoke for themselves. Only today did they learn one thing, that trying to take advantage of Bai Yi was futile. After chatting for a while, they all went home to rest. As for Bai Yi, seeing it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, he opened the anywhere door to make a quick trip home. The next day, Bai Yi woke up early that morning. As the team leader for this event, he needed to arrive ahead of time to draw the competitors' number tags. After putting on sunglasses, changing clothes and completing his disguise, Bai Yi headed out. As the host of this competition, Xin Tianfu had truly spared no effort in preparation. Not only was the campus adorned with all kinds of banners and streamers, but even the competition area had been redesigned to accommodate a larger audience. Because this match was no longer confined to the institution, it was now open to the entire nation. In Tianfu City alone, many citizens had come to watch. Media outlets from all over the country swarmed Tianfu University, conducting live broadcasts and interviews. As Bai Yi approached the entrance of the Villa District, he saw numerous reporters lingering outside, aggressively stopping anyone in sight with their cameras and microphones. Many students heading out had already been intercepted for brief interviews. Before he could react, a female journalist thrust her microphone in front of Bai Yi and asked, "Hello, student. We're reporters from Qingbei TV. Could you spare a moment to answer a few questions?" "Not convenient. I took care of that this morning already." The female reporter. Bai Yi had no intention of dealing with these journalists. He simply waved them off and turned to leave. But the reporters weren't about to let him go so easily. They trailed closely behind, relentlessly pressing on, "Young man, since you live in the Villa District, you must be someone of some standing. Could you share your thoughts on Bai Yi, the team leader of this year's freshman competition?" Hearing the question, Bai Yi halted and smiled faintly. "You're asking for my opinion, right? Or do you see anyone else here?" The female reporter smiled. This person was finally willing to stop and talk for a moment. But before she could prepare herself, Bai Yi stuck out his rear end and laughed. "I can see with my butt. Wanna take a look?" Reporter. Ha 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 ha. The other reporters nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. Journalists from Qingbei TV station have always been arrogant as hell. Who would have thought they'd hit a snag with a student today? The female reporter was clearly annoyed and snapped impatiently, "This is a nationwide live broadcast. Student, mind your manners." "Huh? Are you teaching Lin Ba how to do things?" Bai Yi snorted coldly and said, "Go ahead and complain about me to the school authorities if you dare. I, Lin Ba, can't stand trash like you from Tsinghua University. By the way, go tell your team members that I, Big Brother Bai Yi, will absolutely crush your Tsinghua team today." "Fine, Lin Ba, right? I'll go report you to the school right now." Asterisk. With that, the female reporter stormed off angrily, dragging the cameraman along with her. She couldn't stay in this place anymore. After this incident, nobody would dare trouble Bai Yi unless they had a death wish. Bai Yi effortlessly overcame all obstacles and arrived at the competition venue, the Great Bird's Nest. This was the brand new arena Qin Tianfu had constructed last year for the martial competitions. It is said to be capable of accommodating up to 300,000 spectators at once. After swiping his ID, Bai Yi arrived at a conference room. Here, the captains from various universities were already gathered. The moment Bai Yi entered, all eyes turned to this highly praised individual. The champion of Tianfu University's freshman tournament, the genius assassin, the strongest dark horse with mere F-level potential, Bai Yi. These titles weren't just circulating within Tianfu University. Professors from various institutions were using them to warn their students to be wary of this individual. Now face to face with the legend himself, some couldn't contain their excitement. The captain of Qingbei University's team, Wu Dalong, was the first to approach Bai Yi, extending his hand. Pleased to meet you, fellow student. I'm Wu Dalong from Qingbei University. I know, Wu Dalong, right? Was your mother Pan Jinlian by any chance? How did you know my mother was Pan Jinlian? Bai Yi smiled. It's just a shame your father wasn't Wu Song. Wu Dalong, well, my father's original name was actually Wu Song, but he later changed it to Wu Ziki. Bai Yi? Wow, what a coincidence. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, sizing up Wu Dalong carefully. The man was handsome, with a neatly cropped crew cut and deep, chiseled features that gave him an almost mixed-race look, not quite typical of someone from the East. But seeing that metaphorical thunderstorm brewing above his head, Bai Yi knew Wu Dalong wasn't exactly thrilled to meet him. Instead of reaching out for a handshake, he smiled faintly and said, "You said you're happy to meet me. Just how happy are you?" Wu Dalong, I'm just happy. Bai Yi, your happiness comes too soon. Wu Dalong, oh, I was just being polite. Bai Yi, what a coincidence, I was just teasing. Wu Dalong, then let's cut the pleasantries and jokes. How about we get to know each other genuinely? Bai Yi, I make keys. Are you worthy? Wu Dalong, I'm a fortune teller. What about you? What kind of thing are you? Bai Yi, I've studied fortune telling too, but I just can't figure out what the hell you are. This round, Bai Yi was operating on a whole other level. Wu Dalong felt thoroughly embarrassed by this remark and could only sit back down with a cold snort. You're quite amusing. I hope your skills can back up that mouth of yours. Let me give you some advice since you love showing off so much. Why don't you just go be a pair of underpants? Wu Dalong, just you wait. Oh absolutely, I'm waiting. Bai Yi shrugged with a chuckle and took a seat on the chair. Wu Dalong's favorability toward him was rock bottom, to put it simply, outright hostile. There was no need to spare him any courtesy. After this scene, the meeting room became eerily quiet. No one dared to speak, everyone knew Wu Dalong was in a rage. If anyone accidentally said something to upset this big shot, wouldn't they be risking becoming an instant trash bag for no reason? Fortunately, this tense atmosphere didn't last too long. A few minutes later, Yi Yanhu, representing Tianfu University's administration, arrived at the conference room and said, "Everyone is here now. Please input your team members' information into the program on the table. One important note, those assigned to the ace position won't encounter other universities' aces during the first phase." As he spoke, a small screen appeared before each person. It displayed 6 positions. These consisted of the ace position followed by positions 1 through 5. Just write down each team member's name separately. Without hesitation, almost everyone immediately began filling them in. Ace players won't face opposing aces during the first stage. This rule is designed to ensure participants from weaker universities can preserve more of their seeds of hope to the greatest extent possible in the initial phase. Of course, if you can't even survive under these conditions, well, you've only got yourself to blame. Bai Yi also wrote his name on the ace position of the panel. Several minutes later, seeing that everyone had finished filling it out, Yi Yanhu retracted the screen on the table, handing each participant a corresponding number tag as he said, "These are your number tags. On-site matching will be randomized later. Now, everyone, please head to your respective lounges. The competition officially begins in half an hour." Chapter 76. You wouldn't have the heart to hit me, right, Gigi? The giant bird's nest. 8:15 a.m. The entire perimeter of the arena was packed with crowds. The clamor of gongs, the crush of bodies, the crackling of firecrackers, and declarations of love and unending cacophony. 200,000 to 300,000 people crowded and jostled against each other, with occasional pushing and shoving breaking out. Fortunately, Shio Kaiga had already arrived with his security team to maintain order on site. This prevented any truly serious incidents from occurring. Bai Yi stepped out of the meeting room and looked through the window at the packed spectator stands outside. He couldn't help but sigh at just how many wealthy people there still were in this world. Out of curiosity, he checked the ticket prices in the morning. For the seats farthest from the arena, Zone E, a single ticket cost between 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, for the closest seats to the arena, Zone A single ticket was being scalped for 5 to 10 million gold coins. A rough calculation showed that just from ticket sales alone, Qin Tianfu could earn hundreds of thousands of academic credit points. Think again about the credits he promised me. Total ripoff. Snapping out of his thoughts, Bai Yi arrived at the Tianfu University lounge. During his meeting, all his teammates had arrived. Everyone was wearing specially designed team uniforms. The white base color paired with verdant green bamboo perfectly matches Tianfu University's distinctive identity. Bai Yi changed into the team uniform and distributed the corresponding number tags to his teammates before confirming, "Is everyone ready?" The team replied in unison, "We're ready." "Alright then, it's our turn to enter now. They're coming, they're here." Bai Yi led the way, emerging from the entrance of the giant bird's nest with his team members following closely behind. The moment the audience saw the competitors wearing Tianfu University's team uniforms entering the venue, they immediately erupted in cheers. Clap 1, clap 2, Tianfu's taking first today, clap 2, clap 2, Xinhua Beijing forever second will do, clap 3, Shanghai's performance is plain to see, clap 4, other teams don't matter anymore, clap 5, Baiyi's the one who'll keep us alive. Damn! Tens of thousands of spectators chanting this slogan instantly ignited the atmosphere. This is the privilege of being the host. Among the 300,000 spectators in attendance, the vast majority were from Tianfu City and Tianfu University. The scattered boos were completely drowned out by the chanting. Baiyi felt, why is this so unbelievably awkward? Brother E, you're now the flagship of our Tianfu team. Look how much the audience adores you, they even came up with this slogan for you. Singed said with a cheerful grin while looking at Baiyi. After spending so much time together, they had discovered that Baiyi was a very amiable person. Unlike other geniuses who might be arrogant or unapproachable, he was actually quite easy to get along with. Exactly. I hope one day my name will be up there too. I even came up with my own slogan, Great Sage, leading the charge, who dares to challenge, for our great sage. Zhang Daxian winked at Baiyi and asked, what do you think of my slogan? That's so cringe, I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Baiyi shook his head with a chuckle. After all the teams had entered, over 20 figures appeared in the square. The 3 leaders at the forefront were particularly eye-catching. They were Level 137, Emperor Class Professional, President of Tianfu University, Qin Tianfu. Level 116, King Class Professional, Western Military District Defense Commander, Zhou Kaiga. Level 98, Venerable Class Professional, Mayor of Tianfu City, Qin Tianzhu. These 3 could be considered the most renowned figures in the entire Western region. With them stationed here, the audience members present felt completely at ease. In addition to the 3 chief judges, there are also deputy judges composed of faculty advisors from the top 20 universities, along with dozens of field referees. Seeing that the time was about right, the host spread wings from behind and, to the astonishment of the crowd, soared into the sky, announcing, all participating teams, please make your final preparations. The National College Freshman Exchange Competition is about to begin. A total of 600 participants are competing in this tournament, with 100 arenas activated. The matches will be conducted through random pairings on site. The number badges you carry have teleportation capabilities. Please do not resist once the matching is complete. Alright, enough talk, let the festivities begin. As the host spoke, numerous large screens appeared across the audience seating. These were installed to ensure spectators in the back rows could clearly watch the matches unfolding in the arena. Meanwhile, some of the participating students on site felt their numbered badges vibrate. There are only 100 arenas, with challenges taking place in batches. Meanwhile, Baiyi's group of 6 all felt the tremors, which means all of them will be appearing in the first batch. Let's do our best, everyone. Baiyi noticed everyone's number tags starting to vibrate and reminded them aloud. Then, turning to Su Ruwashi, he cautioned, Ruwashi, be careful not to get hurt. Su Ruwashi replied, you too. Everyone was somewhat speechless. Why did they have to endure lovey-dovey moments right before the competition? But they didn't have time to think further. The 10-second teleportation countdown ended. Instantly, the figures of 200 people materialized on the tournament platform. When Baiyi reopened his eyes a second later, he found himself already standing on the platform. Opposite him stood a man clad in the Peach Blossom team uniform. Judging by their appearance, they must be Team 35 from Peach Blossom University. Baiyi merely glanced casually at the person and lost all interest. Given his current attributes, unless it was a seeded contestant from the top 10 or higher, they wouldn't stand a chance against him in a single exchange. But out of respect, Baiyi still reminded him, you only have one chance to strike. Don't blame me if you miss it. The boy nodded heavily, not daring to delay. Instead, he began gathering his most powerful attack. Instantly, the student unleashed his silver tier skill, Blazing Slash. The scorching flames engulfed the greatsword as it came slashing down towards Baiyi. But the next second, Baiyi had already vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the boy and saying, too slow. Next. As he spoke, the brick in Baiyi's hand came crashing down with tremendous force. The overwhelming power carried a piercing whistle through the air. It landed right on the boy's head. In an instant, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. Arena 35, the winner is Baiyi from Tianfu University. As the referee announced the result, the next opponent was teleported into the ring. Yes, this is an endless battle with no breaks. Only the losers get to rest, the winners don't have that privilege. This time, a girl from Huanghai University, ranked 20th, stepped forward. As soon as she took the stage, she flashed Baiyi a coquettish glance and said in a sugary voice, Big bro, I'm so adorable, you wouldn't have the heart to hit me, would you? Baiyi was slightly taken aback, then showed a friendly smile and said, don't worry little sister, Gigi never hits women. Degree? Chapter 77, when fellow townsfolk meet, fighting is the only option. Upon hearing Baiyi's words, the audience present couldn't help but want to burst into laughter. If this girl knew about Bai Yi's performance in the freshman competition at Tianfu University, she'd probably regret asking this question, because whenever Bai Yi made that kind of declaration, the outcome for the girl was usually quite disastrous. That's great. Thanks Gidge. The girl blew Bai Yi a flying kiss. She just loved using her looks and delicate voice to stir up protective instincts in those boys and make them go easy on her. After all, to be fair, the girl really did have an adorable appearance. She just didn't understand what kind of person Bai Yi was. Just as she tried to ambush Bai Yi, the girl only felt her vision blur. Then came a sharp tug at her scalp. The next instant, tremendous force yanked her up from the ground. The girl turned her head in terror, only to see Bai Yi gripping her hair while grinning. I never hit women, but exceptions are made for pretentious bitches like you. With that, Bai Yi swung his left leg and knocked her flat on the ground. The brick in his right hand was wielded with controlled force, aimed straight at the girl's face. Thud! Instantly, she transformed into a mask of agony, blood gushing from her nose. Yet not a single word escaped her lips. The next second, Bai Yi freed her from suffering. He followed up with another strike, knocking her unconscious. The referee nearby couldn't help but take several steps back. This Bai Yi is absolutely ruthless. Victor Bai Yi, next. In the subsequent matches, Bai Yi effortlessly knocked his opponents off the stage with single strikes. There was simply no weakness to exploit with all his attributes at 132 points. Coupled with the home field advantage, his challengers were practically lining up to be served as easy pickings. Of course, everyone was well aware deep down. As the host, there's always some degree of behind-the-scenes manipulation involved. While such matters would never get too excessive, it's an open secret in minor competitions. That said, putting these issues aside, Bai Yi's own skills soon made him popular among new viewers. Look, this Bai Yi from Tianfu University is really incredible. He's won 5 consecutive matches so far, all with one-hit KOs, and hasn't even used a single skill. No kidding. At first I questioned how this guy became Tianfu University's team leader, but now it's clear he's genuinely amazing. The average skill level in this tournament is S rank, yet no one can withstand even a single hit from him. His average knockout time is 4.22 seconds. It's absolutely insane. Why use skills when a brick can solve the problem? Exactly. I think he should be crowned the Brick God of War. I've never seen anyone who could stand against his mighty brick. At the main referee's seat, as a key subject of observation, Bai Yi had frequently drawn the attention of the 3 individuals. Qin Tianzhu, the mayor of Tianfu City, turned to Qin Tianfu beside him and asked curiously, "Dad, has Bai Yi really become this powerful already?" Indeed, Qin Tianzhu was Qin Tianfu's son. Over 40 this year, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the respected rank, only one step away from advancing to the monarch-level professional. That Bai Yi kid is no ordinary fellow. Don't let his current level 9 status fool you. His physical attributes already surpass those of average professional practitioners at the squire rank. Regular students simply aren't a match for him. Qin Tianfu could be considered the person here who understands Bai Yi best. Last time, he specifically inquired about Bai Yi's latest stats too. All attributes at 132 points. It's truly beyond outrageous. You must understand that a typical level 20 Class B professional with a rank potential would normally have total attributes around just 500 points. Yet Bai Yi reached a terrifying 528 points. Only now did Qin Tianfu truly comprehend the horror of being omniscient and omnipotent. He also felt grateful for Wang Ritian's decision to grant Bai Yi those privileges back then. Otherwise, this big treasure Bai Yi might be snatched up by some university. Bai Yi has indeed improved rapidly, but this Wu Dalong is quite a formidable opponent. Xiao Kaiga glanced at Wu Dalong's profile and felt a bit of a headache coming on. On Arena 48, Wu Dalong stood with his hands in his pockets, not once taking them out the entire time. Like Bai Yi, no matter who the opponent is, Wu Dalong would simply kick them off the stage with a light foot. His speed was on par with Bai Yi's, averaging a knockout time of 4.23 seconds per match. Of course, if it were merely extraordinary physical prowess, it wouldn't have given Xiao Kaiga any cause for concern. But a piece of information written in the documents made him inadvertently worry about Bai Yi. No repeats, this is Wu Dalong's innate ability. The effects of this ability can practically be described as heaven-defying. Based on the information everyone has gathered so far, Wu Dalong's ability has 2 distinct effects. First, enemies cannot reuse the same skill twice against him. Yes, that's how overpowered this game-breaking effect is. Of course, Xiao Kaiga had no idea what level this effect scaled to. Second, when he casts a skill, the second use comes without any cost. This was precisely why he could unleash golden skills twice in succession. No matter what skill it was, he could always execute it twice consecutively. Moreover, as Wu Ziqi's youngest son, Xiao Kaiga refused to believe Wu Dalong didn't have other hidden cards up his sleeve. No matter, Bai Yi isn't as simple as he appears either. Qin Tianfu glanced at Wu Dalong, then turned his gaze to Bai Yi. Although Wu Dalong was formidable, Bai Yi was no ordinary individual either. At the very least, this Bai Yi fellow still had a few hidden trump cards up his sleeve. As the group chatted, some new developments occurred on the dueling arena. Bai Yi, same as always, knocked out a guy with a brick, completing his 9th consecutive victory. Just as everyone thought Bai Yi would be the first to qualify with 10 straight wins, the 10th opponent made their entrance. A golden battle robe adorned with auspicious clouds appeared first. Then came a face that was rather handsome. The newcomer was none other than the 3rd-ranked seeded player from Mota University, Su Zidong. Oh my god, everyone look! Mota University's 4th player has run into Tianfu University's ace. Someone in the crowd shouted this, and immediately the vast majority of spectators turned their attention to arena number 35. This was undoubtedly a high-quality matchup. Su Zidong with SS rank potential versus Bai Yi with F rank potential. Not even Bai Yi had expected to encounter this former acquaintance during what was supposed to be the concluding ratings match. Didn't expect to meet you so soon. A trace of an angry smile appeared at the corner of Su Zidong's mouth. You made me suffer terribly back then. I always thought it was just my bad luck before you pulled me close to use as a shield. But I never imagined you did it all deliberately. Bai Yi, did you have fun toying with me? Flames erupted from Su Zidong's clenched fists as memories of being manipulated by Bai Yi surged through his mind, filling his heart with towering rage. After entering Mo City University, he couldn't stop thinking about taking revenge on Bai Yi. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback as he looked at Su Zidong's face filled with hatred. He hadn't expected that a single impulsive action back then would cause Su Zidong so much harm. Now that things had come to this, there was no choice but to reluctantly remind him once more of the terror of being dominated. Chapter 78, Indeed the fastest man in the nation, Bai Yi admits defeat. Bai Yi, I'll make you pay for angering me. Although Su Zidong was furious, he didn't let it cloud his judgment. Instead, he remained extremely cautious, having personally witnessed Bai Yi's terrifying capabilities. But for this day, he had also prepared a solution. That was to make Bai Yi dare not approach. The moment the referee signaled the start of the match, Su Zidong erupted with overwhelming force throughout his entire body. A blazing flame rapidly spread across his body. In less than a second, Su Zidong turned into a human torch. Holy shit, bro, was that really necessary? It's just a fight, no need to set yourself on fire. Degree. This move left Bai Yi utterly dumbfounded. Su Zidong's talent doesn't grant him immunity to fire damage. This means the flames coiling around him still pose a certain danger. Thus, Bai Yi couldn't fathom what this Su Zidong was thinking. This fire impact is an enhanced skill that automatically burns surrounding enemies. Let's see how you dare pull me closer now. Su Zidong sneered, his eyes brimming with ridicule. This silver tier skill was specially commissioned by him as a countermeasure against Bai Yi's sudden pulling ability. It automatically detonates with massive damage when enemies are within several meters. Now he wanted to see how Bai Yi would dare to pull him over. Bai Yi gave Su Zidong a look of sympathy typically reserved for mentally challenged children. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this guy perhaps intellectually deficient? Why on earth did I have to drag him here by my side? Is he even worthy? Bai Yi curled the corner of his lips and instantly activated, Charm wins arguments. This move always works best when dealing with Su Zidong. Judgment successful. Score 168745 to 3564. Skill activated. See, this is the power of handsomeness. This is the power of the home advantage. Within the entire judging area, about 170,000 spectators all felt they were at least a bit handsomer than Su Zidong. Being good-looking does have its perks. Bai Yi curled his lips into a mischievous smirk and beckoned Su Zidong with a finger, saying, come on, let's see how strong this self-immolation strategy of yours really is. I'll see how long you keep that tough talk. Su Zidong's gaze turned icy as he strode toward Bai Yi. If you don't come, I'll go to you. In his eyes, Bai Yi was nothing more than someone who relied on tricks and clever use of skills. As long as Bai Yi's skills are sealed, that garbage with F-rank potential isn't even worth mentioning. Everyone around could tell Su Zidong's skill packed serious firepower. Even among silver rank skills, this one could be considered top tier. If Bai Yi's techniques were truly sealed, it would undoubtedly deal him a devastating blow. Those familiar with Bai Yi's battle record couldn't help but worry for the referee beside them, because they all knew that Bai Yi would definitely use the referee as a human shield. The referee? The poor referee on the side nearly burst into tears. He clearly knew what Bai Yi was up to. There was no escaping it, she could only close her eyes and wait to be summoned by Bai Yi as a human shield. A bitter complaint rose in her heart, being Bai Yi's referee turned out to be dangerous after all. Yet the very next second, Bai Yi made not even the slightest movement. Just like that, he let Su Zidong crash right into him. Boom! Omega is identical to embarrassed face. A tremendous explosion echoed from arena number 35. Before the thick smoke had even cleared, everyone saw a badly bruised man flying out from the smoke, crashing straight into the nearby protective barrier before falling unconscious. Referee, asterisk, asterisk, I'm okay? Using a referee as a human shield, that's something I, Bai, would naturally consider beneath me. Bai shook the blood off his fist, tossing his hair with cool detachment as he said, hurry up and announce the match results. The referee cast a disdainful glance at Bai, then walked over to Su Zedong's side and checked before announcing, Su Zedong from Modi University is unable to continue. The winner is Bai from Tianfu University. Congratulations to Bai for advancing to the second stage. Holy shit, what the hell just happened? No idea man, Su Zedong charged at Bai with his ultimate move, then instantly got beaten to a pulp? There must be so many more secrets hidden in this Bai guy. The audience was filled with confusion. No one understood how Bai had emerged unscathed. Even Qin Tianju on the judges' panel said with a bewildered expression, even with Bai's attributes, it's impossible to remain completely unharmed after that skill. How did he manage it? This old man told you that Bai kid has plenty of trump cards up his sleeve. Su Zedong's attributes weren't bad at all. As the third-ranked Magic City University, it had its own unique approach in nurturing students' attribute points. Moreover, historical records show that Su Zedong had successfully cleared the 10th floor of Tianfu Tower. Essentially, these individuals all made it their first priority to accomplish this feat upon arriving in Tianfu City. Therefore, while his attributes might be slightly inferior to Bai's, the difference wouldn't be too significant. But the force of this strike merely burned a few holes in Bai's clothes, with no other effect. This piqued Qin Tianfu's curiosity, making him wonder when he'd get another chance to ask Bai about it. Bai glanced at Su Zedong lying on the ground and shook his head, saying, this time, you won't think I'm toying with you, will you? Su Zedong. Bai, what? Cat got your tongue? Su Zedong. Referee, he's passed out cold. Bai, I know. The referee, got it, and you kept saying. Bai rolled his eyes and said, don't you know there's a term called beating a dead horse? Sigh. The referee. Bored, Bai shook his head and stepped down from the stage. Just as I was about to return to the rest area, Wu Dalong blocked my path. Bai smiled and said, what, do you still want to get to know me? Wu Dalong pointed at the big screen with a faint smile. I came to tell you, I was 2 seconds faster than you. Oh. Bai raised an eyebrow with a smile and suddenly asked loudly, my eyesight isn't great. Could you tell me how many seconds you used? Bai's words instantly drew all the surrounding cameras toward them. A face-off between the ace of Tianfu University and the ace of Tsinghua Peking University. This was bound to spark an interesting showdown. Every recording device was cranked up to maximum sensitivity. He wanted to see what these two would say. Wu Dalong glanced around without answering immediately. Instead, he kept replaying Bai's words in his mind over and over again. After confirming that he was indeed faster than Bai, Wu Dalong grinned and proudly declared, it took me 3.21 seconds. Bai patted Wu Dalong's shoulder reassuringly, then turned to the camera and said, everyone heard it, Wu Dalong achieved enlightenment mode in just 3.21 seconds. Truly the fastest man in the nation. Bai, can't compare. Wu Dalong, % and #*at. Chapter 79, give me one rib, and I'll boost the entire campus economy. Fourth update. Watching Wu Dalong surrounded by reporters shoving microphones in his face, Bai smirked dismissively. You think you can show off in front of me? Are you even worthy? You think I can't handle you? Back in the rest area, Bai replenished his energy. At this moment, aside from him, everyone else was still in their placement matches. Su Ruwashi had already won 9 consecutive matches, with just one final match left that would soon be over. Zhang Daxian had won 8 straight matches, but even if he won this one, the next would be tough. Chen Yangxin faced a similar situation. After 7 consecutive wins, he was somewhat exhausted. The inability to rest was one drawback of this initial phase. After all, not everyone is a super genius like Bai, Su Ruwashi, or Wu Dalong, who can crush opponents effortlessly just by relying on their attribute points. Those who made it here are all prodigies from various elite schools. Achieving an easy victory would still be quite difficult for them given their current attribute points. Among the standout performers were Huang Lu and Singed, the two teammates with S-tier potential. The two have already played 7 matches, with 6 wins and 1 loss. They could easily defeat S-ranked opponents. Even when facing ordinarily talented SS-ranked players, they managed to win through tough battles. The only loss occurred when Huang Lu exhausted her physical and mental stamina, while Singed happened to encounter the number 9 seeded player from BMW University's second team, leading to an unfortunate defeat. Based on the current rankings, all members of my group should have no problem advancing to the second round. The remaining concern is what opponents will face in the second round. The second round also has a special mechanism. It divides participants based on their first round performance. The top 64 will be matched against the bottom 64. In a sense, it was also to ensure that the most exciting matches would be saved for last, while giving smaller schools ample opportunity to shine. After all, this world needs not only extraordinary geniuses but also a strong middle tier of talented individuals. Before long, Su Ruwashi was the first to return to the rest area with a perfect 10-win streak. Welcome back. Bai Yi smiled at Su Ruwashi. Originally, he wanted to maintain their loving image in public too. But Su Ruwashi thought it would be too ostentatious and refused. Just imagine 300,000 spectators here, plus all those media outlets. If two people become even slightly affectionate, it instantly becomes national news. Regarding this, Bai Yi had no choice but to respect Su Ruwashi's opinion. Did you notice Wu Dalan's talent? Su Ruwashi whispered into Bai Yi's ear. Bai Yi glanced in Wu Dalan's direction and pulled up his profile. Name, Wu Dalong. Level, LV9. Potential, SSS. Talent, rejection of repetition any creature before you cannot cast the same skill repeatedly. Additionally, when you cast a skill, you can cast it a second time consecutively without duplicate consumption. This effect is ineffective against targets more than 10 levels above you. Occupation, Elementalist. Attributes, Strength 109, 20, Constitution 119, 20, Agility 156, 20, Spirit 172, 20. My goodness, this child is heaven-blessed. Barring miracles, he's destined to be the protagonist under all spotlights. That refusal to repeat, it's indeed somewhat tricky. Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. This Wu Dalong's talent is practically flawless, and his class is actually the top-tier elementalist among mage series. The difference between elementalists and ordinary mages lies in the fact that mages generally can only specialize in skills from one or two elemental schools. Although they can learn skills from other elements, they can't utilize them at full efficiency. The elemental master excels in all attributes and can also be called an omni-mage. His skills have no restrictions, as long as they are composed of elements, they can unleash 100% of their power. Paired with his innate ability to cast spells twice without cost, it's a perfect match. Can I defeat him without revealing my other trump card? Su Ruwashi looked at Bai Yi with some concern. From what she currently knew about Bai Yi, if the "someone, protect me" trick didn't work the first time, it would be sealed away the next time. Moreover, judging from Bai Yi's recent confrontation with Su Zidong, none of those top university students would consider Bai Yi a fraud. On the contrary, they regarded Bai Yi as a formidable opponent and must have devised various countermeasures specifically against his summoning tactic. Beating him wouldn't be difficult at all. Bai Yi grinned, showing no concern about losing the match. It was just a matter of deciding which trump card to play. As the two conversed, their teammates began returning one after another. Just as I had thought, Zhang Daxian and Shen Yangxin advanced to the top 64 with a record of 9 wins and 1 loss. Huang Lu and Singed also narrowly made it to the top 64 with 8 wins and 2 losses. Everyone, replenish your energy and focus. What's coming next will be one tough battle after another. Bai Yi signaled Zhang Daxian to distribute food to everyone. The advantage of having a chef in the team became immediately apparent. Right away, Zhang Daxian brought out an array of delicious dishes. Garlic buttered lobsters, braised beast legs, sweet and sour spare ribs, and more. Not only were they delicious, but each dish also effectively restored physical strength and spirits. This left both the audience and the competitors in the rest area drooling with envy. Were they here to compete or to have a picnic? Noticing the envious looks from everyone, Bai Yi smiled, picked up a piece of ribs with his chopsticks, and cheekily said to the camera, "Here, the audience gets to eat this piece first." In an instant, the large screen in the auditorium was completely dominated by a glossy, steaming plate of sweet and sour ribs. Everyone, damn, this Bai Yi is really something. Eating by himself isn't enough. He has to shove the ribs right in front of the camera for us to see. Waiter, give me a rib combo. Mom, I want ribs too. For a moment, the entire audience was filled with shouts and clamors for ribs. The audience of over 100,000 people were all made rather hungry by Bai Yi's display, waving at nearby waiters to place their orders. Qin Tianfu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this situation. That Bai Yi kid is truly a genius at doing business. Using just one piece of spare ribs, he managed to convince over 100,000 people to buy the school's meal packages. It really proves that old saying true. Give me a spare rib, and I can single-handedly fuel the entire campus economy. About an hour later, all competition results have been announced. On the field, 128 participants remain standing. The host flew back into the sky and passionately announced, "The second round of the single-player elimination tournament is about to begin. This time it adopts a win-or-lose system. Losers will be eliminated immediately, while winners advance to the next round. Matching begins now." Chapter 80, The Elimination Tournament begins, The Evil Cult's Conspiracy. This round is elimination. Everyone be careful not to crash and burn. Bai Yi took a quick glance at the people in the bottom 64. Some individuals with decent strength and talent were mixed in there. They might have ended up in the bottom 64 after encountering opponents they couldn't defeat. For example, Su Zidong took a long time to recover after being injured by Bai Yi, causing a significant delay in timing. But there are also some people who intentionally do this. As for what benefits this brings, he couldn't figure it out either. The group nodded and soon felt the vibration of their number plates. Since it's 64 versus 64, everyone steps onto the platform simultaneously. Once the teleportation time arrived, Bai Yi appeared on arena number 20. Oh my god! A sharp scream instantly drew Bai Yi's attention. Across the arena, a girl could be seen covering her mouth in excitement, her eyes filled with heart-shaped admiration. Noticing Bai Yi looking her way, she flailed her arms joyfully and exclaimed, "Isama, hello, I'm your biggest fan, would you mind taking a photo with me? Don't worry, right after the photo, I'll concede immediately and won't waste your time." A fan? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, staring at the brilliant crimson atop the girl's head. It suddenly dawned on me, so you really are a fan. Thinking this, Bai Yi smiled slightly and said, "Alright, did you bring your phone?" I brought them. The girl excitedly pulled out her phone and stepped up to the referee, saying, "Hey mister, could you take a photo of us too? Thanks." Omega? The referee stared dumbfounded at his phone, feeling 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through his heart. I'm here to officiate the damn match, not take souvenir photos for people. Yet the next second, the referee still picked up his phone and directed, "Closer now, smile naturally, get ready. 3, 2, 1, say cheese." Snap. A perfect photo was captured on the phone. The girl took the phone, glanced at it, and then bowed to Bai Yi with great satisfaction, saying, "Keep it up, I believe in you." Referee, the winner of Arena 20 is Bai Yi from Tianfu University. Holy shit, is this for real? Ref, did you take a bribe? He didn't even fight and just surrendered? Exactly, could it be that Tianfu University is rigging the competition? To randomly run into an opponent who turns out to be a fan. We came to watch the match, not to see you guys surrender on stage. This is supposed to be a national level competition. But not only do they not actually fight on stage, they even take group photos together. Anyone who didn't know better would think it's some kind of fan meetup. So damn ridiculous, WTF, refund my money. Some audience members from Tsinghua and Peking universities started leading the momentum. In response, Bai Yi simply raised a middle finger with indifference. Anyone who disagrees can either send the contestant you support to fight me, or step down here and fight me yourself. If it can be settled with fists, quit your yapping. Intersection. Arrogant. Not even Chopin could play Bai Yi's level of arrogance. Here was a student actually provoking the audience members in the stands. Several people couldn't sit still any longer. Among them, a senior wearing Tsinghua University's uniform was the first to stand up, pointing at Bai Yi and shouting, "What gives you the right to be so cocky? If it weren't for this damn spectator rail, I'd be the first to." The senior hadn't even finished speaking. The next second, he appeared before Bai Yi. Bai Yi leaned his head close to the senior's ear, grinning as he said, "Why are you first? Want to spar with me, senior?" Audience, Sigma, degree. Referee, Tsinghua Peking alumni, I suddenly remembered today is the 7th day memorial of my godfather's passing. I need to leave now, angry face. At this moment, everyone present was stunned by the scene. What a joke. Bai Yi inexplicably pulled a spectator down from the audience seating area? This is utterly ridiculous, completely unheard of. From the moment that Tsinghua Peking Sr. appeared by Bai Yi's side, he knew he stood no chance against Bai Yi. Unable to move for 5 seconds, how the hell am I supposed to fight like this? Pa, you're nothing. Watching the crestfallen senior from Tsinghua Peking University scamper away, Bai Yi snorted coldly and strode toward the resting area. Although this guy had reached level 18, his mental energy barely topped 100. He was utterly outmatched. If Bai Yi weren't concerned about potential penalties for attacking him, he wouldn't have minded teaching the fool why loose lips sink ships. At the same time, Bai Yi's move caused Wu Dalong on arena number 14 to furrow his brows slightly. This was the first time he had personally witnessed Bai Yi's abilities. He recognized that Senior, a talent rated S-class with a level of 18. While not particularly strong, neither was he especially weak. This person, completely defenseless, was abruptly pulled down from the audience seats by Bai Yi, proof enough of just how terrifying this skill was. With 2 swirling tornadoes, Wu Dalong instantly obliterated the opponent before him, curling his lips slightly. Seems you do have some real skill. Just as Bai Yi's match was heating up, not far from Tianfu City, in a dimly lit conference room, 12 masked individuals sat gathered. Had Su Tianxiao been present, he would have recognized one distinctly familiar figure among them, the blue-faced fox demon. Fox demon, have you uncovered the truth? A mysterious figure wearing a black dragon mask, seated at the head of the table, questioned the blue-faced fox demon sitting at the far end in a low, measured tone. The blue-faced demon fox rose to his feet and said with a slight bow, reporting to Lord Black Dragon, I've investigated thoroughly. For this year's National Freshman Exchange Tournament, among the 10 Emperor-level powerhouses, only Qin Tianfu stands guard. If Your Excellency is willing to intervene and restrain him, our forces are more than capable of wiping out this entire batch of freshmen in one strike. Demon Fox, inquired a woman wearing a Yiksha mask seated to Black Dragon's left. Do you realize our heretic god cult hasn't mobilized at full strength for a long time? What would a full-scale mobilization signify this time? I understand, but this gathering brings together all of Huaxia's new generation of prodigies in one place. If we can eliminate them all, it would deal a crippling blow to both Huaxia and the entire human race. Should we succeed, the negotiations between Lord Heretic God and those other esteemed individuals would surely proceed more favorably. I find Demon Fox's reasoning sound. Although this operation carries risks, the potential rewards are immense, especially since that old rogue Wu Ziqi's youngest son is also attending Tianfu University. If we allow his extraordinary talent to flourish unchecked, he'll undoubtedly grow into another human powerhouse. Eliminating him early would be doing everyone a favor. The Black Dragon's right hand, an old man wearing a black demon ape mask, voiced his agreement with the blue-faced fox demon. This year's National Freshman University Exchange Tournament has the weakest security in its history. If we launch a surprise attack, I think we could succeed too. Why don't we give it a try? If we fail, we can just lay low for a few more years. Chapter 81, Xingqiao University's Ace, the Targeted by E. For a moment, everyone in the meeting room began voicing their opinions. Seated at the head of the table, Heilun pondered briefly before nodding and saying, well then, let's begin the vote now. Raise your hands if you support attacking this year's freshman exchange tournament. The words hung in the air. Out of the 12 elders, 10 raised their hands. 10 versus 2. A cold glint flashed through the Black Dragon's eyes. He slowly rose to his feet, making the profane cult's distinctive hand gesture, and solemnly declared, since you've all made your decision, then let the world once again bear witness to the divine might of the profane one. The crowd responded, may the profane one's glory endure forever. The giant bird's nest. The second phase of the elimination rounds had now concluded. The 64 remaining competitors on the field were almost exclusively participants from top 10 universities. The audience watched with rapt attention. Whoever faced whom next, it was bound to be an electrifying showdown. Tianfu University's side. Everyone successfully advanced to the third round. From now on, every match will be a life-or-death battle. No matter who you face, give it your all because the judging panel will be scoring, and rankings will be determined in the end. But remember not to push yourselves too hard. If you get seriously injured, you won't make it to tomorrow's survival competition. Bai Yi's words were mainly directed at Huang Lu and Singed. The third round also features a special mechanism. That is, a judging panel composed of leading teachers from various universities will score each contestant's performance, because this round will directly determine the winning university. Therefore, performance evaluation is of utmost importance. Although these two have decent talent, they're still a bit lacking in attribute points. At the same level, someone with S-grade potential loses about 4 to 7 attribute points per level compared to someone with SS-grade potential. After all, not everyone can be like Bai Yi with his monstrous talent. Huang Lu, understood, brother E. I won't push myself too hard. Singed, as long as we don't encounter an ace player or opponents ranked above the third seed, we should still have a fighting chance. In any case, the larger strategic picture takes priority. Bai Yi reminded them once more. BZZZ. Their number plates vibrated again, a clear sign they were about to be teleported. This round is going to be absolutely crucial. Even Bai Yi himself couldn't help but take it seriously. Because in this round, numerous ace players and top seeds are destined to collide. In the blink of an eye, teleportation time arrived. 64 people were teleported onto 32 dueling platforms. Bai Yi's assigned platform this time was platform number 1. The moment he appeared, he didn't focus on his opponent. Instead, his gaze swept across the surroundings, searching for his team members. Luck was on our side. The other 5 opponents weren't particularly strong. Hey, aren't you looking down on people a bit too much? Across from Bai Yi, a boy dressed in green combat robes shouted discontentedly. He was Lu Soren, the star player from number 7 ranked Green Grass University. Bai Yi glanced at Lu Tyron and laughed. That hair color of yours is really something, so lush and green, truly delightful. Lu Tyron sported an exceptionally rare shade of green hair, which, combined with his rather low favorability rating, it was literally green enough to reach the heavens. Lu Tyron roared in anger. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Bai Yi, I'm not like you, talking out of your ass. Lu Tyron, hey, why are you insulting people? Bai Yi, I am insulting someone, just not you. Lu Tyron, then who are you insulting? Degree. The referee, he's calling you inhuman. Lu Turan, _? As the match details for ring number 1 appeared, the audience erupted into cheers. The reason is none other than this. Bai Yi's opponent in this round is the ace from the 7th ranked Xingqiao University. This is the only ace versus ace matchup in this round of the competition. Combined with Bai Yi's skyrocketing popularity, almost everyone's attention was instantly drawn to his match. The clash of aces is happening ahead of schedule. Damn, this is exciting. Tianfu University's finest, Bai Yi is the best. Go Bai Yi. Knock this Lu Soren out of the game. Tsinghua University is going down this time. Defeat Lu Soren, we are the warriors of pure love. The cheers from the audience finally made Bai Yi realize the person standing before him was actually Tsinghua University's trump card. This iconic green hair, it's truly hard to imagine such formidable power. But what does being ranked 7th matter? This Lu Taoren standing opposite merely has an SS grade potential. Not even SSS grade. Even if their attributes are considered strong within the SS tier, wouldn't they still be someone I could dispatch with a single brick? Such were his thoughts. Bai Yi glanced coldly at Lu Sharon and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Unleash your most powerful move, or you won't get another one." Think you're the only one who can act cool? Lu Sharon scoffed, mimicking Bai Yi's tone. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Unleash your most powerful move, or you won't get another one. Bai Yi, referee. This was the first time Bai Yi had heard someone make such a request. This guy's head might not be working quite right. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Then I'll grant your wish." The moment the words fell, in the next second Lu Turen instantly appeared before Bai Yi. Without holding back, a cold, hard brick was hurled straight at his head. Just as Bai Yi thought the match was about to end, he suddenly took several swift steps backward. A jet-black bull's head abruptly surged forth from behind Lu Turen. Enormous, razor-sharp horns appeared precisely where Bai Yi had been standing moments before. "It seems you really do have some skills," Lu Siren exclaimed in amazement. All that play-acting earlier was just to make Bai Yi let his guard down. Who would have thought Bai Yi could dodge such a sudden attack? "Alright, I admit I underestimated you." Bai Yi smirked coldly. This Lu Taoren's profession was a shadow master. The bullhead that suddenly appeared earlier was an attack he had preset long ago, just like Su Zidom's self-immolating charge. After modifications, it automatically attacks when living creatures approach him. Now it seems these people really did come fully prepared. Every single one of them is specifically targeting my guards, protect me, move. From Su Zidom's self-immolation to Lu Turen's shadow attacks, one thing is clear. Relying on previously demonstrated techniques for an easy victory is no longer a realistic expectation. This is already the second time Bai Yi's attack has been blocked. Could other universities have actually deciphered how to counter his abilities? If that's really the case, then wouldn't our Tianfu University be destined to lose? We still have Su Ruoshi. If she hadn't encountered Bai Yi, she'd be our ace player. But judging by the stats on paper, Su Ruoshi is completely outmatched by University's Wu Dalong. What can we do then? We'll just have to see if Bai Yi can break through this deadlock. Chapter 82, A Minotaur? Let me introduce you to 80 Strikes of the Warhammer. On the scene, there were some murmurings as Bai Yi repeatedly had his skills blocked by opponents. During this period at Tianfu University in Tianfu City, Bai Yi had become something of a celebrity-level figure. But now, that seemingly invincible skill of his to block attacks appeared to be losing its effectiveness. It wasn't so noticeable when facing lower-ranked schools, but now even number 7 ranked Tsinghua University had found a way to counter Bai Yi's skill. This was truly starting to become concerning. If this continues, the entire competition will become nothing more than Wu Dalong from Tsinghua University's solo debut performance. For a moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew heavy. On the fighting stage, Bai Yi simply smiled faintly. Admittedly, on such a restricted competition venue, as long as everyone remains vigilant, guards, protect the emperor, can easily be prevented. However, I don't use other skills, not because I lack other options, but because they aren't worthy. Ha 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 ha. Lu Taoren, seeing Bai Yi hesitate to approach, laughed arrogantly. Bai Yi, let me tell you the truth, your combat footage has become our primary study material. Every single day, our instructors analyze how to counter this technique of yours. You should feel honored. Even if you lose today, it'll be worth it. Lose? Bai Yi sneered disdainfully. You think you've already won? Otherwise, do you still have some trump card up your sleeve? Lu Taoren flashed a confident smirk and declared, "Now, let me be the one to end your legend." As he spoke, he burst into a strangely mesmerizing laugh. A black minotaur over 4 meters tall appeared before him. This was his golden skill, Minotaur Summoning. Crush him beneath your hooves. Moo! At Lu Turen's command, the shadowy minotaur charged violently towards Bai Yi. Each of its steps made the arena tremble slightly. Its towering 4-meter stature, coupled with its pitch-black and ferocious features, unconsciously exerted an overwhelming pressure. But who was Bai Yi? Having never feared even a 9-headed thunder dragon, why would I be afraid of a mere minotaur? He smiled faintly and leisurely activated. Beauty has its reasons. Judgment successful. Score 135189 to 34652. Skill effect activated. This time, his judgment target wasn't Lu Turen himself, but rather this summoned beast. Summoned beasts are independent entities, entirely distinct from their summoners. If the opponent were Lu Taoran, then Bai Yi would hold absolutely no advantage against this summoned beast, because this monster's attributes have reached 200 points across all stats. But when it comes to summoned beasts, that's a different story. In an instant, Bai Yi felt overwhelmingly powerful. Without waiting for the Shadow Minotaur to approach, he switched to a hammer first and charged towards the creature. Since, guards, protect me, failed, then let me show you my second trump card. At this moment, he stopped holding back. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Bai Yi had already arrived beneath the Minotaur's feet. Raising his hammer, he leaped into the air. Swinging it down fiercely at the Minotaur, he roared, 80-10. Boom! Bai Yi's massive hammer cleanly sheared off one of the Minotaur's horns with a single strike. The tremendous force of the impact sent cracks snaking across the arena floor. The spectacle left every onlooker utterly dumbfounded. Chow chow damn, how did Bai Yi pull this off? That was a golden summon with all attributes at 200. How could Bai Yi go toe-to-toe with it? This absolutely shocks my mom for 100 years. Without exception, all the spectators gasped in astonishment. Bai Yi's move was absolutely mind-blowing. When fighting Su Zedong earlier, there was dust obscuring the view. Considering Bai Yi's attribute points have always been a mystery, defeating Su Zedong with pure physical strength is understandable. But what on earth is happening now? That's a golden summoned beast. If earlier Bai Yi had only blocked that 9-headed thunder dragon flash by pulling the referee's favor, now he truly shocked everyone. Even Wu Dalong, who had been fighting continuously, furrowed his brows deeply, because putting oneself in that position, at the very least, against this summoned beast, he genuinely couldn't handle it easily without resorting to his hidden cards. And in the next instant, something even more shocking happened. When Bai Yi struck the Minotaur's horn once again, the Minotaur took Bai Yi's hammer blow squarely, enduring the pain as it swung its massive fist, bigger than a wash basin, straight at Bai Yi. Everyone feared Bai Yi might not be able to withstand this strike, but Bai Yi simply grinned, neither dodging nor avoiding, and raised his left hand to strike back at it. Moo! Fist met fist in collision. The Shadow Minotaur instantly let out a pained howl and staggered back several steps. Bai Yi, acting as if nothing had happened, kept chasing after the Minotaur while hammering away. Lu Tyran, hiding behind, was so shocked his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What on earth was going on? Forget about using a weapon to wound the Minotaur, you're actually trading punches with it barehanded? And making the Minotaur cry out in pain? I'm bored with this. Bai Yi sneered as he raised his massive hammer again. Die! Boom! A deafening roar reverberated across the arena. This time, the Minotaur without its horn protection was hammered to the ground by Bai Yi's full-powered strike. Aid Tai! Thud! Aid Tai! Bang! Bai Yi showed no mercy whatsoever, hammering down blow after blow. Only when that golden tier Shadow Minotaur had been pounded into minced meat did he gradually cease his assault. Phew! Bai Yi let out a long breath. An indescribable sense of relief surged through his heart. Then, with a smirk, he turned to the petrified Lu Daoren and asked, "Will you step down yourself, or shall I knock you down?" Lu Daoren, I surrender. What a joke. The golden tier's summoned beasts were all beaten into minced meat. Go up there and get pounded into rice cakes yourself? The referee looked at the pitiful Minotaur and couldn't help but swallow hard. Congratulations to Bai Yi from Tianshu University for successfully advancing. Whoa! The entire hall erupted in commotion once more. At this moment, the overwhelming majority of the crowd was cheering Bai Yi's name, because he had once again proven with his prowess that he was that most dazzling rising star on the chief referee's platform. Ha! Bai Yi has truly given me such a pleasant surprise. Qin Tianfu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Did you see that? I told you that Bai Yi still had many hidden cards up his sleeve. He must have used this skill quite a few times by now, yet no one ever paid attention to it, completely overshadowed by his first skill. It turns out this is also a divine technique. Shou Kaiga nodded in admiration and said, indeed, young Master Bai's move is astonishing. To clash head-on with a gold-tier summoned beast using pure physical strength, no one knows how he managed it. No one knew how Bai Yi had done it. Even Qin Tianfu couldn't comprehend it. Only Nangong Yuan, whose precious instruments were blown up by Bai Yi, truly understood the terror of Bai Yi's abilities. Chapter 83, I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as your son? Fourth update. Bai Yi's victory once again sparked cheers of triumph. The home crowd saw a glimmer of hope, because in their eyes, Bai Yi had once again become unfathomable. Hao Gaozhan, dean of the martial arts college at Tsinghua University, curiously turned to his longtime rival Yi Yanhu beside him and asked, what exactly are this Bai Yi's attributes from your school? How is he able to chase the Minotaur like this? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Yi Yanhu couldn't help but mutter to himself. For regular students, no matter how talented they are, there's always something left to teach. Take Wu Dalong for example, you're outstanding indeed, but wouldn't you still need to learn skills? Don't you need to study how to make these skills even more powerful? But Bai Yi doesn't need to. When Bai Yi comes to school, there's simply nothing left to teach him. This guy truly lives up to his gifted name, omniscient and omnipotent. At the Skill Research Academy, during Bai Yi's very first class, he casually fused together an immensely powerful silver tier skill, which currently holds the top spot on the school's best-selling silver skill charts. On our side at the combat school, although Bai Yi hasn't achieved anything particularly outstanding, looking at the current team members on the field, all selected by him, every aspect of their training has been thoroughly addressed. Especially Huang Lu and Singed, these two teammates with S-level potential. Bai Yi taught them how to leverage their skill advantages, various combat tactics, and all sorts of knowledge. It's practically more professional than your average instructor. Not to mention that the weapons and equipment appraised by Bai Yi actually offered attribute bonuses higher than those sold on the market. In short, this guy was a father of geniuses masquerading as an F-rank potential. Anyone standing before him would feel ashamed of their own inadequacy. Old Yi, don't tell me you'd be this petty? How Gaoxian noticed Yi Yanhu was ignoring him and brought it up again. Bai Yi's attributes aren't particularly high, just 132 points in total, a bit less than your family's Wu Dalong, Yi Yanhu said loudly. This statement caught the attention of all the university professors present. No way, Bai Yi has 132 attribute points in total? A person with F-grade potential having attributes comparable to an SSS-grade individual, is this a bug in the will of Blue Star? Old G, hurry up and tell us what's going on. How could Bai Yi's attribute points possibly be so high? The whole group found it hard to believe. Potential was a trait bestowed by the will of Blue Star when the game descended. It determined how many attribute points a person could gain during leveling and represented an insurmountable gap between different levels of potential. Otherwise, why would potential be divided into tiers? But now Bai Yi, with his F-grade potential, had almost caught up to Wu Dalong, who possessed SSS-grade potential, in terms of attribute points. How could they not be shocked? Yi Yanhu's eyes flickered before he suddenly lowered his voice and said, I'll share this secret only with you guys. From now on, focus more on recruits with F-grade potential during admissions. You never know, the next Bai Yi might emerge. Is that so? How Gaoxian beside him expressed his doubt. Then don't listen. Yi Yanhu snorted coldly and said, if it weren't for the future of our human race, do you think I'd be revealing this secret to you? Well. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, looking at each other in silence. None of them truly believed Yi Yanhu's words, but now that they thought about it carefully, in the past, those with an F rank couldn't even attend university, they could only work in factories or deliver takeout. Could there really be F rank individuals with potential, whose talents might be as exceptional as Bai Yi's? As they pondered, a few people spoke up. We'll definitely look into the feasibility when we get back. Many thanks, Brother Yi, for your generous advice. You're truly humanity's guiding light. Ha ha ha, we'll be waiting for your good news then. Yi Yanhu gave two hearty laughs, secretly pleased with himself. Rest area. Bai Yi was the first from Tianfu University to finish his match. Taking a sip from a bottle of milk, he surveyed the field to assess his teammates' situations. Su Ruwashi's strength was undeniable. Her opponent was Peking University's 4th seed, an S-rank potential knight. Just like Zhang Daxian, this guy can really soak up damage. Considering the battles ahead, Su Ruwashi decided not to use her ultimate gold skill. Instead, she relied on basic attacks and minor skills to slowly wear down this tank. Victory wasn't difficult, it just required some patience and time. On the contrary, Zhang Daxian's turn was about to end. There he was on the stage, like a millennia-old turtle retracting into its shell. No matter how his opponent attacked him, he remained completely unmoved. Come on, put some more effort into it. You're too weak. If you can't handle it, just get off already. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Sigh, these days it's hard to even find someone to give you a proper back massage. The world's gone cold, full of wolves in sheep's clothing. On the stage, Zhang Daxian casually cracked melon seeds while letting his opponent take the offensive. That provocative tone and demeanor of his had clearly been somewhat influenced by Bai Yi's contagious style. Looking at Bai Yi below the stage, he couldn't help but laugh. It must be said that Zhang Daxian's talent is indeed extraordinarily formidable. At the cost of sacrificing attack power and speed, this guy's constitution instantly skyrocketed to over 270. All other resistances soared as well. In such rule-based competitive matches, unless facing another school's SSS-level ace players or encountering some peculiar professions, Zhang Daxian could be said to dominate his peer level entirely. 2 minutes later, after delivering a barrage of attacks, his opponent surrendered. There was no other way. The match had time limits, and draws simply didn't exist. Someone like Zhang Daxian, who emerged completely unscathed, would automatically advance to the next round. Backstage, Zhang Daxian raised an eyebrow at Bai Yi and grinned. So, Bai Yi, how was that? Your buddy didn't embarrass you just now, did he? Not bad, Bai Yi laughed. You've got about 30% of my youthful charm. Zhang Daxian? I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a son? However, he didn't mind it. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he rubbed his hands together and leaned in to whisper by Bai's ear, "Brothery, there's something I'd like to ask your advice on." "Ha?" Bai glanced at Zhang Daxian. "Want to borrow credits?" No. Who can afford your loan shark rates? So what did you want to ask? Go ahead." Zhang Daxian glanced around furtively before lowering his voice. "I have this friend, who's recently fallen for a girl and doesn't know how to pursue her. So he asked me to ask you, since you and Ruwashi progressed so quickly, if you've got some special dating tricks or something." "You have a friend?" Bai couldn't help laughing. "That friend is you, isn't it?" "Oh dear, it's about my friend. Tell me, what exactly should I do to get their attention? For the sake of our brotherhood, I'll pass on my secret playbook to you." With that, Bai took out Advanced Love Tutorial, guaranteed to win over your crush, from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Daxian, saying, "Follow what's in here, and you'll definitely win over the person you like." Chapter 84. My name is Shin Baichu, or Baichu for short. Zhang Daxian was absolutely thrilled. Never did he expect Bai to actually have such a book. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the book and started reading. With women in his heart, romance naturally succeeds. The first page of the secret manual swore to make him a true rogue. With women in your heart, wooing comes naturally. Secret manual page 2, beware the old fox. With women in your heart, wooing comes naturally. Secret manual page 3, ambiguity is harmless fun. With women in your heart, wooing comes naturally. Secret manual page 4, teasing reveals the soul. With women in your heart, wooing comes naturally. Secret manual page 5, loving means throwing punches. Wow! Looking at this directory, Zhang Daxian instantly felt his grand plan was within reach. While the two were chatting, the other team members finished their matches and returned. Zhang Daxian immediately put it away, making sure no one else could see. Bai was meanwhile looking at Huang Lu thoughtfully. "What's wrong, brothery? Is there something on my face?" Huang Lu asked, noticing Bai's gaze. Bai smiled faintly and shook his head. Nothing. He could tell that Zhang Daxian liked Huang Lu, and coincidentally, Huang Lu also fancied Zhang Daxian. However, such matters still require them to figure it out themselves. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to interfere personally. Alright, the next match is about to begin. Everyone, be careful. If you encounter a teammate, put on a show and then discuss forfeiting. Now, only the top 32 remain. Many contestants from top 10 universities were eliminated in the last round. So the further you progress, the stronger the opponents you'll encounter. Moreover, starting from this round, it's also possible to meet someone from your own university. Everyone nodded in agreement. As soon as the teleportation time arrived, everyone was transported onto the arena. The moment Bai arrived at the arena, he heard gasps of astonishment rising from the spectator stands. Oh my god, Bai's luck, is this good or bad? He actually ran into the ace fighter from Modu University. A showdown of the century is about to begin. Modu University's ace against Tianfu University's ace. The top 5 universities this year are all incredibly strong, with each ace fighter surpassing previous year's standards. I wonder who's stronger between Bai and Shin Baichu. I'm so looking forward to finding out. The ace of Modu University? Bai looked at his opponent with some surprise. Standing opposite him was a very peculiar girl. Calling her strange wasn't because she was ugly. On the contrary, her fiery red hair paired with delicate features made her absolutely the third girl Bai had encountered who could be described as stunning. But the woman had 2 bizarre horns growing from her head. You could tell at a glance that she wasn't fully human. Driven by curiosity, Bai pulled up her information. Name, Shin Bic. Race, half-dragon. Level, LV9. Potential, SSS. Talent, noble bloodline, possesses extraordinary self-healing abilities and exceptional elemental resistance. All elemental skill damage reduced by 40%. Class, Dragon Warrior. Attributes, Strength 188, 20, Constitution 154, 20, Agility 132, 20, Spirit 114, 20. The dragon bloodline within her accounts for 3.1415926%, barely qualifying her as human. Baichu, is that you? Shen Biku? Ahem, Bai, could you please restrain your remarks a little? The referee kindly reminded Bai that this was a national live broadcast. Bai currently represents the face of Tianfu University. Taking the lead in hurling insults without provocation is hardly befitting of a gracious host. Bai shrugged and said innocently, "Teacher, her name really is Baichu. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself." The referee looked at Shin Baichu and asked, "Is your name Baichu?" "Shin Baichu, my name is Shin Baichu. Baichu for short." Shin Baichu. The referee nodded, "No problem. Shin Baichu, can we begin now?" The referee turned to Bai and asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready whenever." Bai suppressed his playful mood. This was the ace of Modu University, and a powerful member of the Otherkin race. It should be noted that nearly all Otherkin possess physical attributes superior to ordinary humans, and this Shinbisho standing before them carried the bloodline of dragonkind in her veins. In any world, the dragon race is undoubtedly synonymous with power. This made Bai Yi dare not underestimate them. Let the match begin. As the referee's voice fell, this time, Bai Yi took the initiative and struck first. A familiar white light flashed past. Shin Baichu blinked and instantly appeared before Bai Yi. Without hesitation, Bai Yi raised a brick and swung it fiercely towards her head. Slap 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 slap. In just 5 seconds, Bai Yi delivered countless striking blows. 20+ years of single dom in his past life had granted him exceptionally swift hand speed. However, his joy was short-lived. The next second, Shinbiki smiled at Bai Yi as if nothing had happened. Finished already? My turn now. My word, Delta, is parallel to. Bai Yi was genuinely startled. This woman's constitution was undoubtedly strong. But no matter how tough, she shouldn't have taken all those hits without showing any signs of injury. Before he could think further, Shinbisho extended claw-like blades from her hands and instantly launched a slashing attack towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi immediately retreated at full speed, but ultimately was half a beat too slow. Swish! The next instant, strips of fabric from his clothing went fluttering across the arena. Bai Yi's once handsome teen uniform was now shredded to pieces, revealing a muscular physique beneath. Damn it, you shameless woman, how dare you do such a disgraceful thing in public? The rumors were right, dragonfolk really are lecherous by nature. Watching his beloved teen uniform being torn apart, Bai Yi couldn't help but curse loudly. Are you all bark and no bite? Die! Shin Bishio let out a cold laugh and charged at Bai Yi once more. The next instant, she found herself summoned to Bai Yi's side again. Snap, 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 snap. Another furious round of bricks was hammered down. Yet something strange occurred. This time Shinbisho remained completely unfazed, and the moment the control duration ended, he immediately launched a counterattack against Bai Yi. Damn, how freaky is this? Bai Yi narrowly dodged Shinbicho's slash before retreating to regain distance. He still couldn't figure out why he couldn't defeat this Shinbaichu. Even with super strong healing abilities, it shouldn't be possible to recover this quickly, right? If that's really the case, then this woman is absolutely terrifying. Look closely at her skin, that's her inherited skill, Dragon Transformation. Bai Yi followed the omniscient prompt and looked. Sure enough, there was a slightly raised layer of scales on Shinbaichu's skin. Now Bai Yi suddenly understood everything. So it was these scales that made her invulnerable? In that case, don't blame me for not holding back. Chapter 85, No way, Bai Yi can't be lewd. Inherited skills are unique abilities possessed by every alien human. Strictly speaking, like Bai Yi's skills, they fall under the special category. Their power increases under specific conditions. For example, Shinbaichu's Dragon Shift, when bathed in different dragon blood, continuously enhances the skill's effects, until ultimately, one might even transform into a truly formidable dragonkin. Let me show you what real power looks like. Bai Yi curled his lips slightly and activated, looks do matter, once again. Judgment successful, score 92176 to 86172, skill activated. Damn! A bunch of perverts. If it weren't for the fact that this was his home turf, Bai Yi wouldn't have dared to use this move so casually. Before Bai Yi could gather his thoughts, Shinbaichu was already closing in on him, daring to lose focus while fighting me? You're looking down on me too much. The razor-sharp dragon claw slashed down in an instant. Yet in the next second, something happened that shocked Shinbiku. To everyone's surprise, Bai Yi didn't retreat but instead advanced, executing a perfect sidestep to avoid the slash. Before Shinbiku could react, a hand drifted out with eerie lightness. With deceptive slowness that was actually lightning fast, he grabbed her flowing red hair. Heard you're quite the brave one? You? Shinbaichu only felt a sharp tightening on her scalp, enduring the excruciating pain. Her right hand suddenly chopped downward toward Bai Yi's left hand that was clutching her hair. But how would Bai Yi let her have her way? In the next instant, his right foot lightly swept out as his left hand pressed against her head, violently slamming it toward the floor. Thud! The tremendous force sent a muffled noise reverberating through the fighting ring. Just as Bai Yi had predicted, Shinbaichu's skin was incomparably hard. Even with the damage bonus from Beauty is Righteousness, it still couldn't make her bleed. Bai Yi knelt with his right leg pressing down on Shinbiku's lumbar spine, preventing her from getting up. I advise you to surrender now, or I'll show you what true cruelty means. Pa! Don't even think I'd surrender to you. Shinbiku was inwardly shocked but refused to show weakness in her words. She struggled incessantly, yet found herself utterly powerless to break free from Bai Yi's grip. It was as if Bai Yi embodied the superhuman strength of the other kind. Watching her stubborn defiance, Bai Yi remained unperturbed. Instead, he turned to the referee and inquired, Teacher, even if one resorts to less than honorable methods in this arena, it's permitted, right? The referee. You already know it's disgraceful. Why are you still asking? How do you expect me to answer you? Before the referee could respond, Shinbisho grew somewhat fearful. What are you going to do? With such a beautiful woman, of course I want to do something special. Bai Yi grinned cheekily. As he spoke, Bai Yi's gaze carefully examined Shinbiku. This made the normally composed Shinbiku feel a bit scared. You, don't do anything reckless. Don't worry, it won't hurt, he. Referee? Shinbiku? What on earth do you want to do? Oh ho, something interesting is coming. I'm so curious what Bai will do to Shinbiku during the national live broadcast. No, Bai can't be naughty. The audience watched Bai with curiosity from their seats, eager to see what flashy move he would pull off next. On the assistant referee's platform, when Mingjun, vice president of Modi University, angrily turned to Yi Yenhu beside him and said, "Stop the match quickly. What exactly is your Bai trying to do?" "How should I know? Go ask Bai yourself." Yi Yenhu smiled faintly and took a sip of tea, utterly unperturbed. He was well aware of Bai's character. There was absolutely no chance of him doing anything improper. If some competition incident really occurs, you'll have the whole nation denouncing you. When Mingjun snorted coldly and said no more. In truth, she knew Bai wouldn't do anything outrageous. But if the match wasn't stopped, Shinbiku would lose. A top-ranked super ace, placing third overall, eliminated in the round of 32, this outcome would deal irreparable damage to the reputation of Modi University. On the arena, Bai finally revealed his ultimate move, a feather. Yes, just an utterly ordinary feather. Shinbaichu, that's it. Oh. She suddenly felt confident again and taunted, "Go ahead if you can make me admit defeat. Just don't beg for mercy later." Bai smiled faintly without another word. He flipped over and sat on Shunbiyu's lower back, grabbing her right foot with his hand and removing her shoe. With a cold chuckle, he declared, "Ultimate skill, tickle attack." Referee. Ha 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 ha, stop tickling me? Help. Ha ha ha, I can't. Ha ha ha, stop. Ha 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 ha. Bai really knows how to put on a show. Who would have thought of using this method to deal with the incredibly defensive Shinbaichu? That's some next level skill, right? I've seen bloody battles in the arena, opponents tearing each other's masks off, all kinds of instant KOs, but I've never witnessed such a hilarious match before. This is killing me with laughter. Oh my god, I can't help laughing too. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. For a moment, waves of laughter and cheers erupted from the audience. The laughter seemed contagious, soon spreading to all 100,000 plus spectators present. Imagine, what kind of spectacle would it be to witness 200,000 people roaring with laughter together? I can't take this, ha ha, I surrender, ha ha ha. On the fighting stage, Shinbisho kept slapping the ground begging for mercy. At first she thought it didn't matter, but the longer it went on, the more she couldn't take it. Eventually she even began to feel genuine pain. Bai smiled faintly. This is a punishment that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. Though it's just tickling and appears harmless at first glance, in reality, you'll soon realize through forced laughter that it's an extremely agonizing torment, because continuous laughter causes excessive breathing in both lungs. If prolonged, it can even lead to throat spasms, oxygen deprivation, fainting, or death by suffocation. Referee, Baichu contestant, are you really sure you want to forfeit? Shinbaichu, I'm sure, ha 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 ha. Player Shinbiki from Modi University forfeits and concedes defeat. Congratulations to player Bai from Tianfu University for advancing to the next round. Only upon hearing these words did Bai finally stop his hand. Looking at Shinbiki, who was sprawled on the ground laughing until tears streamed down her face, he grinned and said, "You've made the wise choice. Otherwise, you'd have really gotten it today." Hoof, Bai, you win this time. Shinbaichu struggled to her feet, casting a deep, meaningful glance at Bai. She knew Bai had gone easy on her. This was a tournament match. If they'd met in the wild, Bai wouldn't have needed such tactics against her. A single slash would have ended it. But regardless, she'd suffered a crushing humiliation. A super ace with SSS great potential. They actually stopped at the top 32. And what's more, they lost to someone with only F-rank potential. This is truly unprecedented in history. Chapter 86. Why didn't Bai come to compete here? Because of Shinbicho's matter, Bai ended up being delayed for some time. By the time he returned backstage, his teammates' matches had already ended. Shen Yangxin had bad luck running into Wu Dalong, and was almost instantly defeated. Singed also encountered the ace player from South Tech University ranked 4th, unfortunately losing as well. Su Ruashi defeated the top seed from West Heaven University, ranked 5th, and successfully advanced to the top 16. Zhang Daxian and Huang Lu also defeated their respective opponents, successfully advancing to the next round. With this, the roster of the top 16 is now officially confirmed. Tianfu University, 4 survivors remaining. Tsinghua University has 5 remaining players. Shanghai University has 3 remaining players. Southern University of Science and Technology has 2 remaining players. West Heaven University has 1 remaining player. Oriental University has 1 remaining participant. Nearly all those who remain are from the nation's top 5 universities. Among them, Modi University had the worst luck. Their star player Shinbiku lost to Bai, leaving them virtually out of championship contention. All eyes are now on Tianfu University and Tsinghua Peking University. Among them, Qingbei University not only has the ace Wu Dalong as an SSS-level player, but also 2 other SSS-level contestants, making it arguably the strongest in overall strength. In no time, the round of 16 to 8 has begun. Logically speaking, Tianfu University and Qingbei University, which have the largest number of participants in this match, are at the greatest disadvantage, because it's very easy for them to be matched against contestants from their own schools. Sure enough, when everyone was teleported once again, the scene erupted into a commotion. Holy crap, no way! Wu Dalong got matched against their own academy's top seed Yuanihan? Is there some insider rigging going on? Would the Peking kids quit whining? Our Bai got paired against Zhang Daxian too. Why can't you guys stop complaining about everything? You're fucking looking for trouble, aren't you? Tianfu University's got some clever calculations going on, having 2 teams meet their own teammates. Brother Zhang Daxian only has SS rank potential, how's he supposed to compare to Yuanihan's SSS rank potential? Then why don't you mention Baiyi's F rank potential, who still managed to pick off the ace of Moda University? An SS rank might still take down your precious Yuanihan. Moda University audience. Baiyi looked at Zhang Daxian in front of him and grinned. Wanna give it a shot, just the 2 of us? Farewell, why waste this energy, chuckled Zhang Daxian. He had no interest in getting beaten up. Fine, let's just watch them compete then. Baiyi smiled and pulled out a table with 3 chairs from his storage space, arranging them on the arena floor. Sitting down without ceremony, he said, "Great sage, have some food. Coming right up, for all." As he spoke, Grand Sage Zhang immediately took out some food and placed it on the table. For someone whose secondary profession was cooking, the majority of items stored in his dimensional space were inevitably foodstuffs. The referee's mouth twitched involuntarily. This is a nationally televised match, for goodness sake. Can't you two show some respect for your own status? Ahem, don't you think your behavior is rather inappropriate? Baiyi smirked shamelessly. What's not good about it? Teacher, come sit with us. We've saved you a seat, and we've got nothing else to do. Might as well take a break. The referee glanced at the delicious food on the table and involuntarily swallowed hard. He was, after all, professionally trained. How could he possibly be tempted by such trivial delicacies? Just about to decline verbally, Baiyi had already grabbed a beast's leg and placed it in front of the referee, saying, "Come on, brother, you've been standing here all day without eating, haven't you? Dig in while it's hot, don't be shy." "Teacher, you see, I'm not boasting, but the dishes I make are absolutely top-notch," said Zhang Daxian. Referee, should I show some mercy then? Come on, don't be shy. Zhang Daxian pulled the referee to his seat and struck a shady deal. The longer one stayed on stage, the higher the points, so the two had no intention of surrendering immediately. Thus, the atmosphere on arena number 3 where Baiyi was stationed became quite peculiar. The surrounding arenas were ablaze with flames and explosions soaring to the skies. Baiyi's fighting platform was filled with an enticing aroma, creating a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. As they say, without comparison, there'd be no sense of suffering. The referees at the other platforms were practically drooling with envy. Why wasn't Baiyi coming to compete at their venues? And so, Baiyi and Zhang Daxian ate their food while watching the matches on the other arenas, surveying their surroundings. His first gaze fell upon Arena 5, where Su Ruoshi stood. Su Ruoshi's opponent this time was Xue Ziliu, the second seed from Tsinghua Beijing University, a mage with SSS-ranked potential. On the 5th arena platform, it happened to be the most fiercely contested one. Most of the explosive sounds originated from this very spot. Facing an opponent of the same level, Su Ruoshi had no room to hold back. At the very start of the battle, she unleashed a strike, Nine-Headed Thunder Dragon Flash. At level 9, she could execute it with far greater proficiency and speed than when she was at level 6. However, her opponent was no pushover either. Amidst the incantation of spells, Xue Ziliu also unleashed his golden skill, Soaring Water Dragon. A massive water dragon surged forth without hesitation, charging straight toward the Nine-Headed Thunder Dragon. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed across the arena. The collision of two golden tier skills caused ripples across the arena's protective shield. Only through the referee's stabilization was the shield barely prevented from shattering. At first glance, both fighters seemed evenly matched. But in the next instant, everyone was utterly stunned. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. Boom! The thundercloud that had been shrouding Arena 5 suddenly unleashed 9 massive lightning bolts as thick as barrel staves. It's actually energy resonance. On the main judge's bench, Xin Tianfu was somewhat astonished. Energy resonance refers to the phenomenon where, when one achieves an extremely high compatibility with a certain element, it can potentially trigger a resonance with surrounding energies of the same type. This is a natural phenomenon that cannot be controlled. It could only mean that Su Ruoshi's affinity with the thunder element was exceptionally high. Su Ruoshi's Nine-Headed Thunder Dragon Flash instantly resonated with the thunderclouds above, thus triggering a spontaneous secondary attack. What does this mean? It's equivalent to Su Ruwashi instantly unleashing a golden tier skill of equal power. Just like that Wu Dalong. Shui Ziliu certainly hadn't anticipated such a situation either. In his panic, he had no choice but to deploy an energy shield. ZZZZZZ. After the lightning strike, Shui Ziliu collapsed to the ground, spasming intermittently, completely incapacitated. Judging by his fully bristled fur, his injuries must be quite severe. The air carried the distinct scent of roasted meat. Medics, retrieve the wounded immediately. The referee checked Shui Ziliu's condition and announced, Shui Ziliu is unable to continue. The winner is Su Ruwashi from Tianfu University. Su Ruwashi nodded slightly. Noticing Bai Yi's gaze, she flashed a faint smile and stepped down from the stage, heading toward the rest area. Holy, that was impressive. Bai Yi, through his omniscience and omnipotence, also knew what had just happened to Su Ruwashi. Had it been him in that situation just now, one careless moment and he'd likely have been on his knees too. After all, probabilistic occurrences like this are the hardest to guard against. Even if you're always on guard, it's useless if the trigger never activates. Just when you think it won't trigger and let your guard down, it might unexpectedly give you another surprise. It's just specially troublesome. Finishing the last piece of spare ribs, Bai Yi wiped his hands and mouth contentedly before saying, we should get going. Chapter 87, don't tell me you've read that book too? Rest area. Bai Yi and Elder Zhang returned to the rest area. Watching Su Ruwashi replenishing her energy, they praised, impressive. Ability resonance, even I probably couldn't have blocked that move. It's just a coincidence, and besides, the cooldown for your skill seems to have gotten shorter again. Su Ruwashi took a sip of water and said leisurely. She had observed Bai Yi's battles before. When fighting Shinbai Chu, it was obvious that Bai Yi's cooldown had decreased. Leveled up after clearing Tianfu Tower last time. Bai Yi chuckled softly. Even with their current relationship, this girl still wanted to compete with him. Su Ruwashi nodded, looking at the already concluded match on the arena and said, the situation is favorable for us now. Out of Tsinghua University's 3 SSS-level players, only Wu Dalong remains. Who among us will face him next is still unknown. Bai Yi raised his head to look at the field. The list of the top 8 finalists had now been announced. Tsinghua University had terrible luck this round. Wu Dalong faced his own teammate Yuanihan, Shui Ziliu was defeated by Su Ruwashi, and another player fell to the ace of South China University of Science and Technology. In the blink of an eye, Tsinghua University, which had 5 players remaining in the previous match, was left with only Wu Dalong standing alone. Of course, they weren't the most unfortunate team. The real tragedy belonged to Shanghai University. After Shinbai Chu was defeated by Bai Yi, the entire team from Moda University was completely wiped out in this round, completely missing the quarterfinals. This marks the worst performance Moda University has ever achieved since the inception of the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Vice Dean Wen Mingjun, who led the team, was so furious that he stormed off from the judges' panel. There's no choice, this is truly a matter you can't afford to lose face over. Back at Tianfu University, only 3 students remain now, Bai Yi, Su Ruwashi, and Huang Lu. Indeed, thanks to her formidable talent and Bai Yi's guidance, Huang Lu managed to stay. They narrowly defeated the number 2 seed from Demon Capital University, an SS-rank powerhouse, thus becoming the player with the lowest potential aside from Bai Yi to advance to the quarterfinals in this tournament. But they could only go this far, because all remaining contestants possessed SSS-rank potential. Thinking this, Bai Yi turned to Huang Lu, who had just returned, and said, no matter who you face next, just forfeit the match. I'm afraid they might play dirty. Upon hearing Bai Yi's suggestion, Zhang Daxian immediately chimed in support, totally agree. If you get injured, it'll seriously affect tomorrow's survival match. Making it to the quarterfinals is already insane, even crazier than the crap I take. Huang Lu, Su Ruwashi, Bai Yi, Zhang Daxian, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Su Ruwashi, this familiar approach, could it be you've read that book too? Zhang Daxian, there isn't any book, I'm just concerned about Huang Lu, for the sake of our team. Huang Lu, your way of showing concern is indeed quite unique. Look at that. This is the power of the divine book. Having just demonstrated the first move, it successfully captured all of Huang Lu's attention. It truly lives up to its reputation as a divine book. Zhang Daxian suddenly felt that wooing girls was so effortless. Just as he was about to press his advantage, Bai Yi hurriedly intervened and said, ahem, let's skip this topic, alright? In any case, Daxian is right. I'm primarily concerned they might go too hard. And things have already gone far enough. Okay, I got it, e.g. Huang Lu nodded in agreement. For her, reaching the quarterfinals was truly the limit. As they were speaking, the host enthusiastically announced, after a full day of elimination matches, our quarterfinalists have now been officially decided. First, let's congratulate them all. Clap 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 clap. The venue erupted in a wave of enthusiastic applause. It was evident to everyone that Tianfu University had a strong chance of winning this year's competition. If they were to clinch first place, it would be their first championship in many years. The audience, like a bunch of emotionless seals, cheered and clapped with reckless abandon. The host raised a hand to signal for quiet. Alright, enough chatter, let's start the draw again. As the host's words fell, the large screen at the venue began to scroll. Everyone hoped that in this round, the people from Tianfu University would not cross paths again. But the outcome often turns out to be the exact opposite of what people expect. Damn, our genius assassin Bai Yi has run into Huang Lu from the same school again. What a pity. At least it's not our thunder goddess Su Ruwashi, otherwise it'd really be like scattering peppercorns at the neighbor's door, totally numbing the folks next door. True, we're actually quite lucky. Su Ruwashi's opponent is the top seed from South China University of Science. She can dominate effortlessly. The two of us making it to the semi-finals is impressive enough, unlike Capital University's complete wipeout. The championship still depends on who can defeat Wu Dalong, the youngest son of China's top martial artist. He's truly a freak of nature. In this solo tournament, his average defeat time is even shorter than Bai Yi and Su Ruwashi's. But what does it matter how strong he is? Don't forget, we have Bai Yi, the genius slayer. Since he enrolled, which genius hasn't been utterly dominated by him? Alright, enough talk. The match is starting. Meanwhile, as Bai Yi's match was underway, a wooden cabin in the suburbs of Tianfu City, the 12 had gathered here once more. Great Black Dragon, Shadow has completed the reconnaissance. They will hold the Secret Realm Survival Tournament tomorrow at a silver-tier secret realm located about 100 kilometers from Tianfu City. That will be our perfect moment to strike. Blue-faced Fox Demon bowed slightly as he reported the latest intelligence to the black-robed Black Dragon. You did well. The conventional defensive force of Tianfu City totals 100,000 personnel, including 15 Zun-ranked, 26 Shui-ranked, 2 Wang-ranked, and 1 Di-ranked. The rest are too numerous to count. To confront them head-on would be nothing short of a pipe dream. But if it's in a secret realm, that's a different story. The Dark Dragon gazed into the distance as if piercing through space. Within his line of sight, it was Wu Dalong's astounding talent of unleashing 2 ultimate moves consecutively on Tianfu University's arena. It was Su Ruwashi's unstoppable golden technique, with earth-shattering destructive power. It was Bai Yi lounging casually on the arena, chatting and laughing with others. It was the already defeated Shinbiku, resentfully drowning his sorrows in food and drink. Nearly every freshman on the list had been thoroughly scrutinized by him. After a long pause, the Black Dragon withdrew his gaze and sighed. This year's freshmen are truly exceptionally powerful. Big brother, are you suggesting that the prophecy is about to come true? The demon ape, who had been trailing silently behind the Black Dragon, finally spoke up. The Black Dragon shook his head. The day of reckoning approaches. Only by following the Dark Lord can we survive this impending calamity. Summon them for the meeting. Yes. Chapter 88. Yes, I'm trash. The Cult of the Evil God. It was a wicked organization that rose to prominence alongside the arrival of the game 100 years ago. In those days, they were notorious for every imaginable crime, abusing their formidable power to commit all kinds of atrocities. At its peak of power, it spanned the entire territory of Huaxia. It could be called a paradise for criminals. But the good times didn't last long. Evil could never ultimately triumph over justice. After achieving minor victories in foreign wars, the 10 emperor-level powerhouses joined forces to eradicate the cult of the evil deity. At that time, in order to completely eradicate this malignant tumor, China had spent several years on an extensive dragnet operation. They finally located the stronghold of the evil god cult. 10 emperor-level experts jointly took action, vowing to root out this evil god cult from its very foundations. Yet, a man wearing a black dragon mask defiantly rescued numerous core members right under the siege of these 10 emperor-level experts. It is said that battle single-handedly turned an entire city into a relic of history. To this day, many textbooks still document that battle, the Battle of Guangming City. Historically, this battle ended with the catastrophic defeat of the Dark Cult. In truth, after that battle, the Dark Cult did indeed become much quieter. The world had already begun to forget the terror of the heretic god cult. But in reality, only those in the higher echelons truly understood. The core strength of the heretic god cult remained completely unscathed. Black Dragon closed his eyes, sinking into memories of the past. Before him, the remaining 11 elders had already gathered. Yet none dared to disturb his rest. For here, he was the heavens themselves. An unknowable time passed before the Black Dragon slowly opened its eyes. With a faint glance at the 11 present, he began to speak. Over 20 years ago in that battle, the world only knew of the Azure Face Elder, but remained unaware of our Black Face Elder's existence. This was both a fortunate and unfortunate matter. Now, with the passage of time, it is time for us to strike again. At present, I shall assign your missions. Fox Demon, Pheasant, you two will lead the assault on the secret realm, ensure none of those newcomers escape. The blue-faced fox and blue-faced pheasant nodded and said, "As you command." Even though they were the weakest among the blue-faced elders, both of them were genuine general-class professionals. Dealing with those brats whose average strength was merely soldier class would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Seeing their acknowledgement, Black Dragon said nothing more. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Yeka and the demon ape beside him and said, "I'll handle Qin Tianfu. Your targets are Cho Kaiga, Qin Tianju, and those two vice deans, Yi Yanhu and Kobu. Yeka, no problem. I won't let them go to the secret realm for reinforcements. Demon ape, rest assured, big brother, even if we both die, we won't let them pass." Despite being a woman, Yeka's strength was second only to the Black Dragon's, making her a king-class professional nearing the emperor level. The demon ape's strength was about on par with the Yaksha's, though slightly weaker. These two could effortlessly hold off Cho Kaiga, Qin Tianju, Yi Yanhu, and Kobui all at once. Their objective this time was simply to delay the rescue forces. Then, the demon fox and pheasant would enter the secret realm to eliminate those geniuses. Seeing the two agree, the Black Dragon lifted his teacup for a sip, then glanced at the three remaining masked elders. Moon Rabbit, Savage Wolf, Spiked Lizard, your tasks are equally crucial. When the time comes, I'll personally seal off the entire secret realm and set up an array there. Your duty will be to guard against the 7 deans from other universities, following the formation's arrangement. Understood? Moon Rabbit giggled. Hee, with your formation, boss, not just 7 venerable tier experts, even if 3 more came to make it a round number, the 3 of us could hold them off easily. Savage Wolf growled, the world doesn't know you're a master-level formation master, boss. Even that old traitor Qin Tianfu couldn't break your arrays effortlessly, let alone a handful of venerable tier professionals. The Horned Lizard replied, yes, this time our cult of the evil gods is mobilizing in full force. We must show them what we're capable of. The Black Dragon nodded. All 3 were Black Mask Elders, each a master of their respective profession. It's hard to intercept 7 vice principals leading their teams alone, but with the assistance of their own formations, there presumably wouldn't be any major issues. After arranging matters with the Black Masked Elder, Black Dragon then turned his gaze to the last 4 Green Masked Elders. Your task is to lead your subordinates in carrying out attacks across various locations in Tianfu City. At the very least, ensure those people from the Security Bureau won't have the leisure to meddle in our affairs anymore. Can you do this? Roger that. The 4 nodded. Their strength wasn't particularly great, but they were still commander-level professionals averaging around level 70. With the 4 of them wreaking havoc across Tianfu City, the Security Bureau and other forces would undoubtedly not stand idly by. After all, the city still housed the critical landmark of Tianfu Tower. After finalizing the arrangements, Heilung massaged his temples and said gravely, this time, we must succeed without fail. The consequences of failure. I trust you all understand? The group replied with conviction, understood. Since everything's clear, this meeting is adjourned. The Black Dragon rose and left with the Black Masked Elders, leaving the group of Green Masked Elders trembling in their wake. Though the words just spoken seemed addressed to everyone present, they all understood in their hearts that Black Masks hadn't changed for decades, while Green Masks rarely survived beyond 10 years. Unless you advance to the noble rank, you'll forever remain just a replaceable pawn. The Great Bird's Nest. None of the people here were aware that a shocking conspiracy had already taken shape against them. Even Qin Tianfu didn't notice, as he was currently looking at Wu Dalong with admiration. Putting aside the rivalry between universities, this young man is indeed a rare talent. Both being descendants of emperor-level figures, why is my son only at SS-level potential? Yet Wu Ziqi's son turns out to be such a genius. The more Qin Tianfu thought about it, the more displeased he became. He raised his fist and punched Qin Tianju beside him. Zhou Kaiga. Dad, what are you doing? Qin Tianju clutched his aching head, staring at Qin Tianfu in utter bewilderment. Nothing, I'm no match for Wu Ziqi. Not even when it comes to having a son, I get furious just thinking about it. Qin Tianfu raised his head to the sky and lamented, had I known you'd be so useless, I should have just shot you against the wall. Zhou Kaiga. Qin Tianju. Look at this. Is this even human language? It's not that I can't, it's because your genes are defective. So you can't beat Wu Ziqi, and that's my fault? But Qin Tianju didn't dare say it. This mischievous old father of his was capable of absolutely anything. If he talked back now, in front of 300,000 spectators and countless cameras, the old man might just pull down his pants and spank him right then and there. At the thought of this, the mayor of the entire city could only mutter resentfully under his breath. Yeah, I'm a piece of trash.